The young boy, during his initial venture to the back mountain, unexpectedly unearthed the exquisite corpse of a stunning woman from his ancestral grave. However, the counterpart possesses not only delicate skin. However, the counterpart possesses not only delicate skin. There were even signs of awakening, however, just as the youth was about to close the coffin and escape. A delicate, jade-like hand suddenly pulled him into the coffin. As the frigid body gradually regained warmth, Ning-chan found himself momentarily engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. What on earth was happening? This moment, despite having undergone 9 transformations, is it still impossible for this individual to escape the calamity that looms over him? Ning-chan was somewhat bewildered, wondering how such peculiar individuals could exist in the back mountain of the demon sect. Before he could ponder, the woman's face magnified continuously, and the crimson imprint was instantaneously etched together. It is unclear how much time has passed, but when Ning-chan awakened, yet a long sword is pressed against my fair neck. What has transpired is known to you, and me alone should a third party become aware. Even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, I would still pursue you relentlessly. Indeed, Senior, Ning-chan was startled by her intimidating aura and promptly nodded. You are a disciple of the celestial demon sect from the Burial Life Peak. What is your name? Ning-chan inscribed his name and recounted the journey that had brought him there. It turns out he was captured by a sinister cult to serve as a slave, assigned to dispose of corpses on the back mountain. The woman seemed to have discovered the accumulation of the 3 vital energies within Ning-chan. She cast away a medicinal pill meant for nurturing the body, allowing him the choice to either embrace it or let it go before stepping into the void. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Ning-chan gazed in bewilderment at the scene before him. The ability to traverse the void suggested that the woman possessed considerable cultivation. However, how could she be forced into a feigned 3rd stage? Without further contemplation, he swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Indeed, the ethereal aura within him dissipated significantly in an instant, aligning with this moment. A woman emerges within a mysterious formation of the heavenly demon sect. It is time for reckoning. Her name is Luo Shanwu, the former leader of the celestial demon sect, who was treacherously plotted against by the vice leader, Empress, 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I was ambushed by the deputy sect master, Empress. At this moment, the individual adept in the arcane arts, Yu Jie, made his appearance. In her urgent predicament, Qing had no choice but to feign. Within the main hall, a figure clad in dark robes sat upon a lofty seat, inquiring about the progress of your affairs and how they have been accomplished. The imam has arranged for Anong, a newly recruited disciple, who is entirely unaware of matters concerning the former leader. Upon hearing this, the demon lord seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Alas, if only the woman, Luo Shanwu, could be refined, this sovereign would have long ascended to the realm of the great emperor. Suddenly, a chilling feminine voice resonated through the air, inquiring whether the emperor should extend a helping hand. Immediately, the woman in the crimson dress entered the grand hall, exuding the formidable aura of an emperor. The visage of the demonic visage underwent a dramatic transformation, as though it had encountered a specter. In the next moment, 2 anguished cries reverberated throughout the grand hall. Upon witnessing the striking crimson hue within the coffin, Ning-chan momentarily fell into a trance, astonished to discover that the woman was a maiden. Just as he was about to depart, just at that moment, the deity of death suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his neck, followed by the manifestation of a panel before his eyes, the coffin of the burial god, revealing the first layer of its depths. What could this possibly mean? As one cultivates their abilities, they grow stronger. Ning-chan reflected on the fact that he was buried in the back mountain. Why should he run away? Invincible, indeed. He cast a glance at the ancient coffin, and with a mere thought, he stowed it away before descending the mountain. At a glance, one could see dozens of lifeless bodies scattered across the square, evidently the victims of those who had been purged by the forces of the Dark Gate. After ensuring the surroundings were deserted, Ning-chan began to drag the bodies to the back mountain for their final resting place. In a mere moment, his strength escalated to the 5th level of the Tao entry realm. Although this marked only the inception of his cultivation, he discerned that the mightier the individual he buried in life, the more potent the compensation he received in return. After several days of interring the deceased, Ning Chen's cultivation reached its pinnacle at the 5th level of the Dao entry realm, however. To ascend to the next tier, he required the burial of more formidable beings. Just then, he overheard his disciples engaging in spirited discussion. Have you heard? The demon cult has encountered a significant event in recent days. It is said that the former leader, who had been missing for several years, has returned. Upon his return, he swiftly eliminated the demon slaughter leader, who is reputed to be a saint-level powerhouse. At these words, Ning Chen's eyes flickered with intrigue, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a sense of despondency. It appeared that to advance into the spirit-gathering realm, he would need to toil diligently to acquire the requisite techniques. Meanwhile, Luo Changwu has just concluded matters within the Heavenly Demon Sect. You're to oversee the burial life peak. Please pay attention to any promising disciples, for if there are, they can be nurtured with care. The elderly man below nodded in response. Although the burial life peak is one of the 7 peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the other peaks primarily focus on cultivation, while burial life peak has but a singular objective, the art of understanding human nature. How, then, could it possibly produce exceptional disciples? After receiving the ancient decree, he turned and departed. As Luo Shangwu prepared to continue addressing the matter at hand, she suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, as if the remnants of Run Yuji's calamity were subtly beginning to revive. The following day, Gu Xian, after observing the numerous disciples of the burial life peak, turned his gaze upon Ning Chun, who was ardently engaged in burying the deceased. In the next moment, he arrived at the courtyard of the Luo Shang dance. Master, he said, this is a list compiled by my disciples, based on my recent observations of the burial life peak. After a swift glance at the scroll, Luo Shangwu lost interest. The individuals listed possessed decent talents, yet they were merely average within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet in the next moment, she discerned something, murmuring softly to herself. The origins were unknown, and it seemed she recalled the absurd events that had transpired within the coffin on that fateful day. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and even her breath grew more agitated. Hadn't she instructed this fellow to depart? How could he still remain? Luo Shangwu silently closed the scroll. The names recorded on the list may continue to be monitored, however. The identity of this Ning Chun remains an enigma, shrouded in mystery. In response to the esteemed master, Ning Chun is also among the group of disciples captured by Shui. I have conducted an investigation into his origins, but I have uncovered not a shred of information. He does not even qualify as a wandering cultivator, appearing as if he materialized from thin air. Although he has merely reached the pinnacle of the Dao entry realm, he exhibits a diligence that surpasses that of his fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Luo Changwu's eyes. She distinctly recalled that just a few days prior, the other party was merely a mortal. Could it be that she had misjudged? At this moment, Gu Xian hesitated for a brief moment before speaking. Master, I have been observing Ning Chun these past few days. He has been diligently attending to his responsibilities lately, likely in an effort to accumulate contribution points to exchange for the cultivation techniques necessary to advance into the gathering spirit realm. Shall I offer him my assistance? Without hesitation, after finishing her performance in the Luo Shang dance, she glanced at the figure of Rin Yu enveloped in flames within her palm, and then vanished in an instant. At this moment, Ning Chun arrived at the scripture pavilion. After enduring a lengthy queue for half an hour, it was finally his turn. Belonging peak. Ning Chun burial peak. As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of the numerous disciples of the demon sect waiting in line changed dramatically, causing them to hastily retreat several dozen meters, as if they had encountered a malevolent star. He is actually a disciple of the burial peak. I was just so close to him, I wonder if I have already been tainted by the aura emanating from him. The disciples of Zongxing Peak ought to remain at their mountain to bury the deceased, yet they venture forth to harm others truly. This is a stroke of ill fortune. Complaints arose incessantly in response. The elder in charge cast a stern gaze at the surrounding disciples, instantly silencing the crowd. He then turned his attention to Ning Chun and remarked, if my memory serves me right, you are among the newly inducted disciples of Burial Peak from 10 days ago. Gaining access to the scripture repository requires a minimum of 800 sect contribution points. As a newcomer, how could you possibly possess such a sum? You may return. Could it be that the status of the disciples of Zongxing Peak has fallen to such a lowly degree? Ningchen took out his disciple badge from Zongxing Peak, scoffing coldly. How could the elder possibly know that I do not possess 800 contribution points? Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback. After taking the token and sensing its essence, his expression shifted drastically. What? 800 contribution points? How could you possibly amass such a sum in a mere 10 days, and without succumbing to the erosion of luck? As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples, who had initially intended to jest, instantly widened their eyes in astonishment, while the elder remained silent for a moment. After a moment of silence, the elder seemed to recall something and channeled his spiritual energy to sense Ning Chen's body. Within it, there was not an absence of energy, but rather a resilience against the invasion of 7 and 30 ominous forces. Upon hearing these words, Ning Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had taken precautions and deliberately retained a trace of the 3 energies within his body, precisely to prepare for such unforeseen circumstances. Now, I am able to enter this sutra pavilion. Naturally, the elder realized and returned the combined card to Ning Chen. However, I must caution you that the 800 contribution points permit access only to the 2nd floor of the scripture repository, and you may borrow only 1 martial art or technique. After several days of exploration, Ning Chen has come to comprehend the hierarchical classification of martial arts within this realm, which is categorized from highest to lowest as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The first 2 tiers of martial arts are deemed the most rudimentary, classified as yellow rank. To attain higher grade martial arts, one must ascend further, yet the requisite contribution points increase significantly. As Ning Chen has reached the pinnacle of the Tao realm, the urgent need to gather spiritual energy and open his meridians leaves him with no time to accumulate additional contribution points. Thus, he must select a suitable technique from the myriad of yellow rank martial arts, hoping to bridge the gap at a later stage. The Yin Tiangang Heart Method is a profound technique classified as a high-level yellow grade. If properly cultivated, it has the potential to unveil 15 spiritual veins. Ningchen was uncertain whether these 15 channels could be deemed excessive, however, when compared to the generally observed 11 to 12 channels in other cultivation methods. This certainly appeared to be a significant abundance. Upon completing the registration and departing from the sutra repository, I had scarcely returned to the courtyard when my eyes widened in astonishment. In the small courtyard stood a woman clad in a crimson dress. It is that female tyrant. Ning Chen felt a sudden shock in his heart. Could it be that she still intends to devour him? Esteemed senior, your distinguished presence graces us this evening. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Did I not instruct you to depart? Why have you not taken your leave? My strength will only grow as I bury others. Reluctant to part with this sacred place of cultivation, Ning Chen naturally refrained from revealing his true thoughts. Instead, he altered his words, stating that the demonic sect's territory was fraught with peril. Should he carelessly venture forth, capture would be inevitable, leading to a dire fate. Remaining here might still afford him a glimmer of hope. Ning Chen's gaze was calm and unperturbed, while Luo Shangwu observed the depths of his eyes. In the midst of it all, not a trace of fear could be discerned. Without uttering a word, she turned as if intending to depart, this female fiend arriving in the dead of night. With this in mind, Ning Chen returned to his chamber, poised to cultivate the heavenly gang heart method. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully flung open, and the once departed enchantress unexpectedly returned. Senior, it seems that your demeanor is somewhat restless, reminiscent of our first encounter. A sudden unease gripped Ning Chen's heart, as an ominous premonition washed over him. Today, I coincidentally encountered the arrival of my aunt's husband, which has left me somewhat unsettled. However, what responded to him was the fierce reprimand of the female demoness. This was her inherent affliction from cultivating the heart of the celestial demon. Only by transcending the chasm of the great emperor and possessing a trace of divine serenity could she exert control. In the past, she had always been able to forcibly restrain herself due to her formidable cultivation. Yet ever since that fateful night spent with Ning Chen, she found herself utterly unable to maintain such restraint. In recent days, she has been enduring, yet it has become increasingly difficult to contain herself. However, for reasons unknown, upon seeing Ning Chen, She can no longer restrain her emotions. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, Luo Shang summoned a terrifying aura that instantly subdued Ning Chun, leaving him in a state of utter immobility. As Ning Chun was about to utter a few words, he was abruptly silenced by the female demon's spiritual power. For the first time, he experienced a forceful reversal, feeling overwhelmed by his own insignificance. In the past, he had encountered such situations without perceiving their true essence. But this time, he was acutely aware of the tangible sensations that enveloped him. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, within the confines of the courtyard's barrier, a terrifying aura reminiscent of a shark began to surge, while Luo Shang's countenance was shrouded in an icy demeanor. "Senior, I merely assisted you in unraveling the matter. Moreover, aside from the initial moment, it was you who took the initiative thereafter," Ning Chun whispered, noting that he had merely been present at the top. Upon uttering these words, the formidable sorceress shark was filled with an even greater resolve. "Should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy," she declared, before casting aside a dark artifact and vanishing from the courtyard. It was a tome of profound techniques. An ancient text emerged in Ning Chen's mind. The Supreme Magic Incantation. Such a formidable name. This is at the very least a high-level mysterious skill, perhaps even an earth-tier technique. Ning Chun commenced his cultivation of the supreme demonic scripture, opening his own spiritual meridians. After half an hour, his aura surged, elevating his cultivation to the gathering spirit realm. As time progressed, he amassed a total of 121 spiritual channels. Until the following dawn, Ning Chun concluded his cultivation. He made his way to the back mountain to commence his tasks, observing the god burial coffin, which was merely a breath away from breaking through to the second layer. He pondered where he might procure a corpse. At that moment, a group of individuals swaggered into the mountainside nearby, brazenly unearthing coffins that had yet to be buried, seemingly in search of something. Who could they possibly be? What audacity this displays! A colleague beside him gestured for him to lower his voice, for the individual before them was a disciple of the Yao Kuei Peak, one of the 7 prominent peaks of the demon sect. Yao Kuei Peak, overall, ranks impressively among the top 3 of the 7 peaks, making it a formidable presence we cannot afford to provoke. This peak primarily specializes in the art of puppet manipulation, thus it is not uncommon for its disciples to visit our burial life peak in search of a few bodies. At this moment, the leading disciple of the Shadow Puppet Peak has identified a commendable target. This corpse is indeed remarkable, having reached the pinnacle of the Tao enlightenment during its lifetime. It shall be taken back. Master Lu, nearby, several individuals began to lift the coffin. It was not permissible. You cannot take it away. If you do, what shall I do when the elders hold me accountable? The disciple responsible for that coffin stepped forward. Though he was apprehensive of the individuals before him, his fear of punishment was far greater. Lu Mo smiled gently, and Lu Ming also offered a faint smile. "What you choose to do is your concern, regardless of whether the sun shines or not. It bears no relevance to me. A mere disciple of a discarded lineage dares to obstruct my path." Lu Ming furrowed his brow, and then proceeded to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the disciples from the buried life peak drastically altered. After finishing, Lu Ming intended to take his leave. Lu Ming seemed to sense something and immediately led a few disciples from the Soul Puppet Peak to hasten towards a certain location. "Hold on, I shall take this corpse." However, that individual appeared oblivious to his words, continuing to dig the pit. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Ming felt a surge of urgency. He stepped forward and swiftly approached the coffin, unleashing a powerful strike with his palm. The ancient wooden coffin, unable to withstand such immense force, shattered, and the corpse within tumbled to the ground. Indeed, my intuition was not mistaken. The remains of a 2-star spirit-gathering realm are undoubtedly excellent materials for crafting puppets. This body shall be mine. At that moment, a tranquil voice resonated, urging him to rise. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback and instinctively looked up. Ning Chen 面色平静，重复着刚才的话：“我叫你扶起来。”他对三者怀有深深的敬意，认为他们能助自己变得更加强大，因此理应妥善安葬他们。然而，当柳墨听清宁晨的话时，as he spoke, he burst into hearty laughter. "If I did not lend you my support, what can you possibly do to me?" Before his words could fully dissipate, Ning Chun, like a specter, swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent, striking with formidable force. Lu Ming was sent flying, crashing against a tree. The surrounding disciples of the Zongxing Peak gazed in disbelief, astonished that the usually unassuming Ning Chun, who merely toiled in the shadows, possessed such formidable strength. Even Ning Chun himself was somewhat taken aback. After cultivating the techniques bestowed by the female demon, the spiritual power unleashed in an instant was astonishingly swift. Lu Ming rose from the ground, exclaiming, "How audacious of you to dare to harm me!" A mouthful of pitch-black snow erupted from my lips, truly despicable. How could it plunge so low? As a disciple of the demon's sect, is it not entirely natural for me to exhibit such behavior? Furthermore, I have not truly descended, it is merely a slight manifestation of my energy. Since the advent of the god burial coffin, the 3 qi can no longer erode Ning Chun. However, the expenditure of the 3 qi is still a waste, as is the consumption of the Lan qi. Thus, Ning Chun contemplated whether he could utilize it as a means to confront his adversaries, and it appears that the results are quite promising. What? Lu Ming's expression instantly turned exceedingly grim. "You despicable scoundrel! I would rather you descend into the depths," he uttered, before hastily leading his companions down mountain. "Lower their coffins as well." Ning Chun's voice resonated once more. Lu Ming let out a cold snort, yet still commanded his subordinates to obediently set down the coffins, which had been seized from the burial life peak. The disciple hurriedly bowed to Ning Chun in gratitude. As his colleagues departed, Ning Chun began to place the household items into the divine burial coffin. With the infusion of spiritual energy, his aura surged, elevating him to the 4th star of the spirit-gathering realm, thus enabling him to unlock the 2nd layer. As one prepares to bury the very person they have once harmed, Ning Chun suddenly perceives something, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After accumulating 100 qi shui, the divine burial coffin unexpectedly revealed an extraordinary skill known as the divine burial technique. Ning Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential consequences of unlocking the 2nd layer. Given the multitude of onlookers, he decided it prudent to return to his own courtyard first. Upon returning, Ning Chun retrieved the god burial coffin and discovered that the once chaotic space had transformed, now suffused with a frosty aura. Surely, the opening of the 2nd layer would not cause a significant upheaval. Just as the lid was lifted, the god burial coffin shuddered violently, unleashing a torrent of divine energy that soared into the heavens. Ning Chun was taken aback, yet in the next moment, the atmosphere seemed to be forcibly subdued, as if someone had pressed it down with great force. Meanwhile, since Luo Shangwu commenced dual cultivation with Ning Chun, the tribulations of her destiny have been temporarily subdued, allowing her cultivation to progress with increasing ease. Presently, the righteous forces are uniting in a concerted effort to eradicate the demonic sect, while the various factions within the demonic realm, rather than concerning themselves with the righteous path's offensive, are embroiled in internal strife, each coveting the position of the demonic sect's leader with keen interest. At this moment, Luo Shangwu sensed the power of the snowlight emanating from the burial life peak. With a slight furrow of her brow, she wondered if it was that fellow Ning Chun. Raising her delicate hand, she promptly concealed the icy snow with her aura. At this moment, Ning Chun, unaware of the clear skies, felt a sense of relief for not causing a commotion. Observing the recently manifested burial technique, he pondered how to cultivate it. Suddenly, a slight sting emanated from his neck. The burial technique, known as the Eyes of Rebirth, allows one to glimpse the final thoughts of the deceased. Intrigued, Ning Chun furrowed his brow. If the client's last thoughts were centered around martial arts, might he not also benefit from this insight? Not only could burying the dead enhance his cultivation, but it seemed to also rectify certain deficiencies in his martial arts knowledge. As days passed, Ning Chun meticulously examined each individual using the eyes of the departed, reflecting upon their most significant achievements in life. Among these, the attainment of the renowned Snow Demon Blade stood out as particularly valuable. However, the execution of this burial technique proved to be quite taxing on the energy of the 9 divine neck. At that moment, The neighbor Zhou Yuan approached, having just been informed by Elder Sun that all disciples were to gather at the back mountain, as it was said that the acting peak master had an important announcement to make. When Ning Chun and his companion arrived at the rear mountain, Gu Xian had already been there for some time. His gaze initially swept over the crowd before he spoke. "I am Gu Xian, the acting master of the Burial Life Peak." Zhou Yuan murmured softly amidst the crowd, "Brother Ning, do you happen to know that old man? Why does he keep gazing at you?" Ning Chen shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar with the figure. At that moment, Gu Xian spoke up, "I have come today to convey an important announcement. Starting from this day forth, Zhongxing Peak shall undergo significant changes. The sect master is unwilling to witness the decline of Zhongxing Peak's strength thus. Beginning tomorrow, every disciple shall be entitled to receive a pill for dispelling qi each day. This shall be exchanged based on one's contribution points, granting access to the sacred grounds for internal cultivation." As the words fell, all the disciples were engulfed in a tumultuous uproar, yet a fleeting glimmer of intrigue danced in Ning Chen's eyes. It seems that the leader of the heavenly demon sect has indeed accomplished something noteworthy. Ahead lies the grave of souls. I must impart some matters to you, Qing. At this moment, Elder Son of the Burial Peak gracefully traverses the air, having flown over. Several days prior, the righteous sect launched a covert assault on our heavenly demon sect, resulting in significant casualties. Consequently, an overwhelming aura has emerged. Thus, it is imperative that you cultivate your spiritual energy before entering the grave of souls. Ning Chun, amidst the crowd, feigned nonchalance. Yet soon he heard news that made his eyes sparkle with intrigue. There is no limit to the number of funerals that can be conducted, yet each subsequent funeral also counts toward contribution points. Everyone should act according to their capabilities without any restrictions, allowing for extensive burials. After all, one can always justify the accumulation of contribution points to facilitate the process. What greets the eye at the Cliff of Souls is a multitude of bodies sprawled in every conceivable direction. Many ordinary disciples who had been abducted had never witnessed such a scene. Their faces turned ashen with terror. Ning Chan furrowed his brow, estimating that there were roughly 1,000 individuals present. As the holy son of a prestigious sacred land, Zhou Yuan had witnessed numerous minor events and was not easily troubled by such trivial matters. This was merely a minor skirmish between the righteous path and the demonic sects. Should a grand battle ensue, it would likely involve millions. He mused to himself, yet he remained utterly oblivious to the gleam in Ning Chen's eyes beside him, as he could only hear the millions of corpses awaiting his attention. Several hours later, the ominous aura that had once enveloped the soul-severing cliff had diminished significantly. Many individuals had been laid to rest, yet nearly 80% of the deceased remained, as the disciples had withdrawn from the cliff, retreating to the side to meditate and dispel the lingering energy. Elder Sun's gaze rested upon the depths of the soul-severing cliff. Among the disciples who continued to endure, many were observed, yet in the end, it was resignedly acknowledged that Zhou Yuan stands as the most formidable among this group of disciples. However, the little fellow mentioned by the ancient peak master, though not particularly strong, certainly exhibits great diligence. However, within a mere 2 seconds, he seemed to sense something amiss. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated how this little fellow had suddenly reached the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Wasn't he just at the pinnacle of the Tao realm not long ago? This matter must be reported to the peak master. In just a few short hours, Ning Chan has, by all accounts, buried no fewer than 300 clients. To be precise, he should have interred 307 clients. It cannot be referred to as merely bodies, they must be called clients, ha ha ha. Yet, it is a pity that the aspirations of these individuals were steeped in fear, rendering them devoid of any valuable treasures. Beside him, Zhou Yuan had been striking for an extended period and could no longer endure. He seized a shovel and dashed outside, emanating a thick aura of frustration. The other disciples, unable to remain seated, also rose and departed in haste. "Brother Ning, do you wish to continue?" Zhou Yuan inquired with a frown upon noticing that Ning Chan was still present. Upon hearing these words, the disciples preparing to venture forth could not help but cast respectful glances. "No worries, we can bury a few more." Ning Chan waved his hand dismissively. Witnessing Ning Chen's reckless behavior, Zhou Yuan muttered under his breath, but ultimately chose to accompany him. I still possess a few pills to suppress your qi, so hurry and ingest them. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the abyss of broken souls, and a dense, fragrant mist began to coalesce from the depths of the cliff, surging violently towards the approaching Zhou Yuan. Upon witnessing this, the faces of the disciples underwent a dramatic transformation. It is said that after the emergence of a certain aura, both energy and resentment are generated, originating from distinct sources. However, should these two forces come into contact, they would give rise to the formidable tri-resentment measure, a power that reaches at least the condensation realm. At such a distance, even Elder Sun would likely be unable to intervene in time. That formidable trio of energies had now arrived before Zhou Yuan. In a world devoid of any evasion, "It is finished, I shall soon meet my demise. Brother Zhou, tread carefully." A sudden roar echoed behind him, and he was yanked backward, narrowly evading the assault from the three vengeful corpses. After regaining consciousness, Zhou Yuan let out a sigh of relief and looked ahead. "Brother Ning, thank you. What is this?" Ning Chun paid him no mind, his gaze fixed on the decayed body before them. He was taken aback by the overwhelming aura of death it exuded, indicating that the individual had likely been a practitioner of the condensation Dan realm in life. With a piercing roar, Xing Lan actively launched an assault towards the door of resentment. Zhou Yuan intended to offer his assistance, yet before he could utter a word, an effusion of vivid crimson erupted from his lips, a manifestation of the invasive aura of the orchid. "Brother Zhou, step back." Ning Chun stepped forward, wielding the shovel in his grasp, channeling the snow demon blade he had learned about days prior. He intended to pierce through the entire mouth of the three vengeful inches. The corpse let out a low growl, as if seeking to incessantly invade Ning Chen's body. However, it soon realized something was amiss the young man before it seemed to possess an insatiable abyss within him, rendering the corrosive effects of the three energies utterly ineffective. In a panic, it turned to flee back to the precipice of the soul-severing cliff. This esteemed client is within arm's reach. There is no rationale for allowing them to slip away, especially when standing at the precipice of despair. The numerous disciples, upon witnessing the terrifying Lan and the resentment towards the door being relentlessly pursued and struck by Ning Chun, were momentarily taken aback. Elder Sun also relinquished the notion of intervening. The sole means of the three resentful households lies in their fury. While cultivators might hold some trepidation, Ning Chun remains unperturbed. With a single, forceful strike, he buries them deep, entombing their spirits alongside the icy snow of wrath, which is interred within the divine coffin of the deceased. The spiritual essence flows back into his dantian, simultaneously allowing Ning Chun to witness the scenes from the life of his adversary. Yet, peculiarly within these visions, the client appears to be pursued by a formidable being of the sea-breaking realm, an enigma indeed, for this pursuer seems unable to catch up. Ultimately, this formidable being, despite being a cultivator of the essence refinement realm, exhausts their spiritual energy and meets their demise at the cliff of broken souls, their hatred lingering in the air. Had my spectral footsteps been even stronger, had I honed my skills further, perhaps they would not have met such a fate. Upon witnessing this, Ning Chun felt a flicker of interest. Soon, the eyes of the afterlife gleamed with the client's fleeting thought. The mid-level Shantir movement technique boasted remarkable speed, allowing one to conceal their own presence. To conclude this meeting, Elder Sun gathered all the disciples of the Burial Life sect. While others reported their contributions in mere dozens, when it came to Ning Chun, his revelation astonished everyone. He had buried 351 individuals, thus earning 351 contribution points. As his words hung in the air, disbelief enveloped the assembly. As the faces of all present underwent a dramatic transformation, Elder Zhengyu, while returning to the sect, was suddenly confronted by an old man in a white robe who descended from the sky. The identity of this venerable figure was soon revealed. He was none other than a member of the Celestial Demon sect, a mere child. Among the crowd, Ning Chen's gaze sharpened with intensity. The elderly man in the white robe is none other than the client from the Ningden realm, the very person he pursued in the visions of his past. Elder Sun cast a glance in his direction, his brows furrowing as he remarked, "You are the Baiyu Taoist from the Qingyan sect. I did not expect that a cunning individual like you would recognize my esteemed name. Since you are aware of my title, you must also know what delights my heart the most. The most ardent admirer of the shark demon path, Elder Sun's countenance was etched with gravity. Although he, like Taoist Baiyu, was a practitioner of the sea-breaking realm, he had only recently achieved this breakthrough, while Taoist Baiyu had long been renowned within this domain. Upon hearing the identity of the elderly man in the robe, many disciples of the burial life, who had been abducted, suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Brother Ning, he is a righteous cultivator. Surely, he will engage in a confrontation with Elder Sunday. Should we make our escape? Whispered Zhou Yuan to Ning Chun, who stood beside him. This may be the most opportune moment to escape from this enchanted gateway, however. Ning Chun is reluctant to depart and senses that something feels amiss. In an instant, dozens of disciples of the burial sect, as if they had discovered a lifeline, hurriedly approached him, pleading, "Sir, we have all been abducted, please, save us." However, upon witnessing this scene, the white feather Taoist struck down with a resounding palm, instantly reducing over a dozen disciples of the burial life sect to mere wisps of mist. Indeed, that esteemed client was not a disciple of the demonic sect, but rather a practitioner of the righteous path. It appears that there is something among us that has captivated his interest. Elder Sun bellowed, urging all disciples of the burial life peak to swiftly vacate the soul-severing cliff. I shall break the impasse for you hasten back to the sect to seek assistance. Upon realizing the urgency of the situation, the disciples promptly raced towards the exit of the soul-severing cliff. However, the white feather Taoist remained unhurried. The game of cat and mouse suited his taste. In an instant, spiritual energy surged around him as the two sea-breaking realm cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. Just as the disciples had narrowly escaped from the abyss of souls, a shadow suddenly descended from the heavens with great force. It was Elder Sun, his body covered in snow, bearing a look of disbelief as he exclaimed, "You have reached the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm. A mere minor sect of sorcery hardly qualifies as a worthy adversary for one of my stature," thought the Taoist. You, as a glimmer of ferocity flickered in his eyes. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, declaring, "Baiyu, do you truly believe you can challenge the elders of my heavenly demon sect?" An invisible force instantaneously hurled the Taoist Baiyu away, as the profound manifestation of the myriad realms emerged from the ancient Xian realm. Baiyu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated encountering a formidable figure of the Wanxiang realm at the boundary of the demonic sect. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he witnessed Gu Xian raising a palm, a terrifying aura instantly locking onto Baiyu. In that singular moment, the once arrogant Baiyu found himself spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, forcibly tearing a rift in the void to make his escape. The art of elemental prohibition, a forbidden technique, caused the ancient sage to furrow his brow. He refrained from delving deeper, for such taboo arts typically allowed one to escape considerable distances. Since his true form was not present, it was challenging for him to pursue with merely an embodiment of his spiritual essence. As everyone was preparing to return to the peak, Ning Chun, amidst the crowd, cast his gaze toward a particular direction. The divine burial coffin was acutely aware of the presence of the burial chi snow, which unmistakably pointed towards the path taken by the gravely injured Baiyu Taoist. Given the nature of the burial chi snow, it was evident that this was a state of vulnerability. Instantly, Ning Chun conceived a bold idea. A peak practitioner of the sea-breaking realm undoubtedly represented a valuable client. With this thought in mind, he discreetly activated his ghostly shadow steps and departed. Chapter 15. I come to entreat the senior for burial. 30 kilometers away from the soul-severing cliff, in the depths of a dense forest, a bloodied figure stumbled forth from the void, none other than the white feather Taoist, who had been utilizing forbidden arts to escape. However, this white feather Taoist was now more aptly named Blood Feather Taoist. With a cough, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Fearing the relentless pursuit of Gu Xian, he had exerted himself further with the forbidden techniques, and, as a consequence, his body now teetered on the brink of death. Damn the demonic sections. I shall eradicate you all in due time. He cursed vehemently, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, before finally settling into a cross-legged position. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. prompting him to instinctively glance down. To his horror, a blood-glimmering shovel had pierced through his torso without his notice. At that moment, a murmured voice echoed. The heart of a sea-breaking realm cultivator should not be on the left, right? Just to be safe, let me check the right side as well. With that, the shovel was abruptly withdrawn and plunged into his right side. The blood-feather Taoist was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he turned to see the figure responsible for his grievous wounds retreating to a safe distance. "You are a disciple of the demonic sect's Burial Peak?" Upon recognizing the assailant, the blood-feather Taoist's expression shifted dramatically. Though he held no particular regard for the lowly disciples of Burial Peak, the shovel embedded in his chest unmistakably revealed the identity of his attacker. How could such an insignificant disciple dare to seek his life? Ning Chun maintained a cautious distance, fully aware that even in his weakened state, the blood-feather Taoist was a formidable peak cultivator of the sea-breaking realm. A frail camel is still larger than a horse. Thus, vigilance was prudent. He then addressed the blood-feather Taoist, stating, "I come to entreat the senior for burial." "Entreat me for burial? Ha ha ha. A mere disciple of Burial Peak. You possess audacity beyond measure." The blood-feather Taoist erupted in a furious laugh, disregarding his injuries as he forcefully summoned his vital energy and spiritual essence, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to this insignificant disciple. Now, as this scene unfolded, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He activated the ghostly shadow step, his figure darting towards the blood-feather Taoist like a wraith. "What? How can you possess such martial arts?" The blood-feather Taoist was taken aback, realizing only then how this unassuming disciple of Burial Peak had approached him so silently. However, it was too late for him to react. Ignoring his wounds, the blood-feather Taoist's forced exertion left him in his most vulnerable state. If not now, when would he seize the opportunity to claim his life? "I come to entreat the senior for burial." Accompanied by a resounding shout from Ning Chun, a flash of crimson light emanated from his hand, and in the next moment, a coffin, standing a full yard tall, entirely obsidian and exuding an aura of enigma, materialized before him. Clutching it to his chest, he swung it down heavily towards the white-feathered Taoist. "What?" As the ancient coffin descended, the expression of the white-feathered Taoist shifted drastically, yet he possessed no means to resist or evade. With each rise and fall of the god-burial coffin in Ning Chen's grasp, the anguished cries of the white-feathered Taoist echoed incessantly. Thus, for a full half-hour, Ning Chun continued this relentless assault. Finally, he set the god-burial coffin down and gazed upon the grotesque remains of the white-feathered Taoist, murmuring, "Even if you are at the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm, you must be thoroughly dead now." It is likely that the white-feathered Taoist never anticipated that he would meet his end not at the hands of the formidable ancient Xian of the myriad forms realm, but rather at the hands of a mere disciple of the burial sect. Ning Chun took a deep breath, then proceeded to search the body of the white-feathered Taoist, extracting a storage ring, so impoverished. After a brief examination, Ning Chun scoffed, then pried open the lid of the god-burial coffin, lifting the unsightly corpse of the white-feathered Taoist and pushing it into the chaotic interior of the coffin. Soon, the body was interred within the god-burial coffin. A massive surge of blood energy immediately flooded into the coffin. Having accompanied me for so long, the god-burial coffin finally received a worthy offering. Observing the scene, Ning Chen couldn't help but express his astonishment, his heart brimming with anticipation. How much spiritual energy could be replenished from interring a peak sea-breaking rel powerhouse? Boom! At that moment, the entire coffin trembled, and an overwhelming influx of pure spiritual energy surged into Ning Chen's dantian. Such rich spiritual energy. Ning Chen's eyes sparkled as he promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to refine this energy. An hour later, an imposing aura erupted from within Ning Chun. Another breakthrough. He exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with joy. To bury a person and grow stronger, it was truly exhilarating. At this moment, his aura had reached the 9th star of the spirit-gathering realm, merely a step away from the pinnacle. To think that entering a peak sea-breaking realm powerhouse had allowed him to ascend 4 entire realms in one go. This could be problematic. Burying people could indeed become addictive. A smile crept across Ning Chen's face. However, he did not leave just yet. Instead, he activated the burial method once more, utilizing the eyes of rebirth to glimpse the white feather Taoist's thoughts in life, hoping to glean some martial arts or techniques for himself. Soon, as the eyes of rebirth activated, Ning Chen discerned the white feather Taoist's memories. Moments later, when he retracted the burial method, his expression turned exceedingly grave. He had not acquired any martial arts or techniques. Rather, he had uncovered a terrifying piece of information. The righteous forces of the heavenly spirit realm had secretly formed the Righteous Alliance to combat the demonic sects and intended to strike against them in 2 years, with the first target being the demonic sect leader, the heavenly demon cult. No matter how powerful the heavenly demon cult was, with an emperor at its helm, it could not withstand the combined assault of the righteous forces of the heavenly spirit realm. The righteous side has emperors too. To his astonishment, the righteous faction of the celestial realm harbored such an intense animosity towards the demonic sect, driven solely by the interests at play between the two paths. Was it truly necessary to resort to such extreme measures? Ning Chen furrowed his brow, engulfed in confusion. If war were to break out, it would undoubtedly have ramifications that could reverberate throughout the entire celestial realm. There must be secrets yet to be unveiled within this turmoil. It appeared that he could only linger within the demon sect for a maximum of 2 years. Ning Chen murmured to himself, realizing he must depart before the Righteous Alliance took action against the demon sect. The incident involving Baiyu Daoist today illustrated that the righteous path showed no mercy. Whether one was abducted by the demonic sect or willingly joined, all were deemed deserving of death. Once the conflict erupted, he would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Against the Righteous Alliance, the chances of the demon sect prevailing were virtually non-existent. Thus, he resolved to seize the time in these 2 years to strengthen himself, ensuring that when the war between the righteous and the demonic paths commenced, he would possess the ability to respond. With his plans set, Ning Chen stored away the god burial coffin and proceeded to employ the ghostly shadow step, making his way towards the burial song peak. Chapter 16, Is there anything else to report? As Ning Chen silently returned to the burial life peak, he encountered Zhou Yuan, who was searching for him and inquired about his whereabouts. To this, Ning Chen merely deflected with a vague excuse about urgent personal matters. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan did not press further, muttering that both he and Ning Chen were still young, perhaps contributing to a greater need for such distractions. After the two parted ways and returned to their respective courtyards, Ning Chen began his cultivation, continuing until the late hours of the night before finally succumbing to sleep. As the night deepened and the full moon hung high in the sky, within the main hall of the heavenly demon sect, Gu Xian appeared before the leader. "Master, I have matters to report." "Speak," Luo Changwu replied coolly. Gu Xian continued, "I have implemented the changes to Burial Life Peak as instructed, yet most disciples there possess rather mediocre talents, with only a handful performing adequately even at other peaks. As for the very few with decent potential, they may only rank moderately. That's of no concern. They can be nurtured gradually," Luo Changwu remarked without raising her gaze, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Gu Xian nodded slightly, intending to take his leave. However, he suddenly recalled something. Today, the disciples of Burial Life Peak were ambushed by Baiyu Daoren from the Qingyan sect at the Soul-Severing Cliff. In the Great Hall, Luo Chanwu, who was occupied with matters of the sect, paused momentarily but quickly regained her composure. "What were the casualties?" she inquired calmly. Reporting to the sect master, "I arrived in time to find only Elder Sun injured. Baiyu Daoren utilized a forbidden technique to escape severely wounded," Gu Xian reported truthfully. Luo Changwu nodded slightly and commanded, "Enhance the patrols along the borders of the heavenly demon sect." "Yes," Gu Xian acknowledged before departing. He had intended to inform the sect master about Ning Chen, especially since Elder Sun had mentioned Ning Chen's extraordinary abilities, having swiftly advanced from the pinnacle of the Dao realm to the 5-star gathering spirit realm in just a few days. Such talent was indeed remarkable. Yet, upon reflection, He surmised that the sect master, a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, would likely not be interested in a mere disciple from Burial Life Peak, and thus he abandoned the thought of reporting. Sect master, I shall take my leave now. Just as Gu Xian turned to depart, Luo Chongwu's cold voice, devoid of emotion, echoed, "Is there anything else to report?" "And no, there is nothing more." Elder Gu Xian hesitated. "Very well, you may go." Days passed, and fortuitously, the female demon had not made an appearance, granting Ning Chun a reprieve. Thus, during the day, he fervently buried others at Burial Life Peak, and, at night, he diligently cultivated. His fervent endeavors led to a sense of existential doubt among the other disciples of Burial Life Peak. Is it truly possible to outdo one another in burying others? As dusk fell, after a day of relentless labor, Ning Chun sat cross-legged in the training square, awaiting Zhou Yuan to expel the deathly energy from his body. He was not idle either, gazing at the panel before him that was visible only to himself. Name, Ning Chun. Realm, Pinnacle of Spirit Gathering. Cultivation Method, Supreme Demon Art. Martial Arts, Blood Demon Blade. Ghostly Shadow Step. Burial Technique. Eyes of Rebirth. Current levels unlocked. 2-9. Burial Vitality. 35-100. Indeed, the further one progressed, the greater the required burial vitality became. Ning Chun sighed softly. However, he did not feel disheartened. After all, throughout this process, he was gradually becoming stronger. At the pinnacle of spirit gathering, the next step was the condensation of essence realm, the transformation of qi into the cosmos, culminating in the formation of a Yuan core. Ning Chun murmured to himself. Within the celestial profound cultivation system, each new realm brought about changes in the body, such as the opening of spiritual meridians in the spirit gathering realm, the Yuan core in the condensation of essence realm, and the ability to traverse the void in the sea-breaking realm, among others. Yet, he was still unclear about how to break through to the condensation of essence realm. After all, he was an outsider, and he had to explore the intricacies of cultivation on his own. Fortunately, there was Zhou Yuan, a local to guide him. Once Zhou Yuan finished his breathing exercise, Ning Chun turned to him and inquired, "Brother Zhou, if I recall correctly, you were at the pinnacle of spirit gathering, correct?" "Indeed. This holy sun is at the pinnacle of spirit gathering," Zhou Yuan replied, lifting his chin with pride. "Do you know how to break through to the condensation of essence realm?" Ning Chun asked with a thirst for knowledge. "Of course." Zhou Yuan nodded, responding without hesitation. To reach the condensation of essence realm, one must transform qi into the cosmos and form a Yuan core within the Dantian. This process requires gathering all one's spiritual energy into the Dantian, and if one has a spirit gathering pill to assist, the effects are even better. At this point, Zhou Yuan's voice abruptly halted, his previously proud expression freezing as if he recalled something. The spirit gathering pill, perhaps. Yet, Ning Chun did not notice his expression. He merely furrowed his brows, realizing he needed to find a way to obtain a spirit gathering pill. He wondered if his contribution points would suffice to exchange for one. "Ning, brother." At that moment, Zhou Yuan's trembling voice broke the silence. He looked at Ning Chun in disbelief, stammering, "You haven't already reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering, have you?" The last time Ning Chun had asked him about cultivation methods, he was at the peak of the entry into the Tao realm. It had only been a little over 10 days. Now, Ning Chun was inquiring about the breakthrough to the condensation of essence realm. Could he possibly be at the same realm as himself? By chance, Ning Chun smiled. "Ah, you truly are a prodigy," Zhou Yuan gasped, unable to suppress a sigh. "Ning, brother, you are utterly wasting your cultivation talent here on Burial Peak. When the time comes for the inner sect disciples assessment, it seems there is a right to reselect among the 7 peaks. You should choose a stronger peak then." "Inner sect disciples assessment?" Ning Chun raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Zhou Yuan nodded. "It will be in 3 months. We shall discuss it then." Ning Chun shook his head. He had no interest in other peaks. Concealing talent was the true path. The two individuals rose from the training square, making their way towards the grand hall of the Burial Peak. Ning Chun harbored a desire to see if he could exchange contribution points for a spirit gathering pill, while Zhou Yuan followed closely beside him. Coincidentally, He had also amassed a considerable number of contribution points and had been stuck at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm for quite some time. If an exchange were possible, he would also procure one. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of the Burial Peak, they found only a handful of disciples present, there to redeem medicinal pills. Upon noticing the two, the disciples bowed in greeting. Ning Chun, Zhou Yuan, what brings you here? At that moment, a frail yet jovial voice resonated through the air. It was Elder Sun, now recovered from his injuries, approaching the pair. Elder Sun, both greeted, clasping their hands in respect. What brings you to the hall today? Elder Sun regarded Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan with a sense of approval, for they were among the few disciples of the Burial Peak who, despite being lured into the demonic sect, had not succumbed to despair but instead had diligently pursued their cultivation. This mindset was indeed commendable. To respond to Elder Sun, we have come to inquire whether contribution points can be exchanged for spirit-gathering pills, Ning Chun said, bowing slightly before posing his question. Spirit-gathering pill? Elder Sun paused, his eyes widening, and his expression shifted dramatically as urgency crept into his tone. You have reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm? Chapter 17. The Trial of the Corpse Puppet. Upon hearing Elder Sun's urgent words, Ning Chun subtly furrowed his brow. This was the demon sect. If he were to consecutively break through several realms within just a few days, it would inevitably raise suspicions and even attract covetous gazes. The act of seizing another's body was not unheard of in the demon sect. Elder Sun possessed superior strength and could easily discern Ning Chun's true realm, rendering any deception futile. How he wished he had a means to conceal his strength from others. Returning to Elder Sun, Ning Chun is inquiring on my behalf. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's voice suddenly interjected, alleviating Ning Chun's predicament. He was aware that they were in the demon sect and did not wish for Ning Chun to be subjected to body snatching. Oh, so it is you, young Zhou. Elder Sun stroked his white beard, showing no sign of suspicion. After all, just a few days prior, he had witnessed Ning Chun breaking through to the 5 stars of the gathering spirit realm. It was implausible that he could have cultivated to the pinnacle of that realm in such a short span. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. Elder Sun then continued. As for the gathering spirit pills, they can indeed be exchanged for contribution points. How many contribution points? Not many. Not many. How much is that? 5,000. 5,000? Upon Elder Sun's revelation, both their voices rose sharply. 5,000. Even for Ning Chun, who had buried so many clients, this was an astronomical sum. Following the incident at the soul-severing cliff and the accumulation over the past few days, he had only amassed around 1,500 contribution points, a far cry from 5,000. As for Zhou Yuan, since being brought to the Burial Peak, he had not utilized a single contribution point and had only saved up about 800. Elder Sun, this 5,000 is far too excessive, Zhou Yuan said bitterly. How can an ordinary disciple ever earn 5,000 contribution points? I would need to bury 5,000 people. While it may be challenging for the disciples of Burial Peak, it is not so for those from other peaks, Elder Sun chuckled. Disciples from other peaks can undertake sect missions, and a single mission could be worth several hundred contribution points. Meanwhile, a Burial Peak disciple earns only a single point for burying a person. What difference is there from being a slave? Rest assured, the master of ancient Xian Peak has already begun coordinating with the sect, and soon, the disciples of Burial Peak will also be able to undertake suitable sect missions. Elder Sun reassured them. Thank you for the information. Elder Sunday Ning Chun clasped his hands in gratitude, and then turned to Zhou Yuan, who wore a bitter expression. Brother Zhou, let us depart. It appears that exchanging contribution points for gathering spirit pills is not feasible. We must seek alternative paths. With that, the two made their way toward the hall's exit, sighing as they walked. I had thought Elder Sun to be a rather reliable elder. Indeed, after all, Elder Sun is the most dashing elder I have encountered at Burial Peak. Alas, inside the hall, upon hearing their sighs, Elder Sun's lips twitched slightly before he immediately called out to them. Wait, does Elder Sun have further matters to discuss? The two halted, feigning a look of curiosity. Elder Sun stroked his long beard, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded the two individuals before him. With an air of feigned mystery, he remarked, although your contribution points are insufficient to exchange for a gathering spirit pill, there exists an alternative path. Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they stepped forward, cupping their fists in salute, and implored, "Please, elder son, enlighten us." Witnessing this scene, a twitch of amusement danced at the corner of elder son's mouth. It seemed the duo had intentionally spoken for his benefit, seeking to provoke him. "You two little rascals." Elder son shook his head in exasperation before elaborating. "Recently, the Soul Puppet Peak has been conducting a trial for corpse puppets, assessing the strength of the puppets crafted by the disciples within the peak. Any disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect may participate with 500 contribution points, and rewards will be distributed according to the level of the trial. I recall that among the rewards, there is indeed a gathering spirit pill." Corpse puppet trial? Upon hearing Elder Son's words, both were momentarily taken aback. "Ning, you too may partake. You are now in the gathering spirit realm. With your talent, reaching the pinnacle will take merely a few months. Securing a gathering spirit pill now would not be a misfortune," Elder Son said with a grin. "Thank you for the information, Elder Son." Ning Chun nodded appreciatively. The following day, Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan arrived early at the Soul Puppet Peak. The environment here far surpasses that of our Burial Life Peak. The spiritual energy is incomparably denser. Once the inner disciples undergo their assessments, I shall certainly depart from Burial Life Peak. Zhou Yuan vowed silently. Beside him, Ning Chun nodded in agreement, feeling the truth in his words. The Soul Puppet Peak was indeed vastly superior to the Burial Life Peak. As they ascended the mountain of the Soul Puppet Peak, they observed numerous disciples, each accompanied by a corpse puppet. It was said that disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak must refine a personal corpse puppet, which, once created, could not be altered at will, and the puppets would evolve alongside their strength. Zhou Yuan explained this to Ning Chun. "A personal corpse puppet that cannot be changed at will?" Ning Chun pondered, suddenly enlightened. No wonder that Lu Ming had meticulously selected a corpse from the Burial Life Peak. After all, the stronger the initial choice of corpse, the more formidable the resultant puppet, thus providing greater assistance. "Excuse me, Senior, could you inform us where the corpse puppet trial is being held?" Along their journey, Zhou Yuan inquired of passing disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak. Most of the disciples, upon seeing the attire of the Burial Life Peak, regarded them with disdain and chose to ignore them, while only a few were willing to offer directions. This left Zhou Yuan feeling quite frustrated. After all, he had once been a holy son, though merely a minor figure from a fourth-rate holy land. Before long, the two arrived at the registration office for the corpse puppet trial at the Soul Puppet Peak. After submitting 500 contribution points, they successfully enrolled in the trial. While awaiting the commencement of the trial, they learned the specific details of the event. The trial's participants would enter the corpse puppet tower, defeating one puppet on each level to progress to the next. To obtain a gathering spirit pill, Ning Chun and his companion would need to reach at least the 6th level, meaning they must defeat 6 corpse puppets. After a brief wait, a disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak summoned all trial participants to assemble. Before the Grand Hall of Soul Puppet Peak, 2 towering crimson ancient towers, each standing 9 stories high, loomed majestically. A throng of trial disciples gathered in anticipation before the hall, most adorned in the garb of the 6 major disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect, while only 2 represented the Grave Burial Peak. Thus, the pair appeared quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. Many disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect instinctively distanced themselves, casting perplexed glances. What business did the disciples of Grave Burial Peak have here, instead of attending to their burial duties? Soon, an elder from Soul Puppet Peak commenced the proceedings of the corpse puppet trial. With 2 corpse puppet towers in place, the trial disciples were divided into 2 groups, resulting in Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan being separated. "Brother Ning, I await your good news," Zhou Yuan called, waving his hand before proceeding towards the other tower. Ning Chun nodded in acknowledgement and followed the flow of people towards the registration desk. After a brief wait, it was finally his turn. "Name, affiliated peak," inquired a disciple from Soul Puppet Peak without raising his head. "Ning Chun, Grave Burial Peak," replied Ning Chun. Upon hearing this, the disciple lifted his gaze, studying Ning Chun intently before responding, "Please wait a moment." With that, he rose and departed without disclosing his destination. Observing this, Ning Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Before long, The disciple returned, gesturing with a nod and coldly stating, "You may enter." With that, Ningchen chose not to utter another word and turned to make his way towards the corpse puppet tower. Chapter 18. The Ambush. As Ningchen approached the corpse puppet tower, a disciple from the Soul Puppet Peak immediately turned and walked away, where a man in blue was already waiting. He promptly bowed to him. "Greetings, Brother Liu." This man in blue was none other than Lu Ming. "Has that lad entered?" Lu Ming inquired, casting a glance at the corpse puppet tower not far away. "Brother Liu, I witnessed him enter with my own eyes," the disciple promptly replied. "Excellent." Lu Ming let out a cold sneer, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. "You dare disrupt my plans and still come to my Soul Puppet Peak? Ning Chen, oh Ning Chun, I wonder if you will appreciate the grand gift I have prepared for you." Within the corpse puppet tower, as Ning Chun and a group of trial disciples entered, he was immediately met with a chilling gust of wind, accompanied by a foul stench of decay that caused many disciples from the heavenly demon sect to furrow their brows in discomfort. Ning Chun remained expressionless, for he was accustomed to the stench of corpses, having long since grown familiar with it. This odor arose from the numerous corpse puppets surrounding them. According to the trial rules, every disciple entering the corpse puppet tower must defeat a corpse puppet to ascend to the next level, and each level is allotted half an hour. Should they fail to defeat the corpse puppet within this time frame, it would be considered a failure. To obtain a spirit gathering pill, at least 6 corpse puppets must be vanquished. Ning Chun murmured to himself before striding toward a corpse puppet. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect began their trials one after another. Roar! As Ning Chun approached one of the corpse puppets, its tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, a flash of crimson gleaming within as it lunged menacingly at him. A peak stage Dao Realm corpse puppet. He quickly assessed its combat prowess, deftly sidestepping its attack before delivering a powerful palm strike to its back, sending the puppet crashing against the wall, rendered incapacitated. Having dispatched a corpse puppet with precision, Ning Chun turned and advanced to the second level. Outside the corpse puppet tower, many disciples from the Soul Puppet Peak gathered to observe. Before them, a stone tablet projected the various scenes from within the tower. For the essence of the trial was to allow these disciples to discern the flaws in the corpse puppets they had crafted and improve upon them. Thus, numerous projection stones were placed within the tower. Many disciples from the Soul Puppet Peak intently watched their creations engage with the trial disciples, diligently analyzing potential improvements. However, several disciples wore expressions of bitterness and disbelief. Is the disciple from the burial life peak truly that formidable? He has ascended 4 levels in one breath. He annihilated the corpse puppet I crafted with a single punch. How am I to assess the flaws in my creation? Could it be that the flaw lies in its inability to withstand blows? Numerous disciples from the Soul Puppet Peak also noticed the young man in the dark attire depicted in the projection stones, marveling at his decisive actions and exceptional strength. Most crucially, he consistently identifies the weaknesses of the corpses within a remarkably brief span of time, delivering a decisive blow to his adversaries. Were it not for the disciple token of the burial peak hanging at his waist, I would have presumed him to be a disciple of either the Heavenly Demon Peak or the Sword Demon Peak. Indeed, the Heavenly Demon Peak and the Sword Demon Peak, akin to the Soul Puppet Peak, rank among the top 3 peaks of the Heavenly Demon sect. Upon witnessing the token at Ning Chen's waist, the disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak were utterly astonished. This individual's prowess had evidently escalated. Amidst the crowd, as he overheard the discussions regarding Ning Chun, Lu Ming's expression darkened. He was already troubled by the memory of being defeated by Ning Chen's singular punch. Convinced that the latter's victory was merely a result of a sneak attack combined with deathly energy that instilled caution within him. How could a mere disciple of the Burial Peak possibly be his match in a fair confrontation? Yet, upon observing Ning Chun effortlessly vanquishing the corpses within the corpse puppet tower and hearing the exclamations of the Soul Puppet Peak disciples, his irritation intensified. So you aspire to reach the 6th level? Allow me to indulge your arrogance for a moment. I shall see how you maintain your bravado once you reach the 6th level. Lu Ming scoffed. Within the corpse puppet tower, the 5th level. Roar. As a corpse emitted a low growl, Ning Chun activated the spectral shadow step, his form akin to a specter, appearing behind the corpse and delivering a punch with precision. However, this particular corpse did not respond as those on the previous levels had. Instead, it abruptly pivoted, launching a fist toward Ning Chen's own. Each level of the corpses grew increasingly formidable. Ning Chun furrowed his brow briefly, but soon a smirk crept onto his lips. So, a clash it shall be. As his thoughts settled, a crimson glow manifested upon his fist, the wind from his punch howling, sharpening his intent. Blood Demon Blade. It can be infused into any weapon, and a fist is no exception. With a resounding impact, the two fists collided. In the next instant, the corpse, boasting a strength equivalent to the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily against the wall of the 5th level. One punch was all it took. Ning Chun brushed off the dust from his attire and proceeded toward the 6th level. Remarkable. How potent. Is this individual truly merely a disciple of the Burial Peak? Witnessing this scene, several trial disciples on the 5th level couldn't help but click their tongues in disbelief. It was rumored that the Burial Peak had attracted numerous disciples, and it was not unusual for a few to possess formidable strength. While he might exhibit extraordinary talent within the confines of the Burial Peak, in the grander scheme of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would certainly pale in comparison to the inner disciples, let alone the true and personal disciples. Naturally, some trial disciples remained obstinate in their skepticism. However, while they struggled on the 5th level, Ning Chun had already advanced to the 6th. Upon seeing him enter the 6th level, several figures on the 5th level swiftly dispatched the corpses before exchanging glances and hastily following suit. Upon entering the 6th level, Ning Chun discovered an alarming scarcity of trial disciples. It was evident that the intensity of this level had escalated dramatically. Upon completing this level, one would be rewarded with a spirit-gathering pill. Ning Chun murmured softly as he entered the 6th layer, commencing his selection of the corpse puppets to confront. At that moment, however, he heard the sound of several footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to glance, he beheld a few individuals simultaneously ascending from the 5th layer. Upon noticing his gaze, they feigned an air of selecting corpse puppets and proceeded into the 6th layer. Observing this, Ning Chun furrowed his brow and chose to walk in another direction. Just then, from the shadows of the 6th layer, a corpse puppet suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a brilliant crimson gleam. As if under some external control, it lunged fiercely towards Ning Chun. Ning Chen's brow tightened. Yet before he could react, several figures from the darkness launched a coordinated assault against him. Chapter 19. The Pinnacle of Spirit Gathering Realm. Is that all? Roar. As the chilling howl of the corpse puppet echoed, its razor-sharp claws descended upon Ning Chun in an instant. Simultaneously, the assault from several shadowy figures plunged heavily upon him. Success. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of delight flickered in the eyes of the figures. However, in the next moment, they were taken aback to see that Ning Chun had seemingly dissipated into thin air. An illusion? The expressions of the figures changed drastically. Indeed, it was a trap. Concurrently, Ning Chen's voice emerged from the side, as he regarded them with a calm demeanor. From a moment these individuals entered the 6th level simultaneously, he had sensed their presence and had already begun to circulate the supreme demon art, mobilizing all his spiritual energy, ever ready to execute the ghostly shadow step. You were sent by Lu Ming, weren't you? Ning Chen glanced at them with indifference, judging from the disciple tokens hanging from their waists. These individuals were all disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak. Apart from Lu Ming himself, he had never wronged any disciples from the Soul Puppet Peak. Now, with several of them attacking him simultaneously, coupled with the manipulated corpse puppet, it was clear that Lu Ming was orchestrating this in the shadows. The disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak snorted coldly, offering no further words, merely consolidating their momentum before launching another assault. While the corpse puppet let out a roar and advanced alongside them, Ning Chun maintained his composure, employing the ghostly shadow step, retreating while simultaneously assessing the combat capabilities of his adversaries. Adding the corpse puppet, there were 5 in total. The corpse puppet was at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, and the lanky man was also at the pinnacle, while the other three were at the 7 stars of spirit-gathering realm, all formidable opponents. Just right. I shall use you to hone my skills. A cold glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. However, he had only half an hour. He needed to conclude this swiftly. Outside the corpse puppet tower. Huh? What is going on? Why is the corpse puppet collaborating with those senior brothers to confront the disciple from the burial life peak? At that moment, the disciples observing through the projection stone noticed the situation within the 6th layer of the corpse puppet peak, immediately furrowing their brows and whispering amongst themselves. The corpse puppet possesses at least the strength of the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Moreover, that slender disciple is Brother Su Shan from the soul puppet peak, at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm as well. With the combined efforts of those senior brothers at the spirit-gathering realm, the disciple from burial life peak, no matter how strong, would likely be subdued. Yet, what exactly is happening? Hush, stop discussing it. Did you not see the corpse puppet? It appears to be merely a life-bound puppet of Brother Lu Xian. What? A life-bound puppet? If one can forge multiple life-bound puppets, then this Brother Lu Xian. Brother Lu Xian is an inner disciple of the soul puppet peak. If blame is to be assigned, it is the disciple from burial life peak who is simply unfortunate. In an instant, the disciples who understood the situation fell silent, casting glances filled with schadenfreude. In the realm of demonic sect disciples, open and covert strife is exceedingly common. As long as lives are not lost, the demonic sect is unlikely to intervene. Despicable. This is utterly despicable. Just then, amidst the throng, a voice laced with expletives rang out, none other than that of Zhou Yuan, having entered the corpse puppet tower a mere half an hour prior. He swiftly conquered the trials of 6 levels, thanks to his peak prowess in the spirit-gathering realm. Just as he emerged from another tower, eager to ascertain Ning Chen's status, he stumbled upon the scene of Ning Chen besieged by a corpse puppet and 4 disciples from Soul Puppet Peak. Unable to contain his fury, he unleashed a torrent of invective. What is all this commotion? This is merely a dispute between my Soul Puppet Peak disciples and him over the same corpse puppet. Is that so despicable? At that moment, a chilling laughter pierced the air as Lu Ming stepped forth from the crowd, arms crossed, regarding Zhou Yuan with a mocking smile. Lu Ming, it is you. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted as recognition dawned. He realized that this entire affair was likely orchestrated by this scoundrel. You scoundrel! Zhou Yuan clenched his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy with the intention of confronting him. Zhou Yuan, do you truly wish to consider your actions? This is my soul puppet peak. Do you dare to strike? Lu Ming, undeterred, continued with a cold sneer. Moreover, the trials of the corpse puppet are overseen by disciples from the law enforcement hall. Zhou Yuan's determination faltered. The law enforcement hall, though not part of the 7 Peaks, wielded a reputation for cruelty. Entering it could lead to grievous consequences. Thus, disciples with grievances often resolve their disputes discreetly, lest they attract the attention of the law enforcement hall. With so many witnesses present, any act of aggression would lead him to share Ning Chen's fate in that dreaded hall. It was a risk not worth taking. You wretched cur, this sacred son truly wishes to express his disdain for you. With his physical might ineffective, Zhou Yuan resorted to verbal barbs. Yet, Lu Ming remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as he reveled in Zhou Yuan's frustration. You may hurl insults as you please, but it is Ning Chen who will suffer. Ha ha ha. You! Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He was acutely aware of Ning Chen's strength, equally at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, and under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly prevail in the trials. However, he was not merely contending with a peak spirit-gathering corpse puppet. He was also up against 4 disciples from a soul puppet peak, one of whom was similarly at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Look, everyone quickly! Just as Zhou Yuan's countenance soured and Lu Ming basked in his triumph, a cry of astonishment drew the crowd's attention back to the projection stone. As the scene unfolded, their expressions shifted to one of disbelief. In the image, the disciple from the burial peak faced the combined assault of the corpse puppet and 4 opponents. Yet he not only held his ground, but seemed to thrive against them. What? The triumphant smile on Lu Ming's face abruptly froze, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. However, his smile did not vanish. It merely shifted toward Zhou Yuan. Beholding the vivid display on the projection stone, Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirit soaring. So, Ning Brothers truly this formidable? The sixth level. Boom! At the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, Su Shan exchanged a knowing glance with a few companions. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged towards Ning Chun from behind, while simultaneously, a corpse puppet lunged at him from the front. The other three instantly comprehended their objective, to corner Ning Chun from multiple directions. From their recent skirmish, they had discerned that this individual possessed extraordinary speed, his movements almost spectral, rendering them unable to land a blow. Oomph. Boy, let us see how you escape this time. Su Shan sneered, channeling the force of his palm as he brought it crashing down upon Ning Chun. However, just as Su Shan believed he had finally managed to subdue the boy, ready to report back to Lu Ming, the disciple clad in dark robes from the Tomb of Life let out a light chuckle. Oh, who said I was going to flee? In the next instant, a crimson aura manifested around Ning Chen's fists, and he swiftly materialized behind Su Shan, delivering a powerful punch. He had merely been acclimatizing himself to the strength of the spirit-gathering realm practitioners earlier. But now it seemed it was rather trivial, for reasons unknown. Ever since he had cultivated the supreme demonic technique gifted by that female fiend, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy within himself, and his combat prowess appeared to far exceed that of his peers in the same realm. To confirm whether this was merely an illusion, he had just engaged Su Shan and the others briefly, only to realize that this was no mere figment of imagination. Rather, he was indeed significantly stronger than his contemporaries. What? Upon witnessing Ning Chen's figure suddenly appear behind him, Su Shan's complexion drastically altered. How could he be so swift? Is he truly just a practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm? Could Brother Lu Ming's intelligence have been mistaken? In the next moment, there was no time for contemplation, as a blood-tinged fist descended upon his back. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Su Shan coughed up blood and was sent flying, a noticeable dent appearing on his back as he smashed against a nearby wall, losing consciousness. Su Shan. Upon witnessing this scene, the other three were struck with fear, their faces turning pale. Is he truly a disciple of the Tomb of Life? Did he just defeat Brother Su Shan with a single punch? Roar! Simultaneously, the corpse puppet let out a roar and charged forward. Ning Chun, with a glint of cold light in his hand, summoned a burial shovel, hurling it forth with precision, piercing through the chest of the corpse puppet and pinning it against the wall, rendering its struggles futile. And as for the three of you, Ning Chun cast a benevolent glance towards the trembling disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak, approaching them with a smile. Do not worry. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is quite normal. No. Please, accompanied by three anguished screams. The battered and bruised individuals were unceremoniously discarded by Ning Chun as if they were refuse. In that moment, outside the Tomb of Life, a throng of disciples stood in utter shock. Lu Ming's expression had darkened to an unprecedented degree. Chapter 20. Brother Lu, you seem to be on the brink of death. Outside the corpse puppet tower, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were enveloped in an eerie silence, stunned into stillness for a considerable duration before finally reacting, their astonishment reverberating endlessly. How could he be so formidable? With a single punch, he sent Brother Su Shan flying, and with a swift motion, he incapacitated that corpse puppet. Such clarity of thought, one against many, and he holds the advantage? As the murmurs of the surrounding disciples reached his ears, Lu Ming's expression grew exceedingly grim, while Zhou Yuan's laughter pierced the atmosphere like a dagger. Look, the disciple from Burial Peak has emerged. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the air, and all disciples turned their gaze. Beneath the corpse puppet tower, a figure clad in dark robes stepped out, and the disciples' previous disdain evaporated entirely. Brother Ning. Goodness, Brother Ning, you are truly powerful. Upon seeing Ning Chun emerge, Zhou Yuan hurriedly approached, his eyes wide with surprise as he regarded his fellow disciple. Not only was Brother Ning adept at burying others, but his prowess was also unmatched. After defeating the 4 disciples from the Soul Puppet Peak, along with that corpse puppet, Ning Chun departed from the 6th level. Although 3 levels remained in the tower, they were beyond his current capability to confront. One must not be overly greedy. Moderation is key. After all, he had already secured the Gathering Spirit Pill. Brother Ning, you are at the 6th level, all thanks to Lu Ming. Zhou Yuan began, intending to attribute the situation to Lu Ming, but was interrupted by Ning Chun raising his hand. I am aware. Ning Chen's gaze drifted toward the crowd, where Lu Ming stood not far off, his countenance dark and his eyes brimming with chilling malice directed at Ning Chun. With an impassive expression, Ning Chun seemed oblivious to the hostility, turning instead toward the registration office for the corpse puppet trials, casually remarking to Zhou Yuan, Brother Zhou, let us first exchange for the Gathering Spirit Pill. Indeed, Zhou Yuan nodded, following closely behind. Before long, the two arrived at the reward collection area. To their surprise, the disciple responsible for distributing the rewards only retrieved a single Gathering Spirit Pill, tossing it to Zhou Yuan. Huh, why is there only one? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, glaring coldly at the disciple in charge of the rewards, demanding an explanation. What about Ning Chun? He also conquered the 6th level. I am fully aware that he surpassed the 6th level. He destroyed a peak Gathering Spirit Realm corpse puppet and injured 4 of our Soul Puppet Peak disciples. Hence, the reward has been forfeited as compensation. The reward distributing disciple retorted coldly, exuding an air of entitlement. What? It was clearly your Soul Puppet Peak disciples who attacked Ning Chun. On what grounds does he owe an apology? Zhou Yuan's expression shifted as he argued vehemently. However, the disciple merely sneered, uninterested in further discourse. Ning Chun, we should seek Elder Sun's assistance to contest this. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, pulling Ning Chun back toward Burial Peak. No need. Yet, Ning Chun shook his head, casting a glance at Lu Ming, who wore a smug expression not far away, and said calmly, let it be. We shall depart. Since the opponent dares to manipulate the distribution of rewards, it is only natural that they can also summon the Elders of Soul Puppet Peak. Engaging in endless disputes is futile. Thus, a different approach must be adopted. Sigh. In truth, I do not wish to resort to bloodshed. Shaking his head, Ning Chun descends the mountain alongside Zhou Yuan. Senior Lu. Once the two have left, Lu Ming strides over with a smug expression, prompting the disciple responsible for reward distribution to bow in deference. Lu Ming's aptitude is merely average at Soul Puppet Peak, yet he benefits from having an intersect elder as his brother. This is the spirit gathering pill that has been withheld. Please accept it, Senior Lu. The disciple presents the pill with a sycophantic grin, offering what rightfully belonged to Ning Chun. Ning Chun, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. Lu Ming scoffs, accepting the spirit gathering pill. Before long, the two return to their small courtyard at the foot of Grave Life Peak. Throughout their journey, Zhou Yuan berates Lu Ming's despicable actions, while Ning Chun remains composed, having long been mentally prepared for the deceptions of the demonic sect. During the conversation, Zhou Yuan even considers giving his own spirit gathering pill to Ning Chun, asserting that Ning Chun deserves it more, but Ning Chun graciously declines. Observing this, Zhou Yuan sighs, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The two part ways, each returning to their respective quarters. As night falls at the foot of Soul Puppet Peak, Lu Ming and several disciples indulge in drinks, their laughter ringing out in the air, clearly in high spirits. A mere disciple from Grave Life Peak thinks he can challenge me? He should reflect on whether he is worthy. Lu Ming bellows with laughter. Although he did not manage to teach Ning Chun a lesson today, he finds joy in the fact that Ning Chun's efforts were in vain. Indeed, a disciple from Grave Life Peak has no right to compete with Senior Lu. Just a worthless fool. The others heartily agree, laughing boisterously. Come on. Today I am in a good mood. Let's all head to Spring Breeze Tower for some merriment. Lu Ming exclaims, rallying those around him. Senior Lu is so generous. Upon hearing the name of Spring Breeze Tower, the eyes of the accompanying disciples from Grave Life Peak light up. The group makes their way down the mountain. Just then, the bright moon conceals itself behind clouds, casting a darker hue around them. It's a bit dark, one disciple remarks, glancing at the pitch-black surroundings with a frown. "What are you afraid of? You are a cultivator. What is there to fear?" Bursts a hearty laughter from the surrounding Soul Puppet Peak disciples. "Of course not." The disciple steels himself and proceeds forward. Lu Ming, accompanied by several Soul Puppet Peak disciples, follows suit. However, as they walk, Lu Ming senses something amiss. The sounds of footsteps around him have noticeably diminished. As he halts, the footfalls around him cease as well. "Jiangya, Qinyu, where are you?" Lu Ming calls out, but there is no response. At this moment, on that day, the bright moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting its silvery light upon the surroundings. Lu Ming finally discerned the scene around him, and a wave of cold sweat cascaded down his brow, his heart racing wildly, the remnants of inebriation vanishing entirely. He found himself utterly alone, with not a single shadow of the Soul Puppet Peak disciples in sight. Escape. He had but one thought in his mind. He must flee. Yet, before he could make a move, a searing pain pierced through his chest, and as he looked down, he saw a sharp, glinting shovel embedded in him. A shovel? A moment of disbelief flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. At that instant, a familiar, light-hearted laugh echoed from behind him. "Brother Lu, it seems you are on the brink of death. But fear not, I shall see you off to your grave. No need for thanks." Upon hearing that unmistakable voice, Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He could scarcely fathom that a mere disciple of the burial sect would dare to strike him down with such lethal intent. However, no amount of disbelief could alter the grim reality that his life force was ebbing away. Moments later, Ning Chun confirmed that Lu Ming was irrevocably dead, and proceeded to tidy up the bloodstains before hoisting Lu Ming's lifeless body and disappearing into the adjacent darkness, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 21. Have you committed murder? At the foot of the buried life peak, beside a small stream, Ning Chun was meticulously cleansing the bloodstains from the burial shovel. He had just interred the bodies of Lu Ming and his companions within the coffin designated for the dead, and the replenished spiritual energy had already entered his dantian. To his surprise, Lu Ming had not carried the gathering spirit pill with him. Furrowing his brows, Ning Chun let out a soft sigh. He had initially assumed that Lu Ming would hoard the gathering spirit pill that rightfully belonged to him, yet it seemed he had neither possessed it nor brought it along. Regardless of the circumstances, that gathering spirit pill was irretrievable. It was futile to dwell on it. He would have to rely on his own efforts to condense the pill. Upon completing the funeral for Lu Ming and his companions, as the abundant spiritual energy surged into his dantian, he found himself at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, nearly poised to step into the pill condensation realm. There could be no further delay. With another sigh, Ning Chun finished cleaning the burial shovel and headed back to his residence. Even in the absence of the gathering spirit pill, he was determined to attempt a breakthrough into the pill condensation realm that very night. As Ning Chun returned from the stream, shovel in tow, and pushed open the creaking door of the dilapidated courtyard, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Within the courtyard, a graceful figure clad in red was leisurely sipping tea, with a teapot on the table that was not his own but belonged to the enchanting female demon. Ever since her last encounter with his leftover tea, she seemed to have etched it in her memory. "Senior, what brings you here?" Ning Chun inquired hastily upon catching sight of the woman in red. It had been over 10 days. He had presumed that she had finally relinquished her pursuit of his kidneys. Yet here she was again. However, as Ning Chun approached, the woman in red abruptly set down her teacup, lifting her gaze to meet his, her crimson lips parting to coldly inquire, "Have you committed murder?" At this question, a jolt shot through Ning Chun's heart. Despite his meticulous efforts to cover his tracks, he had still failed to elude the keen perception of a formidable cultivator. It was likely due to the burial shovel. Although the blood had been washed away, the lingering aura had not been completely concealed. He lowered his head and replied yes. He chose not to conceal the truth, for he knew it would be futile. "Whom did you kill?" The beautiful gaze of Luo Changwu fell indifferently upon Ning Chun, her tone devoid of warmth. It was only at this moment that Ning Chun felt the oppressive aura of authority emanating from this formidable woman. "Lu Ming," he answered honestly. "Who is Lu Ming?" Ning Chun then proceeded to recount the entire incident to the female demon, recognizing that such matters could not be hidden. especially considering her significant standing within the heavenly demon sect, which would allow her to uncover the truth with relative ease. I see. After listening to Ning Chen's account, Luo Changwu took a sip of her tea, her exquisite face remaining inscrutable, betraying no hint of emotion. Fortunately, once Ning Chen finished speaking, she did not press him further. Observing this, Ning Chen felt a slight sense of relief. He had managed to navigate through this predicament. At the very least, the female demon had not dragged him to the law enforcement hall to confess his crimes. As the scene unfolded, the formidable woman remained silent, choosing instead to occupy Ning Chen's modest courtyard while savoring the tea she had brought along. Ning Chen, recognizing her unpredictable temperament, refrained from initiating conversation, opting instead to bide his time in silence until her departure. It was not until the stroke of midnight that she appeared thoroughly satisfied, seemingly relishing her stay in the little courtyard. With an elegant stretch, she rose gracefully. Ning Chen exhaled in relief. She was finally leaving. However, the moment was fleeting. "It seems you do not welcome my presence," she remarked, her striking yet frigid gaze fixated upon him, an air of indifference laced with an undercurrent of menace. Ning Chen thought to himself, indeed, she was a temperamental force to be reckoned with, quite challenging to appease. He quickly shook his head. "How could that be? It is an honor to host your esteemed presence, and I could not be more welcoming." With a dismissive huff, the woman in the crimson dress shifted her attention back to him, casually inquiring, "How have you fared with the supreme demonic arts I bestowed upon you?" "In response to your esteemed self, I have achieved complete enlightenment," Ning Chen replied earnestly. "Is that so? How many spiritual veins have you opened?" She continued to question. "In total, 121 spiritual veins," Ning Chen answered, fully aware that the might of the woman far surpassed his own, leaving no room for deception. 121? Upon hearing his response, her tone momentarily grew serious before reverting to its previous neutrality. "Well, that is acceptable." Ning Chen, intrigued by her reaction, could not help but ask, "Esteemed one, where does my 121 spiritual veins stand within the ranks of the heavenly demon sect?" "Passable, just barely adequate," she replied with a detached demeanor. "Is that so?" Ning Chen frowned, sensing that she might be misleading him. Surely such an accomplishment deserved a more flattering appraisal. "What? Do you suspect I am deceiving you?" She regarded him coolly. "I would not dare," he murmured, lowering his gaze. "Devote yourself to the cultivation of the supreme demonic arts. Once you perfect the first level, I shall impart the teachings of the second level to you," she announced, turning gracefully to exit the courtyard. The second level? Ning Chen was taken aback. The supreme demonic arts were not yet complete? He quickly bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one." As she prepared to leave, a thought seemed to strike her. In an instant, her formidable aura enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Ning Chen's expression shifted uneasily. Not again. This evening may prove torturous once more. Yet, just as he braced himself for her intentions, a fragrant breeze wafted through as she circled behind him, extracting his buried tool from its resting place. "Esteemed one, that tool," Ning Chen began, but before he could finish, her icy gaze met his, and she coolly remarked, "Am I not permitted to take this?" Not daring to respond, Ning Chen shook his head. This female demon's temperament was exceedingly peculiar and inscrutable. He could only acquiesce to her whims. At worst, he could exchange contribution points for another burial shovel, as an indispensable tool for the disciples of the burial sect. If it were to be damaged, replacing it would merely cost 1 contribution point, which was quite reasonable. Noticing that Ning Chen had no objections, Luo Shangwu let out a soft huff, grasped the burial shovel, and prepared to depart. Just at that moment, Ning Chen's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her. "Ah, Senior." Luo Shangwu's cold gaze turned toward him. "Is there anything else?" "Senior, it's like this." Ning Chen hesitated momentarily, but ultimately conveyed the information he had gathered from by Yu Daoran to the female demon. "It would be wise for you to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible." Firstly, the demoness had not treated him poorly. Despite the numerous events that had transpired and the coercion he had faced, she had not harmed him and had, in fact, provided substantial assistance in his cultivation. He could not bear the thought of her perishing amidst the chaos of righteous and demonic conflicts. Secondly, should she depart from this demonic sect, it would spare him from further complications. Chapter 22. The tea surprisingly possesses the power of spirit. Gathering the Righteous Path Alliance would take action against the demonic sect in 2 years, with the Heavenly Demon sect being the first to bear the brunt. Luo Changwu narrowed her beautiful eyes and repeated the words spoken by Ning Chun. She had only returned to the Heavenly Demon sect for less than a month, during which she had been diligently gathering intelligence regarding the Righteous Path. She was aware of the alliance formed by the righteous forces, yet she was not informed about their intention to strike at the demonic sect, particularly targeting the Heavenly Demon sect first. If this were indeed the case, it would spell disaster for the Heavenly Demon sect due to their lack of preparation. However, with Ning Chen's reminder, she now had 2 years to devise some countermeasures. Could this news be true? Luo Changwu gazed at Ning Chen. I am unsure, senior. You may draw your own conclusions, but we must remain vigilant. Ning Chen shook his head. Yet, he was confident that the information gleaned from Bai Daoran was credible. After all, it was obtained through the eyes of a deceased, and while anyone can lie, the dead cannot. However, to avoid arousing suspicion from this formidable woman, he refrained from expressing absolute certainty. Is that so? Luo Changwu raised her delicate brows. Her voice, devoid of emotion, echoed once more, for such a significant matter, why do you not inform the elders of Zhongxing Peak or the sect leader, but instead confide in me? Upon hearing her inquiry, rather than questioning the source of his information, Ning Chun felt a sense of relief and replied, I am merely a humble disciple of Zhongxing Peak. My words may not be believed by the elders, and could even lead to trouble, being suspected as a spy for the righteous path, spreading panic. Would they dare to kill a mere disciple of Zhongxing Peak who could slay those from the Soul Puppet Peak? Luo Changwu, with her proud demeanor, scoffed. Nevertheless, she found a degree of validity in Ning Chen's words. After all, even if one were to learn of the Righteous Path Alliance's intentions to strike at the Heavenly Demon sect in 2 years, such information must remain undisclosed to avoid inciting panic among the disciples, for in a state of fear, how could they confront their enemies? Ning Chun ignored the woman's derisive laughter and continued. As for informing the sect leader, that is even more improbable. The sect leader wields immense power and strength. He is not someone I could simply approach. Beside him, Luo Changwu felt a sense of satisfaction from his words. Furthermore, it was said that the sect leader was ruthless, capable of killing without a second thought, akin to a demon. What if I were to report carelessly and end up killed by him? Ning Chun stated earnestly. The demonic sect is fraught with peril, especially under the command of the Heavenly Demon sect leader, undoubtedly one of the most formidable demons. Luo Changwu. Her icy yet melodious voice resonated once more. What kind of person do you believe our Heavenly Demon sect leader to be? Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chun replied, striving to align his description with that of the master of the demonic sect. A burly man, with scars, exceedingly cunning, a fearsome figure. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura descended upon him, forcefully propelling him against the wall. Ning Chun, in a state of disarray, rose to his feet, his mind filled with questions. What had he said to provoke the discontent of this formidable woman? Despite having endured a blow, he felt no significant harm. She had evidently controlled her strength. To speak ill of the sect leader, should those words reach others, the consequences would extend far beyond this singular strike. Luo Changwu spoke coldly, indeed, diligently cultivate that supreme demonic technique, and ensure my tea set is cleaned. I shall require it for my next visit. With that, her enchanting figure in the red dress vanished from the courtyard. After a brief pause, confirming the departure of the formidable woman, Ning Chun finally exhaled in relief, at least preserving his dignity. Truly, she was a tyrant, adept at commanding others. Glancing at the tea set left behind, he sighed, then approached to examine it. The teacups and kettle still radiated warmth. A gentle shake revealed that the kettle contained a substantial amount of tea. What a wasteful woman, he lamented, strongly condemning such extravagance. He lifted the kettle, preparing to pour out the remaining tea. However, at that moment, a fragrant, ancient aroma wafted from the kettle. What captured Ning Chen's attention was the unmistakable sensation of spiritual energy within him converging toward his dantian upon inhaling the scent. Could this tea possess the ability to gather spiritual energy? As he sensed this peculiar phenomenon, his gaze fixated on the kettle, his expression turning grave. Without a second thought, disregarding the fact that this was the remnants of the formidable woman's tea, he filled a cup to the brim and drank it in one gulp. Boom! As the tea cascaded down his throat, Ning Chun immediately felt the spiritual energy within him surge, becoming extraordinarily potent, continuously flowing toward his dantian. It truly works. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated this tea to possess such an extraordinary effect. Was the formidable woman deliberate in this act? Or was it a mere coincidence? Ning Chun furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. Could she be seeking revenge for the last time he inadvertently offered her his leftover tea? With this thought, Ning Chen's expression turned peculiar. Yet, he paid it no mind, continuing to pour the entire kettle of tea into his cup. With each cup consumed, the spiritual energy gathering in his dantian increased exponentially. Simultaneously, he activated the supreme demonic technique, drawing upon the spiritual veins within him to absorb the external spiritual energy with fervor. Moments later, the spiritual energy within his dantian swelled to near overflow. It was time to condense the dan. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chun seated himself cross-legged, attempting to break through to the dan condensation realm. In an instant, the courtyard was alive with the movement of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a figure in a red dress silently observed this scene. Only when she witnessed Ning Chun consuming her remaining tea did she turn it apart. The fellow is not lacking in intelligence. However, he surprisingly employs the imperial teacup. Luo Chong furrowed her delicate brows momentarily, only to relax them soon after, murmuring softly, "What astonishes me the most is that he has truly managed to cultivate the supreme demonic technique. How intriguing, Ning Chun. Let me observe how far you can grow in 2 years." As her words faded, the graceful figure clad in a flowing red dress had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 23. Collaborative tasks and the shovel in the courtyard until the late hours of the night. Ning Chun finally ceased his labored breaths. At this moment, within his dantian, a core imbued with potent spiritual energy had formed, with torrents of spiritual essence flowing into his major meridians. This was indeed a hallmark of the Dan formation realm. He then accessed his status panel. Name, Ning Chun. Realm, 1-star Dan formation. Cultivation method, Supreme Demon Art. Martial arts, Blood Demon Blade, Ghostly Shadow Steps. Burial technique, Eyes of Rebirth. Current layers unlocked, 29 layers. Burial vitality, 35,100. At last, he had successfully formed his Dan. Ning Chun exhaled in relief, grateful for the tea left behind by the female demoness. Otherwise, by his estimations, it would have taken at least another 7 days to achieve this milestone. Her assistance had indeed proven invaluable. He resumed his cultivation. In the following days, Ning Chun devoted himself to burying the dead and solidifying his own realm, finally establishing a firm foundation in the Dan formation realm. Initially, he harbored concerns about the mysterious disappearance of Lu Ming potentially arousing suspicion, especially since that individual's brother was seemingly an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak, and moreover, a disciple of an elder. However, the past few days had been remarkably tranquil. Not even the disciple from the law enforcement hall had come to inquire after him, which brought Ning Chun a sigh of relief. Solitude was indeed a blessing. One evening at dusk, Elder Sun appeared in the training grounds, observing the disciples of the Burial Peak who had just completed their tasks. He proclaimed, "The Burial Peak has established a task hall, and you may now accept sect missions to earn contribution points." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Burial Peak displayed expressions of excitement. Accepting sect missions was certainly more rewarding than merely burying a body for a single contribution point, was it not? Ning Chun, let us go take a look and see if there are any missions that offer spirit gathering pills as a reward. Zhou Yuan urged Ning Chun, leading him towards a newly established task hall on the Burial Peak. Clearly, he was still brooding over the spirit gathering pill that had eluded him last time. Ning Chun refrained from revealing that he had already broken through to the Dan formation realm. After all, it would be difficult to explain his relationship with the female demoness, which was not something he could disclose to others. Before long, the group of disciples arrived at the newly built task hall on the burial peak. Numerous missions awaited them, though most pertained to burial tasks. Given that the disciples of the burial peak generally possessed lower strength, they were ill-equipped to undertake tasks meant for disciples of other peaks. Within the myriad demon mountain, Elder Su's beloved disciple met a tragic end at the jaws of a Dan formation demonic beast with a body left in disarray. Should any disciple venture to the myriad demon mountain to slay that beast, retrieve Elder Su's disciple who was devoured, and give him a proper burial, they would earn 200 contribution points. The majority of missions involve the burial of clients, albeit with a certain level of difficulty. Thus, the contribution points obtainable ranged predominantly from 100 to 200. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the taskboard. Rather than focusing on the contribution points, he sought missions that would allow him to bury high-quality clients. If the quantity were ample, it would be all the better. However, after searching thoroughly, he found no suitable tasks. All contributions, yet no tasks, offer substantial rewards, such as spirit-gathering pills. Nearby, Zhou Yuan surveyed the surroundings and could not help but voice his discontent. As for substantial reward tasks, it seems that we at Burial Peak may not be able to undertake them. Ning Chun chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a task board. Cooperative task of Qingfeng City. The task description was succinct, yet it piqued Ning Chen's interest. He turned to Elder Sun beside him. Elder Sun, what is this cooperative task? Noticing that it was Ning, the young lad, who inquired, Elder Sun stroked his long beard and explained with a smile. Most tasks are completed independently by disciples, while this cooperative task requires you to collaborate with disciples from other peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Your task is a branch of a larger mission, and only upon its completion will you earn contribution points. Thus, it is termed a cooperative task. Such a hassle. If the disciples from other peaks fail their tasks, why not be left with nothing? This seems like a thankless endeavor. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, the disciples of Burial Peak felt that this cooperative task was not worth undertaking, lest they make a fruitless journey. Elder Sun, what is the situation in Qingfeng City? Ning Chun continued to inquire. Elder Sun elaborated. Qingfeng City is a resource point for our Heavenly Demon Sect. A few days ago, it was ambushed by those righteous scoundrels, resulting in devastating casualties. Upon hearing the phrase devastating casualties, Ning Chen's eyes gleamed. A plentiful supply, potentially from high-quality clients. The cultivators guarding the resource point should not be weak. Even if the cooperative task ultimately fails, the trip would certainly not be in vain. Young Ning, do you intend to accept this cooperative task? Elder Sun asked with a smile. Indeed, Ning Chen nodded affirmatively. Very well, Elder Sun replied. I will inform you of the task details shortly. Thank you, Elder Sunday. Subsequently, Ning Chen accompanied Zhou Yuan to peruse numerous sect tasks, yet none suited him. Zhou Yuan decided to abandon the search. Having recently consumed spirit-gathering pills, he opted to refrain from wandering and instead prepare for a breakthrough into the condensation pill realm. Before departing, Elder Sun called Ning Chun back and detailed his primary task in Qingfeng City. Numerous cultivators had perished within the city, and Burial Peak had already dispatched elders to extract the cultivation essence from the corpses, resulting in a pervasive death aura. Ning Chen's task was to bury these clients and suppress the death aura in Qingfeng City. He was already adept at burying the dead. It was merely a matter of familiarity. We shall gather at Xianming Cliff by noon tomorrow. Ning Chen nodded slightly. He then descended the mountain with Zhou Yuan, returning to the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. After parting ways, Ning Chen opened the door to the courtyard and was momentarily taken aback. A pitch-black shovel, gleaming coldly, had been inexplicably thrust into the ground. Could it be a gift from that female demon? Ning Chun furrowed his brow, cautiously glanced around, and then closed the door to the courtyard. A few days ago, that female tyrant stealthily took away his shovel, so for the past few days, Ning Chun casually exchanged a contribution point for another one. After all, to him, a shovel merely serves the purpose of burying and killing. However, The shovel before him exuded an extraordinary aura. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Chun stepped forward and grasped the shovel that was embedded in the soil. What a remarkable shovel. Just by touching it, Ning Chun could feel its exquisite quality. Cold and sharp, it resembled a piece of jade. It was infinitely more resilient than ordinary jade. Could it be a spiritual weapon? In this world, not only martial arts and techniques are categorized by rank, but weapons are as well classified as spiritual weapons. These weapons are divided into several tiers: ordinary, spiritual, mysterious, king, sacred, and emperor weapons. The pitch-black shovel before him appeared truly exceptional. It was highly likely a spiritual weapon. At the moment Ning Chun made contact, a sharp pain surged in his mind. Was this a bond of ownership? Ning Chun was taken aback. Then a name for the shovel surfaced in his consciousness: burial. Absolute burial? Chapter 24. Journey to Qingfeng City. The Burial Blade. Is this truly the name of this spade? Ning Chun grasped the burial blade in his hands, attempting to channel the blood demon blade. The crimson glow flickered at the spade's tip, and its power seemed to amplify. What an excellent spade. The more Ning Chun examined it, the more satisfied he became. Yet, he was uncertain of the blade's rank. However, he surmised it must at least be a spiritual weapon of the spirit weapon level. He owed that female demoness a favor. He murmured to himself, "No, that is not right. What favor? This is clearly his hard-earned reward." The following day at noon, at the Heavenly Demon Sect, at Xianming Cliff, a man clad in blue with a gentle demeanor was awaiting. He was Yi Wuqing, the leading disciple for the Qingfeng City mission, a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect's strongest peak, Tianma Peak, with a cultivation level reaching 5 stars in the condensation pill realm. "Ah, Brother Yi, you are actually leading the team this time?" A surprised voice rang out. A woman in a purple dress approached, accompanied by 2 figures. One was clad in black, carrying a blood-colored great sword, his expression stern and taciturn. The other had a cold demeanor, followed by an immensely tall corpse puppet. "Sister Qin, what a coincidence." Yi Wuqing chuckled lightly as he turned to greet them. These companions were part of the collaborative mission. Indeed, the purple-clad woman, Qin Ziyu, nodded slightly, then smiled as she introduced the others. "Brother Yi, this rather quiet one is Wu Yin, an inner disciple from the Demon Sword Peak. The one with the corpse puppet is Chu Feng, an inner disciple from the Soul Puppet Peak. Wu Yin, Chu, this is our Mission S leading brother, Yi Wuqing, an inner disciple of Tianma Peak, with a cultivation level of 5 stars in the condensation pill realm. And Qin Ziyu here is an inner disciple of the Minghua Peak. Inner disciple of Tianma Peak, 5 stars in the condensation pill realm." Upon hearing Qin Ziyu's words, both Wu Yin and Chu Feng exchanged glances, a hint of gravity in their eyes as they promptly bowed. "Greetings, Brother Yi." Both were at 3 stars in the condensation pill realm, while Qin Ziyu was at 4 stars. "Brother Yi, it seems this mission will be quite straightforward, having 4 inner disciples at the condensation pill realm. There should be no errors," Qin Ziyu remarked with a light laugh. "Do not be complacent," Yi Wuqing replied with a slight shake of his head. "So, when shall we depart?" "There's no rush. We're still waiting for one more." "Oh, is this a 5-person team?" Qin Ziyu asked, somewhat surprised, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she gazed into the distance, her lips curling with anticipation. "I wonder which Peak's disciple the 5th one is." Soon, the group continued to wait patiently, as there was still some time before the agreed-upon noon. As the appointed time drew near, a figure finally appeared in the distance, immediately drawing the attention of the group. The newcomer was dressed in dark garments, strikingly handsome. Even Qin Ziyu, who had encountered numerous talented youths, could not help but be captivated. What an exceptionally handsome disciple. Has this junior brother also taken on the collaborative task in Qingfeng City? Qin Ziyu immediately approached with excitement. The others couldn't help but silently scoff, thinking, what a foolish girl. Ning Chun nodded, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the unusually enthusiastic woman in the purple dress, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. After being repeatedly pushed back by that female demon, he had developed a cautious attitude towards the women of the demon sect. "Well, it's just you I've been waiting for," Qin Ziyu said, pulling Ning Chun toward Yi Wuqing and the others who were waiting nearby. Ning Chun observed them. Their auras were formidable, indicating they were all cultivators at the Dan condensation stage. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Chu Feng, and he subtly frowned. The fellow was accompanied by a corpse puppet, likely a disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak. Due to his previous encounters with Lu Ming, Ning Chun held little regard for the disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak. Junior brother, this is the leading disciple for our collaborative task in Qinfeng City. Qin Ziyue continued, introducing each individual to Ning Chun. Are they all inner disciples? I'm merely a humble disciple of the Burial Life Peak, Ning Chun remarked, somewhat surprised after hearing Qin Ziyue's words. The other peaks had sent disciples who were all at the Dan condensation stage, suggesting the task was not trivial. Had he not accepted it, it seemed that no one from the Burial Life Peak would have dared to take it on. My name is Qin Ziyue. You can call me Senior Sister Ziyue. She smiled warmly at Ning Chun. I still don't know your name or which peak you belong to. Ning Chun hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly, saying, Greetings, Senior Sister Qin. He felt that addressing her as Senior Sister Ziyue was too intimate, and something about it felt amiss. I am Ning Chun, a disciple of the Burial Life Peak. Burial Life Peak. Upon hearing this, the others visibly paused, their brows subtly furrowing. Disciples from the Burial Life Peak were not to be compared to ordinary disciples. Some Burial Life disciples were even inferior to outer disciples from other peaks. Let us hope this junior brother Ning Chun is not too weak, they thought. After all, even with 4 cultivators at the Dan condensation stage leading, no one desired to carry a burden that could jeopardize the task. Even Qin Ziyue frowned slightly, lamenting the unfortunate situation. Who would have thought that junior brother Ning is from the Burial Life Peak? Generally, Burial Life disciples possess rather ordinary talents, and there is even a risk of succumbing to the erosion of death energy. Such a handsome junior brother. It would be a shame if he were to perish. Burial Life Peak. Ning Chun. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, repeating Ning Chun's words. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he glared at Ning Chun. You are Ning Chun? A while back, you participated in the corpse puppet trials at the Soul Puppet Peak? Yes. Ning Chun replied calmly, not denying it. The corpse puppet trials had been conducted in broad daylight, and, as an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak, it would be easy for Chu Feng to investigate. Chu Feng, what is the meaning of this? Yi Wuchen and the others frowned, looking on. Could it be that Chu Feng bore a grudge against Ning Chun? Chu Feng is an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak. How could a mere disciple of the Burial Life Peak like Ning Chun possibly offend him? Ignoring those around him, Chu Feng fixed his gaze intently on Ning Chun. You entered the corpse puppet trial and rendered a peak-level gathering spirit realm corpse puppet useless. Do you know whose corpse puppet you have ruined? Ning Chun's fellow disciples were taken aback by the revelation that he had incapacitated a peak-level gathering spirit realm corpse puppet, soon breathing a sigh of relief. To dismantle such a powerful puppet, one must possess comparable strength, suggesting that while he may not rival them, he certainly would not be a burden. This disciple of the Burial Life Peak appears to be rather extraordinary, indeed, surpassing many of his peers and even standing on par with most outer disciples from the other peaks of the Heavenly Demon sect. Isn't he merely the brother of Lu Ming? Yet one wonders what Chu Feng's intentions might be. Ning Chun slightly shook his head. I do not know. It belongs to Brother Lu. Chu Feng regarded Ning Chun with a cold stare. It seems that after you left the corpse puppet tower, you had some conflict with Lu Ming's brother, Lu Ming. Not long ago, Lu Ming vanished without a trace, and Brother Lu went searching for him, only to also go missing. I ask you, is this your doing? Lu Ming's brother has also disappeared. Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Brother Chu has misunderstood. As a humble disciple of the Burial Life Peak, how could I possess the ability to make an inner disciple vanish? He was indeed speaking the truth. He had no knowledge of Lu Ming's brother's disappearance. Is that so? Chu Feng scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he threatened. Brother Lu and I are dear friends. Should I discover that your involvement is linked to Brother Lu's disappearance, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 25. Did the elders not know that I am the sales champion of the Burial Peak? At this moment, Yi Wuchen finally spoke up. Since Junior Brother Ning Chun has clarified that this matter is not his doing, Junior Brother Chu, you need not speak further. We must work together on this collaborative mission and not let discord arise among us. He expressed his belief that the disappearance of your close friend was entirely unrelated to junior brother Ningchen. However, he refrained from voicing the last part of his thought, which was that it was utterly absurd for a disciple of Burial Peak to possess the capability to make an inner disciple from Soul Puppet Peak disappear. Chu Feng snorted coldly, temporarily ceasing his interrogation of Ningchen. If everyone is prepared, we shall depart for Qingfeng City. Ximing Cliff is quite distant from Qingfeng City, and it will take us nearly half a day to reach our destination. Yi Wuchen glanced at the group, and they all nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. Soon, the party set forth from Ximing Cliff, heading towards Qingfeng City. Along the way, Ningchen observed his companions. Although they appeared as allies on the surface, they were all disciples of the demonic sect, and it was wise to remain cautious. Qin Ziyue was chattering animatedly, full of life, while Yi Wuchen treated others with kindness, though it remained uncertain whether he possessed a duplicitous nature. As for Wu Yin, Ningchen's assessment was that he was indeed as his name suggested. It seemed that the greatest threat came from Chu Feng. Ningchen subtly furrowed his brow. Throughout the journey, the man's gaze was consistently fixed upon him, indicating that his suspicions had yet to be alleviated. He needed to devise a means to dispel Chu Feng's doubts. Half a day later, the group finally beheld the distant Qingfeng City. A vast fortress emerged before their eyes. However, before they could approach, an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses, and the expressions of the group grew increasingly grave. Qingfeng City had recently fallen prey to a surprise attack from the righteous faction, resulting in numerous casualties and significant losses, including the plundering of spiritual mines. It appeared that the situation was more dire than they had anticipated. Yi Wuchen furrowed his brow. Qin Ziyue and the others nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Qin Ziyue seemed to notice something, casting a puzzled glance at Ningchen, who appeared to be trembling slightly. Junior brother Ningchen, what is the matter? She inquired with concern. Are you perhaps afraid? Chu Feng sneered. Junior brother Ningchen, this is your first undertaking of a sect mission since the recent initiation of tasks at Burial Peak, and the external world is far more brutal than that within the sect. Upon entering the city, you will witness even greater bloodshed. I hope you are prepared for it. Yi Wuchen did not mock him, but instead offered words of comfort. After all, it was common for most to experience such a state when encountering such gruesome scenes for the first time during a sect mission. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Ningchen refrained from offering any explanations. His trembling was not born of fear, but rather excitement, for there was simply too much to behold. At that moment, in his line of sight, streams of funeral energy and blood pervaded Qingfeng City, making it appear as a colossal crimson lantern. Let us enter Qingfeng City. Yi Wuchen uttered a word and led a few companions towards Qingfeng City. As the group drew nearer, the pungent scent of blood intensified, and along the way, they encountered numerous dismembered limbs of righteous disciples and those from the heavenly demon sect. Were it not for Yi Wuchen and the others by his side, Ningchen would have already begun to bury the dead. Though merely remnants, they still possessed a semblance of life force. A half-body could be considered a half-client. 2 arms could amount to a quarter-client, and so forth. It appeared that they would have to wait until nightfall to act. Ningchen muttered to himself, suppressing the urge to inter the remains, and followed the others into Qingfeng City. Upon entering, the scene was even more harrowing. Traces of battle were ubiquitous, along with countless severed limbs and piles of corpses, making it impossible to discern which belonged to the righteous and which to the demonic. Many injured disciples of the heavenly demon sect lay on the ground, writhing in agony. How tragic! Qin Ziyue furrowed her brows tightly, and the expressions of her companions were equally grave. Why do I feel as if the spiritual energy within me has stagnated? It seems there's a chilling aura. Moreover, it has become difficult to breathe. I wonder if you feel the same, senior brother Yi? At that moment, Chu Feng's voice, tinged with confusion, broke the silence. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen and the others were momentarily taken aback and quickly checked their own conditions, their faces changing dramatically in the next instant. Senior brother Yi, you're bleeding? Qin Ziyue exclaimed in astonishment. I'm bleeding? Yi Wuchen was momentarily stunned and instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, discovering indeed a wet substance. He looked down, and his pupils constricted. There was a streak of pitch-black blood on his hand. In the next moment, Yi Wuchen gazed in shock at the others. Junior sister Qin Yu, you're bleeding too. Not just you. Junior brother Wu and junior brother Chu Feng are bleeding as well. What? Instantly, panic ensued among them. They hadn't even begun their task, yet they were inexplicably bleeding. Black blood at that. This is death energy. You have all been tainted by it. Ning Chen's calm voice interjected. Death energy? Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Yi Wuchen and the others' expressions shifted as they glanced at the distant pile of corpses, feeling the suffocating chill of the death energy. Then why are you unscathed? Chu Feng shot a cold glance at Ning Chen, his voice laced with suspicion. Yi Wuchen and Qin Ziyue also turned their attention towards him. Ning Chen appeared unfazed, as if he were entirely unaffected by the death energy, which left the others bewildered. Even the strongest among them, Yi Wuchen, was spewing black blood, while the weakest, Ning Chen, remained entirely unharmed. How did he achieve this? In the midst of their astonishment, Ning Chen softly replied, I have grown accustomed to it. Chu Feng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Even disciples from the burial peak could hardly become accustomed to the erosion of death energy so swiftly. Could they? Moreover, habits do not equate to indifference. You lot. Yet, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect dispatched to undertake this mission are here. At that moment, a venerable voice resonated, followed by the emergence of an elderly man with hair as white as snow from within the city. Is that Elder Lu? I am Yi Wuchen, an inner disciple of the heavenly demon peak, here to take over the task in Qingfeng City. Yi Wuchen, suppressing his physical discomfort, approached and respectfully bowed to the white-haired elder. Oh, so you are an inner disciple of the heavenly demon peak. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Elder Lu's eyes. Yet, before he could finish his words, he suddenly noticed the unusual pallor of Yi Wuchen and his companions. What is this? Have you been tainted by the death aura? Quickly sit down. Channel your spiritual energy to expel the death aura. This is no trivial matter. Even as inner disciples, you must not be negligent. The loss of cultivation is minor. Losing your lives is the real calamity. Elder Lu's expression grew tense as he hurriedly urged Yi Wuchen and the others to sit cross-legged. Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Yi Wuchen and his companions gradually became solemn, realizing the terrifying nature of the death aura. Without delay, they promptly seated themselves and began to circulate their spiritual energy as if facing a formidable adversary. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Had I been any later, it would have been difficult to save you. Elder Lu sighed in relief. However, suddenly, he noticed that a youth clad in black, who had been accompanying Yi Wuchen, had vanished. Turning abruptly, he discovered the young man heading toward the pile of corpses emanating death aura. That disciple, return at once. Those bodies have only recently been refined. Their death aura exceptionally dense. Do not approach. Nevertheless, just as Elder Lu's words fell, he saw a glint of cold light flash in the youth's hand. It was a shovel. Are you a disciple of the burial peak? Elder Lu was momentarily taken aback. How could a disciple of the burial peak be with inner disciples? How many disciples from the burial peak have come? With so many corpses, to properly inter them and suppress the death aura, it would require at least 200 disciples from the burial peak, and perhaps half of them would succumb to the death aura. For here, the death aura is indeed too concentrated. Following this, Elder Lu heard the calm voice of the youth. I'm the only one. What? This is sheer folly. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's expression changed drastically. How could you alone handle so many corpses? You would likely perish from the death aura after dealing with no more than 20. However, Ning Chen merely smiled, shouldering the shovel as he walked toward the mountain of corpses, his eyes growing increasingly radiant. Does the elder not know that I am the top performer of the burial peak? Chapter 26. The Special Spirit Stone. What does it mean to be the sales champion? Elder Lu was momentarily taken aback by Ning Chen's words. Junior brother Ning Chen, do not act recklessly. Qin Ziyue, seated cross-legged, changed her expression slightly and promptly cautioned him. Underestimating one's abilities could lead to death, which is trivial, but it could also jeopardize our collaborative mission. Chu Feng snorted coldly. Given the overwhelming number of corpses in Qingfeng City, the suffocating aura of death was exceedingly dense. It seemed rather unreasonable to assign a single disciple from the burial sect to undertake this task. Yi Wuchen cast a glance at Ning Chun, who was approaching the mound of corpses. He then bowed to Elder Lu beside him and said, "If junior brother Ning Chun fails in his task, I hope Elder Lu will assist us in negotiating with the sect so that his failure does not result in the entire mission being deemed a failure." Chu Feng quickly echoed this sentiment, eager to have Ning Chun removed from the mission. Wu Yin remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. However, Qin Ziyue hesitated, her lips slightly parted, ultimately sighing without uttering a word. She understood that her senior brothers were not optimistic about Ning Chun, fearing that his failure would adversely affect their collaborative endeavor. After all, they had just begun to comprehend the terror of the death aura, and that was merely from distance. Junior brother Ning Chun not only needed to confront the death aura, but had to engage with it intimately. It was hard to imagine that even cultivators at the gathering spirit realm could withstand it, let alone someone like him. Well, Elder Lu pondered for a moment before nodding solemnly. Indeed, this is somewhat unreasonable. Thank you for your consideration, Elder Lu. Yi Wuchen nodded slightly, then addressed Qin Ziyue and the others. Everyone, please meditate to expel the death aura from your bodies. Once it is cleared, you may proceed with your tasks. At this moment, Yi Wuchen's demeanor remained gentle. In his view, excluding junior brother Ning Chun from the team for the sake of a successful mission was the most prudent choice. There was no need for the failure of one individual to jeopardize the entire mission. Let him be. If he wishes to court death, then let him. Chu Feng snorted coldly and then sat cross-legged to begin expelling the death aura from his body. Yi Wuchen and Wu Yin followed suit. Qin Ziyue cast a glance at the youth in the black robe, who had already stepped into the mound of corpses, and with a faint sigh, she also closed her eyes to meditate. Elder Lu soon departed, believing that as long as these four inner disciples remained unharmed, the fate of the burial sect disciple was of little consequence. There was no shortage of such disciples in the demon sect. In Qingfeng City, not far away, it's happening. As Ning Chun gazed at the towering pile of corpses before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What does it mean to have an abundance? This is what abundance looks like. Let's begin. With that, Ning Chun grasped the burial absolute, retrieved the rebirth candle, and began to remove corpse after corpse from the mound, subsequently using the burial absolute to excavate deep pits to inter them. The burial absolute was indeed a spirit artifact. Digging holes was effortless. Moments later, the once towering mound of corpses had diminished slightly. The ground was dotted with burning rebirth candles, suppressing the death aura, accompanied by the interment of numerous clients. Their funerary essence surged into the burial coffin, ultimately transforming into waves of rich spiritual energy that flowed into Ning Chen's dantian. The act of burial invigorated him. As he felt his aura continuously ascend, Ning Chen became increasingly motivated in his task. After interring several more bodies, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Dragging a client from the pile of corpses, he noted that this individual, once clad in white robes, had been stained crimson with blood and sullied by dirt. With a gaping hole in his chest, his demise was truly tragic. What caught Ning Chun's attention was the substantial funerary essence this client possessed. This individual had a notable cultivation level during his lifetime, at least at the 5th stage of the Dan formation realm. A premium client indeed. Ning Chun nodded with satisfaction, then grasped the burial tool and began to dig a grave for this esteemed client. After covering him and lighting a reincarnation candle, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. The burial technique was set in motion, and the eye of rebirth activated. Given the quality of this client, Ning Chen wondered if he might gain some valuable insight. Soon, as the eye of rebirth functioned, he perceived the client's last memories. This premium client was not a disciple of the demon cult, but rather an inner disciple of the righteous Wanxia sect. The righteous path, the Wanxia sect? Ning Chen murmured, continuing to observe. However, his brow soon furrowed as he uncovered something significant. This inner disciple of the Wanxia sect had ostensibly come to Qingfeng City to sabotage the demon cult's spiritual mind stronghold. But in truth, he was in search of an item. What could this item be that warranted such elaborate efforts from these righteous individuals? Ning Chun furrowed his brow, realizing that the disciple himself might not even be privy to the specifics of what he sought, perhaps due to his lower rank. It appeared this was more than a mere incident of righteous destruction of a spiritual mind. Ning Chun murmured, continuing his burial. Moving forward, he resolved to activate the Eye of Rebirth whenever he encountered clients with rich funerary essence. Indeed, after interring several more clients at the Dan Formation realm, Ning Chun discovered that whether they hail from the righteous Qingyun sect, Feiyu sect, or Qinhua sect, their final thoughts were all fixated on the pursuit of a singular item. What could it be that they were searching for? Ning Chun frowned. Although he was unaware of the specifics, it was clear that it was something extraordinary. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant. If it were an extraordinary object, acquiring it could potentially aid in his own cultivation. Glancing at the pile of corpses, he noted that what had once resembled a small mountain was now reduced to a mere third of its original size. After a moment, only a few mangled bodies remained, each missing limbs or vital parts. This could only be considered 1/8 of the clientele. Ning Chun picked up a severed hand and placed it into a smaller burial pit. The next moment, as a wave of rich funerary essence entered the burial coffin, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flowed into his dantian. As the ethereal energy entered his dantian, Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at the small pit. The mere energy emanating from a severed hand was astonishingly comparable to that of a 5-star inner disciple of the Falling Sunset sect, recently buried. This indicated that the owner of the severed hand had, at the very least, been a practitioner of the sea-breaking realm. Such formidable power suggested an extraordinary identity, perhaps even knowledge of significant matters. Ning Chun murmured softly, invoking the burial technique, as a golden glimmer flickered in his eyes. Soon, he beheld the lingering thoughts of the severed hand's former owner and discerned their identity. Elder Su of the Heavenly Demon Sect, responsible for the excavation of the spiritual mines in Qingfeng City, had recently unearthed a unique or brimming with spiritual energy beneath the veins of Qingfeng City. Subsequently, it was unclear who had leaked this information, which attracted the covetous eyes of the righteous path. Chapter 27. A solemn burial shocks all beneath the mine. A peculiar spiritual stone was unearthed, a treasure that the disciples of various righteous sects had been fervently searching for. Ning Chun retracted his gaze, murmuring softly to himself. Although he remained unaware of the stone's specific properties, the intense desire it incited among so many righteous factions was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that Elder Su had not divulged the stone's whereabouts in his final thoughts. It remained uncertain whether he had concealed it himself or if it had been appropriated by those of righteous standing. Nevertheless, it was time to proceed with the burial. Ning Chun quietly committed the stone's appearance to memory, then shouldered the burden of the deceased and continued the solemn procession. Half an hour later, the mountain of corpses had transformed into a series of earthen mounds, each flickering with the light of burning funeral candles swaying in the wind. I have grown stronger once more. The act of burying the dead is quite exhilarating. As he felt the surging spiritual energy within him, a glimmer of joy flashed in Ning Chun's eyes. Just as he had anticipated, the clientele within Qingfeng City was abundant, and the brief funeral had allowed him to ascend his cultivation level once again. Name, Ning Chun. Realm, 3 stars of the Dan Condensation Realm. Cultivation method, Supreme Demonic Art. Martial skills, Blood Demon Blade, Shadow Step of Spirits. Burial technique, Eye of Rebirth, current layers unlocked. 2-9 layers, Burial Vitality. 45-100, what a bountiful harvest. Ning Chun was exceedingly pleased. Not only had he advanced to the 3 stars of the Dan Condensation Realm, but the burial vitality of the divine coffin had also increased by 10 points. Stretching languidly, he set forth towards the outskirts of Qingfeng City. As night had fallen, a perfect opportunity to lay the remaining half or third of his clients to rest. Within Qingfeng City, Yi Wuchen and the others had concluded their meditative state, their expressions returning to normal as the residual death energy within them was entirely dispelled. Have you all recovered? Yi Wuchen inquired gently, exhaling a sigh of relief as he smiled at those beside him. In response to Senior Brother Yi, the death energy within me has been completely eradicated, Chu Feng replied. Wu Yan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, his actions speaking volumes. Senior Brother Yi, I am also well now, Qin Ziyue gracefully rose, but at that moment, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed toward a particular direction. Oh, Junior Brother Ning Chen? Ning Chen? The group, hearing Qin Ziyue's words, paused in astonishment and turned to see a young man clad in dark robes approaching. It was indeed Ning Chen. I thought you were quite resilient. Yet it seems you too could not withstand the encroachment of death energy. You claim to have grown accustomed to it. Ha, Chu Feng remarked with a cold smile, crossing his arms as he observed. Thankfully, Senior Brother Yi conferred with Elder Lu and decided to exclude you from this mission. Otherwise, the collaborative endeavor would have faltered due to your failure alone. You excluded me from this mission? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon Yi Wuchen. Indeed. Yi Wuchen maintained a gentle expression on his face, slightly nodding. It is rather unreasonable for you, Junior Brother Ning Chen, to handle the entirety of the death energy in Qingfeng City alone. Therefore, I raise an objection to Elder Lu, proposing to remove your task from the collaborative mission. It is fortunate that you need not face certain demise alone. Ning Chen, with a calm demeanor, nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the outskirts of Qingfeng City. Do not hold it against Brother Yi for this decision. After all, he acts in your best interest. This way, you are spared from an impossible task. Qin Ziyue consoled with a gentle sigh. Ning Chen nodded slightly again and continued on his way. What are they babbling about? Does he seem like someone who cares about such trivial contributions? The burial of the dead is of utmost importance. Overestimating oneself. They speak of becoming accustomed to death energy, yet he fled from it. Chu Feng scoffed, observing Ning Chen's departing figure. Let us not dwell on Junior Brother Ning Chen for now. Yi Wuchen shook his head lightly. Since the death energy has been dispelled, let each of us attend to our respective sect tasks. After all, this is a collaborative mission, and each task differs. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Elder Lu's astonished voice rang out from not far away. What is happening here? Could something have occurred over at Elder Lu's side? Let's go take a look. Several of them were immediately intrigued and hurried towards the source of the voice. Upon their arrival, they found Elder Lu staring in disbelief at the scene before him. The group's gazes followed suit, their pupils narrowing in shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, the area had been a mountain of corpses. Now, it was replaced by small mounds of earth, each adorned with a life candle, seemingly offering solace to the departed. The suffocating death energy had vanished entirely. Yi Wuchen and the others were filled with astonishment. One person buried an entire city. Could this possibly be the work of Junior Brother Ning Chen? How could this be? Such a massive pile of corpses, with death energy so dense that even a cultivator of the condensation pill realm would succumb within mere hours if contaminated. How could a mere disciple of the Burial Life sect accomplish this? Is it truly that little fellow from Burial Life Peak? Elder Lu turned, astonishment etched on his face. If there's no mistake, it should be. Yi Wuchen nodded. Junior Brother Ning Chen is indeed a hidden talent. Even the usually taciturn Wu Yan found it rare to speak. Incredible, Junior Brother Ning Chen. Qin Ziyue covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Burial Life Peak has truly produced an extraordinary disciple. Each grave was excavated to perfection, and the placement of the life candles was impeccable, completely suppressing the death energy. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Elder Lu stroked his long beard, unable to suppress his astonishment. Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly grim as he subtly cast his gaze toward a certain direction beyond the city. In the pitch-black night outside Qingfeng City, flickering candle flames emerged, resembling a path guiding souls to the afterlife. The last half of the client, Ning Chen, buried the soil with a burial seal, igniting the final life candle. As the energy of life entered the divine coffin, a stream of spiritual essence replenished his dantian. Regrettably, The cultivators along the way were merely cannon fodder for the righteous forces, utterly oblivious to the matter of that peculiar spirit stone. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. Throughout this funeral procession, he had observed with the eyes of rebirth, yet he regrettably had not gleaned any information regarding the special spirit stone. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a sudden cold laugh. Ning Chen, so you are here. Ning Chen turned to find Chu Feng and his corpse puppet approaching from a distance. Calmly, he inquired, "Does senior brother Chu Feng seek me for something? I never expected you could manage to see off all the corpses of Qing Feng City. I may have underestimated you," Chu Feng remarked with a frosty stare. "Do not assume I am complimenting you. The more extraordinary you are, the more I suspect your involvement in Lu's disappearance." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he let out a sigh. Since he could not dispel Chu Feng's suspicions, he had no choice but to respond. "Senior brother Lu's disappearance is indeed unrelated to me. Mere evasion. Your ability to suppress such a multitude of death energy indicates something amiss. Once I capture you, I shall study you thoroughly. Perhaps I will uncover clues regarding senior brother Lu." Chu Feng scoffed, and his corpse puppet suddenly lunged toward Ning Chen. However, at that very moment, a light laugh resonated from behind Chu Feng. "Senior brother Chu Feng, I truly know nothing of senior brother Lu's disappearance, but if you are curious, I can offer you a ride." With no means to dissipate Chu Feng's suspicions, Ning Chen resolved to provide Chu Feng with a distraction. "What?" Chu Feng's expression shifted as he caught a glimpse of a glint in the corner of his eye. It was a shovel. He attempted to evade, but was already too late. Chapter 28. The Death of Chu Feng, a traitor among the righteous. "What?" As the gleaming black shovel surged from behind, Chu Feng's pupils constricted and his countenance changed dramatically. In a heartbeat, he reacted, his spiritual energy surging as he swiftly propelled himself backward. However, just as he made his move, he felt the shovel pursuing him, and in an instant, the sharp, cold light pierced through his chest. Roar! Meanwhile, Chu Feng's towering corpse puppet finally reacted, letting out a fierce roar as it lunged towards Ning Chen. With a swift motion, Ning Chen drew out the burial blade, which had pierced through Chu Feng's chest, and hurled it forcefully behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, the razor-sharp burial blade penetrated the mouth of the corpse puppet, pinning it firmly against a massive tree. Despite its struggles, it could not move an inch, even silencing its roars. Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground, breathless, staring in disbelief at Ning Chen. Condensation of a Dan. "You are not at the spirit-gathering realm, but rather at the condensation of the Dan realm. 3 stars. Wow." Perhaps in his excitement, he coughed up another spurt of blood. "When did I ever admit to being at the spirit-gathering realm?" Ning Chen approached him with a gentle smile. "But you clearly were at the spirit-gathering realm not long ago." Before Chu Feng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ning Chen's light laughter. "I never denied that I was at the spirit-gathering realm before." "What?" Chu Feng's pupils dilated, filled with terror. In less than 10 days, Ning Chen had ascended from the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm to the 3 stars of the condensation of the Dan realm. What kind of monstrous talent is this? What a remarkable disciple of the burial peak. Cough, cough. Chu Feng coughed up blood again, and in his dying moments, he once more posed his lingering question. "Is Lu's disappearance related to you?" "It has nothing to do with me." Ning Chen shook his head slightly, slowly raising his fist, a blade of blood enveloping his fist's aura. Upon hearing Ning Chen's response, Chu Feng's gaze sharpened. "Farewell, brother Chu Feng." As those words fell, the blood-enveloped fist aura magnified infinitely in Chu Feng's eyes. Bang! Accompanied by the howling wind of the punch, Chu Feng's life force vanished in an instant. Ning Chen wiped the blood splattered on his face, glanced at the lifeless Chu Feng, and slowly rose to his feet. He had never held back against those who sought to kill him. In the realm of the demonic sect, a hint of compassion could lead to his own demise. With Chu Feng already harboring suspicions against him, the seeds of guilt had taken root in his heart. What awaited him next were the endless troubles from Chu Feng. Since he could not resolve the troubles, he would eliminate the source of them. With that, he walked towards the corpse puppet pinned against the giant tree by the burial blade. Roar! Seeing the killer of its master approach, The corpse puppet let out low growls from the gaping wound in its mouth. Ning Chen glanced at it. Even in death, you find no peace. I shall send you to your next life. With those words, he prepared to act. He drew forth the burial dagger and swiftly struck at the chest of the corpse puppet. Having dealt with the puppet, Ning Chen did not dig a grave. Instead, he retrieved the divine burial coffin and interred both Chu Feng and the corpse puppet within. The disappearance of Chu Feng would undoubtedly incite an investigation from the Soul Puppet Peak. If he were to be buried haphazardly, it would surely be discovered. Only by entombing him within the divine burial coffin could he achieve a disappearance akin to vapor. As the life force entered the coffin, spiritual energy flowed back into his dantian, and Ning Chen began to activate the rebirth eye to examine Chu Feng's thoughts from his former life. This fellow indeed harbored ill intentions. Upon glimpsing Chu Feng's past thoughts, Ning Chen murmured. The intent of this individual was clearly to take action against him, but he had not anticipated being preempted by Ning Chen. What is this? Is he undertaking a sect task? Ning Chen's gaze was drawn to a specific detail. The mission assigned to Lu Ming from Qingfeng City was to locate a corpse that had ingested a special spirit stone. As this corpse served as excellent material for crafting corpse puppets, which was to be returned to the Soul Puppet Peak. A special spirit stone. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. It seems that the corpse intended for puppet crafting was merely a ruse. The true objective lay within that special spirit stone. Could it be? Ning Chen furrowed his brow, murmuring, is it possible that everyone else's tasks, to varying degrees, relate to that special spirit stone? Outside Qingfeng City, Yi Wuchen and his companions traversed the deep mountains. Strange. Where has junior brother Chu Feng disappeared to? Qin Ziyue murmured. When the group decided to leave Qingfeng City to undertake their mission, they discovered that Chu Feng had already vanished without a trace. Perhaps junior brother Chu Feng has gone ahead to execute the sect task on his own. In response, Yi Wuchen simply chuckled and said, we too must hasten our pace. We cannot lag behind and hold back junior brother Chu Feng. Now then, you two should proceed with your sect tasks. If anything is unclear, feel free to inquire of me. Indeed, brother Yi, you are truly reliable, Qin Ziyue replied with a smile. Wu Yan also nodded in agreement. As fellow disciples, they naturally supported one another. Yi Wuchen cheerfully added, by the way, I believe we should share our respective collaborative tasks with one another, so we can keep an eye out for each other. This would expedite the completion of our missions. At that moment, Yi Wuchen spoke up. Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan exchanged glances before nodding. Typically, collaborative tasks would not be disclosed, but considering Brother Yi, it seemed permissible. After all, Brother Ye's reliability was well known. Subsequently, the two briefly shared the details of their respective collaborative tasks with Yi Wuchen. Had Ning Chen been present, he would have keenly discerned that while the two tasks appeared distinct, they essentially revolved around that special spirit stone. Oh, is that so? A subtle glimmer passed through Yi Wuchen's eyes as he nodded slightly. I shall keep an eye out for you too, regardless of whether the tasks succeed or fail. Let us reconvene here in half an hour. All right, the two replied, nodding in agreement. Under the cover of night, they parted ways. Half an hour later, in the depths of the forest, several figures gathered. Junior sister Qin, junior brother Wu, have you made any progress? Yi Wuchen arrived first, directing his gaze towards the two. Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan both shook their heads, and then the former inquired, how did your task fare? Senior brother Yi? I have completed my task. Yi Wuchen replied with a light chuckle. That was swift. Truly impressive. Senior brother Yi. Both expressed their admiration as they regarded him with respect. Not only did I fulfill my own task, but I also uncovered some traces regarding junior brother Wu's mission. Oh, where? Just ahead, Yi Wuchen said with a gentle smile. Gesturing forward, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan, filled with curiosity, turned to look. However, in the next moment, boom! Accompanied by two gusts of palm wind, as they turned, a heavy blow struck them from behind. Puff! A mouthful of blood was expelled. Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan were sent sprawling to the ground, their breath instantly becoming exceedingly feeble. Why Yi, senior brother? The two gazed incredulously at Yi Wuchen, who had suddenly attacked them, their eyes filled with confusion and dread. Yet at that moment, Yi Wuchen maintained a serene smile. Senior brother Yi, why did you strike us? Are we not of the same sect? Of the same sect? Yi Wuchen chuckled softly, countering, "Who among you is my sect mate?" Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin, both grievously injured, were momentarily stunned, casting bewildered looks at Yi Wuchen. He was certainly not one of their sect, for, at that moment, a light laughter echoed, and then, beneath the moonlight, a young man clad in dark robes, carrying a pitch-black shovel, emerged slowly from the woods. He was, after all, a spy planted by the righteous path within the demonic sect. Chapter 29. The Unyielding Warrior in the Tempestuous Sea, a life-and-death struggle. For he was a spy planted by the righteous path within the demonic sect. As the light laughter faded, Ning Chun emerged from the thicket, bearing the weight of Zhongju. After performing the burial rites for Chu Feng, he initially intended to seek the trail of the elusive spiritual stone alone. But a sudden thought struck him. He recalled the moment when he activated the Eye of Rebirth and glimpsed the lingering thoughts of Elder Su. One phrase resonated. It is unknown who leaked the information, inviting the covetous gaze of the righteous path. This implied that the special spiritual stone had been concealed since the disciples of the spiritual mind in Qingfeng City unearthed it, yet the secret had still been divulged, inciting the interest of the righteous forces. Thus, while they ostensibly aimed to sabotage the spiritual mind, their true target was the extraordinary stone. It became evident that there was an infiltrator among the righteous forces within Qingfeng City. These forces, working in concert, sought to seize the special spiritual stone. The ultimate consequence was a grievous loss of life among both the righteous sect and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, with the whereabouts of the singular spiritual stone remaining unknown. However, one certainty remained for Ning Chun. The special spiritual stone must still be in the vicinity of Qingfeng City. Had it been taken by the righteous forces, the lingering thoughts of Elder Su would have manifested, yet they did not, indicating the stone's continued presence. If the stone remained in Qingfeng City, the lack of subsequent actions from the righteous forces seemed illogical, especially given their previous fervor. The absence of movement suggested a singular possibility. The righteous forces were operating covertly. Given the presence of a traitor in Qingfeng City, who could assure that there were no spies among the Six Peaks? If there were, when would they make their move? Clearly, it would be during this mission in Qingfeng City, particularly after Ning Chun laid Chu Feng to rest and discerned that the essence of the mission was indeed to locate the special spiritual stone. His conviction solidified. If that were the case, the traitor among the righteous forces must be one of the five of them. He was not the one. Chu Feng had been slain by him. Thus, only the remaining three were left. Everything unfolding now corroborated his suspicions. What? Brother Yi is not a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, but rather a spy of the righteous path? Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, both Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin turned ashen, staring in disbelief at Yi Wuchen. The heavenly demon sect? Huh, how could I possibly be a disciple of the demonic sect? Yi Wuchen chuckled, his previously gentle demeanor transforming into a menacing glare directed at the others. The very essence of my being despises you disciples of the demonic sect. My sister perished at the hands of your kind. I have infiltrated the demonic sect solely to witness its eventual downfall. Now that my task is complete, I can return to the sect. As for you, Iyapulujiza, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. He must personally eliminate these demonic disciples. As these words left his lips, the faces of the two instantly turned pale. Ning Chunran, quickly return to Qingfeng City and report to Elder Lu. Wu Yin and I will hold him off. Qin Ziyue reacted swiftly, directing her urgent call towards Ning Chun, who was not far away. Yi Wuchen, being at the 5th level of the Dan condensation realm, was the most powerful among those present. She and Wu Yin had both been ambushed and severely injured. Relying solely on Ning Chun, he could never hope to match Yi Wuchen. Fleeing? A mere fantasy. With a determined step, Yi Wuchen summoned her spiritual energy and struck fiercely towards Ning Chen's crown. Ning Chun, junior brother. Witnessing this scene, both Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin turned pale, unable to bear to watch any longer. Have you completed the task? This implied that you have found what you were seeking. Upon hearing Yi Wuchen's words, Ning Chun murmured to himself, realizing that this senior sister had compelling reasons to bury her intentions. Boom! At that moment, the gust of wind from her descending palm struck down. Oomph! Although you have been ensnared by the demon's sect, you cannot blame me. Yi Wuchen scoffed coldly. However, suddenly, she sensed something amiss. As her palm descended, the sensation akin to a watermelon being smashed did not occur. This is an afterimage? Yi Wuchen was momentarily taken aback, and her pupils constricted sharply. In the next instant, a sound of slicing air rang in her ears and from her peripheral vision. She caught sight of a sharply glimmering object lunging towards her chest. Her expression changed drastically as she hastily channeled her protective spiritual energy and attempted to dodge backward. Slicing sound. Despite her swift evasion, the gleaming red weapon still pierced through her chest, a grotesque wound appearing, with blood gushing forth. What a sharp shovel! Yi Wuchen's demeanor grew grave as she warily glanced at the burial shovel in Ning Chen's hand. Then her gaze fell upon Ning Chen. Dan Condensation Realm. Junior brother Ning Chen, I underestimated you. Dan Condensation Realm. Nearby, upon hearing Yi Wuchen's words, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan were instantly dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that a mere disciple from the burial life peak would possess cultivation comparable to theirs intersect disciples? Even if you were at the Dan Condensation Realm, Yi Wuchen's words were abruptly cut off. In the next moment, Ning Chen moved with ghostly agility, relentlessly thrusting the brilliantly sharp shovel towards her. Each strike was executed with blinding speed and devastating force. How can his speed be so incredible? Yi Wuchen's complexion changed dramatically, her expression growing increasingly tense. Under Ning Chen's ghost-like onslaught, she found herself utterly powerless to retaliate, forced to evade without a moment's hesitation. She feared that any lapse in focus would result in a bloody wound adorning her body. His martial arts technique possesses a peculiar nature. Yi Wuchen quickly deduced. It required spiritual energy to execute. She merely needed to wait for the moment his energy was exhausted to counterattack. So, junior brother Ning Chen, is this formidable? As she witnessed this scene unfold, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan's faces were filled with disbelief. Time ticked away, second by second. Yi Wuchen bore numerous wounds inflicted by the ruthless blade of Zhang Ju, his pristine white robe stained crimson, rendering him a pitiable sight. How could this be? How could this be possible? At this moment, Yi Wuchen was engulfed in a maelstrom of frustration, for he had been anticipating Ning Chen's spiritual energy to deplete since the onset of their confrontation. Yet, this adversary appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, showing no signs of waning. Most astonishingly, despite being merely at the third level of the condensation pill realm, the combat prowess he unleashed was utterly formidable. Matching Yi Wuchen's own, the peculiar shovel he wielded rendered any form of defense akin to mere parchment utterly fragile. Suddenly, as Yi Wuchen momentarily relaxed, Ning Chen seized the opportunity and thrust the shovel through his shoulder. A gasp escaped Yi Wuchen's lips, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. If this continued, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at Ning Chen's hands. Master, save me. He cast his gaze towards the heavens, bellowing with desperation. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the sky as an elder clad in white descended like a meteor from the horizon. A breaking sea realm cultivator? Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Breaking sea. Ning Chen felt a weight settle in his heart, casting a glance at Yi Wuchen, an icy determination flashing in his eyes. With a fierce motion, he hurled Zhang Ju with great force. Whoosh! The sound of air splitting echoed. Faced with the incoming shovel, Yi Wuchen dared not underestimate it, channeling his energy in a bid to defend himself. Yet in the next moment, a figure appeared before him, like a specter, seizing the very shovel that had just been thrown and lunging it fiercely towards Yi Wuchen. Empowered by the dual force of their energies, Zhang Ju pierced through Yi Wuchen's chest, shattering his heart. Ning Chen did not halt there, leveraging the momentum. He enveloped the lifeless body of Yi Wuchen and vanished into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, from above, the elder's furious voice resounded. Insolence! Daring to slay my disciple. Chapter 30. The Land of Demonic Burial. Luo Chongwu's dilemma as the furious voice of the elder resonated through the heavens. He raised his palm, unleashing a torrent of boundless spiritual energy that surged towards the depths of the forest where Ning Qian had retreated. Boom! In an instant, the grove was reduced to ruins. Yet beneath the debris, there was no sign of Ning Qian or Yi Wuchen. In the sky, the white-haired elder furrowed his brow. Suddenly, amidst the night, a shadow darted away with an ethereal swiftness towards the distance. Attempting to flee, the elder let out a cold laugh and pursued through the void. Nightfall enveloped the realm of the heavenly demon cult within the main hall. Dressed in a stunning red gown, the breathtakingly beautiful Luo Chongwu sat upon the high seat, her exquisite face devoid of expression. The aura of authority she exuded caused the 7 peak masters below, who were engaged in discussion, to break into a cold sweat. It seems the cult leader's strength has once again surged. Cult leader, might I inquire whether you find our deliberations feasible? At this juncture, a purple-robed elder, toying with a purple centipede in his hand, bowed respectfully to Luo Chongwu. This man was the master of the poison insect peak. The land of demonic burial shall open in a month, within which lie the remains of many formidable beings from our heavenly demon cult. If we allow the disciples from our peaks to enter and gain insight, it may yield considerable benefits for them. Another elder, clad in black and wielding a massive sword, solemnly added, "The Sword Demon Peak Master is correct. Therefore, for this expedition into the land of demonic burial, shall we select the most outstanding disciples from the 7 peaks?" A graceful woman in a purple chi-pao proposed. "Mistress of the Nethermoon Peak, your suggestion is misguided." No sooner had the beautiful woman spoken than a white-robed elder interjected. "Historically, the quotas for the land of demonic burial have always been allocated to our heavenly demon peak. Have they not?" "Humph." Gu Xian snorted, clearly displeased. "Are you not satisfied with the past allocations to your heavenly demon peak? This time, the quota for the land of demonic burial must rightfully return to my burial peak." "Elder Gu Xian, allow me to speak candidly. The disciples of your burial peak do not even measure up to our outer disciples from the heavenly demon peak. Even your most talented would likely only be on par with our inner disciples, let alone our true and direct disciples." The master of the heavenly demon peak regarded Gu Xian with a cold demeanor, his disdain unmistakable. To allow them entry would be a waste of the trial's opportunity in the land of demonic burial. Gu Xian attempted to refute, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, the words of the heavenly demon peak master bore truth. "Elder Gu Xian, let it go. The arguments presented by the heavenly demon peak master hold merit. Your burial peak disciples should focus on their own tasks. The trials within our cult are far too arduous for the burial peak disciples, and they would stand no chance against those from the other peaks. Rather than return empty-handed, it would be wiser to concede the opportunity to others." Indeed, in that moment, the remaining 5 peak masters found the words of the heavenly demon peak master to be reasonable and urged Gu Xian to relent. "Humph, your counsel is futile," Gu Xian uttered coldly, bowing respectfully to the alluring figure clad in red atop the grand dais. He declared, "This matter is entirely at the discretion of the sect leader. Should the leader deem it necessary for the trial opportunity at the Demon-S burial ground of the burial peak to be relinquished, I shall not utter another word." The demon peak lord ceased further discourse, directing a bow towards Luo Chongwu. The other peak lords turned their gazes in her direction. As the collective attention of the peak lords fell upon her, Luo Chongwu lifted her exquisite visage, her indifferent gaze sweeping across the assembly. With her crimson lips parting slightly, her voice was cold yet melodious. "Since the burial peak is one of the 7 peaks of our heavenly demon sect, it cannot be forsaken. Each of the 7 peaks shall receive 1 qualification for the trial at the Demon-S burial ground." The demon peak lord's expression shifted noticeably. Luo Chongwu's seemingly emotionless, icy eyes fixed upon him. "Do you have any objections?" "Nay." The demon peak lord hastily bowed his head, silencing himself. "And what of you?" Luo Chongwu's gaze shifted to the other peak lords. The remaining peak lords quickly shook their heads in denial. "The selection of the most outstanding disciples from each peak for the trial at the Demon-S burial ground shall be entrusted to you," she stated. her beautiful eyes locking onto the several peak lords with a chilling demeanor. Yes, sect leader, the 7 peak lords nodded slightly in agreement. By the way, sect leader, in half a month, the intersect assessments will commence. At this moment, the sword demon peak lord seemed to recall something, promptly bowing to Luo Changwu and continuing, recently, in Qingfeng City, a special spirit stone was discovered, which, when kept nearby, enhances the speed at which cultivators absorb spiritual energy. I had intended to use it as a reward for the intersect disciples' assessments. However, it seems that someone let the news slip, attracting the covetous eyes of certain unscrupulous individuals from the righteous path, and that special spirit stone has since vanished. A special spirit stone? One that can enhance the absorption speed of spiritual energy? The sword demon lord's revelation drew the attention of the other peak lords, their brows furrowing in concern. The sect leader was in secluded cultivation at the time. How could I possibly disturb her? The sword demon peak lord shook his head. Moreover, according to reports from Qingfeng City, the enhancement provided by that special spirit stone is not substantial. The increase in absorption speed is merely negligible. Upon hearing the sword demon peak lord's words, Luo Changwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly in contemplation, before she turned her gaze back to him. Where is that special spirit stone? Reporting to the sect leader, the sword demon peak lord replied with a bow. The special spirit stone remains in Qingfeng City. To avoid alarming the snake, I deliberately arranged a sect mission for our disciples to undertake. They are the intersect disciple Yi Wuqing from the Heavenly Demon Peak, and the disciple Wu Yan from the Sword Demon Peak. The Sword Demon Peak Lord listed the names of those participating in the mission. Upon reaching the final name, he hesitated momentarily, and the Burial Peak disciple Ningchun. In the Grand Hall, upon hearing the somewhat familiar name, Luo Changwu's brows subtly knitted together before she quickly regained her composure. A disciple of the Burial Peak? The master of Tianma Peak furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, how can a disciple from the Zhongxing Peak be involved in such a sect mission? Isn't this akin to dragging us down? What does it mean to drag down? Countless lives have been lost in Qingfeng City, all consumed by deathly energy. If it weren't for the disciples of Zhongxing Peak delivering the deceased and suppressing the deathly energy, do you think they would dare to enter Qingfeng City? Gu Xian retorted, visibly displeased. While that may be true, how could a mere disciple from Zhongxing manage to escort an entire city? He'd likely perish from the encroaching deathly energy after burying just a few bodies. The master of Tianma Peak sneered. Ha! That lad Ningchun is no ordinary fellow. Gu Xian countered with a light scoff. You old scoundrel, dare you step forth and spar with me? Very well, let us spar. In an instant, the two prominent masters stood poised to confront each other, exuding an air of imminent conflict. The masters of Sword Demon Peak and others looked on helplessly, wondering how, at such an advanced age, they could still behave like children. Yet, the long-standing enmity between Gu Xian and the master of Tianma Peak was once again laid bare by this issue concerning Zhongxing Peak. Within the Grand Hall, Luo Changwu paid no heed to the two elders prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her palm. She cast her gaze downward, her expression turning grave. This is the Yang decision of the supreme demon art, that fellow. In the next moment, while the other masters busied themselves with attempts to mediate, they remained oblivious to the fact that a figure clad in red had already vanished from the hall. Chapter 31. The Pursuit Under the Night Sky. A figure dashed forward, its internal energy surging, creating a vortex beneath its feet, propelling it deeper into the forest with an almost ghostly swiftness. Behind it, an elderly man with white hair floated in pursuit through the air. Old fool, if you have the ability, chase me on foot. What skill is flying? Below, Ning Chun felt as though his legs were about to ignite from the exertion. Yet the white-haired elder pursued leisurely, gliding effortlessly through the air, an aspect that filled Ning Chun with envy. This sharp-tongued brat, the elder snorted, though a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. The young man's movements were extraordinarily peculiar, his speed astonishing. Even he, a formidable practitioner of the Breaking Sea realm, found it difficult to catch up. What was most alarming was the boy's abundant energy. Even after half an hour of flight, there was no sign of his energy waning. At that moment, Ning Chun could only strive to buy time, awaiting the arrival of Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin, who had gone to seek assistance from Qingfeng City. If they were to bring a practitioner of the Condensing Dan realm, he might stand a chance. However, his opponent was a master of the Breaking Sea realm. The disparity between them was insurmountable. The energy within his dantian was becoming increasingly depleted. As Ning Chun executed the ghostly shadow steps, he assessed the energy in his dantian with an ever-growing sense of gravity, even with all 121 meridians working at full capacity. The energy in his dantian was proving insufficient. After all, being pursued by a Breaking Sea realm expert left no room for negligence. Boom! At that instant, a powerful gust from the sky descended with a thunderous force. Ning Chun mobilized his energy, leaped, and narrowly evaded the attack, which struck the ground beside him, leaving a massive imprint several dozen feet wide. Is this the might of a Breaking Sea realm master? A look of seriousness glinted in Ning Chun's eyes. If struck, what would remain of him? As he continued to flee, he taunted, "Old man, your martial precision leaves much to be desired." You, the white-haired elder, was incensed. This audacious young man was utterly infuriating. "Brat, you seek death." Under the cover of night, the elder's furious shouts echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Ning Chun, while executing the ghostly shadow steps, continued his flight, with the elder relentlessly pursuing him, launching attacks that were all deftly dodged by the young man. What was most aggravating was the young man's incessant mockery. Each time he evaded an attack, he would ridicule the elder, asking if this was truly the extent of a Breaking Sea realm's prowess. This only served to further infuriate the white-haired elder. Indeed, practitioners of the demon sect are utterly uncouth. Damn it! Why haven't Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin returned with help? Ning Chun cursed inwardly, glancing at his increasingly depleted dantian. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming presence suddenly emerged behind Ning Chun. Oomph! At last, your energy is exhausted. Prepare to meet your end. As the voice of the white-haired elder resonated behind him, a formidable gust of force surged forth, aiming squarely at Ning Chun's back, unleashing the might of the sea-breaking realm. A sense of foreboding washed over Ning Chun, his expression turning grave as a glimmer of icy light manifested in his hand, and the morning blade emerged, swiftly positioning itself to defend against the impending strike. Clang! In the next instant, a deafening roar echoed as the elder's palm crashed down heavily upon the morning blade, producing a dull thud. With a violent force, Ning Chun was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a colossal tree, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. The morning blade was driven into the earth beside him. Had it not been for the morning blade's timely intervention, the elder's strike would undoubtedly have been sufficient to annihilate him. Is this a spiritual weapon? The white-haired elder descended from the sky, his surprise evident as he glanced at the obsidian shovel embedded in the soil, which had withstood the might of a sea-breaking realm cultivator without a single crack. Humph, boy, let us see how stubborn you remain now. The elder snorted dismissively, a terrifying aura from the sea-breaking realm pressing down relentlessly upon Ning Chun. In an instant, the oppressive force caused Ning Chun's skin to rupture, transforming him into a ghastly figure, drenched in blood. The elder anticipated that the disciple of the demonic sect would beg for mercy, but to his astonishment, Ning Chun chuckled lightly. A dignified cultivator of the sea-breaking realm, taking over an hour to hunt down a mere condensation realm disciple. What a disgrace it would be if this were spread. You shall die. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the elder's eyes as he raised his hand, condensing the sea-breaking realm's power within his palm, and struck down towards Ning Chun with tremendous force. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon Ning Chun, nearly rendering him unconscious, and in the hazy moments before darkness enveloped him, he seemed to hear a cold, feminine voice resonate, followed by the apparition of a figure in a red dress appearing before him. Impudent! Boom! As the woman's chilling voice echoed, the entire space seemed to freeze. The elder's descending palm abruptly halted, fear flickering in his eyes as he lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Under the moonlight, a figure in a red dress shattered the void, radiating an aura so terrifying that it instilled profound dread in the elder. A formidable presence, one not to be trifled with. Senior, I am Bai Dowrin of the Feiyu sect. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. Bai Dowrin quickly bowed in reverence. But before he could finish his plea, a wave of pressure descended. Bang! In an instant, Bai Dowrin was crushed into a mere pulp, dissolving into nothingness. This individual, the figure in the red dress, cast a glance at the blood-soaked Ning Chun, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. However, before she could take action, a series of piercing sounds echoed from a distance, as if something was tearing through the air. Subsequently, she waved her jade hand, and a pill flew into Ning Chen's mouth. In the next moment, she stepped into the void, turning and vanishing from sight. Not far away, Qin Ziyue's anxious voice rang out. Elder Lu, hurry up. Ning Chen's junior brother is just ahead. Several figures emerged from the depths of the forest, namely Qin Ziyue, Wu Yin, and Elder Lu, whom they had summoned for assistance. Ning Chen's junior brother. Over there. Soon. They spotted Ning Chun lying on the ground, drenched in blood. Phew. Fortunately, Ning Chun is still alive. Seeing him breathe, the group immediately sighed in relief. Elder Lu, please take senior brother Ning Chun back to heal his wounds. Indeed, Chapter 32. The Master seeks to meet you in a state of unconsciousness. Ning Chun found himself enveloped in a dream, situated within a realm of utter chaos. Within this nebulous expanse, formidable and colossal entities emerged incessantly, each exuding an overwhelming presence. Suddenly, a pitch-black object descended, obliterating all traces of power in the chaotic void. Was that the god burial coffin? In the heavenly demon sect, atop the grave burial peak, Ning Chun jolted awake from his slumber, drenched in cold sweat. Had that been an image of the god burial coffin? He furrowed his brow, a grave expression clouding his features. Though he knew the god burial coffin was extraordinary, he had not anticipated its peculiar nature. All the formidable beings he had witnessed in the chaotic space were effortlessly subdued by the coffin. Ning, brother Ning, you have awakened? At that moment, a voice filled with delight resonated from outside the door. Zhou Yuan appeared, his face alight with joy as he hurriedly entered and enveloped Ning Chun in an embrace. By the heavens, brother Ning, I thought you were on the brink of death. If you were to perish, who among the demon sect would remain to be my youthful brother? Qin Shou and Hu Wei have long since abandoned their youthful titles, and you are the only one left. Brother Zhou, please refrain from weeping, and do not wipe your tears on me. After a brief while, Zhou Yuan finally released Ning Chun, exhaling a sigh of relief as he clapped Ning Chun on the shoulder, exclaiming, Brother Ning, you have become quite renowned in the heavenly demon sect. You actually slayed a 5-star nascent soul realm spy from the righteous path. Quite impressive indeed. The events in Qingfeng City have spread widely. As a disciple of the grave burial sect, Ning Chen's singular act of burying an entire city had already astounded many within the heavenly demon sect. More significantly, he had eliminated a spy from the righteous path, a figure most detested within the demon sect. Such individuals feign kindness while harboring treachery beneath the surface. Unlike the brothers of the demon sect who are forthright in their disdain, confronting their adversaries openly. It was merely luck, Ning Chun chuckled lightly. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, Brother Ning, you have awakened? As the soft tones reached his ears, Ning Chun beheld Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin approaching from the courtyard. Upon seeing him conscious, both exhaled in relief. Senior sister Qin, senior brother Wu, Ning Chun acknowledged them. I am grateful for your timely rescue. He recalled being cornered by the white-haired elder of the Breaking Sea realm, his spiritual energy depleted, ultimately struck down by a single blow. The subsequent events were somewhat hazy in his memory. Since he had survived, it was likely that he had endured until Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin arrived for assistance. In response to Ning Chen's words, Qin Ziyue shook her head. It is we who should express our gratitude to you, Brother Ning. Had you not appeared in time to slay Yi Wuchan, we would have perished at his hands long ago. Moreover, If you had not managed to endure for an entire hour while being pursued by the breaking sea realm cultivator, allowing that white-clad man to depart, we might not have been able to save you. Qin Zue gazed at Ning Chun, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. It was truly astonishing that her junior brother could withstand the relentless pursuit of the sea-breaking realm cultivator for a whole hour. Even Elder Liu from Qingfeng City remarked upon his arrival that it was nothing short of a miracle. Oh, the white-robed man has departed? Upon hearing Qin Ziyue's words, Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback. How could that old wretch, who had chased him for so long and was on the verge of success, simply give up? Moreover, he could not possibly find anything on Yu Wuchen. Indeed, by the time Elder Liu and I arrived, you had already sustained serious injuries and lost consciousness, while that white-robed man had long vanished. Qin Ziyue nodded. Elder Liu speculated that the white-robed man might have sensed their presence and retreated preemptively. In any case, it is a relief that you are unharmed, Ning Chun. However, speaking of which, Qin Ziyue leaned closer, curiously scrutinizing Ning Chun. She marveled. Your self-healing ability is astonishing. Elder Liu merely fed you a healing pill, and your injuries have already healed. It is simply incredible. Upon hearing this, Ning Chun instinctively glanced at his own body, feeling a twinge of confusion. He distinctly remembered receiving a solid blow from the white-robed man. Even with the protection of a burial barrier, it was implausible that he could simply consume an ordinary healing medicine and emerge unscathed. Suddenly, Ning Chun seemed to recollect something. In the twilight of his consciousness, he vaguely remembered hearing a cold feminine voice and glimpsing a figure in a red dress. A red dress? Could it be that female demon? A shock coursed through Ning Chun's heart. His suspicions seemed to be correct. Perhaps that white-robed man had not fled at all, but had been slain by that female demon, and his recovery was likely connected to her intervention. Yet, how did that female demon know he was being pursued? He certainly did not harbor the delusion that she would keep a constant watch over him. It must be that she had left her mark on him in some manner, though he could not yet discern what it was. Another favor owed to her. No, what does it mean to owe a favor? This was clearly the reward for his own labor. Oh, Ning Chun, you are awake? At that moment, a somewhat unexpected voice of an elderly man resonated, and an old man clad in a blue robe with white hair entered the courtyard. Greetings, Master Gu Xianfeng. Upon the old man's appearance, Zhou Yuan and Qin Ziyue immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Master Gu Xianfeng. Ning Chun also saluted, his gaze lingering in confusion on the bruises adorning the elder's face. Master, what happened to you? Cough. I merely tripped and fell. It is nothing serious. Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, clearing his throat. Then, he glanced at Zhou Yuan and the others beside him and gestured. All right, you little ones, your visit ends here. Since Ning Chun is fine, you should return to your own affairs. Understood. We shall take our leave, Master Gu Xianfeng. Brother Ning Chun, please take good care of your injuries. We shall not disturb you further. Qin Ziyue nodded slightly before departing the small courtyard with Wu Yan. Ning, take care of yourself. Zhou Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Since Ning Chun was unharmed, it seemed there was still someone in the demonic sect with whom he could share a brotherly bond. With that, he felt at ease. Once the others had left, only Ning Chun and Gu Xian remained in the room. Young man Ning Chun, I have long heard Elder Sun speak of you. Our Zongxing Peak champion, Gu Xian remarked with a warm smile directed at Ning Chun. You flatter me, Peak Master Gu. Ning Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and through their conversation, Ning Chun discerned that this Gu Xian, whom he had never met before, seemed to hold him in high regard. At that moment, Gu Xian's expression grew increasingly serious as he turned his gaze upon Ning Chun. I have come today primarily to convey an important matter to you. Please, Peak Master, go ahead, Ning Chun urged. 3 days hence, the sect leader wishes to meet with you, Gu Xian said with a light chuckle. Chapter 33. The Stone of Heaven's Repair what? The headmaster wishes to see me? Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. It seemed unexpected that the esteemed headmaster of the Celestial Demon sect would seek an audience with a mere disciple of the Tomb of Life over such a trivial matter. Could it be related to Yi Wuchen, the righteous infiltrator? After all, within such a vast sect, The presence of a righteous spy, undetected by the rest, would surely warrant inquiry from the headmaster. I understand. Ning Chen nodded slightly. After Gu Xian relayed some instructions, he departed. Once he confirmed that his courtyard was empty, Ning Chen cautiously secured the door, then retrieved the god burial coffin. With a flicker of crimson light, the palm-sized coffin transformed to a size of 10 feet. As the lid opened, a corpse materialized within. It was Yi Wuchen. The moment Ning Chen had seen the white-robed figure, he had already devised a plan to slay Yi Wuchen, then retreat into the depths of the forest with his corpse, utilizing the god burial coffin to entomb him. In this manner, the special spirit stone that Yi Wuchen possessed would also fall into his hands. If Ning Chen's deductions were correct, Yi Wuchen's claim of having completed his mission was not directed at Qin Ziyue, but rather at the white-robed figure. His task was most likely to acquire that unique spirit stone. What sort of spirit stone could compel the righteous forces to go to such lengths? Ning Chen exhaled deeply, then began his search on Yi Wuchen's corpse. However, after a prolonged examination, including a thorough investigation of the fellow's storage ring, he found no trace of the special spirit stone. Could it be that I was mistaken? Ning Chen furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He pushed Yi Wuchen's corpse into the god burial coffin and commenced the burial process. As the coffin transformed into a realm of chaos, Yi Wuchen's body was absorbed as an essence of blood and vitality, flowing into the chaotic space within the coffin. Immediately, a dense influx of spiritual energy surged into Ning Chen's dantian. In the next moment, a radiant spirit stone, no larger than a fingernail, yet brimming with rich spiritual energy, emerged and floated within the god burial coffin. Indeed, it had been concealed within this individual's body. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Ning Chen's eyes as he stowed the coffin away and grasped the luminous spirit stone, observing it with intrigue. This is the stone of heaven's repair. At that moment, a chilling voice, cold as ice, suddenly rang out from behind him. Ning Chen instinctively turned around to see the breathtakingly beautiful demoness in a crimson dress. Unbeknownst to him, she had appeared in his courtyard. Why does she appear like a ghost? Ning Chen muttered under his breath, relieved that he had concealed the god burial coffin beforehand. Or he might have been discovered by this elusive enchantress. What did you say? Upon hearing Ning Chen's murmured words, Luo Changwu's emotionless and icy gaze fell upon him. Ahem, it's nothing. Senior, what brings you here today? Ning Chen inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Must I have a reason to visit? Luo Shangwu replied, her red lips parting slightly, her tone icy. Ning Chen quickly shook his head. This formidable woman was exceedingly difficult to please, her temperament unpredictable. It was wiser to speak less in her presence. Ignoring Ning Chen, Luo Shangwu's gaze fell upon a peculiar spirit stone in his hand, the repairing heaven stone, said to be forged from an otherworldly mineral, remarkable in nature. When embedded in a spiritual artifact, it could enhance one's cultivation speed and accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. Accelerate cultivation speed and enhance energy absorption? Ning Chen's eyes sparkled at the mention. For someone eager to grow stronger like him, the repairing heaven stone was indeed a formidable tool for cultivation. However, at that moment, Luo Shangwu's voice broke the silence again, her eyes fixed intently on Ning Chen. The repairing heaven stone is not for everyone. It bears no effects for those of ordinary talent, but for those with exceptional gifts, its effects are magnified. Senior, how do you perceive my talent? Ning Chen humbly sought her opinion. Passable, mediocre at best, Luo Shangwu replied, her exquisite face betraying no emotion, her voice as cold as ice. Ning Chen felt a pang of disappointment. The Heavenly Demon Sect is currently searching for this lost repairing heaven stone. I never expected to find it in your possession. At that moment, Luo Shangwu's frigid voice rang out again. She extended her delicate, pale hand towards him, her gaze unwavering. The repairing heaven stone, handed over. Though reluctant, Ning Chen complied, understanding that his current strength could not protect the stone. If the formidable woman desired it, he had no choice but to surrender. Turning away, he soon heard her cool voice again. Caught off guard, Ning Chen hesitated, perplexed, yet obediently turned back to her. As he did, He found Luo Shangwu's expression still devoid of emotion, resembling a beautiful ice queen. Gradually, she lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a delicate, porcelain-like foot that anyone would wish to grasp and admire. Adorning her ankle was a string of red chains. She bent down, removing the chain and channeling her spiritual energy to insert the repairing heaven stone into it. With a soft click, before Ning Chun could voice his confusion, he saw the red chain resting atop a table in the courtyard, the repairing heaven stone beautifully embedded within. Ning Chun was taken aback. Simultaneously, the enchanting gaze of the woman fell upon him, the implications of her look unmistakable. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chun donned the chain upon his wrist, bowing in gratitude. All in one fluid motion. Senior, your kindness is immeasurable, and I shall never forget it. In this life, I cannot repay your grace. I can only hope to serve you in my next life. Luo Shangwu appeared, slightly taken aback, her stunning visage twitching. You cannot repay me in this life. So you will in the next? Meaning, if it is difficult to repay, then do not repay at all? As she observed him adorning his wrist with the crimson chain, Luo Shangwu raised an eyebrow, a rare glimmer of amusement dancing in her beautiful eyes. She contemplated voicing her thoughts, but ultimately opted for silence. Focus on cultivating the supreme demonic technique, she remarked before seemingly preparing to depart. However, at that moment, a voice emerged from behind her, Ning Chen's voice, abruptly cutting through the air. Senior, wait. Luo Shangwu turned to face him. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Chun inquired, was it you who saved me when I was pursued by the white-robed man outside Qingfeng City? I hardly have the leisure for such matters, Luo Shangwu replied, her expression impassive, her tone devoid of any emotion. Or do you believe you hold significant importance to me? Ning Chun remained undeterred, bowing respectfully. Regardless, I am grateful for your timely intervention, Senior. The female demon seemed to emit a cold snort, choosing not to linger any longer as she turned to leave. Additionally, Senior, in a few days, I am to meet with the sect leader. I seek your guidance on how I should proceed. At this moment, Ning Chen's voice rang out once more, compelling Luo Shangwu to halt. She turned back, her frigid gaze fixed upon him. You appear to be quite apprehensive about the sect leader. Chapter 34, A Teapot, our esteemed leader, is a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. Not only does this apply to the heavenly demon sect, but throughout the entire heavenly spirit realm, I dare say, there is no one who does not tremble in fear. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. Beside him, Luo Shangwu clasped her hands around her proudly elevated bosom, her expression impassive. Yet her crimson lips betrayed a barely perceptible curve. What is there to fear? The leader wouldn't harm you. Harm me? Ning Chun raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. I am not afraid of being harmed. What terrifies me is the possibility of something even more dreadful occurring. After all, this is a den of demons. If the leader possesses any peculiar predilections, I would find myself in a dire predicament. What peculiar predilections? Luo Shangwu's brows furrowed slightly. Ning Chun replied earnestly, the proclivity for dragon young. Boom! In the next instant, Ning Chun was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the small courtyard. The female demon lord turned away, departing without a glance. Ning Chun, clutching his stomach as he rose from the ground, was filled with confusion. What had he said to provoke her ire once again? Was it wrong for a boy to possess a sense of self-preservation? At that moment, the distant figure in a red dress paused, her lips parting slightly as a cold voice echoed. The trial at the demon burial ground is about to commence. Each peak has one trial quota. Strive to earn it. The demon burial ground? Upon hearing the words of the female demon lord, Ning Chun momentarily froze, his curiosity piqued. Could you please elaborate on this demon burial ground? Absolutely not. Ning Chen's words were abruptly cut off by Luo Shangwu's merciless interruption, her icy tone lingering in the air before she vanished from his sight. What an enigmatic woman, Ning Chen murmured to himself. He then glanced at the celestial repair stone chain adorning his wrist and cautiously concealed it within his sleeve. At least he had managed to reclaim a bit of his hard-earned resources from the female demon lord. Not a total loss. Subsequently, Ning Chun settled into a cross-legged position, activating the supreme demon technique and channeling the spiritual veins throughout his body. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt a surge of heat emanating from his wrist, as an abundance of spiritual energy continuously flowed into his dantian. The celestial repair stone chain was indeed beginning to demonstrate its efficacy, truly a remarkable treasure. As he sensed the increasingly rich spiritual energy within him, Ning Chen's eyes sparkled, and he immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. 3 days later, Burial Peak. At the foot of the mountain in the small courtyard. Phew, I have reached the 4th star of the condensed Dan realm. In these past few days, as his body recovered, he bore the burden of the Burial Absolute, continuing to excel as the top performer of Burial Peak. After completing his tasks, he returned to his cultivation, with the Divine Burial Coffin and the Celestial Repair Stone Chain as his 2 formidable cultivation tools. His progress was astonishingly swift. In just a few short days, he had broken through another minor realm. Calculating the time, it seemed he was due to meet the leader today. Ning Chun let out a long breath and slowly rose to his feet. He felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought. After all, the leader of the demon sect was known for their brutality and mercilessness. The most critical concern was the vast disparity in strength. An emperor-level powerhouse was indeed the pinnacle of existence in the heavenly spirit realm. He pushed open the door to the small courtyard. As Ning Chun descended from the mountain, he made his way towards the heavenly demon peak, where the main hall of the sect leader was situated. Upon arriving at the heavenly demon peak, he quickly discerned that the spiritual energy in this area was far more abundant than that at the Burial Life Peak. It was likely that a single day of cultivation here would yield results equivalent to 2 days at the Burial Life Peak. Truly, it was the strongest peak of the heavenly demon sect. Ning Chun marveled at the richness of the aura. However, the inner sect disciple assessment was about to commence. It was rumored that all outer sect disciples could participate, and those who performed exceptionally well would have the opportunity to choose a new peak to belong to. As there was no distinction between inner and outer sect at the Burial Life Peak, all disciples from there were considered outer sect, granting them a chance to partake in the inner disciple assessment. Consequently, many disciples from Burial Life Peak had been preparing for this assessment, as outstanding performance could lead them out of their current predicaments. Recently, Zhou Yuan had also been preparing for this, claiming he would certainly enter the heavenly demon peak. Ning Chun intended to participate in the inner disciple assessment as well, but not for the chance to select a new peak. Rather, he sought the rewards for exceptional performance, such as cultivation resources. After all, with the burial god coffin in his possession, the benefits from any peak paled in comparison to those from the Burial Life Peak. Soon, Ning Chun began his ascent of the heavenly demon peak. His presence attracted the attention of several disciples, particularly due to the disciple token from Burial Life Peak that hung prominently at his waist. A disciple from Burial Life Peak? What is a Burial Life disciple doing at my heavenly demon peak? Some disciples furrowed their brows, observing him with disdain. I know him. He is said to be the champion of Burial Life Peak, Ning Chun. Ning Chun? Wasn't he the one who uncovered Yi Wuchen as a spy for the righteous faction in Qingfeng City and subsequently killed him? Keep in mind, Yi Wuchen was a 5-star in the condensation realm. Among the inner disciples of Heavenly Demon Peak, he was considered quite formidable. What does this signify? It is said that after slaying Yi Wuchen, he was pursued for a full hour by a peak sea-breaking realm righteous cultivator, managing to hold out until Elder Lu arrived. What? He was chased for an entire hour by a peak sea-breaking realm righteous cultivator. Upon hearing this, the disdain in the eyes of the surrounding Heavenly Demon Peak disciples evaporated. While many inner disciples of Heavenly Demon Peak could manage to kill a cultivator in the condensation realm, surviving an hour under the pursuit of a peak sea-breaking realm cultivator was a feat beyond their capabilities, even for some true disciples. This Burial Life disciple was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, many disciples of Heavenly Demon Peak regarded Ning Chun with newfound respect. At the highest point of the Heavenly Demon Peak, amidst a sea of clouds, one could behold the entirety of the demon sect from this vantage point. Suddenly, Ning Chen's gaze fell upon a courtyard amidst the clouds. That was the courtyard of the sect leader, a place off-limits to outsiders. You there, do not approach. Do not provoke the sect leader's ire, or even I would be unable to protect you. At that moment, an aged yet light-hearted chuckle resonated from the side. Ning Chun turned to see Gu Xian, clad in a blue robe, approaching. The Peak Master Gu Xian, Ning Chun greeted with a respectful bow, then cast his gaze toward the Cloud Sea courtyard, filled with curiosity. Is that the courtyard of the sect leader? Indeed, Gu Xian nodded slightly. The sect leader often sits in that courtyard, enjoying tea and nurturing his health, or enters seclusion for cultivation. Ning Chun understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Since it was the sect leader's courtyard, it would be wise to maintain a distance, lest he inadvertently damage the flora, for one would not dare to provoke a great emperor. Just as he prepared to accompany Gu Xian into the heavenly demon master hall, his attention was suddenly captivated by an object within the sect leader's courtyard. It was a teapot. Chapter 35. The sect master enjoys tea and asks questions upon noticing a teapot placed on the wooden table in the courtyard. Ning Chun momentarily paused, furrowing his brow, as a sense of familiarity washed over him. That was indeed the sect master's teapot. Gu Xian, following his gaze, stroked his white beard and explained with a chuckle. The sect master is quite fond of tea, and even the tea she consumes is of extraordinary quality. Alas, I am not fortunate enough to partake in such delights. Is it true that even the Peak Master cannot savor the tea bestowed by the sect master? Ning Chun inquired, somewhat astonished. After all, Gu Xian was the master of one of the 7 peaks. It was surprising that he had not been granted even a single cup. It seemed that the sect master of the demonic sect was even more aloof and unyielding than he had anticipated. The sect master was a figure of imperial strength, and the tea she drank was certainly not ordinary. Gu Xian sighed. For someone of my cultivation, consuming such tea would yield adverse effects rather than benefits. Unless the sect master is willing to assist in refining the tea's energy to achieve a balanced effect. Who would dare to drink it? He continued, his tone tinged with resignation. Most importantly, the sect master would never deign to assist them in refining the tea. What kind of existence was she? Why would she personally refine tea for them? They were hardly deserving of such an honor. I see. Ning Chun nodded slightly. It appears the female demon leader enjoys tea as well. Through his interactions with her, Ning Chun grew increasingly convinced that her strength far surpassed that of Gu Xian, as evidenced by her ability to shatter the void. Thus, it stood to reason that her status within the heavenly demon sect must be quite high, at least above that of the Peak Masters. The 7 Peak Masters merely managed their respective peaks, while the heavenly demon sect had numerous elders whose strength eclipsed theirs. These elders preferred to focus on their own cultivation rather than concern themselves with trivial matters. The female demon leader likely belonged to that esteemed group of elders. All right, young Ning, come inside with me, Gu Xian beckoned, leading the way to the main hall of the heavenly demon sect. Observing this, Ning Chun withdrew his gaze from the teapot and followed him into the main hall. As Gu Xian pushed open the grand doors, Ning Chun beheld the magnificent sight of the entire hall. It was indeed befitting of the leader of the demonic sect, resplendent and imposing. Simultaneously, as the two entered the hall, 6 figures turned their attention toward them. Gu Xian, is this the champion of your Zhangxing Peak? The master of the heavenly demon peak remarked with a cold sneer. He does not seem particularly impressive, despite the malice in his words. Ning Chun could discern that the hostility was directed entirely at Gu Xian. It appeared that the 2 peak masters were at odds. Better than your disciples who are prone to espionage. Gu Xian shot back with a snort. You, old fool, it seems you wish to spar with me again. Come if you dare. Ning Chun silently stepped back, wary of being caught in their crossfire. The sect master will arrive shortly. I shall not bicker with you now. Gu Xian let out a cold snort before turning to Ning Chun, introducing him in turn. Ning Chun. This is the leader of the Demon Sword Peak after a round of introductions. Ning Chun respectfully greeted the several peak masters. Disciple Ning Chun of the Burial Life, Peak pays respects to the esteemed peak masters. Not bad. At such a tender age, you have already attained the 4th star of the Condensed Dan realm, which positions you above average among the inner disciples of my Sword Demon Peak. However, in the context of the Burial Life Peak, you are indeed a rare and exceptional disciple, remarked the Sword Demon Peak Master, who carried a dark sword on his back. Slightly nodding in approval, the other peak masters also nodded in agreement. albeit without much emotional fluctuation, as a mere condensed Dan disciple did not warrant their significant attention. It was likely that the sect leader wished to meet him due to the matter concerning the righteous sect's infiltrators. As the strongest faction of the heavenly demon sect, the infiltration by the righteous sect spies was certainly a matter of great concern. In fact, given the sect leader's iron-fisted methods, it was plausible he might cleanse the entire heavenly demon sect because of this incident. However, Gu Xian silently scoffed. If they were aware of the recent circumstances surrounding Ning Chun, they would be quite astonished. Yet, he refrained from revealing this information, wary of these old men attempting to seize his disciple. He was eager to see how painful their expressions would be once Ning Chun matured. Ning Chun possessed striking features, likely to captivate the young ladies of the Mingyue Peak. Ning Chun, do you have a partner? At this moment, a graceful woman clad in a Chong Sam smiled at him. In response to the Mingyue Peak master, no, I do not. Ning Chun hesitated slightly before shaking his head. Then, what do you think of the female disciples of our Mingyue Peak? I heard you saved Ziyue this time. How about considering her as your partner? The Mingyue Peak master suggested with a smile. Ning Chun furrowed his brow, about to decline when suddenly, an imperceptible yet terrifying imperial might surged within the hall, causing the expressions of the 7 peak masters to change dramatically, making it difficult for them to even draw a breath. They quickly turned and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Simultaneously, the 7 peak masters felt a wave of trepidation. This aura was utterly terrifying. What was happening? Was the sect leader in a foul mood today? The sect leader? The sect leader has arrived? Ning Chen's expression shifted, and he hurriedly bowed towards the elevated seat within the hall. Disciple Ning Chun of the burial life, Peak pays respects to the sect leader. After a long while, he finally raised his head, eager to discern the true appearance of the leader of the heavenly demon sect. However, as Ning Chen's gaze fell upon the throne, he could vaguely discern a blurred figure, as if it were beyond perception. What is this? Is the gap in strength truly so vast? Ning Chen paused, furrowing his brow, and could only attribute it to the difference in power. After all, the sect leader was a formidable emperor-level figure, rendering invisibility quite normal. Was this the aura of an emperor-level powerhouse? At that moment, upon the throne, if Luo Chong dispersed the overwhelming imperial might enveloping her, Ning Chun would have recognized her familiar figure in the red dress, yet she presently had no desire to meet him. Ning Chun, the old man speaks on behalf of the sect leader. Elder Gu Xian cast his gaze upon Ning Chun, who slightly nodded in response. Elder Gu Xian's voice resonated as he inquired, might I ask how you discerned that Yi Wuchen was an infiltrator of the righteous path? Ning Chun then proceeded to articulate his deductions, skillfully concealing the details regarding the divine burial coffin and modifying certain aspects to render his explanation more plausible. Oh, is that so? Elder Gu Xian remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Indeed, when I assigned this task, I did involve several individuals whose missions were linked to that peculiar spiritual stone. The master of Sword Demon Peak cast a curious glance at Ning Chun. What does the master think? Elder Gu Xian inquired, directing his attention towards the figure in the grand hall. In the hall, that figure appeared to nod, seemingly satisfied with the response provided. Subsequently, Elder Gu Xian posed several more questions, to which Ning Chun responded with composure. Very well, Elder Gu Xian continued. The master has one final question. His gaze shifted once more. Master, please ask, Ning Chun replied. Since it was you who eliminated Yi Wuchen, do you possess knowledge of the whereabouts of that peculiar spiritual stone? As Elder Gu Xian's words fell, Ning Chun felt a surge of tension. It was to be expected that this inquiry would arise. Chapter 36. The Land of Demonic Burial returning to the sect leader. I was relentlessly pursued by that white-clad figure after slaying Yi Wuchen. Thus, I remain unaware of the whereabouts of that peculiar spirit stone. After a moment of silence, Ning Chen offered a respectful bow to the figure within the grand hall, uttering nonsensical words. Inside the hall, Luo Shanwu, clad in a crimson dress, let out a cold snort, narrowing her eyes. Is that so? However, when we dispatched individuals to Qingfeng City to search, not only did we fail to locate that special spirit stone, but even the corpse of Yi Wuchen was absent. The master of Tianma Peak sneered. That disciple is evidently not informed. Ning Chun lowered his head slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Whether that special spirit stone resides on you, I shall discern. The master of Tianma Peak scoffed, and as his words fell, an overwhelming aura descended upon Ning Chun. Boom! The formidable presence instantly drained the color from Ning Chen's face. Ning boy, there is no need for trepidation. You merely need to prove that you have not concealed that special spirit stone. Ancient Xian reassured him from the side. Ning Chen gave a slight nod. Although he appeared expressionless, he was inwardly panicking. Most notably, he possessed not only the bracelet inlaid with the sky-repairing spirit stone gifted by the female demon, but also the god burial coffin. The detection of either would lead to grave trouble. Moreover, he dared not store them in his small courtyard, as that female demon was elusive and ghost-like. Should she discover the existence of the god burial coffin, it would spell disaster. However, as the master of Tianma Peak's perception lingered upon him, after a while, he finally withdrew his gaze. He then bowed slightly to the figure in the hall, shaking his head gently, returning to the sect leader. I have not sensed the aura of the special spirit stone from him. Phew! Upon hearing this, Ning Chen finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Though he was somewhat astonished, he did not expect the master of Tianma Peak, at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, to perceive nothing at all. Perhaps the god burial coffin was too elevated in rank for the master to detect. And as for the sky-repairing stone, it was likely due to its embedding within the bracelet gifted by the female demon. It seemed that this bracelet was no ordinary item. At this moment, Ning Chun felt a sense of gratitude towards the female demon. Had she not set the sky-repairing stone into the bracelet, it might have been sensed by the master of Tianma Peak. The figure in the grand hall nodded slightly. Ning boy, you may take your leave for now. Seeing this, Ancient Xian immediately grasped the sect leader's intent and promptly addressed Ning Chun. Wait for me outside the grand hall. Understood. Sect leader, esteemed peak masters, I shall take my leave for the time being. Ning Chun offered a bow before departing. Once Ning Chun exited within the hall, the enchanting figure in the crimson dress finally parted her red lips. Her voice resonating with a chilling clarity akin to the sound of ice meeting stone. From this day forth, each peak must thoroughly investigate the infiltrators within the righteous path. No mistakes shall be tolerated. Yes, sect leader. The 7 peak masters nodded solemnly. Ancient Xian bowed to the alluring figure in the crimson dress. Sect leader. What are your thoughts on my disciple, Ning Chun, from the burial peak? Some of his background had previously been disclosed to the sect leader by me. It was merely adequate, rather mediocre. The emotionless voice of Luo Shangwu echoed through the grand hall. This, Gu Xian furrowed his brow. During a recent report, the sect leader remarked on Ning Chen's considerable talent. How had it now diminished to merely adequate, mediocre? Could it be that the sect leader overheard his discussion about him with Ning Chun? Was the sect leader angered? Yet that seemed unlikely. Gu Xian mused. The sect leader was a formidable emperor. Would he truly concern himself with a mere disciple at the condensation dance stage? The master of the demon peak scoffed. Gu Xian paid no heed to the old man and turned once more to inquire. Sect leader, Ning Chen's recent accomplishment in slaying the righteous sect spies is indeed commendable. Might the sect consider rewarding him? Very well, Luo Shangwu nodded slightly. You shall handle this matter. Once Gu Xian departed the grand hall, he spotted Ning Chun waiting outside. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached, saying, Ning Chun, I have reported to the sect leader regarding your merit in eliminating the spies of the righteous sect. Our demon sect should reward you for this. Speak, what you desire. The peak master jested. I am but a disciple of the demon sect. Handling spies is my duty. Ning Chun waved his hand. Just as Gu Xian felt elated, Ning Chen's tone suddenly shifted. Can I ask for anything? Gu Xian coughed lightly and continued ahem. I will do my utmost to secure what you wish. Upon hearing this, Ning Chun fell into contemplation. While resources for cultivation or martial techniques would indeed enhance his abilities, such benefits were fleeting. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to Gu Xian and said, Peak Master, I wish to acquire more burial permissions. More burial permissions. Gu Xian was taken aback. What kind of reward was this? Indeed, Ning Chun affirmed. Resources for cultivation or martial techniques offer only momentary enhancement, but with greater burial permissions, I could entomb not just ordinary disciples, but even those of elder rank. For one who grows stronger through burial, this is the most valuable resource for cultivation. You're quite peculiar. While other disciples avoid these corpses for fear of being consumed by death energy, you eagerly seek to bury them, Gu Xian remarked, perplexed. After all, the more one buried, the more contributions to the sect one could accrue, allowing for the exchange of ample cultivation resources later. Ning Chen smiled. Very well, I shall accommodate your request. How to arrange this will be communicated to you by Elder Sunday. Gu Xian nodded slightly, though he would need to deliberate on how to grant Ning Chen more burial permissions. After all, this young man was perhaps the first disciple in many years from the tomb of the demon sect to make such a request. By the way, as Ning Chen contemplated following Elder Gu Xian down the mountain, he suddenly recalled the words of the female demon lord regarding the demon burial ground that she had mentioned days prior. Master of the Peak, is it true that our demon sect's demon burial ground is on the verge of opening? Oh, Gu Xian raised an eyebrow. Have you also heard the tidings about the impending opening of the demon burial ground? I have heard a little, Ning Chen humbly inquired. Might I ask what trials await in this demon burial ground? Listen closely as I elucidate, Gu Xian replied with a smile, stroking his white beard. The demon burial ground is a sacred site of our demon sect. Throughout the ages, when the strong ones and leaders of our sect approach their final days, they choose to be interred in this ground. This allows future disciples to enter the trials, and should they gain the approval of these past strong ones and leaders, they may inherit their legacies. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is there truly such a wondrous place? For one who possesses the god burial coffin, how could the demon burial ground not be a treasure? Chapter 37. Can the supreme demon technique break through? A good place? Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Gu Xian paused momentarily before nodding slightly. If one could gain the recognition of the powerful beings interred in the land of demon burials and acquire their opportunities, it would indeed be a remarkable place. As he spoke, he patted Ning Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, Ning Chen, prepare yourself well. Once the inner sect disciples assessment concludes, the trial selection in the realm of the demon clan will commence. Each of the 7 peaks has only one spot available, and I hold great expectations for you. He added, let us descend the mountain. Upon returning to the small courtyard at the foot of Zongxing Peak, Ning Chen let out a long sigh of relief, having finally navigated through this challenging inquiry. After all, both the masters of the 7 peaks and the leader of the heavenly demon sect possessed far superior strength. Any misstep could potentially expose the existence of the divine burial coffin and the celestial repair stone chain. It is only with strength that one can find peace of mind. Ning Chen shook his head and continued his cultivation. Days passed in succession. During this time, Qin Ziyue visited several times, seemingly wishing to invite him out, but Ning Chen consistently declined. It appeared that this senior sister Qin held some interest in him. However, he regrettably thought women would only impede his cultivation progress. As for the female demon, that was entirely an unforeseen circumstance. After all, he was always compelled into those situations, leaving him with no room for resistance, though he could not quite call it enjoyment, as he was perpetually in a passive role. At Zongxing Peak, having completed today's funeral rites, Ning Chen was preparing to descend the mountain with Zhou Yuan. Ning, brother, there are only 7 days left until the inner sect disciples assessment. Just a few days ago, I finally succeeded in condensing my Dan. I should achieve a commendable result in the inner sect disciples assessment. At that time, I shall leave Zongxing Peak and enter Tianma Peak. Zhou Yuan chuckled, his eyes brimming with aspiration. He then casually inquired, Ning, brother, what realm are you at? 4 stars in the Dan condensation realm. Ning Chen replied with a smile. Prodigy. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched momentarily. Why did he ask such a question? Wasn't that just inviting torment? By the way, Ning, brother, I've noticed that senior sister Qin from Mingyue Peak often visits your small courtyard. You wouldn't happen to. At this, Zhou Yuan grew somewhat vigilant. Rest assured, I have no interest in senior sister Qin. Ning Chen gently shook his head. That's good to hear. Zhou Yuan sighed with relief. A true brother indeed. Just then, Elder Sun hurriedly approached from the main hall of Zhongxing Peak and called out to Ning Chun from a distance. Elder Sun, what is the matter? Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan turned to face him. Elder Sun spoke directly. A corpse of an outer sect elder from the Poison Insect Peak has been brought to Zhongxing Peak, having just refined and cultivated his essence. The deathly aura is exceedingly dense, rendering several elders of Zhongxing Peak unable to conduct the burial. A corpse of an outer sect elder from Poison Insect Peak? This must at least be a powerful being of the Breaking Sea realm. No wonder the deathly aura was so thick that even the elders could not manage the burial. Fortunately, such a corpse would not fall to the disciples of Zhongxing. Otherwise, it would be one burial after another. In the training square, numerous disciples of the burial peak felt their expressions shift upon hearing Elder Sun's words, only to subsequently breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, they heard Elder Sun, with a smile, directing his gaze toward Ning Chun. I wonder if young Ning Chun might be interested? Please lead the way, Elder Sunday. Ning Chun's eyes sparkled as he hoisted the burial implement onto his shoulder without a hint of hesitation. Very well, follow me. After briefly informing Zhou Yuan to return, Ning Chun fell in step with Elder Sunday. Having spent several days in cultivation and interment, his cultivation had stagnated at the 4th star of the Condensed Dan realm. Would burying this particular client enable him to make a breakthrough? Is Brother Ning Chun not a bit too audacious? That is the corpse of a sea-opening realm cultivator. The deathly aura is so dense that even the ordinary elders of Burial Peak dare not inter it. Yet he does, truly deserving of the title of our Burial Peak's top seller. Brother Ning Chun is truly impressive. The disciples expressed their admiration in unison. Before long, Ning Chun followed Elder Sun to a secluded area behind Burial Peak, where the suffocating aura of death was palpable from afar. As they approached, they beheld 2 elders of Burial Peak wearing troubled expressions, gazing at a corpse draped in white cloth, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Old Zhang, Old Li, let this young lad Ning Chun handle the burial, Elder Sun stated as he approached the 2 elders. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, both elders furrowed their brows, casting a doubtful glance at Ning Chun. Old Sun, are you joking? Even we cannot enter this corpse, and you want a disciple to do it? Rest assured, this young fellow is our top seller at Burial Peak. Even the Peak Master holds him in high regard. Elder Sun replied with a chuckle, then turned to Ning Chun. Ning Chun, you may proceed. Ning Chun nodded slightly and walked towards the corpse covered by the white cloth, the burial implement in hand. Be cautious. The closer you get, the more intense the deathly aura becomes. Do not act carelessly. The 2 elders quickly cautioned as they watched Ning Chun approach recklessly. This is sheer madness. Old Sun, look at him, aware of the dense deathly aura ahead. Yet he dares to approach so recklessly. Are you sending him to his doom? Nevertheless, Elder Sun merely smiled in silence. The 2 elders could only frown and continue to observe. Yet soon, they were taken aback to discover that the deathly aura, which even they found daunting, seemed non-existent in the presence of the young man clad in dark robes, wielding the shovel. What is happening? Why is he unafraid of the deathly aura? The 2 elders gazed at Ning Chun in disbelief. The Peak Master has stated that when it comes to funerals, throughout the entire history of Burial Peak, no one surpasses young Ning Chun. Observing the astonished expressions of the 2 elders, Elder Sun chuckled softly. At that moment, the 2 elders of Burial Peak fell into a profound silence. Ning Chun quietly retrieved the burial tool and excavated a grave that perfectly accommodated the size of the mystical wooden coffin. He then removed the white cloth, revealing a corpse in a state of disarray that was truly ghastly. Unperturbed, he placed the body into the coffin and gently pushed it into the grave, beginning to cover it with earth from the burial tool. Once he completed the task, he lit 3 candles for the deceased. In an instant, the once pervasive aura of death around him vanished completely. Elder Su from Poison Insect Peak had recently fallen victim to a coordinated attack by righteous cultivators, a tragic end indeed. As Ning Chun activated his Eye of Rebirth, he glimpsed the deceased's lingering thoughts, regrettably finding nothing of value to claim. However, as the life force accompanying the burial entered the coffin and replenished the spiritual energy within his dantian, he distinctly felt his own aura reaching its zenith. It was likely that, with the use of the celestial stone chain for cultivation tonight, he would achieve a breakthrough to the 5th level of the Dan condensation realm. Ning Chun had already resolved to engage in an all-night cultivation session. He then approached Elder Sunday, Elder Sun. The burial is complete. Please remember to credit my contribution points, he said. Of course, Elder Sun replied with a smile and a nod. I shall take my leave now. Ning Chun hoisted the burial tool and turned to depart. Yet, after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted, turned back towards the 2 elders, and cheerfully warned, Elders, you may want to close your mouths. Be cautious not to dislocate your jaws. With that, he turned away. Meanwhile, the 2 elders finally recognized their own lapse in composure and awkwardly closed their gaping mouths. As night fell, Ning Chun sat cross-legged, his red bracelet standing out prominently. At that moment, the celestial stone embedded within it radiated a brilliant light, continuously channeling spiritual energy into his dantian. After a brief interval, he exhaled deeply, ceasing the operation of the supreme devil art. Before him appeared a visible status panel. Name, Ning Chun. Realm, 5th level of Dan condensation. Technique, supreme devil art, ready for breakthrough. Martial arts, blood demon blade. Phantom steps. Burial technique, Eye of Rebirth. Current levels unlocked, 2-9. Life force for burial, 6100. The supreme devil art. Ready for a breakthrough? Upon seeing this notification, Ning Chun paused in surprise. He vaguely recalled the female devil mentioning that the supreme devil art he practiced was incomplete, and he had sensed this over time. After all, aside from helping him cultivate over 100 spiritual meridians, it seemed to have little other purpose, rendering it somewhat unremarkable. However, if it were truly so ordinary, it could not have facilitated the gathering of over 100 meridians. Thus, there was only one conclusion. As the female devil had stated, the supreme devil art was indeed incomplete. But how does one achieve a breakthrough? Ning Chun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat perplexed. He then began to experiment with the supreme devil art, exploring its intricacies on his own. Unbeknownst to him, as he activated the art, his body grew increasingly heated. Chapter 38. The Temptation of Desire, guided by Ning Chun in the ethereal courtyard of the heavenly demon sect, the enchanting Luo Shangwu, adorned in a crimson gown, gazed vacantly at the clouds below, lost in profound thought. The powerful aura that had just dissipated from her presence signified the conclusion of her rigorous cultivation. Should she manage to transcend the shackles of the imperial realm and reach that legendary domain, perhaps the tribulations facing the heavenly demon sect could be effortlessly resolved. As she beheld the expanse of clouds, Luo Shangwu found herself entranced. Despite her formidable prowess, the prospect of confronting the united forces of righteousness in 2 years left her with little confidence. After all, one's fists are no match for many hands, and she was not the sole emperor in the vast world of Tianling. Yet, if she could ascend to the fabled divine realm beyond the emperor, even attaining the status of a demigod would suffice to mitigate the impending crisis of the heavenly demon sect. However, the path to becoming a demigod is fraught with challenges. For countless millennia, no demigod has graced the realm, existing only in the annals of mythology. Yet, Luo Shangwu was acutely aware that it was no mere legend, for she possessed a method to transcend the emperor and ascend to demigod status. The cultivation technique she practiced was the supreme demon art. Indeed, it was the very technique she had imparted to Ning Chun. The trials of desire she faced were a consequence of her practice of the supreme demon art, specifically the Yin scroll. This art is divided into Yin and Yang, comprising 5 stages. Currently, she had reached the 4th stage, the harmonious path, mere steps away from the 5th stage, known as ascension to divinity. It is said that by mastering both the Yin and Yang scrolls, with both reaching the 4th stage of harmonious path through mutual cultivation, one could attain the 5th stage, and thus an emperor could gain insight into the demigod realm. Luo Shangwu was aware of this from the outset of her training in the supreme demon art, yet she paid little heed to it. Whether it was the trials of desire or the dual cultivation of the harmonious path, she believed that her strength alone would enable her to overcome any challenges, even if she solely practiced the Yin scroll. In reality, since embarking on her cultivation of the supreme demon art and achieving the status of emperor. She had resisted all trials of desire, save for one instance, within that coffin. Since that fateful moment, the trials of desire had become utterly uncontainable. It was all that individual's fault. Reflecting upon this, Luo Shanwu clenched her silver teeth, and a shadow of grievance flickered across her ice-cold, exquisite visage. Gradually, she recognized Ning Chen's talent as nothing short of extraordinary. She had merely opened the path for his cultivation, and within mere days, he had ascended from an ordinary mortal to the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. Such innate ability far surpassed her own. It is worth noting that before she became the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, she was known as the foremost prodigy of the Tianling realm. Thus, she began to invest, entrusting Ning Chen with the Yang Scroll of the Supreme Demon Art. As events unfolded, Ning Chen's recent accomplishments continually reaffirmed her belief in her investment. In just a few months, he had transformed from a mere mortal to a practitioner of the condensed Dan realm. Ning Chen, oh Ning Chen, you have indeed not disappointed this Empress. Luo Shanwu murmured softly, raising her teacup and taking a delicate sip. The Supreme Demon Technique had been entrusted to him for over a month. Calculating the time, it seemed that in a few dozen days, that individual would likely reach the first realm of the Supreme Demon Technique, the transformation of the ordinary. However, as Luo Changwu murmured to herself, she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her palm. Her delicate brows furrowed as she lowered her gaze. The tribulation of carnal desires? Damn it, why is it coming again? Luo Changwu cursed silently, then sat cross-legged, her majestic imperial aura manifesting, seemingly attempting to forcibly suppress the flames of this carnal tribulation. She had previously declared this to be the last time with that individual. Such a minor tribulation of desires, could she, the Grand Empress, truly not subdue this trivial lust? Would she truly become addicted to such carnal pleasures? Moments later, as her formidable imperial aura circulated, the flames of the carnal tribulation indeed diminished significantly. Just as she sighed in relief, suddenly, the previously suppressed lust flared up once more. Witnessing this scene, Luo Changwu's expression changed. What is happening? Clearly, this Empress had subdued the carnal tribulation. How could it still? Suddenly, her words halted. It seemed she had realized something, her crimson lips parting to exclaim, "This carnal tribulation does not belong to this Empress, but rather to that individual? Has he reached the first realm of the Supreme Demon Technique? So soon?" But she quickly regained her composure. Wait, does this mean that his breakthrough in the Supreme Demon Technique can also trigger the emergence of carnal tribulations for this Empress? Luo Changwu was stunned. The Supreme Demon Technique is actually dominated by the Yang Technique? That individual. In the next moment, within the Cloud Sea courtyard, a figure in a red dress had vanished without a trace. At the foot of Burial Life Peak, in a small courtyard. What is happening? Why does it feel increasingly hot as I continue to cultivate? Ning Chen had removed his dark robe, exposing his muscular upper body, yet even without his clothing, he felt an overwhelming heat, as if this sensation emanated from within rather than from the surface. Enough. I shall cease my cultivation for now. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. Although the Supreme Demon Technique could lead to a breakthrough, after practicing for a full half-hour, he had shown no signs of progress. Could it be that I am cultivating in the wrong direction? Suddenly, just as Ning Chen muttered about wanting to halt the operation of the Supreme Demon Technique, he found that it could not be stopped, and his body became even more fervent. What is happening? A grave expression crossed Ning Chen's eyes. Most critically, as the Supreme Demon Technique operated, his body felt as though it was ignited from within, his throat parched. Strangely, a vision of a figure in a red dress flashed continuously in his mind, her graceful form and stunning beauty resembling a potent poison. What is happening? The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. Just then, a faint fragrance wafted into the room. Ning Chen turned around. It was then that he noticed a figure in a red dress had unexpectedly appeared in the room. Why had the female demon arrived at this moment? Ning Chen was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned to look. "Senior, what brings you here?" Before he could finish his sentence, her icy voice interrupted him. "You have encountered a calamity." "I have encountered a calamity?" Her words left Ning Chun momentarily stunned, pondering whether this peculiar sensation he felt was related. May I inquire, Senior, what kind of calamity is this? The calamity of human desires. The cold voice of the female demon echoed in his ears. The calamity of human desires. Ning Chun echoed her words, suddenly recalling something. Wait, wasn't this the calamity of human desires she had mentioned when they first met? Suddenly, Ning Chun sensed that the aura emanating from the female demon felt somewhat amiss. Her breath warm, as if mirroring his own state. Senior, it seems you also. Silence. As her words resonated, her terrifying aura instantaneously sent Ning Chun crashing onto the soft bed. In the next moment, two flames collided, akin to dry kindling igniting fiercely. Senior eye. Silence. Chapter 39. The Supreme Magic Formula. First Realm. Transcendence. On the funeral peak, beneath the luminous full moon, a furious roar reverberated through the night sky. For heaven's sake, is there no sense of decency? What on earth are you doing at this hour? Zhou Yuan, sleeping next door, bellowed in his dreams. Suddenly, a murderous intent manifested in the small courtyard. Calm down. Calm down. That is my junior brother, Ning Chun hastily advised. Oomph. A cold snort echoed from within the room. Continue. We are still continuing? Ning Chen's face turned pale as he clutched his aching waist. Senior, my desire tribulation has already been resolved. There's truly no need to continue. Mine is yet to be resolved. Several hours later, the night had deepened. The female demon had adorned herself in a flowing red gown, concealing her graceful figure entirely. Her complexion had returned to normal, yet her stunning face remained frosted and expressionless. Embodying the essence of an aloof beauty, she cast a glance at Ning Chun, who appeared dimmed of spirit upon the bed, her delicate brows knitting together. Are you not going to put on your clothes? Wait, I'm entering sage mode. Ning Chun was reluctant to move at all. Sage mode? Luo Changwu's brows furrowed in confusion, though she directed a chilling gaze towards Ning Chun. From that gaze, Ning Chun sensed a plethora of negative emotions, weakness, disdain, and more. How infuriating. It's easy to talk when lying down. He seethed, eager to engage in a lengthy debate with the female demon. However, at that moment her icy, emotionless eyes fell upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chun began to don his garments hastily. To hesitate for even a second would be a disrespect to his own life. Once dressed, he turned to Luo Changwu and quietly inquired, Senior, what exactly is the desire tribulation? Why do you have it and I do as well? Is it possible you transmitted it to me? Luo Changwu shot him a glare before coldly explaining. The desire tribulation is a side effect of the Supreme Magic Formula. A side effect of the Supreme Magic Formula? Ning Chun echoed, realization dawning upon him as he stared at Luo Changwu in astonishment. Senior, you too have practiced the Supreme Magic Formula? Is it only permissible for you? Do not dare. Ning Chun lowered his head. Seeing him bow his head, Luo Changwu seemed satisfied, then continued. The reason you suddenly encountered the desire tribulation is that you have reached the first realm of the Supreme Magic Formula, Transcendence. Transcendence of the first realm of the Supreme Magic Formula. Ning Chun murmured. There are indeed realms within the Supreme Magic Formula. How many realms are there in total? There are 5 in total. Were they? Discover them yourself. Luo Changwu replied coldly, turning to leave. Ning Chun hastily called out to her. Senior, is my Supreme Magic Formula not incomplete? You previously mentioned that once I achieve enlightenment, you would teach me the complete version. I have already taught you, came the cold voice of the female demon. With that, she vanished from the room like a wraith. Just now, in the room, Ning Chun, having heard her words, paused in astonishment. Suddenly, he recalled the events that had just transpired, and an idea struck him. During the process of dispelling the tribulation of human desires, Ning Chun distinctly felt that this experience was unlike the previous ones. The earlier instances had merely been about understanding for the sake of understanding, whereas this time, although the female demon was still in control, she was gradually guiding him. Could it be that these cues were actually the subsequent training methods of the Supreme Magic Formula? He decided to give it a try. Ning Chun promptly sat cross-legged, conjuring the scenes that the female demon had guided him through in his mind. Gradually, as the supreme magic formula circulated within him. Ning Chun was astonished to discover that his spiritual veins could indeed be further opened. Consequently, the number of spiritual veins within him had reached a staggering 200. Now, Ning Chun felt as if he were a vessel of wind, with spiritual energy swirling through his body, imparting an ethereal sensation, as if he were no ordinary being. An indescribable feeling enveloped him. Indeed, it was effective. Was this the first realm of the supreme magic formula, transcendence? Ning Chun's eyes glimmered with excitement, and, crucially, he could distinctly sense his newfound strength. Should he confront Yi Qingchun, he was confident he could deliver a fatal blow. Could it be that each realm of the supreme magic formula brings about different transformations? The first realm being transcendence. What lay ahead in the subsequent realms? Ning Chun brimmed with curiosity about what was to come, but regrettably, the female demon had not shared this knowledge with him. He would have to explore it on his own. However, there was no doubt that the supreme magic formula was far from simple. Did it promise invincibility among those of the same realm after cultivation? Ning Chun speculated. He then resumed his practice of the supreme magic formula. Outside the courtyard, a figure in a red dress stood with her arms crossed, watching the room with a cold snort. Not too foolish. In the next moment, her figure dissipated. Days swiftly passed. Soon, it was time for the inner disciples' assessment at the Tiamat sect. During these days, Ning Chun continued his usual tasks, occasionally burying high-quality clients arranged by elder son, and practiced diligently at night. The female demon had not appeared again during this time. She was shrouded in mystery, like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. Ning Chun was exceedingly curious about her identity. Her strength was unfathomable, as she possessed various extraordinary treasures, such as the Zongju and a bracelet inlaid with the Stone of Restoration. Most importantly, she wielded the supreme magic formula, a technique of the highest caliber. Over the past few days, he had visited the scripture pavilion to search for information regarding the supreme magic formula, but found nothing relevant. Perhaps it was simply that he had not accessed the right level. In any case, the female demon held a significant position within the Tiamat sect. Ning Chun had initially thought of consulting Gu Xian, but after some consideration, he decided against it, fearing that it might reveal the secret connection between himself and the female demon. As dawn broke, Ning Chun concluded his cultivation, the formidable aura that had surged forth gradually subsiding. It was evident that after several days of diligent practice, his realm had notably ascended to the 6th star of the condensation pill realm, advancing a small realm approximately every few days. Could it be considered swift? Doubts lingered regarding his pace of cultivation. However, these uncertainties were soon dispelled upon witnessing his childhood companion, Zhou Yuan, who had spent a fortnight merely to stabilize himself at the 1st star of the condensation pill realm, reveling in his modest achievement. Zhou Yuan required a fortnight to consolidate a minor realm, while Ning Chun had transcended from the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm to the 6th star of the condensation pill realm in the same span. How astonishingly rapid his progress was. Ning brother, what troubles you? Zhou Yuan inquired, casting a perplexed glance at Ning Chun, who had gasped in surprise. It's nothing, Ning Chun replied with a slight shake of his head. Today marks the assessment for the inner disciples. Let us proceed to the burial life peak. Chapter 40. The Demoness Empress, Luo Changwu. As the two arrived at the grave peak, they found the training square at the mountainside teeming with the remaining disciples of the grave sect. As time wore on, the originally vast crowd of thousands had dwindled to a mere few hundred, many having succumbed to the insidious erosion of death energy. Yet the surviving disciples, having persevered through these trials, now radiated excitement. Participation in the inner sect examination promised a chance to escape this wretched place. Whoever loves to linger here can stay. They murmured. Brother Ning Chun, Brother Zhou Yuan, may I inquire where you intend to go after passing the inner sect examination? At that moment, Qin Shou and Hu Wei from Grave Peak approached, their curiosity evident. They were among the higher-ranking disciples on the peak, though still a distance behind Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan, and their inquiry was an attempt to join their company, for they had formed a bond through their shared experiences. In this tumultuous sect, even moving to another peak allowed for mutual support. Nearby, many disciples cast curious glances. After all, Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan were regarded as the strongest among them, and their future plans were of great interest. The Demon Peak. This disciple is destined to enter the Demon Peak in this lifetime, Zhou Yuan proclaimed without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou, Hu Wei, and the surrounding disciples collectively gasped in astonishment. The Demon Peak stood as the pinnacle among the 7 peaks, its intersect examination requirements far more stringent. And what of Brother Ning Chun? They turned their attention to him. I have yet to make a decision. Ning Chun replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Understanding dawned upon them. It was likely that Brother Ning Chun harbored the same ambition for the Demon Peak. Silence, everyone. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Elder Sun descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before the gathered disciples. Salutations, Elder Sun. The disciples of Grave Peak bowed in unison. Elder Sun surveyed the crowd and spoke. I trust you young ones are aware that today is the day of the intersect examination. I shall not elaborate further. Perform well and strive for an opportunity to transfer peaks. Though Grave Peak had undergone a reform, its essence remained tied to the dangers of death energy, posing a persistent threat to life. Thus, the disciples were eager to leave this perilous environment. Moreover, having endured months of exposure to the death energy, their talents were comparable to those of disciples from other peaks, at least not significantly behind. Transitioning to another peak seemed a favorable option. As for fears of Grave Peak becoming deserted, such a notion was unfounded. The demon sect was never in short supply of grave disciples, should the need arise. New recruits could always be acquired. Once these disciples completed their intersect examinations and moved to other peaks, a fresh wave of recruits would inevitably join Grave Peak. Some would perish due to death energy erosion, while others would alter their fates through the intersect examination. Such was the relentless cruelty of the demon sect. Enough, Elder Sun concluded. All disciples, follow me. The Peak Master will lead you to the site of the inner disciple assessment, where the rules of the examination will be disclosed to you in due course. The disciples of Burial Peak nodded in agreement and promptly followed suit. Among the crowd, Ning Chun walked leisurely, unhurriedly. At the site of the inner disciple assessment of the heavenly demon sect, a vast platform spanning several thousand meters was adorned with numerous small arenas, where the upcoming evaluations would take place. Surrounding this central area were thousands of spectator stands, all filled with inner disciples from various peaks eager to witness the proceedings. After all, who wouldn't want to observe their fellow juniors undergoing this significant trial? At this moment, although the candidates from the 7 peaks had yet to arrive, the gazes of the inner disciples of the heavenly demon sect were fixated on a particular elevated platform. Faintly, several figures could be discerned atop the high dais, and the expressions of reverence in their eyes indicated that these individuals were of no ordinary status. Could it be the revered leader of our heavenly demon sect? Having been a member for many years, this was my first encounter with the sect leader. The leader is a figure of immense power, a true emperor, rarely seen by our kind. Unlike the previous flamboyant leader of the demon chasm, who is always in the limelight, this leader exudes an air of profound mystery, embodying the essence of a true sovereign. One might ponder, why did the leader take the life of the former demon chasm leader? Who can say? Regardless, the former leader's grave must be overgrown by now. After all, it has only been a few months since his demise. Our heavenly demon sect thrives in rich spiritual energy, and the spiritual herbs flourish abundantly. In the meantime, the inner disciples of the heavenly demon sect engaged in lively discussions. On the elevated platform stood 3 figures. The foremost was a woman clad in a flowing red gown, her graceful figure and stunning beauty devoid of any emotional fluctuation, perpetually icy. She was the current sect leader, Luo Changwu. Beside her stood another woman in a white gown, her beauty perhaps not rivaling Luo Changwu's, yet still remarkable. She was Fei Yu, the leader of the Mo-In sect, one of the demonic factions in the Tianling realm. The third figure was an elderly man leaning on a skeletal staff, his hair sparse, representing the Yu Ming Holy Land, another faction within the demonic realm. Laughter erupted. Luo Changwu, I never imagined you were still alive. Fei Yu covered her mouth with a smile, as she addressed Luo Changwu. I said if that waste from the demon chasm could have slain you, you wouldn't deserve the title of the Heavenly Demon Empress. Oomph. At this moment, the Yuming elder snorted coldly, striking the ground heavily with his staff. Unfortunately, you have returned too late. The mere peak of a saint cannot subdue the myriad forces of the demonic path in the Tianling realm. As the leader of the demonic sects, the Heavenly Demon Sect has long since lost its authority. Those practitioners of the demonic path are all cunning, eyeing one another. Had it not been for several esteemed elders still among us, they would have long since usurped the position of the Heavenly Demon Sect's leader and claimed it for themselves. Currently, the realm of the demonic sect is in utter chaos, with only the Demon Sound sect and a Netherworld Holy Land maintaining a connection with the Heavenly Demon cult. As she listened to the two individuals, Luo Changwu remained expressionless. After a moment, she parted her crimson lips and uttered, "If there is no prestige, then one must establish it." The two exchanged glances, their interest piqued. At this moment, both Fei Yue and the Elder of Netherworld observed Luo Changwu closely, not only to acknowledge her resurgence as the leader of the Heavenly Demon cult, but also to ascertain whether she still possessed the strength to reclaim her position at the helm of the demonic sect. Under their scrutiny, Luo Changwu's exquisite visage revealed no signs of emotional fluctuation. She simply enunciated a single word, "Kill." As her voice faded, an invisible pressure erupted from her being. In an instant, the expressions of Fei Yue and the Elder of Netherworld turned ashen, as they felt an overwhelmingly terrifying force descend upon them, only to vanish as swiftly as it had come, as if nothing had transpired. Yet within their hearts, tumultuous waves of fear surged. The strength of this demon empress has grown even stronger. What has she done? Chapter 41. The Request of Scarlet Moon. And the sorceress's consent then. When shall we eradicate the demonic sect of the heavenly spirit realm? Scarlet Moon inquired earnestly. The Elder of the Netherworld also directed his gaze towards her, clearly recognizing that, through her recent demonstration, Luo Changwu had unequivocally asserted her rightful claim to the position of the demonic sect's leader within the heavenly spirit realm. Luo Changwu remained silent, deeming it unnecessary to divulge every matter to the two of them. Scarlet Moon and the Elder of the Netherworld had intended to extract more pertinent information. Yet Luo Changwu suddenly lifted her gaze toward a certain direction. The two followed suit, observing that the Masters of the Seven Peaks were approaching the examination square, accompanied by their disciples participating in the inner sect assessment. It was indeed an interesting day, as the inner disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were undergoing their trials today. Scarlet Moon's eyes twinkled with amusement. Indeed, Luo Changwu softly acknowledged, choosing not to engage further with Scarlet Moon. Standing upon the high platform, her beautiful eyes scanned the throng of candidates below, soon settling upon a particular figure among the disciples of the Burial Peak. She quickly discerned a young man clad in dark robes, wielding a sharp spade. This individual appeared to have further enhanced his prowess. What is there to behold in the inner sect assessment? Merely a bunch of inconsequential novices, the Elder of the Netherworld scoffed. If it were a contest involving true disciples or direct disciples, that would indeed be of some interest, as they might represent the budding talents of the heavenly spirit realm. By the way, Luo Changwu, have you yet to accept the chief direct disciple? Scarlet Moon suddenly recalled something, glancing at the enchanting figure in the red gown. Within the heavenly demon sect, most true disciples were taken under the wing of the masters of each peak. To be accepted by a peak master conferred the status of a true disciple, while direct disciples held an even loftier position. Direct disciples do not serve a peak master, but instead become disciples of the grand elders or the supreme elders of the sect. The chief direct disciple is a position of great distinction, reserved for those favored by the ancestors of the sect or personally accepted by the sect leader. Yet, throughout the years, whether during the previous leadership of the heavenly demon sect or now, Luo Changwu had never taken a single direct disciple. To become the chief direct disciple of the heavenly demon empress? One would be hard-pressed to find many among the younger generation within the entire heavenly spirit realm with such aptitude. The Elder of the Netherworld mused, shaking his head. Luo Changwu remained silent, her gaze fixated on a certain figure in the crowd. Listening to the conversation between Scarlet Moon and the Elder of the Netherworld, she seemed to contemplate something intriguing regarding direct disciples. However, the influx of fresh blood within a sect can also be a measure of its enduring strength. How about this? Scarlet Moon's lips curled slightly, as if an amusing thought had crossed her mind. Luo Changwu. Allow me to test the caliber of this generation of heavenly demon sect disciples for you. And how do you propose to conduct such a test? Luo Changwu's emotionless eyes turned towards her. By utilizing the sound of my enchanted zither, Scarlet Moon replied, as an ancient zither materialized in her hands. She gently caressed the strings and chuckled lightly. Scarlet Moon, you cannot be serious. The Elder of the Netherworld frowned. You are indeed a great emperor. When the enchanting melody of your instrument resonates, who among the outer disciples of the demonic sect can withstand its power? Haha, I am fully aware of this. I shall not exert my full strength, but will only employ the musical force that corresponds to my realm. Fei Yue rolled her eyes. What is it that you desire? Luo Changwu's indifferent gaze fell upon Fei Yue, instantly discerning her ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words for no reason. I have heard that within your demonic sect lies the Xianming divine iron at the burial peak, capable of subduing the malevolent spirits of the world. Beneath my demonic sound sect, there exists an ancient demonic corpse exceedingly vile. I wish to borrow your Xianming divine iron to suppress this malevolent entity. Fei Yue gently caressed the demonic instrument as she articulated her intentions. Xianming divine iron. Luo Changwu's mind stirred, and then her crimson lips parted. If none of the outer disciples of the demonic sect can withstand it, you may borrow the Xianming divine iron. However, should anyone prove capable, I require something in return. What is it? Upon hearing this, Fei Yue felt a flicker of intrigue. The forbidden martial art of the demonic sound sect. The burial melody. The burial melody. What do you require this for? A hint of confusion flashed in Fei Yue's beautiful eyes at Luo Changwu's words. You need not concern yourself with that. Luo Changwu offered no further explanation. Very well, Fei Yue readily agreed, anxious that Luo Changwu might retract her words. After all, this arrangement was not detrimental to her demonic sound sect. The burial melody had long been a forbidden martial art, with no disciples daring to practice it. The reasons being its formidable difficulty and the fact that no one could truly unleash its potential. Moreover, how could mere outer disciples possibly endure her demonic baptism? Even if she utilized music in accordance with their realm, she held this confidence. Meanwhile, the disciples from the 7 peaks participating in the intersect assessment had gathered in the vast trial square, a sea of people. Why are there so many from the burial peak taking part in the intersect assessment? Observing the throng, some disciples of the demonic sect were puzzled. The combined numbers of the other peaks scarcely reached a few hundred, while the burial peak alone had already amassed several hundred participants. Naturally, for the disciples of the other peaks, even if they fail the assessment, they can simply return to continue their cultivation and await the next intersect evaluation. But the disciples of the burial peak are different. Should they fail, who knows if they can withstand the encroaching death energy upon their return. What appears to be an intersect assessment is, in truth, a means of self-preservation. Soon, an intersect disciple elucidated. Amidst the throng, Ning Chun and Zhou Yuan walked side by side. Silence. Just then, an elderly voice echoed through the air. Following that, the master of the demonic peak descended from the sky, appearing above the multitude of disciples. Everyone raised their gazes in unison, and he continued, "The assessment is about to commence. All disciples participating in the intersect evaluation, prepare yourselves. Next, I shall elucidate the rules of this assessment." As the words of the master of the demonic peak hung in the air, amidst the throng, Ning Chun gleaned the essential details prior to the commencement of the assessment. Tokens would be distributed to all participants, serving as a means to draw opponents, where strength reigned supreme and the formidable would prevail. However, the coveted slots for inner disciples were limited to a mere 200, while the number of contenders soared into the thousands. Thus, the competition was undeniably fierce. As every participant received their tokens, the voice of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Peak resonated, proclaiming, "I hereby announce the official commencement of the intersect assessment." Chapter 42, A Slip of the Hand, My Apologies. As the master of the heavenly demon, Peak announced the commencement of the assessment. All participating disciples entered in an orderly fashion, each holding a token and awaiting the selection of their respective opponents, filled with a mixture of tension and eager anticipation. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan glanced at the token in his hand. It emitted a radiant glow, guiding him towards a designated arena. At the same moment, another individual, also clutching a token, made his way there, his opponent. "Ning brother, I'm off," he called out to Ning Chun, adopting an expression that conveyed a fearless acceptance of fate as he proceeded forward. "Good luck." Ning Chun waved his hand in encouragement. Simultaneously, he noticed his own token radiating light, prompting him to follow its luminous guidance. Before long, he arrived at the arena where a robust young man, bearing a massive black sword, awaited. His attire suggested he was a disciple of the Sword Demon Peak, renowned for its members wielding large swords. Upon Ning Chen's entrance, the Sword Demon disciple's gaze immediately turned towards him, and upon noticing the identity token hanging from Ning Chen's waist, his eyes sparkled with delight. A disciple of the Grave Burial Peak. How fortunate for junior brother Su Fan to face a Grave Burial disciple in his first match. Haha, this is a sure win. After all, Su Fan ranks among the top 3 outer disciples of the Sword Demon Peak, possessing strength at the 2nd star of the Condensation Realm, making his entry into the intersect a certainty. On the spectators' stands, many inner disciples of the Sword Demon Peak sighed in relief at this development. It is well known that disciples of the Grave Burial Peak are the weakest among the 7 peaks. Su Fan of the Sword Demon Peak. In the arena, Su Fan was already brimming with anticipation. Ning Chun of the Grave Burial Peak. "Are you ready?" the presiding elder asked as he looked at the 2 competitors in the arena. Both nodded in affirmation. The first match of the intersect assessment, Su Fan of the Sword Demon Peak versus Ning Chun of the Grave Burial Peak, commence. As the elder's voice faded, Su Fan declared, "Junior brother Ning Chun, please enlighten me. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint. I would never affect your return to." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of cold light pierced the air, and a figure, swift as a specter, materialized before him. How swift? Su Fan's pupils constricted, yet he barely had time to react before Ning Chun delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air with overwhelming force. Boom! With a resounding crash, Su Fan landed heavily on the ground, utterly bewildered. Even the elder, who had just turned to step away from the arena, paused momentarily, regarding Su Fan, who had exited the arena before him, with a furrowed brow. "Disciple, sleeping is not permitted here. And, are you not going to compete?" Su Fan, clutching his painfully throbbing abdomen, remained silent. "Elder, may I declare myself the victor?" At that moment, Ning Chen's voice rang out from the arena. The chief judge momentarily stood in astonishment, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Was it possible that Su Fan had been defeated so swiftly by that disciple from the Burial Peak, without even a chance to react? How could this be? In the stands, the disciples of the Sword Demon Peak changed expressions, their eyes wide with incredulity. Unfair. At that moment, Su Fan finally regained his composure, furiously rising from the ground and drawing a massive sword from his back. Clearly, this was a sneak attack. How could a contest commence when I hadn't even drawn my magic sword? I demand a redo. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying and sharp aura surged towards Su Fan, crashing down upon his magic sword in the next instant. Crack! The sound of his magic sword clattering to the ground echoed as fissures appeared upon its surface, leading to its shattering. Even the ground beneath him cracked, the fissures spreading toward Su Fan until they finally halted at his feet. Gulp! Witnessing this scene, Su Fan was nearly paralyzed with fear, swallowing hard in disbelief. Many disciples from the Sword Demon Peak who had observed the event gasped in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at Ning Chun. It was said that the magic swords bestowed by the Sword Demon Peak could withstand a strike from a pinnacle condensation realm cultivator. Yet here it was, shattered by a disciple from the Burial Peak? Was this Burial Peak disciple extraordinarily powerful, or had Su Fan received a counterfeit? Ahem, my apologies. I slipped and dropped my shovel. As the incredulous gazes of the crowd fell upon him, Ning Chen smiled and bent down to retrieve the fallen Zhongju. You dare to call that a slip of the hand? Su Fan and the other inner disciples of the sword demon Peak looked at him with utter astonishment. So, that previous strike was merely a result of this fellow's shovel falling to the ground? How could one contend with this? Brother from the sword demon Peak. What did you just say? Ning Chun picked up the Zhongju, slinging it over his shoulder, and smiled at Su Fan. Nothing. Nothing at all. Upon seeing Ning Chen's amiable smile, Su Fan trembled slightly, hastily rising and shouting toward the chief judge, Elder, I concede. The disciple of the burial peak. Ning Chun is the victor. The chief judge, having regained his wits, announced the winner of this battle. Ning Chun, shouldering the Zhongju, proceeded toward the next contest. Suddenly, sensing something, he instinctively glanced up at the high platform, but it seemed there was nothing amiss, and he shook his head, continuing forward. This little fellow is quite intriguing. On the high platform, Chi withdrew her gaze. It was evident that she had witnessed the contest between Ning Chun and Su Fan in its entirety. Luo Changwu, did you see that? She turned to the enchanting figure in a red dress beside her. Luo Changwu's expression remained indifferent, ignoring her. Luo Changwu, no man will ever like you if you continue like this. Upon witnessing this scene, Feiyue helplessly spread her hands. This woman was akin to an imposing iceberg. Who could possibly touch her heart? Luo Changwu coldly remarked, This emperor requires no man's affection. What a pity indeed. Feiyue sighed and cryptically stated, You shall never experience the joy of intimate companionship in this lifetime. Such a loss, truly a loss. Huh. In response, Luo Changwu merely let out a derisive laugh. The intersect's rigorous assessment trials continued unabated. Numerous outstanding outer sect disciples caught the attention of the elders. Sister Lingye from Mingyue Peak was formidable. Her opponents typically fell within 10 exchanges, a 3-star condensing Dan realm. No wonder. Her prowess was already sufficient to gain entry into the inner sect. Oh, is she facing a disciple from Zhongxing Peak? That poor disciple from Zhongxing Peak had endured 4 rounds of competition, only to meet Sister Lingye in the final round. What a pity. What? Sister Lingye was dispatched in an instant. Chapter 43. Was 1 move excessive? Next time, 2 moves. On the arena, observing the inconsolable tears of Ling Yi, Ning Chun furrowed his brow. What could possibly provoke such sorrow in this woman? Was it not merely a single strike that had brought her down? She had initiated the duel herself, and he had merely responded with full respect and effort. What is your name? You will pay for this. Ling Yi bit down on her silver teeth, wiped her tears, and glared fiercely at Ning Chun. For the first time, she had truly sensed the disparity in strength. After merely 4 exchanges, she could easily defeat disciples from the Heavenly Demon Peak within 10 moves. Yet, against this disciple from the Grave Peak, she had not even managed to withstand a single blow before being sent flying. Ning Chun introduced himself. Grave Peak, Ning Chun. You are Ning Chun? The one spoken of by senior sister Ziyue? Ling Ye's voice sharpened in astonishment as she stared at Ning Chun in disbelief. What? He is Ning Chun. Who is Ning Chun? Recently, a traitor from the Heavenly Demon Peak named Yi Wuchen had been slain by the disciple Ning Chun from the Grave Peak. And that Yi Wuchen was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Dan Condensation Realm. What? 5th level of the Dan Condensation Realm? How could he be so powerful? And yet we were oblivious until now. As the conversation between the two on the arena reached the ears of the inner disciples in the stands, murmurs of astonishment filled the air. Of course, other remarkable disciples draw attention due to their impressive performances in combat, like Sister Ling Yi, who could secure victory within 10 moves. However, Ning Chun from the Grave Peak is different. You didn't even witness the unfolding of his battle. Didn't he witness the battle? A disciple questioned in confusion. Did you not see how Ning Chun faced Sister Ling Yi? How could one see it? Sister Ling Yi was defeated in an instant. There was no process of battle. But before he could finish, he abruptly halted. Suddenly, he comprehended why the battle was unseen. In the first 4 exchanges, Ning Chun had merely struck with lethal swiftness. Is he truly a disciple of the Grave Peak? In an instant, disbelief swept through the crowd. who had cast him into the grave peak. Was there an error in the selection process? Having already entered the intersect with his potential, he would surely choose to transfer to a more prestigious peak. Remaining at the grave peak would be stifling for him, and he was likely to opt for the heavenly demon peak. To win all 5 trials was to qualify as an inner disciple. The next step would be to select an affiliated peak. This time, only 5 slots were open for inner disciples of the heavenly demon peak. 5 slots: Sun Quan from the Mingwe peak, Li Yi from the sword demon peak, the Gongsun brothers from the poison insect peak, and Su Yuan from the corpse puppet peak, with Ning Chun included, that already made 6 outer disciples. Not to mention the already exceptional outer disciples from the heavenly demon peak. It appeared that the competition for the inner discipleship this time would be exceedingly fierce. The anticipation among the crowd grew palpable. Upon realizing that the individual before her was Ning Chun, Ling Yi ceased her tears, stood up from the ground, cast a fleeting glance at him, and then departed alone. To be defeated by someone capable of slaying a 5-star condensation Dan Realm expert seemed not so shameful after all. Ling Yi mused inwardly, and her spirits lifted considerably. Ning Chun, on the other hand, turned and made his way toward the center of the trial square. With victories in all 5 matches, he had secured his qualification as an intersect disciple. However, as he approached, he noticed that the center was devoid of any figures, likely due to the ease with which he had achieved his victories, making him the fastest to complete all 5 trials. Perhaps I should take it slower next time. After all, I am not one to relish in ostentation. Next time, just 2 moves will suffice. Shaking his head, Ning Chun decided to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate at the center of the trial square. Observing Ning Chen's solitary practice, the surrounding disciples felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Why did it seem that this intersect assessment posed no pressure at all for him? This lad possesses remarkable potential. With proper guidance, he might very well embody the stature of a sage. On the high platform, the elder of the underworld cast his gaze, astonishingly offering a commendation. It seems that within a millennium, the heavenly demon sect may once again produce a sage-level powerhouse. Fiery Moon chuckled, her attention suddenly drawn to Ning Chun. Oh, this young lad has begun to cultivate, has he? His technique. In an instant, her eyes narrowed. Yet before she could finish her thought, her brows furrowed slightly. It turned out to be merely an ordinary cultivation method of the heavenly demon sect. This fellow, beside her, Luo Chanwu, with an impassive gaze, fixed her eyes on Ning Chun, her delicate brows knitting together as the hand concealed within her sleeve dispelled a series of hand seals. Meanwhile, Ning Chun remained oblivious, as the celestial restoration stone chain hidden in his sleeve emitted a dazzling red glow, seemingly veiling his aura. The trials unfolded with fervor. Some disciples were lost in despondence, while others were filled with exhilaration. Yet, Ning Chen's state of relaxed cultivation stood in stark contrast to the prevailing atmosphere. When each disciple who had emerged victorious in all 5 battles arrived at the center of the cultivation square, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of Ning Chen meditating. How could he have completed the 5 trials so swiftly? This was astonishing. He is still a disciple of the Burial Peak? Does this not imply that we are outdone even by a disciple of the Burial Peak? In an instant, the previously jubilant disciples felt a wave of disillusionment wash over them. After all, it was an undeniable fact within the heavenly demon sect that the disciples of the Burial Peak were regarded as inferior to those of other peaks. Thus, when they witnessed a Burial Peak disciple surpassing them in speed, their sense of disappointment surged to its zenith. However, just as the array of victorious disciples succumbed to their dismay, the seated disciple of the Burial Peak suddenly furrowed his brow and let out a self-reflective sigh. Alas, I had hoped to achieve a breakthrough during this period of cultivation, but it appears I am still a touch short. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous. How could breakthroughs be so easily attained? What do you perceive cultivation to be? What do you consider our diligent efforts in cultivation? Upon hearing these words, the surrounding disciples scoffed. In the next moment, they witnessed the disciple of the Burial Peak rise to his feet. Indeed, after all, he had only just broken through this morning. It is unrealistic to expect immediate completion of the breakthrough. yet he is merely a step away, and should be content with that. As these words were uttered, the expressions of the surrounding disciples turned to one of bewilderment, staring in astonishment at Ning Chun. Had he truly just broken through this morning? Although he had not advanced further, he was but a step away. Was he speaking rationally? Ning brother, I have made it, ha ha ha. At that moment, from a distance, they heard Zhou Yuan waving his hand and running towards him with laughter. Ning Chun glanced at him, noting that he was the 178th to pass the intersect trials, just a hair's breadth away, and his youthful brother would have been unable to enter the intersect. It is worth noting that within the burial peak, aside from him, Zhou Yuan possessed the greatest strength, yet even he was merely the 178th to pass the trials. In comparison to the other peaks, the burial peak was still considerably weaker. He was the only prodigy among them. Ning Chun smiled and said, "Congratulations." Zhou Yuan chuckled in return and then glanced at the other disciples who stood frozen as if turned to stone. What has happened to them? I don't know. Ning Chun shook his head. Perhaps the trials were too exhausting. Ning brother, are you not fatigued? Not at all. I've already rested for an hour. Zhou Yuan, oh? How come you two have turned to stone? Soon, the 200 intersect quotas were allocated, and the remaining disciples who had not passed the trials appeared utterly despondent. The intersect trials conclude here. The master of the heavenly demon peak floated above, surveying the crowd below, and continued, "Next, this trial is somewhat unique, concerning the quotas of my heavenly demon peak." Chapter 44. The trial of enchanted melodies as the voice of the Lord of the heavenly demon peak resonated through the air. The disciples who had successfully passed the intersect examination turned their gazes upward. Following the intersect assessment, the most significant opportunity presented itself, the chance to select a new peak affiliation. Among the 6 peaks, the heavenly demon peak was the most alluring, renowned for its unparalleled training resources and intensity, far surpassing those of the other 5 peaks, while the others adhered to a rigorous 9-to-6 training regimen. The heavenly demon peak allowed for a remarkable 12 hours of cultivation. However, with only 5 coveted intersect positions available, competition was exceedingly fierce. The forthcoming trial was the trial of enchanted melodies. The first 5 disciples to complete it would gain direct entry into the heavenly demon peak, securing their status as intersect disciples. As the words of the Lord of the heavenly demon peak echoed, the participants were momentarily taken aback. The trial of enchanted melodies? This was a concept unfamiliar to them. Not only were the trial disciples puzzled, but even the intersect disciples seated in the stands appeared astonished. Master of the Scarlet Moon sect, please, the Lord of the heavenly demon peak gestured respectfully toward a high platform. As his words fell, a graceful figure clad in a flowing white gown leaped from the platform, gliding through the air and captivating the attention of all present, cradling a guzheng in her arms. Her beauty was breathtaking, and the aura she exuded instantly made the onlookers aware of her extraordinary nature. "Ning, look at that stunning woman," Zhou Yuan remarked, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Ning Chun lifted his gaze to the enchanting figure holding the guzheng. Zhou Yuan inquired, "What do you think? Beautiful, isn't she?" Just as Ning Chun was about to respond, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him. Startled, he glanced around but failed to identify its source. Was it merely an illusion? He shook his head slightly before replying to Zhou Yuan's question. "She's passable, just SOSO. Isn't that the favorite phrase of the female demon?" Ning Chun realized he had unconsciously echoed her words. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan looked at him with a face full of questions, as if to say, "Are you joking? Such a celestial beauty, and you deem her merely so-so?" Was it possible that Ning Chun had no interest in women? No wonder he had remained a bachelor all these years. Wait a moment. Could it be that his lack of interest in women implied an attraction to men? With this thought, Zhou Yuan discreetly shifted away. In truth, Ning Chun found the woman merely acceptable. After all, he had encountered far more beautiful individuals. The female demon, in comparison to the guzheng-playing maiden, was several times more stunning. Moreover, her figure seemed even more alluring. This lady is the master of the Enchanted Melodies sect, the Scarlet Moon Sovereign. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon, Peak, addressed the white-gowned woman with a respectful bow, then turned to the gathered disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect, and announced loudly, "The Enchanted Melodies Sect. The pinnacle power of the spirit realm, the Enchanted Melodies Sect. She is the sovereign of the Enchanted Melodies Sect. Does that mean she is a formidable emperor-level powerhouse?" In an instant, astonishment filled the air upon hearing the words of the master of the Heavenly Demon Peak. All disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the trial square cast glances filled with profound reverence. The existence of an emperor-level powerhouse is as terrifying as that of their sect leader. "Brother Ning, did you hear that? She is actually an emperor-level powerhouse. No wonder she is so breathtakingly beautiful," Zhou Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Emperor," Ningchen was momentarily taken aback. "Is this the oppressive aura that accompanies an emperor-level powerhouse? It feels less daunting than the female demon head. Perhaps it is because the mistress of the Demon Sound sect has not yet unleashed her full power. After all, the female demon head had genuinely wanted to kill him back then." At this moment, the master of the Heavenly Demon Peak slowly spoke. "The forthcoming Demon Sound trial will be conducted by Mistress Feiyue." "What?" gasped the disciples collectively. "An emperor-level powerhouse personally overseeing our trial? Who could possibly succeed?" The air was charged with shock among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the heavens above, Feiyue observed the drastically altered expressions of the disciples and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, reassuring them, "Do not worry, I shall hold back. This demon loot will only unleash a power corresponding to your respective realms." Despite her words, the disciples remained filled with trepidation. After all, this was an emperor-level powerhouse. The mistress of the Demon Sound sect will create a realm of demonic sound. Once the trial commences, you will be transported within. In that space, the demonic sound will continuously resonate, and you must endure its baptism. Reach the center and gently pluck the strings to cease the sound. The master of the Heavenly Demon Peak instructed the disciples. Upon hearing this, anxiety gripped the hearts of the disciples. Who wouldn't be apprehensive when faced with an emperor's trial? Damn it, let's go for broke. If we succeed, it would mean passing the trial of an emperor-level powerhouse. In an instant, the disciples exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a fierce determination. "Brother Ning, shall we go?" Zhou Yuan quietly inquired of Ning Chen beside him. Ning Chen remained silent. He was not concerned about the difficulty of the trial, but rather what he could gain from participating. Although the top 5 would gain direct entry to the Heavenly Demon Peak, he held no interest in it. Even if he became an inner disciple, he would choose to remain at the Burial Life Peak. Thus, that incentive did not allure him. He was not inclined to engage in a thankless endeavor. It was rumored that the demon loot of the senior Feiyue was extraordinarily fearsome. She had vanquished countless cultivators with it. The terrifying souls within that demonic sound space were all the lost spirits slain by her loot beside him. Zhou Yuan murmured, "Lost spirits." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He did not heed the terror of the demon loot, nor did he pay attention to the demonic sounds within the space. He only heard, "A realm of clients." Lost spirits belonged to the category of residual souls and were also a type eligible for burial. Though their vitality was slightly diminished compared to ordinary clients, even mosquito meat is still meat. "Brother Zhou, let us depart." "Where to?" "The trial." And thus they set forth. Once the 200 trial disciples were fully prepared, Feiyue gently placed the guzheng she had been cradling before her. The instrument floated gracefully in front of her as her delicate fingers lightly plucked a string. In an instant, the resounding notes of the guzheng reverberated throughout the trial grounds, enveloping the 200 disciples and drawing them into the realm of enchanting melodies. Simultaneously, with a graceful wave of her hand, Feiyue conjured a magnificent image that materialized before the gathered crowd. This was a vision from within the realm of enchanting melodies. All eyes turned towards the spectacle, while upon the high platform, the figure clad in a flowing red dress quietly raised her gaze. Chapter 45. Seated, continuing to observe within the depths of the realm of magical sound. An ancient guzheng lay at the center, its strings vibrating incessantly. From these resonating strings emanated a cacophony of magical melodies, causing every disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect who ventured within to experience a dual torment of both body and soul, rendering them nearly immobile. The oppressive force was formidable. I cannot endure this. I must withdraw. It is unbearable to remain here. I feel as though I might lose my sanity. I must retreat. I, too, wish to withdraw. In a moment, having only just entered, many disciples were already in a state of panic, clamoring for an exit. They were swiftly expelled from the realm of magical sound, deemed failures. Some disciples, reluctant to concede, chose to sit quietly for a moment, acclimating to the magical melodies before gritting their teeth and forging ahead. Damn it, I will push through. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, muttering an expletive, and began to bear the weight of the magical sound as he moved forward. Huh. He suddenly turned to look at Ning Chun, who remained still. Ning, brother, are you not leaving? Ning Chun shook his head. I need to adapt a bit longer. Very well. Do not push yourself too hard. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, then assumed a demeanor of fearless determination. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging, he strode onward. Witnessing this, Ning Chun mused, I wonder who the truly stubborn one is. Taking a deep breath, he settled back down, placing his Zongju on his lap, and began to withdraw one after another of the rebirth candles from his storage ring. The magical sound of the scarlet moon was, in truth, the anguished wails of restless souls, a cacophony of their fears, resentments, and pleas from their former lives. This amalgamation of sounds was what drove many disciples to the brink of despair. It was not merely a torment of the flesh, but a profound mental anguish as well. However, for Ning Chun, all he perceived were the lamentations of the departed. Under the interference of the magical sound, each step felt as though it spanned merely half a meter, indicating that within this distance, he would require a rebirth candle. I should have enough rebirth candles. While the surrounding disciples began their attempts, Ning Chun remained diligently occupied in his own preparations. Outside, numerous trial disciples emerged from the realm of magical sound, all gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, their eyes reflecting lingering terror, their bodies trembling as if they had undergone some horrific ordeal. Quickly, cultivate and calm your minds. Do not dwell on the melodies, lest you fall into madness. The leader of the heavenly demon peak called out to the disciples exiting the magical sound space. Upon hearing the leader's words, the trial disciples, belatedly aware, hurriedly seated themselves to cultivate and settle their minds. Yet, some were too late, succumbing to madness. Observing this, the leader of the heavenly demon peak rushed forward, administering medicinal pills to those in need. Once everything was attended to, he furrowed his brow, his expression grave, as he gazed at the scene within the realm of magical sound. If this continues, it seems no one from my sect will triumph. In a mere span of several minutes, the number of trial disciples within the realm of magic sound had dwindled from an original 200 to less than 40%, and this figure continued to decline at an alarming rate. Even those who remained were merely persevering through immense hardship. Such a trajectory bodes ill for our heavenly demon sect, mused the master of heavenly demon peak with a furrowed brow. Although the circumstances remained unclear, it was inconceivable that the master of magic sound would engage in trials for the disciples of the heavenly demon sect without reason. Perhaps there existed some agreement between the sect leader and her. Lo Changwu, it appears that the mysterious Xianming divine iron from your burial peak will be required by the magic sound sect, noted Fei Yue, standing on the high platform. One arm crossed over her chest, while the other covered her mouth in amusement. Lo Changwu, indifferent to her remarks, gazed calmly into the magic sound realm. Hey, look over there. Ning Chun from Burial Peak has made a move. At that moment, an exclamation pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present. What is there to be surprised about? Sun Quan from Minghua Peak, Li Yi from Sword Demon Peak, as well as the Gongsun brothers from Poison Insect Peak, and Su Yuan from Corpse Puppet Peak had already taken action. His delay only indicated a lack of adaptability compared to them, thought a disciple from the inner circle of the heavenly demon sect dismissively. It's not merely about the timing of his movement. Observe what he is doing. With each step, he places a resurrection candle, and have you not noticed his pace quickening? It's as if he is entirely unaffected by the suppression of the magic sound. What? Upon hearing these words, the disciples' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes widening in astonishment. They soon beheld the scene unfolding before them. In that vast tableau, a young man clad in dark robes bore a gleaming shovel that shimmered with a cold light. With each deliberate step, he paused momentarily, igniting the resurrection candle with his spiritual energy and placing it into the earth. Suddenly, his once heavy footfalls transformed into a buoyant lightness. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly surpassed Sun Quan and the others who were still grappling with their struggles. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, the faces of the disciples paled, their eyes filled with incredulity. Even the master of Heavenly Demon Peak could not help but cast a glance in his direction. He had only recently encountered this disciple from Burial Peak and had not thought much of it. Had it not been for the matter of him slaying a righteous spy, the master would likely remain unaware of such a presence from Burial Peak. So that is how it is. Ha ha ha. Ning Chun, you truly are a genius in burying the dead. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, a hearty laughter erupted from an elder. Guxuan, stroking his white beard, looked toward the realm of magic sound with delight. Master Guxuan, what precisely is transpiring here? Inquisitive gazes were directed at him from numerous elders of the Heavenly Demon sect. In response to their curious looks, Guxuan cleared his throat and explained with a smile. The sound within the magic sound realm are composed of the fear, resentment, and pleas for mercy from the majority of cultivators who are subdued here. In other words, their lingering souls are unable to find peace, leading to this phenomenon. What Ning Chun is accomplishing is the burial of these restless souls. Once they find tranquility, their fear, resentment, and other cries will surely dissipate. The malevolent sound was thus diminished, allowing the young Ning Chun to forge ahead. As this statement reverberated, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All gazes were fixated in astonishment upon the unfolding scene within the realm of the malevolent sound. No one had anticipated that a disciple from the Grave Burial Peak could carve a unique path and discover such a method. Once ensnared, the malevolent sound proved excruciatingly jarring, disrupting the mind and fraying the spirit. The dual torment of body and psyche created an environment of extreme pressure, leaving no room for contemplation, compelling one to instinctively advance. Yet, Ning Chun, under such conditions, managed to maintain a state of calm reflection. His mental acuity was evidently far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the task of consigning those lingering souls was not as simplistic as it appeared. It merely required the insertion of a life candle. Firstly, one must locate those souls amidst the malevolent sound, withstand its onslaught, and lay the souls to rest, facilitating their eternal slumber. The difficulty level was far beyond what the observers could fathom. In that moment, an eerie stillness blanketed the area, filled with disbelief. This individual, on the high platform, Scarlet Moon found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. The disciple from Grave Burial Peak, in this manner, was effectively undermining the potency of her malevolent lute. However, before she could rise, a chilling gaze fell upon her. Subsequently, the icy voice of Luo Changwu broke the silence. Remain seated and continue to observe. Chapter 46, The Flickering Souls of Candlelight Town, the burial of the demonic melody in the realm of the demonic melody. A formidable force reverberated. Yet, I remain undaunted. You should concede. The Heavenly Demon Peak is destined to be mine. Sun Quan of the Mingyue Peak gritted his teeth, addressing the several outer disciples of the neighboring peaks who were nearly keeping pace with him. Junior brother Sun, you are merely lost in a dream. Su Yuan scoffed, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, summoning a corpse puppet that materialized before him. He advanced alongside the puppet, which began to decay under the influence of the demonic melody. However, for the sake of securing a spot among the inner disciples of the Heavenly Demon Peak, he was willing to endure. Oh, is that so? Then let us see who reaches it first. Sun Quan mocked, as a blood moon unfurled behind him, signaling his resolve to compete with Su Yuan. Nearby, the Gongsun brothers from the Poison Insect Peak, along with the elite outer disciples of both the Poison Insect Peak and the Heavenly Demon Peak, were each employing their own strategies, relentlessly forging ahead towards the ancient zither that emitted the demonic melody. Yet for these individuals, what lay ahead seemed tantalizingly close, yet eternally distant, an unreachable aspiration. Cursed fate! I am the foremost among the outer disciples of the Six Peaks. Sun Quan clenched his teeth, his face flushed as he channeled all his spiritual energy, straining to advance. Each step felt like traversing a vast chasm, his body creaking ominously as though it might collapse at any moment. Is this where it ends? Sun Quan, filled with unwillingness, cast his gaze around, noticing that the other disciples from the Six Peaks were equally exhausted, nearly collapsing on the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Oof. These fellows are not as impressive as I thought. I've advanced a few inches further than them, thus I still claim the title of the foremost among the outer disciples of the Six Peaks. Though I may not complete this trial, there is little that can be done. After all, this is the demonic melody of a mighty emperor. Even among those of the same realm, it is beyond our capabilities. Perhaps even the true inheritors would struggle to succeed. Just as Sun Quan sought solace in his thoughts, suddenly, a figure appeared to glide past him. What large black rodent just scurried by? Sun Quan was taken aback. Even the elite outer disciples beside him were momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment, their pupils dilating as they beheld a figure in dark robes weaving through them, leaving behind a trail of brilliant light. Was that a candlelight? Their eyes widened instinctively, only to discover that the figure in dark robes had already covered a distance of several dozen meters. What? In an instant, the expressions of Sun Quan and his companions shifted dramatically. How is this possible? Who is he? The rebirth candle. He is one of the burial disciples. Simultaneously, every individual within the trial grounds fixated their attention with grave intensity upon that unfolding scene. With each step taken by the youth clad in dark robes, one rebirth candle after another ignited, bringing him mere steps away from the ancient zither that radiated the demonic melody. Each stride seemed to tread upon their very hearts, filled with an overwhelming tension. Only 5 steps remain. 3 steps. The final step. As the last of the funeral candles was lit and inserted into the ground, Ning Chun took his final stride, his hand descending upon the trembling strings of the demonic zither. Strum. In the next moment, the dissonant chords gradually silenced. The cacophony of sorrow, resentment, despair, and pleas for mercy that had pervaded the space of the demonic sound came to an abrupt halt. Behind him, Sun Quan and the others, who had been tormented by the demonic melody, released a collective sigh of relief, as if an immense weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Remarkable! How could a disciple from the funeral sect achieve such prowess? As they caught their breath, Sun Quan and the others turned their astonished gazes towards Ning Chun, who was gently caressing the demonic zither, huffing and puffing. It's over. I almost died. Behind Sun Quan, Zhou Yuan gasped for breath and then looked ahead, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? The one playing the zither is Brother Ning? Ha. That is my brother, my dear junior brother. At that moment, Ning Chun, while gently stroking the zither to still its sounds, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. The rewards were substantial. Before him, a translucent panel materialized. Name, Ning Chun. Realm, 7-star of the Condensation Pill Realm. Technique, Supreme Demonic Art, Minor Accomplishment in Transcendence Realm. Martial Arts, Blood Demon Blade, Shadow of the Gods and Ghosts. Burial Method, Eyes of Rebirth. Current layers unlocked, 2-9 layers. Excellent. Not only had his strength once again surged, but the burial energy of the divine burial coffin had also significantly increased. Ning Chun was quite satisfied with the harvest from this demonic sound space. Unfortunately, he could not linger here. There was a tinge of regret within Ning Chun. Were it not for the fear of being discovered, he would have preferred to remain here in peace and continue his funeral rites. Buzzing. At that moment, the zither emitted a melodious sound, and the entire demonic sound space began to dissolve, transporting everyone back to the trial plaza, while the zither transformed into a shooting star, returning to the embrace of Fei Yu on the high platform. However, at this moment, Fei Yu appeared somewhat displeased. After all, the zither's strength stemmed from the multitude of wails and cries of despair from those it had slain, and now, a mere disciple of the demonic sect had managed to diminish some of its power, which pained her deeply. I never expected an outer sect disciple could truly navigate your demonic sound space. The elder of the netherworld stroked his long beard, casting a surprised glance at the somewhat forlorn Feiyu. Although this demonic sound space had only manifested the strength of the condensation pill realm, it was not something an ordinary disciple could traverse. Feiyu wore a face of lament. The elder of the netherworld paid no heed to her expression of discontent, turning instead to Luo Changwu and sighed. From what I know, the funeral peak of the heavenly demon sect is considered the weakest among the 7 peaks, yet it has produced such an exceptional disciple. It appears, sect leader Luo, that your heavenly demon sect has indeed birthed an extraordinary talent. Yet, in a flowing red gown, Luo Shangwu stood motionless, her exquisite countenance betraying not a hint of emotion. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she coldly remarked, "Mediocre at best, rather careless." Upon hearing this, the elder of the underworld furrowed his brow. Was this truly what she deemed mediocre and careless? Surely, the standards of the celestial demon Empress were exceedingly high. Nevertheless, in comparison to her own stature, it was indeed rare for someone to catch her eye. At that moment, Luo Shangwu's enchanting gaze fell upon Feiyue, as she began to call her name. Feiyue. With a disdainful huff, Feiyue responded, "Here, take it." She dared not retract her words, for the woman before her was none other than the celestial demon Empress. The consequences of disappointing her were too grave to contemplate. Having spoken, a flash of light emanated from her hand, transforming into a bamboo scroll, which she handed to Luo Shangwu while muttering, "I wonder what use you, a woman of such stature, have for this useless, forbidden technique." Luo Shangwu accepted it and tucked it away without acknowledging Feiyue. With a sigh, Feiyue lamented, "What will become of the millennia-old demon corpse restrained by my demon sound sect without the Xianming divine iron?" As she sighed, she cast a sideways glance at Luo Shangwu. Yet this stubborn woman showed no inclination to lend her the Xianming divine iron. Just then, Luo Shangwu's voice, as cold and sharp as the clash of ice, pierced the air. "In truth, I may possess a solution for the millennia-old demon corpse restrained by the demon shadow sect." Chapter 47. The Whisper of the Sorcerism? What method? At that moment, the beauty in crimson, Feiyue, brightened her eyes and turned her gaze, yet Luo Shangwu, the woman in question, appeared to transform into an icy mountain, remaining silent. So formidable. At this instant, within the trial square, as the sound of magic dissipated, everyone remained in a state of astonishment, staring in disbelief at the young man clad in dark garments. "Ha ha ha! This is indeed a disciple of our heavenly demon sect. Ningchun, you have done remarkably well." The master of the heavenly demon peak laughed heartily as he descended beside Ningchun, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of my heavenly demon peak." Not far away, Gu Xian cast a look of approval. Although he felt a pang of reluctance to see such a promising talent fall into the hands of that old fogey, he understood that, given Ning Chen's exceptional gifts, the heavenly demon peak was indeed the most suitable sanctuary for him. The heavenly demon peak? How imbibe? Upon hearing the proclamation from the master of the heavenly demon peak, the outer disciples from the 7 major peaks cast envious glances, including Sun Quan and others, who were equally filled with admiration yet remained undeterred. Only Ning Chun had passed the trial of the magical sound. He had claimed 1 spot, leaving 4 remaining. They could compete for the rest. The heavenly demon peak? However, the highly regarded Ning Chun raised an eyebrow, a charming smile gracing his handsome visage as he shook his head at the master of the heavenly demon peak. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed master, but I do not wish to join the heavenly demon peak." WH. What? A flicker of astonishment passed through the murky eyes of the master of the heavenly demon peak. A glimmer of joy instantaneously appeared in the eyes of the other peak masters. Could it be that Ning Chun was considering their peaks? Given this young man's talents, with proper nurturing, he could undoubtedly excel among the inner disciples and attain the status of a true disciple. "I would prefer to remain at the burial peak. It is quite satisfactory there," Ning Chun said with a light chuckle. As soon as these words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with disciples gazing at Ning Chun in disbelief. What nonsense is this? To reject the heavenly demon peak and choose to remain at the burial peak? Is it not a sheer waste of one's cultivation potential? Even many disciples who had been eliminated from the inner circle were left stunned. Why would Brother Ning Chun choose to return to the burial peak? Ning Chun, what did you just say? You wish to continue at the burial peak? The master of the heavenly demon peak's expression suddenly shifted, his demeanor grave as he regarded him with utmost seriousness. This is sheer folly. The burial peak pales in comparison to my heavenly demon peak. Whether in terms of cultivation resources or the concentration of spiritual energy, my heavenly demon peak surpasses it by far. Choosing to remain at the burial peak is a waste of your talent. Not far away, Guxian sighed, offering no rebuttal, for it was indeed true that the burial peak was inferior to the heavenly demon peak. However, at that moment, Ning Chen's light laughter rang out once more. Have you heard a saying, esteemed master of the heavenly demon peak? What saying? The lord of the heavenly demon peak furrowed his brow, drawing the attention of those around him, including several powerful presences on the high platform. In the face of such scrutiny, Ning Chen merely offered a slight smile. Strong individuals never lament their circumstances. At that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as everyone stared at Ning Chun in disbelief. Strong individuals never lament their circumstances? How profound is the confidence required to utter such words? My dear junior brother is remarkably charming. I wish to converse with him about the philosophy of life. In a flurry of discussions, expressions of awe abounded. On the high platform, Feng Yu, cradling her guzheng, chuckled. Strong individuals never lament their circumstances? Ha ha, this little one from your heavenly demon sect is indeed intriguing. While her words were not without merit, it was essential for him to prove himself as a strong individual. The old man from the underworld stroked his white beard and remarked, "Ha ha, Luo Changwu, I find myself quite interested in this young lad. How about you send him to my demon sound sect?" A chill suddenly permeated the air. Strong individuals never lament their circumstances. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, the lord of the heavenly demon peak furrowed his brow, falling into a prolonged silence. Eventually, he inquired, "Why are you so determined to remain at the burial life peak?" This question echoed the curiosity of the onlookers. Strong individuals may not lament their circumstances, yet they can choose their environment. An exceptional environment can bolster a strong individual's prowess. Of course, it is because I'm buried that I grow stronger. Ning Chan replied with remarkable calm, a gentle smile gracing his lips. For all things have a beginning and an end, and life, too, reaches a conclusion. As the one who conducts the funeral, I am the one who brings closure to these lives, witnessing the start and finish of life. Do you not think the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Peak might gain insights into cultivation from this? All things have a beginning and an end, and life, too, reaches a conclusion. The one who conducts the funeral is the one who brings closure to life. As Ning Chen's words resonated, the trial square fell into a profound silence, his profound insights echoing in the minds of all present, leaving them utterly shaken. Even the disciples of the burial life peak were rendered speechless, staring at Ning Chun in astonishment. Ning Chen's words elevated the actions of the burial life disciples, suggesting that perhaps they were not as despicable as they had been portrayed. So it is indeed so. What this young lad has said, this is the very essence of our existence at the burial life peak. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Guxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. On the high platform, a figure clad in red, with captivating eyes, could not help but gaze at the young man in dark attire. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Peak wished to say more, but at that moment, a voice seemed to resonate within his ears. Suddenly, the expression on his face shifted dramatically, filled with gravity and reverence as he bowed towards the high platform, then spoke, "Very well, as you have said. You may continue to stay at the burial life peak. Moreover, you are free to enter and exit my heavenly demon peak at will and partake in the cultivation resources we offer." "Oh, thank you, Lord of the Heavenly Demon Peak." Upon hearing this, Ning Chun expressed his gratitude. Ning Chen's eyes brightened as he promptly bowed in gratitude to the master of Tianma Peak. This arrangement not only allowed him to continue burying the clients of the life peak, but also afforded him the opportunity to enjoy the cultivation resources of Tianma Peak, a truly perfect situation. Very well, Ning Chun, you may take a moment to rest. The other disciples may continue their contests. Since you do not occupy a spot in Tianma Peak, there remain 5 slots available for inner disciples. With a wave of his hand, the master of Tianma Peak signaled the conclusion of the matter. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement ignited in the eyes of the trial disciples, who rubbed their hands together in anticipation and resumed their competitions. Ning Chun, however, chose not to linger any longer. He cast a supportive glance at Zhou Yuan before moving aside, seizing the opportunity to consolidate his recent breakthrough in cultivation. Just as he settled into a chosen spot and sat cross-legged, a sudden, chilling female voice resonated in his mind. 3 days hence, at the hour of the dog, await me in the courtyard. Chapter 48. What to do if the female demon lord stands you up. 3 days later, at the hour of the dog, await me in the courtyard. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Suddenly, a familiar, cold voice devoid of any emotion resonated in Ning Chen's mind. Startled, he paused in his meditation. Was that the female demon lord? She was also present here? Instinctively, he raised his gaze, scanning his surroundings. Yet he did not catch sight of that familiar figure in the crimson dress. It appeared the demon lord preferred to remain hidden. Ning Chun, not overly concerned, committed her words to memory and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, the assessment of the inner sect disciples continued at the trial square. On the high platform, the enchanting silhouette in red seemed to lose interest and gracefully rose. Hey, Luo Changwu. You haven't yet shared with me the method to resolve the ancient demon corpse that is suppressed by my demon sound sect. Chi Yu hastily pursued her. In due time, you will understand, came Luo Changwu's reply as she turned away. Half an hour later, the outer sect disciples had completed the allocation of peaks belonging to the inner sect, with the final 5 inner sect disciple slots at the Tianma Peak being filled by Sun Quan from the Mingyue Peak, Li Yi from the Jinma Peak, Su Yuan from the Shikuei Peak, Nan Shui, an outer sect disciple of Tianma Peak, and Zhou Yuan from the Zhongxing Peak. Ning Chun was somewhat astonished that his junior brother had truly managed to infiltrate the Tianma Peak. Soon, the trial concluded, although 5 outer sect disciples were admitted into the inner sect of Tianma Peak. The most discussed topic among the crowd was none other than Ning Chun from the Zhongxing Peak. Candlelight to pacify the lingering souls, funeral rites to shatter the demonic sound, had become the talk of the Tianma sect disciples during this period, as not everyone could conquer the trials set forth by an emperor-level expert. If it were them, it would take at least a millennium of boasting. Upon returning to the Zhongxing Peak, Zhou Yuan packed his belongings, weeping profusely and displaying a countenance of reluctance. Ning Chun, however, quietly turned aside to avoid Zhou Yuan's snot, then patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Brother Zhou, go forth with resolve. Perhaps this will save your life. Save my life? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Ning Chun merely smiled in silence. After all, should the female demon lord stir up any trouble that Zhou Yuan might overhear, what if she became enraged and sought to silence him? Departing was indeed for the best. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yuan, Ning Chun returned to his own courtyard. He could now be considered the first inner sect disciple in the history of Zhongxing Peak. Although Gu Xian had mentioned providing him with a better residence, Ning Chun politely declined. For him, a simple dwelling sufficed. This place was relatively secluded and undisturbed, making it more conducive for his cultivation, while the secrets of the god-slaying coffin remained undiscovered, except for the need to remain vigilant against the ghost-like, elusive female demon lord. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During this time, Gu Xian delivered the rewards for the inner sect disciple assessments, which included various pills for enhancing cultivation, some contribution points, and an opportunity to access the 4th or 5th floors of the scripture pavilion. Selection of the techniques was no longer necessary. After all, the supreme magical technique bestowed by the female demon, while of a certain rank, is far from ordinary. Even she herself has cultivated it, making it incomparable to the methods found within the fourth or fifth floors of the Sutra Pavilion. Ningchen estimates that it is at least on par with the techniques collected from the 8th floor and above. He finds himself lacking in martial arts. Otherwise, he would only have the blood demon blade to wield. Ning Chun murmurs quietly to himself, preparing his resolve. Though the blood demon blade, when combined with the burial absolute, is indeed formidable, especially when paired with the ghostly shadow step to close the distance, ensuring a lethal strike against opponents of the same realm. It loses its efficacy when faced with greater distances. Thus, Ning Chun intends to seize this opportunity to select a martial art that suits him, one that belongs to the mysterious tier. At Burial Mountain, dusk faded swiftly, and a full moon gradually ascended into the night sky. Finally, he thought, the last of this mound is completed. Ning Chun stretched lazily, shaking off the dirt from the burial absolute. Ever since he delivered that shocking declaration during the intersect assessment, Elder Guxian had sent him several esteemed clients in the following days. As the earth settled back, a rebirth candle was lit, allowing the burial essence and blood to flow into the burial divine coffin, while the dense spiritual energy also permeated into Ning Chun's dantian. The burial essence had finally reached 90 points. Just 10 more, and he could unlock the third layer of the burial divine coffin, potentially even uncover a new burial technique. Indeed, these past few days have been fruitful. Satisfied, Ning Chun hoisted the burial absolute onto his shoulder. "Young lad, are you still here? It's almost the hour of the pig," came the voice of Elder Sun from deep within Burial Mountain, as he approached with a look of appreciation directed at Ning Chun. Now, the entire Burial Mountain, be they disciples or elders, regarded Ning Chun with admiration, especially after he elevated the act of burial to a higher significance, transforming their mindset. "There's still some left to bury. I'll just take care of it." Ning Chen took it lichtly. However, suddenly his smile vanished. "Elder Sun, what did you say? It's almost the hour of the pig." Indeed, Elder Sun nodded with a smile, stroking his beard. Panic surged through Ning Chun as he realized the gravity of the situation. He shouldered the burial absolute and dashed down the mountain. "That lad is truly diligent," Elder Sun remarked, watching Ning Chun's frantic retreat. Atop Burial Mountain, Ning Chun activated the ghostly shadow step, swiftly arriving at the foot of the mountain, where his dilapidated little courtyard lay in sight. He recalled that 3 days prior, the female demon had communicated to him in his mind, instructing him to await her in the courtyard at the hour of the dog, warning of dire consequences otherwise. 3 days later? That is now. It's already past the hour of the dog. He had lost track of time while burying the dead. Furrowing his brow, he felt a vortex of anxiety swirling beneath him. How could one grow stronger through burial and not become addicted to it? Moments later, Ning Chun finally returned to the courtyard. As he pushed open the door, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not." But before he could finish his sentence, as he lifted his gaze, he beheld the courtyard devoid of life, with no trace of the enchanting figure clad in a crimson gown. She hasn't arrived? Or perhaps, at the hour of the dog, she departed before my arrival? Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback, surveying the surroundings and indeed finding no sign of the sorceress. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the set of tea utensils he had meticulously cleaned, resting on the stone table. A frown creased his brow as he seemed to recall something. Hastily approaching to seize one of the cups, within it lingered a remnant of warm tea, and the cup bore the unmistakable mark of a striking red hue. "This is the lipstick from the sorceress's lips. Oh no, she has been here." Ning Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Abruptly, he sensed the temperature of the courtyard plummet, akin to a frozen chamber. Chapter 49. Senior, am I living off your generosity? As the temperature in the courtyard suddenly plummeted, Ning Chun dared not turn around. He feared that a mere glance would reveal the icy beauty of the female demon, whose visage exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent. Cough. It seems winter is approaching, and it has grown rather chilly. Cough. I should return to my room and put on some warmer clothes. Ning Chun coughed lightly, muttering to himself as he made his way toward his chamber. However, at that moment, a voice, imbued with frost yet remarkably melodious, pierced through the air behind him. Where do you think you're going? Um. Upon hearing that frosty voice, Ning Chun felt a shiver run through him. The woman had not left. She had appeared behind him as if conjured by a ghost. He forced a smile and turned around. Oh, what a coincidence. Did you just arrive, Senior? I just got here too, ahaha. It seems like the heavenly realm is about to enter winter. Aren't you cold in such light clothing? Perhaps you should change into something thicker? The temperature has dropped sharply this evening. You must take care to keep warm. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Luo Changwu. A mere condensation Dan cultivator like you does not fear the cold. Do you think I would? Cough. Ningchen scratched his head awkwardly. He was well aware that the female demon, with her formidable strength, had no reason to fear the chill. After all, a cultivator's stored spiritual energy was typically sufficient to withstand various temperatures, unless faced with an exceptionally harsh cold. He merely sought a topic to divert attention from his previous oversight of standing up the female demon. Moreover, I arrived at the hour of the dog. Yet I did not see you. Luo Changwu crossed her arms, her gaze icy as it bore down on Ning Chun, as if challenging him to defend himself against her scrutiny. Senior, I was engrossed in my training and lost track of time. Ning Chun confessed earnestly. He knew the female demon had an unpredictable temperament and was difficult to placate. Fabricating a lie would likely lead to immediate exposure. He stood me up. Luo Changwu's exquisite face remained expressionless, her captivating eyes fixed on Ning Chun with an air of accusation. Ning Chun did not dispute the claim. It was indeed true. Suddenly, a figure clad in red wielded a sword imbued with chilling energy, the blade flashing ominously in her grasp, and without hesitation. She swung it toward Ning Chun. Instinctively, Ning Chun shut his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, the sword's intent swept past him, crashing down upon a section of Zhongsheng Peak, causing the earth to tremble violently, followed by an astonished exclamation from a distant voice. Who? Who dares to disturb my Zhongsheng Peak? Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Ning Chun felt a lingering apprehension. Was this the true extent of the female demon's prowess? So formidable. The mystery of her strength remained unsolved. Next time, do not stand me up. The cold sword in Luo Changwu's hand dissipated. Yes, Senior. Ningchen nodded slightly. Having agreed, he acknowledged his prior lapse. He then shifted the conversation. That day during the intersect disciple assessment, were you not present, Senior? However, why have I not seen you? I do not wish to meet you, Luo Changwu said lightly. Ning Chun. This female demoness truly offers no regard for my feelings. Nevertheless, I have undergone the trial of demonic sound set by the Emperor-level experts. Surely, I deserve some praise? That is indeed a trial of the Emperor level. However, when Ning Chun, brimming with pride, inquired of the female demoness, he was met with her usual retort. So, mediocre. Ning Chun, had I known, I would not have asked. If I am merely mediocre, then what of others? He gritted his teeth, feeling indignant and eager to know how others would be classified. I did not see, Luo Shangwu replied indifferently. Ning Chun paused, sensing that the female demoness' words were somewhat amiss. Yet, before he could ponder further, her icy voice resonated once more, her cold, beautiful gaze fixed upon him. Are you not curious as to why I summoned you today? Curiosity piqued. But, Senior, what did you just say? Luo Shangwu cast a cold glance at Ning Chun, disregarding the latter part of his statement. This is for you. As her words fell, a roll of bamboo slips appeared within her slender, jade-like fingers, which she lightly tossed towards him. Ning Chun caught it, his expression one of confusion. What is this? You shall know upon opening it, Luo Shangwu replied coldly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chun unfurled the bamboo slips, revealing the flamboyant characters that read, the burial melody of heaven and earth. Upon seeing those striking characters, Ning Chen's expression tightened, increasingly aware that the contents recorded within these slips were extraordinary. He turned to Luo Shangwu, unable to restrain his inquiry. Senior, this is martial arts. Luo Shangwu's crimson lips parted, her voice as frigid as ever. Martial arts. Ning Chun was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Could this female demoness be monitoring him? Did she conveniently know he was in need of martial teachings? Just as he was planning to visit the scripture pavilion to select martial arts, she presented him with this burial melody of heaven and earth, which appear to be quite remarkable. Its offensive techniques somewhat akin to the demonic zither of the leader of the demonic sound sect he had encountered days prior. However, judging by its description, it seemed even more intricate than that. As for its power, he could not ascertain, for despite the strength of martial arts, he was still merely at the condensation Dan realm, far from the prowess exhibited by Emperor-level experts wielding demonic sound. Yet, he had witnessed the might of such attacks. Senior, what is the grade of this martial art? Ning Chun could no longer contain his curiosity. Will you cultivate it? Luo Shangwu's brows furrowed slightly as she regarded Ning Chun, asking while making a motion to retrieve it from his grasp. I will cultivate it. Since you specifically sought this for me, I shall certainly do so. Ning Chun quickly reclaimed the bamboo slips, chuckling. Now he felt utterly deserving of the title Gravedigger, possessing the grave god coffin, the grave desolation, and now, this burial melody of heaven and earth bestowed by the female demoness, which seemed tailor-made for him. Ning Chun, undeterred by the presence of the female demon, began to earnestly study the melody of the earthly funeral. With each moment of profound insight, it felt as though a mournful requiem resonated within the recesses of his mind. After a brief interval, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. So this is the earthly funeral. How formidable. Had you mastered it? Upon hearing this inquiry, Luo Shangwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if taken aback. Ning Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this earthly funeral is well suited for you. Luo Shangwu's enchanting eyes narrowed with intrigue. This funeral melody was nearly incomprehensible to anyone within the demon sound sect, let alone capable of unleashing its true power. Even the formidable Emperor Fiyue could not achieve such a feat, as her path diverged from that of the earthly funeral. Yet now, Ning Chen's path seamlessly intertwined with this melody, rendering him the sole individual capable of harnessing this forbidden martial art of the demon sound sect. For a fleeting moment, Luo Shangwu's captivating gaze sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness how this fellow would wield the earthly funeral before Fiyue, envisioning the astonishment that would grace her countenance. Senior, what did you say? Startled by Luo Shangwu's murmurs, Ning Chun paused momentarily. It's nothing. By the way, at that moment, as if struck by a thought, he cast a glance at the crimson-clad female demon, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. Senior, does this mean I am living off your kindness? Chapter 50. Hardship and Softness, Xiantai Mind Softness? Huh. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Luo Shangwu's cold and emotionless gaze flickered toward him, uttering nothing. It felt as though she had conveyed everything. Ning Chun, what kind of gaze is this from her? One day, I shall pin her down and give her a good spanking. Though we lack the title of husband and wife, we certainly share the essence of it. However, for now, I must obediently accept the unacknowledged soft support from this formidable woman. The disparity in our strengths is currently rather significant, making it nearly impossible to impose my will upon her. His attention then shifted to the Heaven and Earth Soul burial melody. Murmuring, the Heaven and Earth Soul burial melody comprises 8 major movements, each possessing unique powers and corresponding abilities. At present, the first movement I can cultivate is the Eternal Silence soul melody. To practice this martial art, one requires the support of the 3,000 melodic pathways. Upon realizing this, he paused momentarily. Senior, what are the 3,000 melodic pathways? The path of the sword, the path of the blade, the intent of fist, and the intent of palm all exist within the 3,000 pathways. Yet I am unfamiliar with this melodic path. Luo Shangwu's lips parted slightly, her cold yet melodious voice resonating. All things have their echoes, the sound of flowing streams, the chirping of birds, the ringing of swords, the notes of the guzheng. You can listen to them, seeking to comprehend their respective melodies. Suddenly, Luo Shangwu furrowed her brows, regarding Ning Chun. What are you staring at? Ning Chen's gaze was earnestly fixed upon her. The senior mentioned one could listen to the melodies of all things. I was pondering whether I might also perceive the essence of melody within your voice. In response to Luo Shangwu's icy inquiry, Ning Chun spoke earnestly. You. Luo Shangwu was momentarily taken aback, then shot Ning Chun a glare. That is enough. Whether you comprehend it or not depends solely on your own fortune. With that, she tossed her hair back elegantly, her steps light as she made her way toward the courtyard. By the way, at that moment, Ning Chun called out to her, revealing a shy smile as he extended his hand toward Luo Shangwu. Senior, it seems that the Heaven and Earth Soul burial melody requires a melodic spirit weapon. How does one consume soft support? Ning Chun believed that it must be taken with resolve. None available. Luo Shangwu replied indifferently. At this moment, she indeed possessed a melodic spirit weapon within her storage ring, yet she had no intention of offering it to this fellow, especially after he had let her down. At that moment, her cool voice echoed. Within the Tianma sect, there lies a mine known as the Xiantai mine, where numerous ores capable of forging spirit weapons can be found. You may seek it out. Should you discover suitable ores, you may present them to Elder Shintai, who guards the mine. If he is pleased, he might forge a commendable spirit weapon for you. With that, she did not allow Ning Chun a chance to respond and turned to leave. Xiantai mine? Elder Shintai? Thank you, Senior. Ning Chun slightly inclined his head, then rose to accompany her. Might you impart a bit more cultivation wisdom before you depart? No. Would you be so kind as to impart upon me some extraordinary martial arts? Not at all. As the two walked into the courtyard, Ning Chun's gaze fell upon the remnants of tea left by Luo Chanwu. That esteemed senior, do you wish to keep this tea? At that moment, Luo Chanwu, somewhat irritated by this persistent shadow, lightly parted her crimson lips and replied without a second thought. No. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Ning Chun appeared to have been anticipating her response, a mischievous smile forming as he seized the half-filled cup and drained it eagerly. Unsatisfied, he lifted the teapot for a hearty drink. Witnessing this, Luo Changwu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment dancing in her beautiful eyes. She had not expected Ning Chun to consume the tea she had left behind right in front of her. Although she had been aware of this tendency from their previous encounter, it was different when she was not present. Engrossed in his drinking, Ning Chun suddenly sensed the gaze of the formidable woman upon him, prompting him to halt and extend the teapot. Esteemed senior, would you care for some? I shall not. Luo Changwu replied coldly. Ning Chun responded with an "oh," before resuming his vigorous drinking. Do you not find it distasteful? Luo Changwu inquired, her brows slightly furrowing. Distasteful? Why would I? Ning Chun expressed his confusion. He had already discerned the exceptional quality of the tea during their previous encounter, which enhanced his cultivation. Hence, why would he find it unpalatable? A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Changwu's exquisite eyes as she let out a cold snort. Then savor it at your leisure. With those words, her figure vanished into the night, while Ning Chun, feeling the surge of his own rising aura, was quite pleased and took another hearty gulp. The following day, after fulfilling his obligations to his clients, Ning Chun departed from the grave burial peak, heading toward the dark iron mine mentioned by the female demon. Soon, he arrived at a vast mine nestled deep within the mountains of the heavenly demon sect. The sound of pickaxes striking the rocky walls echoed continuously, and he could faintly see disciples from various peaks of the heavenly demon sect diligently searching for suitable ores. Upon reaching the mine's entrance, Ning Chun was quickly intercepted by two disciples tasked with guarding the site. Entry to the dark iron mine requires 3,000 contribution points. Upon hearing this, Ning Chun presented his disciple token, which hung from his waist. 3,000 contribution points was no longer an exorbitant sum for him. After all, he had buried a considerable amount, accumulating a substantial contribution balance, especially with the 10,000 points he had recently received from the intersect assessment. Grave Burial Peak? The two disciples guarding the mine paused upon seeing the token. However, rather than the disdain typically displayed, they looked at Ning Chun with curiosity. Are you a disciple of Grave Burial Peak? Have you encountered senior brother Ning Chun? It is said that he single-handedly shattered the Demon Sound Sect space during the recent intersect assessment. The leader of the Demon Sound Sect is a formidable Emperor-level expert. Senior brother Ning Chun is simply astounding. Surely, you share the same sentiment, junior brother? As they spoke, The admiration in the eyes of the two disciples from the mining fields deepened significantly. Fortunately, Ning Chun silently borrowed a phrase from the formidable female demon. Just barely adequate. Rather haphazardly done. Is this really just barely adequate and haphazard? Are you out of your mind? That is the trial of a great emperor. And even among those of the same realm, the number who can pass this trial is exceedingly rare. Even among the true disciples of the six great peaks, few possess the confidence to succeed. You dare to say it's just barely adequate and haphazard? The expressions of the two mining disciples shifted dramatically as they glared at Ning Chun with indignation. Utterly taken aback by the audacity of this disciple from the Burial Life sect, observing their reactions, Ning Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed. This is the reaction of a normal person. That female demon is truly extraordinary. Chapter 51. The buried vitality within the Orhumph. Were it not for their duties, the two disciples from the mining area would have swiftly expelled the burial disciple before them upon hearing such words. They immediately seized the disciple token handed over by Ning Chun, preparing to deduct the contribution points required for entry into the Xiantai mine. However, one of the mining disciples suddenly sensed something amiss. He cast a glance at the disciple token, furrowing his brow. Zongxing Peak, an intersect disciple? When did Zongxing Peak acquire an intersect disciple? Indeed, responded his companion promptly. ISNT Brother Ning Chun the One? The only intersect disciple from Zongxing Peak since the establishment of our heavenly demon sect. Brother Ning Chun? In an instant, both of them reacted, gazing at Ning Chun in astonishment. You are Brother Ning Chun? Ning Chun smiled and nodded. The two mining disciples looked at him with a sense of reverence. So, it was indeed Brother Ning Chun. How modest he was, what a humble expression. If it were any other senior brother or sister who had passed through this demonic sound space, they would have surely been arrogant and brimming with pride. We have met Brother Ning Chun. The two mining disciples quickly bowed in respect, then returned his disciple token with both hands. Ning Chun received the token. May I enter now? Of course. The two mining disciples immediately gestured for him to proceed. Ning Chun then walked towards the mine. Brother Ning Chun, please wait. At that moment, a mining disciple hurried after him. I am Wang Xian, an outer sect disciple from Tianma Peak. This must be your first visit to the Xiantai mine. Allow me to explain some important matters to you. Very well. With a guide to lead him, Ning Chun naturally would not decline. Soon, the two made their way to the Xiantai mine. Along the path, Ning Chun observed numerous disciples wielding pickaxes, tirelessly chiseling away, and several mining caves with glimmers of fireflies visible within. Through Wang Xian's explanations, Ning Chun gradually comprehended the extraordinary nature of this mine. This location was not a natural mine, but rather a site where a former heavenly demon sect leader had amassed numerous precious ores from the Tianling realm, intended for the disciples to discover suitable ores to forge their own spiritual weapons. However, these ores could not simply be excavated at will. Each ore bore restrictions set by the former sect leader. Only by breaking these restrictions could one extract the ore. Is that so? Ning Chun nodded, looking towards Wang Xian. How does one break these restrictions? By exerting overwhelming force, Wang Xian replied. Understood. Ning Chun acknowledged with a nod. Brother Ning Chun, take this, Wang Xian said as he handed Ning Chun an iron pickaxe. You can use it to extract any ore that catches your eye. No need. Ning Chun smiled and waved his hand. A glimmer flashed in his palm as Zong Ju materialized, which he then grasped firmly. I prefer to use this. Hey, shovel? Since Brother Ning Chun has comprehended the matter, I shall take my leave. With Brother Ning Chun's prowess, excavating a piece of ore should pose no challenge. Wang Xian paused momentarily, then retracted his iron pickaxe, bowed respectfully, and departed. Xian level, or? Ning Chun mused with a slight furrow of his brow. Xian level can only forge Xian artifacts and spirit weapons. The grades of, or correspond to the grades of spirit weapons, namely, mortal, spirit, Xian, king, saint, and emperor. If one wishes to unleash the full potential of the heaven burial melody, then the spirit weapon must possess greater strength, necessitating the requirement for superior grade ore. Therefore, it is prudent to excavate the highest quality ore available. Half an hour later, Ning Chun, bearing the buried oblivion, continued to meander through the mining site. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to discover any suitable ore, and his presence had drawn the attention of several disciples engaged in mining. That individual has entered the mine without a pickaxe, wielding only a shovel? One disciple expressed confusion. It was entirely reasonable. Even if he were to mine barehanded, it would still be justifiable. However, the nearby disciples merely cast a fleeting glance at the figure in the dark robes, and their doubts were swiftly dispelled. Why is that? They wondered. Because that was Brother Ning Chun from the Buried Life Peak, the formidable individual who had recently passed the Emperor's trial during the internal disciple assessment. Upon hearing about the trial success, the surrounding murmur of skepticism fell into a profound silence. Justifiable. So what grade of, or does Brother Ning Chun intend to excavate? Who knows? Yet, it is at least expected to be Xian level, or... Suddenly, an exclamation erupted. Why is Brother Ning Chun heading toward a piece of mortal level, or... Amidst the astonished voices of the Tianma sect disciples, Ning Chun appeared to have discerned something, as he made his way towards a massive yellow ore several meters in size, exuding the unmistakable aura of mortal level ore. However, at this moment, Ning Chen's focus was entirely fixated on a wisp of crimson vitality emanating from the ore. That was the funerary vitality of the god burial coffin. Intriguingly, how could there be funerary vitality within a mortal level, or... Chapter 52. Ascending to greater heights as he gazed at the slender crimson thread extending toward the vast expanse of ordinary grade or before him. Ning Chun furrowed his brow and approached with the Zongju in hand. Concurrently, his actions drew the attention of the surrounding mining disciples. That is Senior Brother Ning Chun from Zongsheng Peak. I encountered him during the intersect assessment a few days ago. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find that not only was Senior Brother Ning Chun endowed with remarkable talent, but his appearance was also strikingly handsome. Is he here to mine as well? He must be seeking to forge an even more potent spiritual weapon. With Senior Brother Ning Chen's prowess, he should be able to extract at least a piece of profound grade, but wait. Why is he heading toward an ordinary grade spiritual stone? When the nearby mining disciples observed Ning Chun approaching the ordinary grade, they were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting a hint of confusion. Logically, one would expect Senior Brother Ning Chun to select, or of at least the profound grade. Why would he choose such a meager piece of ordinary grade, Intrigued, several mining disciples paused their work to observe. Ning Chun stood before the ordinary grade stone, inspecting it closely. Upon confirming that the burial energy was indeed contained within, he gripped the Zongju and, with a slight exertion, brought it down forcefully upon the ordinary grade ore. Clang! The Zongju struck the ordinary grade ore with a resounding crash, sending sparks flying. A tremendous force rebounded, causing Ning Chun's hand to ache painfully. However, thanks to his preparedness, the Zongju did not fly from his grasp. What is happening? Senior Brother Ning Chun cannot even break an ordinary grade, this seems implausible. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding mining disciples were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly the fierce individual who has passed the Emperor's trial? Unable to even break an ordinary grade stone? I could easily break this ordinary grade, or myself, Does that mean I could also pass the Emperor's trial? A disciple from the corpse puppet peak couldn't help but scoff. Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, a disciple from Sword Demon Peak retorted with a cold snort. Even the mightiest of emperors had to eat to sustain their strength. You too require sustenance. Why do you not claim to be an emperor yourself? It is evident to all that Senior Brother Ning Chen's inability to break this ordinary grade is not due to a lack of capability, but rather because the ore conceals a hidden secret. At this proclamation, the disciple from Corpse Puppet Peak's expression shifted slightly. Concealing a secret? How could an ordinary grade possibly harbor a mystery? In that moment, the surrounding mining disciples were engulfed in perplexity. Observing that the ordinary grade remained unscathed, Ning Chun furrowed his brow, his expression heavy with gravity. The burial energy within this ordinary grade was indeed extraordinary. With that, he unleashed the full force of his 7-star condensing pill realm aura, a crimson glow emanating from the Zhongju. Then he stepped forward, gripping the Zhongju as he struck the ordinary grade or with renewed fervor. As his aura erupted, the expressions of the surrounding mining disciples shifted dramatically. A formidable aura enveloped the surroundings. Is it possible that senior brother Ning Chun has attained the 7th star of the condensed Dan realm? How impressive! Despite merely having recently entered the inner sect, his prowess already rivals that of many senior brothers, and may even surpass some. The most astonishing aspect is that senior brother Ning Chun is at the funeral peak. As whispers of astonishment echoed around, the blood demon blade, enhanced to its peak, struck heavily against the surface of the ore. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated. Crack! Crack! The disciples present caught a faint sound of shattering. Under the terrifying force exerted by senior brother Ning Chun, that common grade, or shattered only slightly? Hiss! This, or is extraordinary. The surrounding disciples gasped in awe. Indeed, there is promise. Observing a fine crack appearing on the surface of the ore from his full-powered strike. A glimmer flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he continued to wield the funeral blade, relentlessly hammering away. Boom! Boom! A cacophony of sound erupted. Witnessing this scene, the mining disciples were doubly astonished, marveling at senior brother Ning Chen's immense strength and the remarkable hardness of the common grade ore. In no time, as the relentless strikes continued, news of a peculiar ore discovered by Ning Chun swiftly spread throughout the entire divine iron mine, prompting many disciples to abandon their tasks and rush towards the site of the excavation. Soon, the number of onlookers swelled. Why aren't you all properly mining? Where are you going? The commotion drew the attention of the elders of the mine, one of whom stopped a disciple to inquire, Why aren't you all properly mining? Where are you heading? The disciple, apprehended by the elder, quickly replied, It is said that senior brother Ning Chun has discovered a peculiar, or, beyond that, I know not. You should see for yourself. Upon hearing the name Ning Chun, which rang a bell, the elder paused. Wasn't he the talented youth who had garnered much attention during the recent intersect assessment? I shall go take a look as well. Within the mine, a throng of disciples drawn by the news gazed curiously at the young man in dark robes standing before the towering ore. Is this the peculiar ore discovered by senior brother Ning Chun? It appears to be an ordinary common grade, or ordinary common grade, or? Then take a closer look at the fracture marks on that ore. Those are all the results of senior brother Ning Chen's relentless strikes. A practitioner of the 7th star in the condensed Dan realm. How could a mere common grade or withstand such relentless blows? What? Upon hearing this, the faces of some latecomers shifted dramatically. Boom! Just then, accompanied by a thunderous roar, yet another crack appeared on the surface of the ore, though it still fell short of breaking completely. Such an enigmatic ore, to withstand so many strikes from senior brother Ning Chun without shattering. What could this or possibly be? Who knows? It is said that this ore has resided in the Xian iron mine for many years, yet due to its status as an ordinary grade mineral, it has been overlooked by countless disciples throughout the years. Who would have imagined that it would be discovered by brother Ning Chun? How remarkable that he could perceive its peculiarity. However, at this moment, it seems that brother Ning Chun still lacks the means to break through it. Suddenly, the gathered disciples appeared to witness something extraordinary. Oh, is brother Ning Chun about to give up? They observed that he had, at some point, seated himself cross-legged, seemingly on the verge of relinquishing his efforts. Shortly after, the onlookers heard him utter a soft sigh. It appears it is still insufficient. Indeed, brother Ning Chun was poised to concede defeat. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples expressed their regret. Yet, in the next moment, Ning Chen's murmurs echoed once more. If it is insufficient, then I shall ascend to a higher level. Ascend to a higher level? The disciples were momentarily taken aback. But soon, their expressions transformed dramatically. Chapter 53. Master, what brings you here? As Ning Chen's voice faded, the crowd of disciples distinctly sensed his aura surging higher, swiftly ascending to the 8th star of the condensation realm. Had he broken through? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. With Ning Chun rising to his feet, The potent energy of the eighth star of the condensation realm coalesced within him as he vigorously thrust the burial blade towards the ore once more. Boom! The moment his strike landed, the ordinary grade ore trembled violently, a fissure several meters long swiftly appearing. Progress. If Ning Chun continued this way, he would likely break through the ore in just half an hour. Witnessing this scene, the nearby disciples' eyes lit up with curiosity about the hidden mysteries within the ore. Suddenly, they observed Ning Chun below the ore retracting his shovel and sitting cross-legged again. Huh, why has senior brother Ning sat down once more? The surrounding disciples were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he was still a tad short. Ning Chun shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Upon hearing this, the disciples around him were momentarily stunned, their minds swirling with questions. An unsettling thought suddenly emerged within them. Just moments ago, senior brother Ning had expressed similar sentiments. Then, he had broken through. Now, he uttered these words again. Could it be he was on the verge of another breakthrough? Had he not just recently attained a breakthrough? Surely, it couldn't be, could it? Meanwhile, a corner of the divine burial coffin within Ning Chun's body unexpectedly opened, and the replenishing spiritual energy stored within surged into his dantian, causing his aura to rise abruptly. Ah, the ninth star of the condensation realm. As he felt the sudden elevation of his energy, Ning Chun exhaled deeply. What? He broke through two minor realms in one breath. Is senior brother Ning's cultivation as fluid as his whims? Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding disciples were filled with incredulity. While Ning Chen's initial breakthrough might have been attributed to prolonged accumulation leading to a timely advancement, this second breakthrough certainly could not be explained in such a manner, especially since he had just recently ascended. Is this the kind of formidable individual capable of overcoming the Empress trial? Remarkable. In an instant, the disciples widened their eyes, and even many elders of the mining site were left utterly astonished. At that moment, Ning Chun stood tall, gripping the burial blade, and the overwhelming aura of the ninth star of the condensation realm erupted forth, crashing heavily upon the ore. Boom! This time, numerous fissures erupted across the massive ore, which spanned several dozen meters, before it shattered with a resounding crash. What lies within this ore? As it broke apart, the surrounding disciples and several elders of the mining site cast curious glances, pondering what could possibly reside within this ordinary grade or that would compel a nine-star condensation realm cultivator to exert such effort to break through. At the same time, Ning Chen's gaze shifted towards the interior of the shattered ore. Before him appeared a mesmerizing aura of burial essence. He followed its direction and beheld a palm-sized, golden, transparent stone embedded within the ore. It seemed that the extraordinary hardness of this mundane grade ore was entirely attributed to the golden stone. Ning Ten murmured, realizing that the burial essence emanated from this very gem. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a drop of blood pulsing within the golden stone. The source of the burial essence was, astonishingly, a single drop of blood. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Chen's eyes, to be marked by the divine burial coffin. This drop of blood must possess an extraordinary origin. Without betraying his thoughts, Ning Chen deftly pried the golden stone from the ore. Swish! Everyone present turned their attention toward him. This must be the secret concealed within the mundane grade, or was this a golden stone? It appeared that within this mundane grade, or lay a far more potent gem. Could this be the fabled twin, or what grade could it possibly be? At that moment, an elder from the mining field fixed his gaze intently upon the golden transparent stone in Ning Chen's hand, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is that a royal grade, or?" Such a gem could indeed be utilized to forge royal artifacts. Upon hearing the elder's words, the surrounding disciples exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with envy as they regarded their senior brother, Ning Chun. Royal artifacts. It was likely that, within the entire celestial demon sect, only the true disciples could lay claim to such treasures, while others would find them utterly out of reach. What was most astonishing was that Ning Chun, merely possessing the cultivation of the condensation pill realm, could shatter the seals of royal grade, or, well, might such royal grade or be found? Just then a hearty, Ancient laughter echoed through the air. Following that, a red-robed elder descended from the heavens, embodying an imposing presence. It was Elder Divine Iron. As the red-robed elder appeared, the disciples' expressions turned solemn, and they hastily bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to Elder Divine Iron. Elder Divine Iron was the overseer of the entire Xian iron mine and the most skilled craftsman in the celestial demon sect concerning spiritual and martial forging. Young lad, allow me to see that royal grade, or I can assist you in forging a royal artifact, Elder Divine Iron said with a warm smile as he landed before Ningchuan. Elder Divine Iron. Ningchuan was taken aback, not expecting the elder mentioned by the female demon to appear before him so fortuitously. There was no need for him to seek the elder anymore. Elder, here, Ningchuan said, not hesitating to hand over the royal grade, or, however, in that fleeting moment of passing it over, the drop of crimson blood within the golden transparent stone vanished without a trace. This was indeed a superior royal grade, or, very well, young lad, you should wait in the forging hall for my return. Once I have forged this royal artifact, I shall deliver it to you. Elder Shintai playfully examined the royal grade, or, smiling as he addressed Ningchuan. Thank you, Elder Shintai, Ningchuan replied with a slight nod. My young friend, what kind of spiritual weapon do you desire? A joyful spiritual weapon, Ningchuan responded. Joyful spiritual weapon? Elder Shintai gazed at Ningchuan with a hint of surprise. Such a request was indeed rare. Rest assured, my forging skills are impeccable. With that, Elder Shintai transformed into a shooting star and vanished from sight. Ning Ten, come with me to the forging hall to await Elder Shintai. An elder from the mining site emerged from the bewildered crowd and spoke to Ningchuan. Understood. Ningchuan replied with a slight nod. In the forging hall, Elder Shintai gleefully held the royal grade or in his hands, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, he was a fanatic of forging. Suddenly, Elder Shintai seemed to catch sight of something and turned his gaze towards the main hall, where a fleeting silhouette in a red dress was vaguely discernible. Ah, Master, what brings you here? Chapter 54. Stealing the lines of the female demon head in the grand hall of the forging palace. An enchanting figure adorned in a crimson gown had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. With her arms gracefully wrapped around an air of pride, her exquisite and beautiful face was devoid of expression, resembling an ice sculpture as she leaned against one of the stone pillars within the hall. Master, what brings you here? The elder of Divine Iron was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the lady in red. A flicker of reverence flashing in his eyes as he stepped forward to pay his respects. I pay my respects to the master. I was unaware of your visit. May I inquire as to your purpose? The frosty beauty of Luo Changwu's gaze fell upon the elder of Divine Iron as she spoke in a calm tone. I require a piece of, or for forging spiritual weapons. Oh, or for forging spiritual weapons? The elder pondered for a moment before continuing. Currently, there are 5 perfect holy stones and half imperial stone remaining in the Xian iron mine. I shall fetch them for you at once. With that, the elder turned to retrieve the ore for Luo Changwu. However, the next instant, a cold and melodious female voice interrupted his actions. There's no need. Just hand over the piece you currently possess. Luo Changwu's piercing gaze settled on the golden royal stone cradled in the elder's arms as she spoke coldly. This piece in my possession? The elder was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow in hesitation. What? Are you unwilling to part with it? Luo Changwu's frigid voice echoed, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet. Sensing the chill, the elder shivered and quickly shook his head, offering an explanation. Master, it's not that I am unwilling. It's merely that this royal grade stone is unworthy of your stature. Moreover, this stone was unearthed by a young disciple, and I have already promised him I would forge a spiritual weapon with it. And what of it? Luo Changwu's emotionless eyes fixed upon him, posing a counter-question. The elder broke into a cold sweat. This is no ordinary royal stone. It contains a drop of semi-holy blood, making it incomparable to conventional royal stones. Do you truly believe a mere inner disciple is deserving of a stone imbued with semi-holy blood? Luo Changwu regarded the elder with a detached expression. It contains a drop of semi-holy blood? The elder, upon slight inspection, realized this was indeed the case. Then, what of that drop of semi-holy blood? Who knows? Huh? Master, how do you know that young one is an inner disciple? Luo Chongwu fell silent, perhaps too disinterested to respond, as she picked up the royal stone and made her way toward the exit of the hall. Seeing this unfold, the elder felt troubled. The royal stone undoubtedly belonged to the master, but how would he explain this to the young disciple? He certainly did not wish to be seen as untrustworthy. At that moment, a black box was handed to him by Luo Chongwu. Give this to him. Is this for me, master? The elder accepted the ebony box, feeling hesitant to inquire about its contents, and nodded affirmatively. As the esteemed elder Shun Tai secured his belongings, Luo Shang danced gracefully, turning to stride toward the entrance of the grand hall. Upon her emergence, her enchanting gaze fell upon a young man clad in dark robes, who awaited her below. Beneath the 100-step staircase of the forge hall, Ning Chun found himself escorted by an elder from the mining site. Anticipating what the demoness had promised, the completion of the Lu Dao Ling Wu. Consequently, the melody of the heaven burial would take effect, and, astonishingly, it was a royal artifact, potentially surpassing even the rank of the Zongju. Ning Chun murmured to himself, his eyes alight with delight. Moreover, he had unexpectedly acquired a drop of blood. Just before presenting the royal stone to Elder Shin Tai, he had absorbed this precious blood into the god burial coffin. However, he hesitated to allow the coffin to assimilate it just yet. His instincts hinted that the owner of this drop of blood was no ordinary being. Should the coffin entomb it, he would undoubtedly gain substantial burial vitality and replenishing spiritual energy. Nonetheless, the god burial coffin required merely 5 more points of burial vitality to unlock its 3rd tier, whose powers were astonishingly formidable. By entombing a client, one could inherit a martial art or technique they practiced in life. The master of this blood must have been a formidable figure, possessing profound martial arts knowledge. The prospect of acquiring an additional martial art without cost was undeniably enticing. Suddenly, Ning Chun felt an inexplicable sense, instinctively lifting his gaze to meet the frosty, emotionless eyes of a woman in a red dress ascending the steps. Senior? Ning Chun paused, taken aback. This was the first time he had glimpsed the demoness outside of his modest courtyard within the heavenly demon sect. He quickly smiled and waved, approaching the steps. Senior. At the top of the steps, before the forge hall, Luo Shang glanced back at the eager Ning Chun before turning to depart. Meanwhile, within the forge hall, Elder Shin Bing furrowed his brow at the ebony box in his hands, perplexed by its contents. He hesitated to open it, as it was a gift from the sect leader. Senior. Suddenly, the call of Senior echoed from outside the courtyard. Elder Shin Bing was momentarily taken aback. Frowning slightly, why had that little rascal from Zhongsheng Peak arrived? Hadn't he been instructed to wait below at the forge hall? Turning around, he began to speak. Little rascal, I am not. But his words abruptly halted. To his astonishment, he saw Ning Chun in the company of Luo Shang. The little one from Zhongsheng Peak actually knew the sect leader, and, judging by their demeanor, their relationship was quite profound. For scarcely few within the heavenly demon sect could stand alongside the sect leader. Only those reclusive, high-ranking elders were deemed worthy. Could it be that this young man's identity was extraordinary? What status could allow him to walk alongside the sect leader? At that moment, Elder Shin Bing's mind swirled with questions. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he dared not speculate, as it pertained to the sect leader. However, it is evident that Ning Chen's identity is far from ordinary, and the object concealed within the ebony box is likely a gift from the sect leader, entrusted to this young man. This revelation clarifies everything. Alas, I shall feign ignorance and act as if I have seen nothing. The elder of divine weapons murmured, shaking his head repeatedly as he diverted his gaze. At that moment, Ning Chun eagerly trailed behind, walking alongside Luo Shangwu. Senior, I did not expect to encounter you here. Could it be that your status is related to the forging hall? Luo Shangwu cast a glance at him, disinclined to engage. Senior, the weather is splendid today. Shall we take a stroll together? No. Senior, would you care for some tea? I did not bring any tea. Oh. Listening to Ning Chen's incessant chatter beside her, The aloof Luo Shangwu began to ponder whether a single individual could truly utter so many words. By the way, Senior, I recently unearthed a piece of king stone, and the Elder of Divine Weapons should be able to forge a king-level spiritual weapon for me. How does that sound? Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Luo Shangwu glanced at Ning Chun, who seemed to be seeking approval, her crimson lips appearing to move, yet no words escaped her lips. Just then, Ning Chun blurted out, "No need to speak. I already know. It's merely adequate, nothing extraordinary." Chapter 55. The Numerous Instruments. With the Suona as the sovereign upon hearing Ning Chun adopt her catchphrase, Luo Shangwu lifted her emotionless gaze to fixate on him, observing his expression of self-satisfaction, which caused her brows to furrow slightly. Oomph. She let out a heavy snort. Just when Ning Chun thought this formidable woman might be incensed, she unexpectedly stepped into the void and vanished. Has she fled? Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he murmured, though the elder appears cold and aloof. At times she can be quite endearing. Subsequently, he descended the steps, patiently awaiting the Elder of Divine Weapons to complete the forging of his divine weapon. Half an hour later, within the forging hall, the Elder of Divine Weapons, having pretended to forge, finally emerged, holding a pitch-black box in his hands. Observing this, Ning Chun could hardly contain his eagerness and approached him. "Ning Chun, my young friend, I have successfully forged your spirit weapon," the Elder of Divine Weapons said, stroking his long beard with a smile, as he handed over the dark box bestowed by the sect leader. "Thank you, Elder." Ning Chun accepted it gratefully, though he found it curious that the Elder's demeanor seemed markedly more cordial than before. "What exquisite spirit weapon has the Elder crafted for me?" Ning Chun wondered, eager to unveil the contents of the mysterious box. The types of spirit weapons varied, encompassing gushings, flutes, pipa, and shao. Not so fast. Ahem. This spirit weapon has yet to fully condense its spirit. You may inspect it at your leisure upon your return. The elder interrupted Ning Chen's intentions with a cough. "Is that so? Then I'm grateful, Elder." Upon hearing this, Ning Chun nodded slightly, bowed in thanks, and departed with the pitch-black box in hand. Witnessing this, the elder heaved a sigh of relief. That was given by the sect leader, and he dared not glance at it. As long as it had nothing to do with him, he was content. Before dusk, Ning Chun returned to his small courtyard and eagerly placed the dark box upon the table, gently opening it. "This is..." Upon seeing the object resting quietly within the box, Ning Chun paused for a moment, then carefully retrieved it. Growing increasingly pleased, the Elder of Divine Iron truly was a master forger, displaying remarkable understanding. This was indeed the most potent existence among spirit weapons. Among numerous instruments, the Suona reigned supreme. Indeed, nestled within the dark box was a pitch-black Suona. Exactly. The Suona is a perfect match for the funeral melody of this world. The Elder of Divine Iron truly comprehends its significance. Ning Chun found himself more and more satisfied. Wait a moment. Could this Suona have been entrusted to the Elder of Divine Weapons by the formidable woman? Contemplating the sudden appearance of the formidable woman in the forging hall, Ning Chun was struck by this notion, for she would not have arrived without reason. However, if he were to inquire with her, her temperament would likely prevent her from admitting it. Never mind. Let me first establish my bond with it. Ning Chun gently shook his head, and then grasped the Suona in his hand, initiating the recognition process. Soon, the name of this instrument materialized in his mind, Death Spirit. A curious match with Burial Oblivion. Indeed, Burial Oblivion and Death Spirit confirmed that this object was bestowed upon him by the female demoness. That's sorceress. Could she not simply hand it to me? After all, this is my hard-earned reward, Ning Chun mumbled. What did you say? In the next moment, the cold voice of the female demoness echoed behind him. Though he was accustomed to her sudden appearances, the chilling sound startled him considerably. Senior, do you not have any personal matters to attend to? Surely, the elders of the heavenly demon sect are not idle. Ning Chun turned, holding the death spirit Suona, gazing at Luo Changwu with a penetrating look. Mind your own business. Luo Changwu replied, casting a disinterested glance in his direction, her tone markedly indifferent. As the leader of the heavenly demon sect, she was indeed quite busy. Suddenly, Ning Chun sensed a heavy resentment in her words, a sentiment he had only encountered in the laborers of his previous life. Is this the divine weapon forged for you by the elder? At that moment, the female demoness' gaze fell upon the death spirit in his hand. Indeed, Ning Chun responded with a smile, leaning closer, his eyes sparkling as he continued. This craftsmanship truly reflects the skill of the elder you recommended. Just look at this deep, lustrous sheen. He spoke intentionally to provoke the female demoness, knowing that, given her nature, she would never openly admit it. Thus, he sought an alternative approach. Luo Changwu remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. No effect? Ning Chun furrowed his brow, deciding to unleash a bold move. He sighed deeply. Fortunately, you did not prepare this divine weapon for me. Otherwise, I would never have encountered the divine Iron Elder who forged such an exquisite piece. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel a chill of sweat? The divine weapon Elder wondered. Yet, Luo Changwu still maintained her impassive demeanor. Could it be that she truly did not give it to me? Was she merely present in the forging hall by coincidence? Ning Ten pondered, furrowing his brow at the improbable coincidence. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Luo Changwu finally spoke. What's the matter, senior? Ning Chun smiled back. Were you not just addressing me as the female demoness? Luo Changwu's beautiful, icy gaze settled steadily upon Ning Chun. Ning Chun felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. You must have misheard. How could I possibly call you the female demoness? Naturally, I referred to you as a celestial maiden. Misheard? Are you insulting me or belittling my prowess? Luo Changwu's exquisite eyes bore into him. Ning Ten. In the next instant, a tremendous roar erupted. Ning Chun tumbled down from the wall, rubbing his backside, feeling a bit of discomfort, yet it was not excessive. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Was the female demon truly venting her frustrations regarding her recent statements, or was it merely a matter of nomenclature? At that moment, Luo Changwu's enchanting gaze once again fell upon him. What the drop of essence you acquired from that kingly stone? She inquired, extending her soft, delicate, and porcelain-like hand, which seemed to beckon for a gentle clasp. Hand it over to me. Chapter 56. Pure Yang Blood, Breaking Through the Sea-Opening Realm. As the chilling voice of Luo Changwu echoed in the air, Ning Chun stood in astonishment, gazing at the female demoness. How could she possibly know about this drop of essence before he even had a chance to warm it? What secrets did she possess? Senior, here, Ning Chun said, slightly shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. With a flick of his hand, a drop of golden essence materialized in his palm, which then flew directly into Luo Changwu's grasp. Senior, do you know the origin of this drop of essence? Ning Chun inquired, leaning closer, curiosity evident in his tone. The two were now in such proximity that he could clearly discern the demoness' exquisite beauty and her unique, enchanting fragrance. Luo Changwu cast a subtle glance at the person so near to her, then retreated a few steps, her red lips parting to speak. This is a drop of pure Yang Saint Body essence. Pure Yang Saint Body? Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback by her words. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the pure Yang Saint Body, the term Saint Body alone indicated that the owner of this essence was extraordinary. Luo Changwu paid no heed to his reaction, instead cradling the drop of pure Yang essence in her palm. She then channeled her spiritual energy, and a flame of spiritual fire erupted forth. Ning Chun beheld as the drop of essence in the demoness' hand grew increasingly pure, its golden radiance intensifying. Moments latte. Luo Changwu lifted her emotionless gaze towards Ning Chun and commanded, "Open your mouth." Huh? Senior, what do you mean? Ning Chun was momentarily stunned. Swallow this drop of essence. Luo Changwu stated plainly. This, Ning Ten hesitated. He had intended for the burial coffin to absorb this essence, to replenish some spiritual energy, and to benefit from the martial arts of its previous owner. Luo Changwu cast a cool glance at Ning Chun and remarked, "Your body is too weak. Consuming the pure Yang Saint Body essence will strengthen you. It will be beneficial." "I too weak?" Ning Chen's lips twitched at her words. His physical prowess was considered top tier among those of the same realm. Yet the demoness dared to claim he was weak. Moreover, the most crucial point was that they had shared an intimate bond. if the demoness deemed him weak? Was she implying he was inadequate? With this thought, Ning Chen's lips twitched even more visibly. Senior, do you mean that I, as a man, am not capable? Upon hearing this, Luo Changwu remained silent, her beautiful eyes calmly fixed on Ning Chen. Ning Chen felt an unspoken conversation transpiring. She had said nothing. It felt as if she had conveyed everything. Gritting his teeth, he felt compelled to defend his honor. Senior, how could I possibly be incapable? If you doubt it, we could go to a room and I will prove it to you. Before he could finish, a punch sent him flying. As he rose from the ground, rubbing his aching abdomen, he muttered under his breath, "Why won't you let me try? Besides, isn't it you who would ultimately benefit from consuming the pure Yang Saint body essence?" Boom! In the next instant, Ning Chen was sent flying again. Oomph. Whether or not to do it is up to you. Luo Shang let out a cold snort, waving her delicate hand, causing a drop of golden essence to soar towards Ning Chen, coming to a halt before him. In the next moment, she stepped into the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This woman, once my strength grows, I shall certainly teach you a lesson. Ning Chen rubbed his backside as he rose, gazing at the droplet of golden essence that floated before him. This essence, refined by the female demon, had evidently become more pure. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Chen ultimately chose to heed her advice and swallowed it. After all, as a seasoned practitioner, her foresight was likely more profound than his own. If he were to use the god burial coffin, given the current functionalities it possessed, apart from replenishing spiritual energy, all that remained would be the inheritance of martial arts techniques. The female demon must supplement me with a powerful martial art. Sigh. With that thought, he held the droplet of essence and walked into the room, subsequently sitting cross-legged. As the pure yang essence entered his body, Ning Chen was instantly enveloped by a wave of scorching heat, feeling as if every part of him was being enhanced, with a blazing flame continuously burning within his dantian. At that moment, the momentum he had just broken through with surged once more. Another breakthrough. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. It was as if the spiritual energy within his dantian surged like a boundless ocean. This is the Sea of Qi? As the droplet of pure yang essence entered his body, the Sea of Qi in his dantian transformed into a golden expanse. This momentum is the breaking sea realm. Days later, at the Burial Life Peak on the training square, a crowd of new disciples had gathered, their eyes filled with terror as they took in their surroundings. Clearly, these were fresh captives brought to the Burial Life Peak. Upon realizing they had been seized by the demon sect and assigned to the Burial Life Peak, despair filled their hearts. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the noise of chains dragging along the ground reached their ears. The newly captured disciples froze momentarily, turning towards the source of the sound. Not far away, a young man clad in dark garments, his features striking, was seen hoisting a gleaming shovel in one hand while dragging a thick iron chain with the other, to which several ancient wooden coffins were bound. The sound of chains scraping against the ground emanated from him. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the new disciples changed dramatically. There before their eyes were no less than 100 coffins. The Burial Life Peak is indeed more terrifying than we imagine. It is said that the coffins buried at the Burial Life Peak become corroded by death energy. The more that are buried, the greater the risk of contamination. Are they really going to bury 100 coffins at once? How are we supposed to survive this? As they beheld this sight, the faces of the new disciples turned pale, filled with dread. An aura of despair enveloped the surroundings. What are you all thinking? At that moment, a disciple of the Burial Peak cast a glance at the group of newcomers and remarked with a hint of irritation. You could bury one corpse a day and still not match the tally of senior brother Ning, who interred 100. Only one a day. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived disciples of Burial Peak breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly inquired of the disciple, "Brother, what is the story behind that senior brother? Did he offend one of the elders from Burial Peak?" They thought to themselves that it would be wise to avoid any confrontation with such a formidable elder. "Not at all," the disciple replied, shaking his head, his gaze filled with reverence as he looked towards the figure dragging 100 coffins. "Senior brother Ning has chosen to bury 100 on his own." "What? How is that possible? 100? How could a disciple of Burial Peak? How could he possibly inter 100 coffins at once? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the newcomers shifted dramatically. The disciple scoffed. Ordinary disciples might not manage it, but this is Senior Brother Ning, our champion at Burial Peak. A fierce individual who has triumphed in the trials of the mighty Emperor. Do you think he cannot achieve this? What? At this revelation, the newcomers' faces paled. Their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at the figure of the young man in the dark robe dragging the coffins. At that moment, the young man seemed to find the burden cumbersome. In the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of the newly arrived disciples, he leaped into the air, the coffins trailing behind him like a great dragon, soaring towards the rear mountains of Burial Peak. Witnessing this scene, the new disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. This Senior Brother Ning is a formidable presence in the sea-breaking realm. Chapter 57. The Domain of the God of Burial. How did she end up here? The Heavenly Demon Sect. Burial Peak, the rear mountain. As the final coffin was interred, 3 resurrection candles were lit, and the last trace of the burial vitality was sealed within the God of Burial coffin. Ning Chun distinctly felt a lock within the coffin being released. Finally, the burial vitality was sufficient. The 3rd layer of the God of Burial coffin had been unlocked. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. This signified that he could now comprehend the martial arts or techniques possessed by each client during their lifetime. This would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. Simultaneously, the panel visible to him, which had long been absent, reappeared. Name, Ning Chun. Realm, 1-star, the sea-breaking realm. Technique, Supreme Demon Art, minor success in Transcendence Realm. Martial arts, Blood Demon Blade, Ghostly Shadow Step, Heaven and Earth Soul, Burial Melody. Burial Technique, Eye of Rebirth can achieve sudden enlightenment. Currently unlocked layers, 3-9 layers. Burial Vitality, 0-100. Indeed, the burial technique could once again be enlightened. Ning Chun murmured. This technique was likely one that granted him sudden enlightenment for each layer unlocked. The 2nd layer was the Eye of Rebirth. What would the 3rd layer entail? Just as Ning Chun was about to delve into this new burial technique, a voice of an elder suddenly resonated. Young Ning, you are indeed here. Elder Son ambled over with a smile. What brings you here, Elder Son? Ning Ten inquired, tucking away his thoughts of enlightenment. He turned to face Elder Son, wondering if perhaps a new client had arrived. His eyes brightened at the thought. Not quite. Elder Son waved his hand with a hint of exasperation. The Peak Master seeks you. The Peak Master seeks me? Ning Chun furrowed his brow, pondering whether it was related to the matter of the demon burial grounds. Calculating the time, it seemed it had been less than half a month. Come with me, and you will find out. Very well. Ning Chun nodded and followed. At the Burial Peak, in the Grand Hall. Young Ning, you have arrived. As Ning Chun followed Elder Son into the Grand Hall, he was warmly greeted by Gu Xian, clad in a flowing white robe. The more he beheld this young man in mysterious attire, the more pleased he became. He had not anticipated that a casually recruited disciple of burial life would turn out to be such a treasure for Burial Peak. I summoned you today regarding the matter of the demon burial grounds. Gu Xian began slowly. As expected, Ning Chun was not surprised. However, before we discuss this matter, I have something to confirm with you. Gu Xian's gaze sharpened. Please, Peak Master, do not hesitate. Today, a newly arrived disciple from Burial Peak witnessed another disciple dragging 100 coffins through the air. That disciple, was it you? Upon finishing, Gu Xian's gaze became somewhat tense as it locked on Ning Chun. It was I. Ning Chun nodded, openly admitting it. Then, your current realm. Gu Xian's tone grew more solemn. In response to the Peak Master, I have fortuitously reached the sea-breaking realm a few days ago, Ning Chun replied with a smile. Upon uttering these words, a teacup held by Gu Xian fell to the ground with a resounding clatter, leaving even Elder Son beside him wide-eyed in disbelief as he gazed at Ning Chun. How brief had the time been? This young lad's prowess had already surpassed that of his elder. A true prodigy. You are indeed a marvel. Gu Xian took a deep breath, stroking his beard, his expression increasingly grave. This matter must be reported to the sect leader, at the very least. The leader ought to be made aware of such an extraordinarily gifted disciple within the heavenly demon sect. With a hearty laugh, Gu Xian patted Ning Chun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "With your innate talent, it is highly likely that the sect will hold you in high regard. You may even be taken as a direct disciple by the reclusive elders." Being accepted as a direct disciple by an elder, Ning Ten murmured, a fleeting image of a figure in a crimson dress flashing through his mind. The female demon lord held significant standing within the sect, at least akin to that of a reclusive elder. If one were to be chosen as a direct disciple, she would indeed be a commendable option. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Ningchen swiftly recognized the flaw. If he were to truly become the female demon lord's direct disciple, would that not render him a traitor to his own master? Within the heavenly demon sect, disciples were categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, direct disciples, and the chief disciple. Suddenly, Ning Chun felt a surge of curiosity. Peak Master, what are the requirements to become the chief disciple? The chief disciple? Gu Xian paused momentarily before responding. Typically, the chief disciple is a direct disciple of the sect leader. As for the requirements, at your age, one must reach the pinnacle of the Wanxiang realm. The pinnacle of the Wanxiang realm? Ning Ten inhalets harpli. The sect leader was indeed an emperor-level powerhouse. Such demands were exceedingly lofty. It seemed that gaining guidance from the sect leader would not be an easy feat. Ningchen shook his head, realizing it was not merely difficult, but akin to scaling the heavens. After all, the sect leader oversaw the entire heavenly demon sect. How could they possibly have time to mentor disciples? Gu Xian slightly shook his head. Enough of this digression. I summoned you to discuss matters regarding the land of demon burial. Typically, each peak selects the strongest disciple to participate, but as you know, given the conditions of the burial life peak, no other disciple stands a chance against you. Therefore, there is no need for a competition. It would simply be a waste of time. Thus, you will represent our burial life peak in the upcoming contest in the land of demon burial. Yes, Peak Master. Ning Chun nodded slightly, his heart brimming with anticipation as he contemplated the various clients within the land of demon burial. Very well. You may take your leave now. Understood. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Ning Chun could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved the god burial coffin. With the third layer of the coffin now opened, it had undergone a notable transformation, shifting from its original pitch-black appearance to now displaying flickers of crimson across its surface. Immediately, he began to study the new burial technique, accompanied by a sharp sting in his mind. The introduction panel for the new burial technique appeared before him. Burial method. Domain of the deity of burial. Domain of the deity of burial. Upon its activation, a trial space will materialize, growing stronger with each sacrifice. Ning Chun cast his gaze upon it, swiftly grasping the essence of this domain of the deity of burial. Initially, it serves to fortify oneself through trials, but later, it could transform into a means of offense against adversaries. Let me give it a try, Ning Chun murmured to himself, and promptly activated the domain of the deity of burial. Almost instantly, the surrounding space began to ripple, and his surroundings morphed, as if he had stepped into a wondrous realm. So, this is the domain of the deity of burial? Ning Chun observed his surroundings with curiosity, but soon, his expression shifted dramatically. How is she here as well? Before him, a familiar silhouette in a red dress materialized. Is that not the female demon? Chapter 58. The enigmatic sorceress takes a liking to Ning Chun. On this night, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse, starry sky. Master Gu, what business do you have with me? In the main hall, Luo Changwu sat regally upon her elevated seat, casting a languid glance at the approaching Gu Xian. Esteemed master. Gu Xian bowed respectfully, his expression filled with reverence as he continued, I have come regarding the inner disciple Ning Chun of our Zongxing Peak. Upon hearing that familiar name, Luo Changwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Recalling the audacious words he had spoken a few days prior, she felt a chill emanate from her gaze. His boldness was increasingly alarming. Were it anyone else, not merely a minor inner disciple, but even an emperor of the same realm, she would show no mercy. Yet, Ning Chun was an exception. This was not solely due to their marital bond, but even more so because he had cultivated the supreme demonic art, the Yangju. At that moment, Gu Xian suddenly sensed a drastic drop in the temperature of the hall. What is happening? Has the master become displeased? Is it due to my mention of Ning Chen's name? That cannot be, for how could he possibly provoke the master's ire? After all, the master has always maintained a frosty demeanor. Gu Xian dismissed the thought and continued discussing matters concerning Ning Chen. That young lad has broken through to the sea-breaking realm. Upon uttering this, Gu Xian observed the subtle shifts in the master's expression, as if seeking any sign of emotional fluctuation upon her visage. However, Luo Changwu remained an imperturbable beauty, betraying not the slightest hint of reaction. Master, this young man has ascended from the Dao entry realm to the sea-breaking realm in merely a few months. Is this not a prodigious talent? Gu Xian pressed on, feeling the need to advocate for Ning Chen's capabilities. Just adequate, came Luo Changwu's cold retort. Gu Xian felt a pang of disappointment. As expected of the master, your standards are indeed lofty. Might I suggest introducing Ning Chen to the sequestered elders? Perhaps they would recognize his merit and accept him as a true disciple. Well, Luo Changwu began, but was abruptly interrupted as her brows knitted together, her gaze drifting around her surroundings. Enough. Let this matter rest for now. You may retire. Yes. Once Gu Xian departed, Luo Changwu turned her attention to the space around her, faintly perceiving fluctuations in the air. What could this be? After a moment's hesitation, she extended her slender, jade-like finger towards the rippling space. In the next instant, a trace of spatial power enveloped her form. Rather than resisting, she was curious to discover where this spatial anomaly led. Soon, her figure materialized within a blood-colored realm. This place is, as an emperor-level powerhouse. It was her first encounter with such a peculiar space. More astonishing was the fact that the flow of time here seemed to have slowed. Suddenly, Luo Changwu froze, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she gazed forward. For before her, a young man clad in dark robes, handsome in appearance, gazed at her in astonishment. "Senior, what brings you here?" They both exclaimed in unison. Ning Chen was filled with confusion. Wasn't this the domain of the god of burial, activated by his own divine art? How could the female demon also be present? Was this reasonable? Ning Chen pondered deeply, attempting to discern what had gone awry. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Could it be that the presence of the female demon's first drop of blood had forged a connection with the god of burial's coffin? This might have drawn her into the domain when he invoked the divine art, the domain of the god of burial. "Senior, this place is..." Ning Chen hastily approached, deciding to feign ignorance. He must not let the female demon realize her entrance into this domain was linked to him. Indeed, upon hearing his question, Luo Changwu glanced at him before slightly shaking her head, coldly replying, "I do not know." With that, she continued forward. Ning Chen quickly followed suit. The blood-red space seemed endless as they walked, one after the other, in silence. Luo Changwu moved gracefully ahead, while Ning Chen trailed behind, silently admiring her enchanting figure. Suddenly, it appeared that Luo Changwu sensed the gaze of someone behind her and came to a halt. Ning Chen, engrossed in his admiration, failed to notice her sudden stop and nearly collided with her. Had he bumped into her, he would undoubtedly have faced her wrath. "Senior, what is it? Have you discovered something?" Ning Chen inquired. "You walk in front," Luo Changwu said indifferently. "I'll walk in front." Ning Chen was taken aback, then shook his head repeatedly. "Senior, with great power comes great responsibility. I lack the ability, thus I bear no responsibility. It is better for you to lead." He sought to clarify that he was a respectable person, not merely trailing behind to admire the female demon's graceful form. After all, although he had activated this domain, its circumstances were unknown, so it was prudent for her to lead the way. Seeing his refusal, Luo Changwu shot him a cold glance, remaining silent, before turning and continuing forward. Ning Chen chuckled to himself, eagerly following her. However, as he lifted his gaze toward her crimson silhouette, he discovered she seemed to be enveloped in chaos, rendering her figure indistinct and blurred. "What a petty woman, it's not as if I haven't seen," Ning Chen muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Luo Changwu's icy eyes turned toward him. "Ah, nothing," Ning Chen coughed softly. "Umph." Luo Changwu's cold gaze withdrew. As she observed the silhouette of the female demoness becoming increasingly indistinct, Ning Chun furrowed his brow, murmuring in puzzlement. Why does it seem that Senior's technique is somewhat familiar? Suddenly, a bizarre blood shadow materialized out of thin air within the space, lunging fiercely towards Luo Changwu, who was walking at the forefront. Realizing the imminent danger, Ning Chun promptly raised his voice in warning. Senior, be careful. Though this warning may seem somewhat superfluous, Ning Chun was well aware that the demoness would surely react in time. After all, if even he could perceive the threat, how could a being of her immense strength fail to do so? Yet, the outcomes of offering a warning versus remaining silent were entirely distinct. As the eerie blood shadow surged toward Luo Changwu, she had already reacted, lifting her delicate hand and effortlessly striking down. In an instant, the ominous blood shadow vanished without a trace. Observing the dissipated shadow, Luo Changwu slightly furrowed her elegant brows, lost in thought. Senior, are you unharmed? Ning Chun arrived a moment later. Do you underestimate me? Luo Changwu glanced at him with her emotionless eyes, but recalling Ning Chen's earlier call of caution, she couldn't help but find him slightly more agreeable. Well, just a little, she conceded. Chapter 59. Do you wish to exploit me? Just as Ning Chun was about to inquire about the enigmatic blood shadow alongside Luo Changwu, a multitude of blood shadows suddenly materialized around them, charging fiercely toward the two. Senior, here they come again. However, before Ning Chun could utter more, Luo Changwu unexpectedly extended a delicate, fair foot from beneath her crimson dress and kicked him squarely in the rear. The sudden force propelled him directly toward the ominous blood shadows. Ning Chun inwardly cursed the female demon for her lack of consideration, but there was no escape. He could only draw forth the Zhongju, and as the chilling brilliance flashed in his hand, he stepped forward to confront the approaching shadows. In an instant, the Zhongju descended heavily upon one of the eerie blood shadows. Is this the sea-breaking realm? Sensing the peculiar aura of the blood shadow, Ning Chun furrowed his brows. Could this be the trial prepared for him within the domain of the god of burial? Taking a deep breath, a flash of crimson light surged from the Zhongju, enhancing its already sharp edge, and in a heartbeat, he cleaved the blood shadow in two, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. As the shadow vanished, Ning Chun felt a rich spiritual energy flood into his dantian, while the blood shadow transformed into a wisp of burial chi and dispersed. In this domain of the god of burial, can one gain strength by slaying enemies? Ning Chun paused momentarily, realizing why the trials here could bolster his power. It was indeed a method of enhancement. No wonder the female demon had suddenly thrust him forward. She must have sensed this after recently vanquishing a blood shadow herself. After all, the meager replenishment from a mere sea-breaking realm shadow would likely hold no significance for her. Realizing this, Ning Chun felt invigorated. The golden spiritual sea within his dantian surged, and a golden aura enveloped him as he gripped the Zhongju and charged toward the remaining blood shadows. Meanwhile, Luo Changwu stood with her arms crossed, observing thoughtfully. Moments later, when Ning Chun had dispatched the last of the blood shadows, they transformed into spiritual energy that replenished his dantian. To his surprise, the destruction of these shadows yielded such rewards. Senior, why not give it a try yourself? Ning Chun called out with a smile as he approached Luo Changwu, still wielding the Zhongju. These blood shadows are far too weak. They hold no value for me, she replied coldly. Is that so? It seems I have inadvertently gained an advantage then, Ning Chun replied with a grin. He was well aware that the shadows were ineffective for the female demon, as the trials within the domain of the god of burial aligned with his own cultivation level. By the looks of it, this place seems custom-made for you, Luo Changwu remarked, her captivating gaze fixed upon Ning Chun. Really? Ning Chun coughed lightly, realizing that the female demon was not as dull as she appeared. Luo Changwu remained silent, her beautiful eyes still resting on him. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Ning Chun cleared his throat. Senior, even if I am remarkably handsome and strikingly attractive, beyond words to describe my good looks, you surely cannot keep staring at me like that. With that, a chuckle escaped the air. Luo Changwu indeed averted her gaze, letting out a cold laugh. She then said nonchalantly, "Follow me." The blood shadows in this area have dissipated. Consequently, Ning Chun trailed behind the formidable woman as they searched for the trial blood shadows within the god burial realm. With such a powerful deity by his side, his only responsibility was to vanquish enemies and absorb their cultivation, which proved far more convenient than searching alone. The female demon also remained beside him, studying the peculiar space. Besides defeating foes and enhancing his cultivation, Luo Shangwu discovered that the flow of time here was considerably slower than she had anticipated, making it an ideal place for her training. This would undoubtedly aid her in elevating her cultivation. Although she had already reached her peak, no one would disdain the opportunity to grow stronger. This extraordinary space was beneficial for both her and Ning Chun. However, it remained uncertain how a single day spent here equated to the passage of time outside. "Senior, I suddenly have a bold idea," Ning Chun remarked, dispatching a trial blood shadow with a swift strike and absorbing the replenishing spiritual energy. He glanced at the red-clad figure sitting cross-legged nearby. "Refrain from your audacious thoughts," Luo Shangwu replied, her beautiful eyes meeting his with a hint of indifference, as if to say, "You, a serious person?" "Huh, Senior, since the flow of time in this space is significantly slower compared to the outside world, I would like to request your guidance in cultivation," Ning Chun said eagerly, approaching her with a serious expression. After all, with the demoness' immense strength, having her as a mentor would ensure his training was fruitful. One must cling to the strong. One must seize opportunities. Luo Shangwu regarded him with a scrutinizing glance. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chun blurted, "Senior, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. Have you met many women?" The demoness interjected, diverting the conversation. All right, I see how it is," he retorted, only to be sent flying by a sudden strike. Rubbing his backside as he got back to his feet, he finally comprehended that conversing with the demoness required a different approach. She was not like ordinary women and did not fall for flattery. Once again, he approached her with utmost seriousness. "Senior, you are incredibly strong, and I desire to become stronger." Upon hearing this, Luo Shangwu's captivating gaze finally settled on Ning Chun. "Do you wish to take advantage of me?" she inquired. Ning Chun hesitated momentarily. "When you mention taking advantage, do you refer to martial arts or other matters?" Chapter 60. I shall bury it, boom. Ning Chun was, unsurprisingly, sent flying once more. Rubbing his behind, he rose from the ground, muttering, "I could have easily taken advantage of this." Not far away, the female demon lord cast a frosty glare in his direction. "What did you say?" Coughing, he quickly retorted, "I didn't say anything." Luo Shangwu let out a cold huff, tossing her hair as she gracefully stepped forward. It seemed hope was lost. Ning Chun sighed in disappointment. However, at that moment, the figure in the crimson dress abruptly halted. She turned her head towards Ning Chun and, in a calm tone, asked, "Are you interested in learning?" Ning Chun was momentarily taken back. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he eagerly followed her. "Of course, I want to learn. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity for free martial arts training." As Ning Chun caught up, they continued walking. "What do you intend to teach me?" he asked, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. "What would you like to learn?" She replied, "I am willing to teach you anything." "Really?" Luo Shangwu responded nonchalantly. "How about the Jade Maidenheart Sutra?" Cough. "Senior, that might not be appropriate for someone like me," Ning Chun said, his handsome face darkening. "Surely there is something else? What about the sunflower scripture?" Ning Ten. Men's words cannot be trusted." Luo Shangwu scoffed. Then a sword shimmering with cold light appeared in her hand. In a chilling tone, she declared, "If that is the case, then I shall teach you." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a wave of spatial distortion enveloped her, and in the next moment, she vanished. Had the time in the god burial domain expired? Watching the demon lord disappear before him, Ning Chun was momentarily stunned, and then the space around him shifted, returning him to his small courtyard. If only she had waited a second longer to reveal what she intended to teach me. Ning Chun shook his head in resignation. It seemed he would have to wait for the next opening of the god burial domain. Although the demon lord could appear unexpectedly, it was evident that she was quite busy, as indicated by her hurried departures each time. The unique flow of time within the god burial domain suited her schedule well. "Let me check when the next god burial domain will be available," Ning Chen murmured, opening his panel. Burial technique. God burial domain. Cool down. 7 days. 7 days, huh? Ning Chen withdrew his gaze. He would have to wait another week for the demon lore to teach him. Then, he put away the god burial coffin and continued his training. In the heavenly demon hall, Luo Shangwu returned to the main chamber. Glancing at the sky, she murmured, "The 6 hours within that space equate to half an hour in the outside world. It's quite a suitable place for cultivation. In this manner, perhaps within 2 years, with his innate talent and her guidance, that individual could cultivate the supreme magic technique, the Yang formula, to the 5th realm. Ning Ten, I hope you do not disappoint me." Until dawn, Ning Chen finally concluded his cultivation. After enduring trials in the god burial domain and a night of arduous training, his cultivation level had indeed progressed, having broken through to the 2nd star of the sea-breaking realm. Subsequently, he stepped out of the small courtyard, channeling spiritual energy, and directly traversed the air. Once one reaches the sea-breaking realm, traveling becomes exceedingly convenient, as there is no need for one's legs to traverse the ground. One can simply soar through the air. However, the method employed by the female demoness is undoubtedly swifter. As Ning Chen flew through the skies, thoughts of the female demoness crossed his mind, shattering the void with speed and safety, yet he pondered at what level of mastery one could grasp such a formidable ability. Before long, he ascended from the foot of the mountain to the midsection of the Buried Life Peak, where disciples of the Buried Life were engaged in client exchanges. At this moment, the area was teeming with disciples. What is happening? Ning Chen furrowed his brow and descended. The Buried Life Peak usually exuded an air of desolation, and it was the first time he had witnessed so many disciples gathered together. Boom! Just as Ning Chen began his descent, a terrifying aura of death suddenly erupted from the square, followed by the sight of an elderly figure being propelled backward, spitting blood. Elder son? Upon seeing the figure spewing blood, Ning Chen's expression changed as he swiftly darted toward the scene. What's going on? Even Elder Son is unable to contend with this deathly resentment? What shall we do? Quickly, hasten to inform the Peak Master. Witnessing Elder Son's plight, the expressions of the Buried Life disciples shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with terror. At that moment, a figure clad in dark robes descended from the heavens, catching Elder Son as he was sent flying, and then landed steadily on the ground. Elder Son, are you all right? Ning Chen carefully placed Elder Son down and inquired with a frown. Cough! It's you, Ning Chen. Elder Son coughed up a mouthful of blood, and upon recognizing his savior, he urgently urged, "Hurry, go inform the Peak Master. A corpse has transformed into a manifestation of deathly resentment." Deathly resentment? Ning Chen was taken aback. He looked toward the square, where a corpse draped in white cloth lay quietly on the ground, emanating a chilling aura that materialized into a sinister shadow stretching several dozen feet. The wails of anguish were piercing to the ears, and a terrifying energy continuously radiated from it. It is said that when a person dies harboring immense hatred, the energy of death will arise from their heart, transforming into deathly resentment, which is said to possess strength even greater than that of the deceased during their lifetime. A 5-star sea-breaking realm. No wonder Elder Son was unable to match it. Elder Son had only recently broken through to the 1st star of the sea-breaking realm a few months prior, and remained at that level. Oh, it's Senior Brother Ning. Upon recognizing the figure in dark robes, the disciples of the Buried Life momentarily paused. Then a flicker of joy crossed their faces as they rushed to greet him. Brother Ning, please hasten to inform the sect master. As a practitioner of the sea-breaking realm, you can fly and will undoubtedly reach him faster than we can run. Young Ning, off you go. I can hold on for a while longer. Elder Son strained to rise. Elder Son, you must first focus on your recovery. Ning Chen replied with a smile as he gently set him down. He then slowly approached the malevolent spirit, shaking his head as he spoke. It is too late to notify the sect master now. However, worry not, for I shall confront it myself. You? Elder Son paused in surprise, quickly advising, Young Ning, you have only recently broken through to the sea-breaking realm. You cannot hope to match that malevolent spirit. Rest assured, Elder. Let us not forget, I am the designated bearer of the funeral rites. Since it is a matter concerning the deceased, it falls under my jurisdiction." Ning Chun smiled as he advanced, a dark object appearing in his hand. It was a pitch-black swana. "I shall take responsibility for its burial." With this declaration, Ning Chen's aura surged dramatically. "What? Young Ning, has he broken through again?" In that moment, Elder Sun's expression was nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 61. The Uprising of the Demon Gate, an attempt to usurp power? As Ning Chun approached the towering specter of death, a ghastly howl erupted from its shadowy form. Dark energies coalesced into ominous blades, hurtling toward him. "Brother Ning, be cautious." The disciples of the burial life peak exclaimed, their faces pale with alarm. Yet, Ning Chun remained unfazed, employing his ethereal steps, having ascended to the sea-breaking realm. He could traverse the air with a newfound grace, effortlessly evading the onslaught and leaping into the sky. "Elder, fear not. I shall send you to your final rest." With that proclamation, Ning Chun brandished the necromancer's swana, its surface glinting with a dark luminescence. He raised it to his lips. Is that a swana?" The elders and disciples were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Ning Chen's intent. Meanwhile, high above, he soared through the air, his gaze fixed upon the towering specter of death. As he played the swana, an outpouring of sorrowful melodies emanated, channeling the profound power of lament. The funeral melody of the earth. The first movement resounded throughout Burial Life Peak. Buzzing. As the funeral tune played, a wave of sorrow washed over the gathered crowd. In that moment, Elder Sun and the disciples beheld a profound shock, for within the notes of Ning Chen's swana, they sensed an anguished cry that resonated deep within their souls. "Look, behind Brother Ning, what is that?" A disciple suddenly screamed in astonishment. The crowd turned, their expressions shifting dramatically, accompanying the melodic notes. The skies darkened, as if the very heavens responded to the music. An immense, shadowy form began to materialize above them, coalescing from the gathered energies. Their pupils dilated. Was that a coffin? The sound of Ning Chen's swana had evoked a resonance with the cosmos, manifesting an otherworldly phenomenon. Was this even plausible? "Elder Sun, what is happening with Brother Ning?" The disciples gazed at Elder Sun in disbelief. Elder Sun, equally astonished, was too preoccupied to respond. Meanwhile, as the swana's notes continued to play, ethereal chains appeared, ensnaring the towering specter of death, binding it firmly and rendering it immobile despite its struggles. At that moment, as the vision of the dark coffin materialized in the heavens, Ning Chen's music ceased. He focused intently on the specter of death and uttered a single word: "Subdue." Boom! In an instant, as Ning Chen's command echoed, the dark coffin descended upon the specter of death. The cries of anguish filled the air. But as the heavy lid of the coffin slammed shut, the wails abruptly ceased. The celestial phenomenon dissipated, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. With that, Ning Chen stowed away the deathly swana and descended towards the corpse draped in white cloth below. He lifted it into his arms and proceeded towards the back mountain of the Burial Life Peak. For a brief moment, Elder Sun and the gathered disciples of Burial Life stood frozen in place, stunned into silence. It took them a while to recover from their shock before they hurried to follow him. By the time they arrived, the elder who had borne the deathly resentment was already laid to rest, with 3 lifeless candles flickering upon a small mound of earth. Ning Chun, the senior brother, is truly formidable, gazing at the young man in the dark robe wielding a shovel before the small mound. This single thought echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. Elder Su of the outer sect of the Heavenly Demon Peak had possessed formidable strength, ranking as a 3-star in the Breaking Sea realm during his lifetime. It was no wonder that the resentment he spawned was so potent. At this moment, Ning Chun had already interred him, and the energy of the burial surged into the burial god coffin, replenishing the spiritual essence within his own dantian. The cultivation he had just recently broken through earlier that morning saw a further enhancement now. Presently, he was operating the Eye of Rebirth to examine client information. A disturbance within the demon sect? An attempt to usurp power? Upon noticing Elder Su's lingering thoughts from his lifetime, Ning Chun paused momentarily. It appeared that the demon sect of the heavenly spirit realm was beset by internal strife and external threats. They had to guard against assaults from the righteous alliance, whilst also being wary of the foolish actions of their own allies. At such a critical juncture, instead of uniting against the righteous, they were embroiled in infighting. As the foremost faction of the demon sect in the heavenly spirit realm, the heavenly demon sect would undoubtedly not stand idly by while the sect revolted. Given the ruthless nature of its leader, it was likely that a forceful suppression would ensue, leading to considerable loss of life. If possible, it would be prudent to accompany the demon sect to the site of the upheaval. Ning Chen contemplated inwardly. He then concluded the operation of the Eye of Rebirth, and a panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Intermediate Xian-level martial art, Heavenly Demon Xian Palm. The effect of opening the third layer of the burial god coffin allowed for immediate enlightenment of a martial art or technique mastered by the client. Having buried Elder Su, Ning Chen proceeded to select clients amidst the gazes of the surrounding burial life disciples, continuing his work of interment. Meanwhile, within the heavenly demon hall, Luo Shanwu, clad in a flowing red gown, sat upon a high seat, listening to reports from the 7 peak masters regarding matters of the heavenly demon sect. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed throughout the hall. The assembly heard the distinct sound of a swana. What is that commotion? The 7 peak masters were momentarily taken aback. The source of the noise seemed to be our burial life peak. Gu Xian furrowed his brow, pondering whether a meeting was underway while their home was being robbed. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand and produced an ancient bronze mirror, directing it towards the burial life peak. Soon, an image began to materialize within the grand hall. In the scene, a young man clad in dark robes played a funeral song, summoning a celestial phenomenon, the coffin sealing away the deathly resentment. This is Ning Chen. He has triggered a celestial phenomenon? Gu Xian's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. This aura is 2 stars in the breaking sea realm? The expression on the face of the master of Tianma Peak changed dramatically, filled with astonishment. Gu Xian, how has this young one from the burial life peak cultivated so swiftly? It has barely been a moment since the inner sect assessment concluded, and he has already ascended to the sea-breaking realm? The other 5 peak masters, standing nearby, were equally envious. Truly, Gu Xian had stumbled upon a treasure. Well, is it not a testament to my exceptional guidance? Gu Xian stroked his beard, a proud smile gracing his face. Although he had done nothing substantial, it did not deter him from flaunting before the master of Tianma Peak. However, as soon as he uttered these words, he suddenly sensed a sharp drop in temperature within the grand hall. The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted, realizing that the sect leader was still present, prompting them to cease their clamor. Luo Changwu averted her beautiful gaze from the scene, then waved her delicate hand to close the image upon Gu Xian's bronze mirror. In a cold voice, she remarked, "Have you all come here without any matters to report?" Chapter 62. Senior, what have you given me to drink? It's warm. Upon hearing the cold words of Luo Changwu, the 7 peak masters promptly reported to the sect leader. Sect leader, I have another matter to discuss. After the other peak masters had spoken in a flurry, the master of the heavenly demon peak, with a grave expression, bowed respectfully to Luo Changwu. What is it? Luo Changwu's icy gaze fell upon him. Elder Su, who guards the floating pagoda Demon Valley, returned to the sect gravely injured and brought back a piece of news. The master of the heavenly demon peak said solemnly, "What news?" Even the 6 peak masters beside him, including Gu Xian, were momentarily taken aback. Although Gu Xian knew that Elder Su had returned mortally wounded and had been sent to the burial life peak, he was unaware of the news. Under the cold gaze of the sect leader and the others, the master of the heavenly demon peak spoke in a deep voice. Elder Su said that the Demon Valley is in turmoil, and the 3 major demon sects are attempting a coup. What? A coup? How audacious! Upon hearing this, Gu Xian and the others' expressions shifted, their eyes flashing with anger. Were they fools? At such a critical moment, how could they dare to incite a coup? The righteous path of the heavenly spirit realm was already eyeing the demon sects warily. Those demonic forces, instead of banding together for warmth, were scheming behind their backs. What benefit could this possibly bring them? Within the hall, Luo Changwu maintained a calm demeanor, asking coolly, which three sects? The Shang sect, the Sangzinya Cliff, and the Blood Soul cult. Gu Xian and the others replied promptly. If I recall correctly, these three major demon sects possess a maximum of 3 saints, and at most half an emperor. Do they truly dare to attempt a coup? Have they lost their minds? Gu Xian furrowed his brow. Even if these three were to join forces, they would hardly stand against the sect leader. What audacity did they possess? Indeed, the other peak masters also frowned. Unusual occurrences often herald hidden schemes. The leaders of the 3 major demon sects, having attained the level of saint or even half an emperor, would not engage in such senseless actions. The master of the heavenly demon, Peak, shook his head slightly, speaking earnestly. There is certainly something amiss here. I advise that the sect leader refrain from intervening in the matters of the floating pagoda Demon Valley. A few saints can handle it. We can have the sequestered elders take action. Nearby, Gu Xian and the others nodded in agreement. This was clearly a trap, a scheme waiting for Luo Changwu to act. It was either aimed at her or at the heavenly demon sect without her presence. In the hall, Luo Changwu nodded slightly, her voice cold as she declared, I will notify the Grand Elder of this matter. The turmoil in the floating pagoda Demon Valley will be personally led by the Grand Elder, with the 7 peaks dispatching elders and elite disciples to assist in quelling the unrest. Understood. The 7 peak masters bowed. The Grand Elder had been in seclusion for many years and had already reached the level of half an emperor years ago. He would easily manage the upheaval in the floating pagoda Demon Valley. Dismissed. Yes. Soon, in the hall, the 7 peak masters withdrew, each preparing to select elders and elite disciples to accompany the Grand Elder of the heavenly demon sect to quell the unrest in the floating pagoda Demon Valley. Gu Xian exited the main hall and immediately soared towards the direction of the burial peak with great anticipation. That lad Ning Chun has indeed enhanced his strength. Furthermore, what could be the significance of the coffin that manifested amidst the celestial phenomena? Upon his arrival at the burial peak, he quickly found Ning Chun, who was engaged in burying someone at the back mountain. Ning lad, Gu Xian said with a smile, striding towards him. Peak master today. Ning Chun paused his actions, ready to share the events of the day with Gu Xian, but was interrupted by a raised hand. No need to elaborate. We have all witnessed it, Gu Xian replied cheerfully. We? Ning Chun was taken aback. Indeed, the other 6 peak masters and the sect leader also saw it. Gu Xian responded with a grin. Even the sect leader witnessed it? Ning Chun furrowed his brow. He still held a sense of reverence for the leader of the heavenly demon sect. After all, that was a formidable emperor-level expert. However, his own methods were gifted by the female demon, so he need not worry about being suspected of having an unknown origin. After all, the female demon was also a member of the heavenly demon sect. That celestial phenomenon, that phantom of the coffin, tut-tut. You cannot imagine how envious the old head of the heavenly demon peak was upon seeing it. Gu Xian chuckled while stroking his long beard. You've done well, lad. Peak master, you flatter me. It was merely an inadvertent realization, Ning Chun replied with a light smile. Such flattery is not unwarranted. To cause a celestial phenomenon through burial is utterly unprecedented. Gu Xian shook his head. Then, with a mysterious air, he asked Ning Chun, would you be interested in a burial business? Oh, hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Ning Chun's eyes, and he instantly became intrigued. Please, Peak Master, elaborate. It is thus Gu Xian proceeded to recount the events that transpired in the floating pagoda Demon Valley to Ning Chun. Therefore, I entrust the burial peak to you, lad. After all, you're currently the only one capable of competing with the elite disciples of the other 6 peaks, Gu Xian stated. Upon hearing this, Ning Chun felt a bit surprised. He had just seen the matters regarding the floating pagoda Demon Valley through Elder Su's reminiscences and had not yet figured out how to approach Gu Xian. Yet he had taken the initiative to mention it himself. Very well. If I may ask, when shall we set forth? At this moment, Ning Chun was somewhat impatient. He envisioned a multitude of clients in the floating pagoda Demon Valley beckoning to him. Tomorrow, we shall depart, Gu Xian said solemnly. Understood. Ning Chun nodded in agreement. Then preparations must be made today, starting with gathering more of the life candles. That night, after a day of burials, Master Ning returned to his small courtyard. Ah, senior, you have come again? Upon opening the courtyard door, he saw the female demon in a red dress leisurely sipping tea in his small courtyard. Now, Ning Chun had become quite accustomed to this scene. He harbored serious doubts that the female demoness had grown weary from attending to the affairs of the heavenly demon sect, seeking refuge in his humble abode for a moment of respite. He approached with ease, skillfully lifting the teapot, and began to pour the tea into his mouth without a care for the icy gaze the demoness directed at him. The tea she brewed was no ordinary concoction. It demanded respect as a gesture of courtesy. Ah, esteemed senior, this tea is rather bitter, Ning Chun remarked, savoring the flavor while furrowing his brow. Are you beginning to complain? Luo Changwu inquired, delicately sipping from her teacup, casting a fleeting glance at Ning Chun. Moreover, this tea, the more deficient one's vitality, the more bitter it becomes, she added. Ning Chun, taken aback, chuckled awkwardly. This tea is truly sweet, esteemed senior. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his dantian. Senior, what have you made me drink? It feels so warm. Chapter 63. The Enigmatic Sorceress's Astonishment. Has this fellow truly grasped the essence? Is merely a common brew. Luo Changwu gently swirled the tea in her cup, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Are you certain? Ning Chun was utterly skeptical. At this moment, the golden spiritual sea within his dantian burned like golden flames, incessantly igniting. Luo Changwu nodded slightly. What herbs were used to brew this tea? Ning Chun still harbored doubts. Goji berries, bak ji tian, shan yume, kaskuta, duzhong, inyanghua. Before the sorceress could finish her sentence, her words were interrupted by Ning Chun's incredulous expression. Hold on. Isn't this precisely a tonic for vitality? Ning Chun was beset by questions. How lowly must this sorceress think of her own impervious constitution? Perhaps so. The sorceress replied calmly. What do you mean, perhaps? This is clearly. Ning Chen's words fell silent as he noticed the gentle gaze of the sorceress resting upon him. Ahem. If the esteemed one says perhaps, then it must indeed be so. A true gentleman can both yield and assert. So, esteemed one, what should I do now? Ning Chun felt the scorching flames of energy in his dantian. This tea is exceedingly invigorating. It is beyond my capacity to digest this potent brew alone, unless... His gaze turned towards the enchanting Luo Changwu beside him. I shall cultivate to assimilate it. Luo Changwu said coldly. Esteemed one, that seems rather unfair. You ignited this fire, yet you refuse to extinguish it. Ning Ten looked at it. Do you have any objections? Luo Changwu regarded him with an indifferent expression. Ning Chun fell silent, quietly settling into a meditative position. In that case, esteemed one, if you act unjustly, do not blame me for what follows. Observing Ning Chun seated in meditation, channeling the supreme demonic technique to absorb the pure yang tea, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Luo Changwu's beautiful eyes. This way, he could achieve further enhancement and fully unleash his innate talents. Suddenly, Luo Changwu's brow furrowed, as if she sensed something amiss. In her palm, a flame of human desire ignited and began to rise. What is happening? Why is it manifesting so swiftly? A hint of confusion flashed at her eyes. No. Wait. It is this fellow. Suddenly, Luo Changwu realized, her gaze fixating on the meditating Ning Chun, her teeth clenched. Was he not just channeling the effects of the pure yang tea? Instead, he was breaking through the supreme demonic technique? How clever of him. He realized that each time he advanced in the technique, he could evoke his own trials of desire, thereby mastering them. Achieved. Ning Chun opened his tightly shut eyes, exhaling softly. After his recent cultivation, he had fully mastered the first realm of the supreme demonic technique. Esteemed one, what has happened to you? He then opened his eyes, smiling at the captivating figure in the red dress. Luo Changwu clenched her silver teeth, casting a cold glance at the individual who feigned ignorance. It's nothing. I am feeling unwell, so I shall take my leave. With that, she propped herself up and attempted to walk towards the courtyard exit. However, the fire of desire within her grew increasingly intense, causing her body to suddenly weaken, and she swayed to the side. Fortunately, Ning Chun was swift, catching her slender waist in his arms. "Are you all right, senior?" he inquired, his light laughter echoing. "Let go of me," Luo Shangwu protested, leaning against Ning Chen's chest, inhaling the mature scent of a man, which only intensified the heat within her. She glared at him, seemingly attempting to gather her composure. "Senior, the fire of desire can indeed consume one as cultivation. It would be wise not to act recklessly," Ning Chen remarked with a chuckle. "You." Upon hearing this, Luo Shangwu bit her silver teeth in surprise. She had not anticipated that this fellow understood the tribulation of desire so intimately. "Senior, it appears you are somewhat ensnared in this trial. Fear not, I shall assist you." Ning Chen smiled as he lifted Luo Shangwu effortlessly, carrying her towards the room in the courtyard. With a creak, the door to the room closed tightly behind them. Inside, the sounds of tumultuous passion and sweet whispers filled the air, continuing until dawn broke. "Senior, do you now believe me?" Ning Chun, dressed once more, cast a cheerful glance at the female demon lord still reclining on the bed. Despite lacking any cultivation enhancement, he had engaged in a fierce battle with her, emerging narrowly victorious. "Just barely," Luo Shangwu replied, covering her delicate form with the bedding, her tone frosty. Ning Chun was well accustomed to her stubbornness. "Heh, senior. Just rest for now. I must be on my way," he said, glancing at the sky, addressing the demoness. The female demon lord remained silent, merely watching Ning Chun with a gaze that seemed to regard him as a scoundrel who had forgotten his identity after putting on his trousers. "Cough. Senior, you misunderstand." Ning Chun cleared his throat quickly, eager to clarify. "I received a mission today and must depart immediately." "What mission?" "Senior, you are aware of the turmoil in the Buddha Demon Valley, correct?" "It concerns that matter," Ning Chen explained. The demoness nodded slightly. "Go ahead." "Yes," Ning Chen affirmed, gathering his prepared belongings before setting off towards the burial peak. As he departed, Luo Shangwu rose, the bedding slipping away to reveal her flawless form, devoid of any excess flesh, before her jade hand moved gracefully, draping herself in a flowing red gown. In an instant, she stepped forward and vanished from sight. Chapter 64. Ning Chen's bold analysis after departing from the humble abode at the foot of the mountain. Ning Chen embarked upon an ethereal journey towards the grand hall atop the Grave Life Peak. As he traversed the path, memories of the previous night's fervor danced in his mind, leaving him with a lingering sense of exhilaration. It could be deemed his first true victory over the female demon. Indeed, a commendable beginning. Yet, abruptly, a frown creased his brow as he sensed something amiss. Logically, he prided himself on being a respectable individual, not one to indulge excessively in matters of romance. If he were truly a lecherous man, he would not have allowed Sister Chin to draw near him without seizing the opportunity from the outset. How perplexing. Why then? Was he so enraptured by the female demon? Was he utterly unable to restrain himself? Could it be? In a flash of insight, Ning Chun pondered a potential answer. Could this fascination be linked to the supreme demonic art? Upon reflection, the possibility seemed quite plausible. The female demon possessed an allure that felt inseparable, akin to the duality of yin and yang. Surely, this supreme demonic art could not be a dual cultivation technique. Could it? Murmuring to himself, he resolved to experiment with the supreme demonic art during their next encounter, engaging in a fierce battle once more. Before long, Ning Chun arrived at the grand hall atop Grave Life Peak. Before the hall, a sea of disciples awaited, their numbers formidable. In light of the recent turmoil within the Buddhist Demon Valley, each peak was expected to dispatch elite disciples to accompany the Grand Elder in quelling the unrest. As one of the 7 major peaks, Grave Life Peak was obliged to contribute. However, due to well-known reasons, the sect leader had decreed that only 10 disciples from Grave Life Peak were necessary. Gu Xian surveyed the multitude of disciples, pondering who would be willing to volunteer. Yet, amidst the throng, not a single soul uttered a word. It was absurd. These disciples of Grave Life were already struggling to withstand the deathly aura. To confront the disciples of the demon sect would be akin to courting death. Observing this scene, Guxian furrowed his brow, letting out a silent sigh. At that moment, a figure clad in dark robes descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before the gathered disciples. It was Ning Chun. Ning Chun, you have arrived. Guxian greeted with a warm smile. Fortunately, we have you at Grave Life Peak. Without you, the entire peak would be in peril. Ning Xicheng. It's Brother Ning Chun. As the youth in dark robes descended from the sky, a fervent awe flickered in the eyes of the gathered disciples. Just yesterday, Ning Chen's haunting melody had summoned a phenomenon, captivating many with his performance. Wow, Brother Ning is so handsome. I wish to be his partner and bear his progeny. In an instant, many of the female disciples blushed like blooming peaches, clasping their legs in excitement. Oof, handsome? He merely a shade more appealing than me, scoffed a group of male disciples, rolling their eyes. Ning Chun, are you prepared for the journey to the Demon Valley? Guxian inquired, his gaze softening with a hint of amusement. Ning Chun nodded slightly. Master Feng, is Brother Ning going to the floating pagoda Demon Valley? Upon hearing that Ning Chun was also heading to the floating pagoda Demon Valley, many disciples of the Burial Life Peak were momentarily taken aback and glanced over. Indeed, this time, Ning Chun shall serve as the leader of our Burial Life Peaks expedition. Guxian nodded slightly. Brother Ning is the leader for this mission to the Burial Life Peak Demon Valley? Then I shall go. I too shall accompany you. And I. Upon learning that Ning Chun was appointed as the leading disciple for the Burial Life Peak, the previously timid disciples, who were apprehensive of being called out by Guxian, now eagerly volunteered themselves. Guxian, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that his authority at the Burial Life Peak seemed to pale in comparison to that of Ning Chun. Subsequently, he selected 9 relatively competent disciples from those who had volunteered. Once everything was settled, Guxian turned to the group and said, "All right, Ning Chun, you and the rest shall follow me." "Yes, master." Soon, under Guxian's guidance, the group arrived at the training square of the Heavenly Demon Peak, which was now overflowing with elite disciples from various peaks. Upon Guxian's arrival, he nodded towards the Heavenly Demon Peak Master in the distance, who immediately understood. Stepping forward, he addressed the crowd. The 3 major demon sects intend to exert pressure. Our Heavenly Demon Sect, as the leader of the demon factions, shall not tolerate such insolence. This time, our esteemed elder will personally lead the charge to suppress the 3 major demon sects. As he spoke, the Heavenly Demon Peak Master paused for a moment before bowing towards the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Peak. Let the Elder make his appearance. As the words fell, a rift in the void appeared above the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and an aged figure slowly emerged before the eyes of the gathered crowd. With each step he took through the void, a terrifying imperial aura emanated from him. Is this the presence of a semi-imperial powerhouse? Such a terrifying aura. Ning Chen's gaze fell solemnly upon the elder in white robes. On their way here, Guxian had informed them that the one suppressing the uprising of the 3 major demon sects was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who had already reached the semi-imperial level many years ago. Grand Elder, you have been in seclusion for a full century. May I inquire if you have fully approached the threshold of the imperial realm? The Heavenly Demon Peak Master inquired eagerly. If the Grand Elder could break through to the imperial realm after a century of seclusion, their Heavenly Demon Sect would gain another imperial powerhouse. Well, ahem. The Grand Elder lightly coughed. Is breaking into the imperial realm such an easy feat? Do you think everyone is like the sect master, who can ascend from semi-imperial to imperial in merely half a year? In this past century, even I, despite my seclusion and study of various ancient texts, have found it difficult to progress. The Grand Elder shook his head slightly, stepping forth from the void, but before he could finish his words, an object slipped from his sleeve and fell towards the ground below. With a soft thud, it landed at Ning Chen's feet. Instinctively, Ning Chun glanced down, his pupils narrowing. It was a book depicting an alluring woman on its cover. The cover bore the 3 grand characters, image of enchanted women. Ahem! In the next moment, a dry cough echoed near his ear. Suddenly, the Grand Elder appeared before him, nonchalantly picking up the image of enchanted women that had fallen to the ground. Ning Chun. Wait a moment. What did the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect just say? after a century of perusing various ancient texts. Could the ancient tome he referred to be that image of enchanted women? Very well. Once the peak leaders have assigned their tasks, we shall prepare to depart. The Grand Elder glanced at Ning Chen below, muttering to himself, "Did this lad not notice?" "Yes, Grand Elder." The 7 peak leaders acknowledged and turned to relay their assignments to the elite disciples within their respective peaks. The task at Zhongxing Peak was quite simple. They merely needed to handle the logistical work, which involved providing a comprehensive service for funerals and burials. After several minutes, once all the peaks had completed their task assignments, the Grand Elder finally addressed everyone. "Let's embark." Yes, within the Heavenly Demon sect, the multitude of cultivators readied themselves for departure. Ning Ten, accompanied by the disciples of Zhongxing Peak, joined the procession. However, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in a red dress not far away in the Heavenly Demon Palace. He immediately waved discreetly, silently mouthing, "Senior." Chapter 65. Is he greeting the sect master? Before the Hall of Heavenly Demons, the sect master stated, "The arrangements have been made, and the Great Elder has departed." The master of Heavenly Demon Peak, accompanied by the 6 other peak masters, approached to pay their respects to the enchanting figure in the crimson dress standing before the main hall. Luo Chongwu gave a slight nod, intending to convey a few more words. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to a young man clad in dark robes in the distance, who was smiling and waving at her, his lips seemingly forming the words, "Senior, I'm leaving now." This fellow, Luo Chongwu, initially planned to acknowledge him with a nod, but abruptly recalled the audacious act he had committed against her the previous night, and thus chose to withhold any semblance of warmth, letting out a cold snort. In an instant, the peak masters trembled, sensing the sudden chill emanating from the sect master. Each of them puzzled. What transpired? Who has displeased the sect master? Meanwhile, the Great Elder's gaze fell upon Ning Chun amidst the crowd, his brow furrowed with concern. In the Heavenly Demon sect, he was known for his prudence. Yet the treasured painting of noble women he had kept hidden for years had just fallen at the young man's feet. Surely he had not seen it? If that were the case, it would be imperative to erase his memory. The old man's facade must not be compromised. Suddenly, the Great Elder noticed that the young man had waved at someone not far away, seemingly in greeting. Who was he waving to? Furrowing his brow, the Great Elder followed Ning Chen's gaze, and in the next moment, a figure in a red dress came into view. It was the sect master? The Great Elder's heart raced, disbelief flooding his eyes. This young man is greeting the sect master? What connection do they share? While the Great Elder's mind was in turmoil, Ning Chun reluctantly withdrew his hand, sensing that the female demon leader still harbored grievances from the previous night, despite her having ignited the spark. Shaking his head, he hastily followed the main group along with the members of the Burial Peak. In the floating pagoda Demon Valley, a borderland of the Heavenly Demon sect, there had once been thousands of cultivators safeguarding the area. However, with the invasion of the 3 great demonic sects, the valley was now stained with blood. Deep within the valley, in a hidden chamber, 3 figures gathered, the leaders of the Shadow Slaughter sect, the Heartless Cliff, and the Blood Soul cult. At this moment, they were engaged in a serious discussion. "Blood Soul Master, is your formation ready?" "This concerns the lives of the 3 of us," said a middle-aged man in black, directing a serious inquiry at the elder in blood-red robes. "Rest assured, Shadow Slaughter Master," replied the Blood Soul Master, his voice hoarse yet filled with confidence. "Once my corpse soul formation is activated, it will be no challenge for the 3 of us to ambush a half-emperor. The corpses are well concealed. Besides, who would pay attention to a few bodies?" The Shadow Slaughter Master nodded, though his brow furrowed with worry as he cautioned, "But what if the visitor is not a half-emperor, but an emperor, or even a Heavenly Demon Empress?" "The Heavenly Demon Empress cannot come." The leader of Heartless Cliff, a captivating woman, gently shook her head. Within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon sect, the venerable elders above the Imperial realm are currently in seclusion, and it is only in times of dire straits that they would emerge from their retreats. Consequently, the only one capable of taking action is the Heavenly Demon Empress, who is reluctant to make any rash moves. Moreover, should she dare to step even a foot outside the confines of the sect, It would align perfectly with the intentions of their adversaries. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Forsaken Cliff, both Blood Soul and the Master of Shadow Sabers found a semblance of reason in his statement. Suddenly, the Master of Shadow Sabers seemed to sense something amiss and retrieved a communication stone from his storage ring. Instantly, a figure of an elderly man with white hair materialized upon the stone, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an aura of kindness. "What's the situation?" the others inquired. "Everything is in place. Should the heavenly demon Empress choose to leave the sect, we will inform you," came the response. A few days later, at the floating Buddha Demon Valley, massive demonic swords, each extending several tens of feet, descended from the heavens. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect leaped down from the swords, and once all had disembarked, the disciples of Sword Demon Peak retracted the weapons. Ahead lay the blood-butchered Demon Valley. "Everyone, proceed according to your respective peaks' mission," declared the Grand Elder, casting a glance at the nearby valley. "Understood, Grand Elder," the disciples replied, nodding in agreement as they commenced their tasks. In contrast to the hundreds from the other peaks, the Grave Life Peak, including Ning Chun, had a mere 10 members. After all, the disciples of Grave Life Peak were primarily tasked with burial duties, making their combat capabilities rather dubious. At this moment, Ning Chun led the few disciples towards the dense forest bordering the floating Buddha Demon Valley. "Ning, senior brother, where are we headed?" one of the female disciples inquired with curiosity. The others gazed at him with admiration and reverence. Ning Chen's exploits had already spread throughout Grave Life Peak, earning him profound respect from his fellow disciples. "To the burial site," Ning Chen replied, his hand shimmering with cold light as he manifested the burial blade and slung it upon his back. Upon reaching the outskirts of the floating Buddha Demon Valley, he beheld a sea of crimson burial essence. The other disciples expressed no dissent. They were instructed by Gu Xian to follow Ning Chun, adhering to his every word. Even without such instruction, they would obediently accompany him. They swiftly produced their burial tools and followed Ning Chun deeper into the periphery of the floating Buddha Demon Valley, guided by the essence they encountered. Soon, an overwhelming surge of burial essence loomed before him, revealing a mass of corpses piled amidst the trees. How strange, Ning Chun mused, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he surveyed the gathered remains. Something felt amiss, yet after a moment of contemplation yielded no clarity. He resolved to proceed with the burial. Forget it. Let us honor them with a burial. He shouldered the burden of the funeral and strode towards a group of clients. However, after taking only a few steps, he turned back, smiling warmly at several disciples of the funeral sect behind him, saying, "The atmosphere here is thick with death and peril. You need not approach. I shall handle this myself." Upon hearing these words, the disciples were profoundly moved. Brother Ning truly is remarkable, a beacon of light amidst the darkness of this demonic realm. Chapter 66. Which scoundrel sabotaged my grand formation? After imparting instructions to the disciples of the burial sect, Ning Chun hoisted the burial device and swiftly approached a group of clients. Upon interring several corpses, Ning Chun suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The life essence available for burial among these clients was not whole, compared to clients of the same rank. They possessed significantly less vitality. It was evident that these clients were lacking something vital. Puzzled, Ning Chun furrowed his brow. A glint of insight flickered in his eyes as he activated the burial technique known as the Eye of Rebirth to examine the thoughts of these clients in life. He discovered that they were disciples guarding the floating pagoda Demon Valley from the Heavenly Demon Sect. When the practitioners from the 3 major demonic sects launched a surprise attack, they did not kill them outright, but instead inflicted severe injuries and crippled their cultivation. Subsequently, they were taken before an elderly figure clad in blood-red robes, leaning on a skeletal staff. As a crimson glimmer flashed from the eye of the staff, these gravely injured disciples finally succumbed to death. The vision of their passing came to a close. The elderly figure in blood-red robes with the skeletal staff, observing the scene, a flicker of intrigue crossed Ning Chen's mind. He vaguely heard a term uttered from the lips of the blood-robed elder. Corpse soul. Corpse soul, Ning Chen murmured. Repeating the phrase, yet he could not comprehend its significance. Regardless, he decided to proceed with the burial. Shaking his head, he hoisted the burial device and began the task at hand. Whatever the nature of this soul, it was best to inter the bodies first. Before long, the multitude of corpses had transformed into a series of small mounds, with candles of rebirth being lit. As the flames flickered, Ning Chun felt a twinge of doubt, prompting him to retrieve the necromancer's swona and play a requiem. Remarkable, one of the disciples from a burial peak marveled. Brother Ning Chen's burial technique is simply flawless, not a single negative review. Although Brother Ning Chen's method of interment was indeed extraordinary. Could there truly be any negative feedback? A fellow disciple from the burial peak twitched his lips in confusion. Of course, the female disciple replied earnestly, nodding seriously. Last time, I failed to bury one properly, and in my dream, he confronted me, asking why I had not buried him correctly. Why did you leave my feet exposed? I'm so cold. So cold. Upon hearing this, the other burial sect disciples shivered, their faces paling as they silently resolved to ensure proper burials in the future. All right, let's move on. Next location, Ning Chun declared as he approached, still perceiving ample life essence available for burial. Yes, Brother Ning Chun, the disciples responded, eager to follow him onward. Wait. At that moment, Ning Chun suddenly sat down cross-legged. The disciples cast puzzled glances at him, but the next instant, they witnessed a formidable aura erupting from Ning Chun, surging forth like an unstoppable tide. Has Brother Ning Chun broken through? The disciples were momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, he had reached the third star of the sea-breaking realm. Ning Chun exhaled a breath of stale air, gradually rising to his feet. After several days of cultivation and the enhancement of his abilities, he had achieved another breakthrough in his cultivation level. A realm attained in just a few days still felt somewhat sluggish. Ning Chun murmured to himself as he stood, gazing towards a location imbued with the essence of burial and vitality. Let us proceed. With that, he set off in that direction. A realm every few days. Still a bit slow? Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, several disciples from the burial peak twitched their lips in disbelief. Was this truly the language of a human? Shaking their heads and sighing in admiration of Ning Chen's prodigious talents, they followed suit. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from a distance. Ning Chun and the others turned to look. That direction was the floating pagoda Demon Valley. It seemed that the Grand Elder had led the elite forces of the Six Peaks to commence an assault on the three sects within the floating pagoda Demon Valley. Ning brother, should we not also join the main forces? Asked a female disciple from Burial Peak, glancing at Ning Chun with urgency. No need. Ning Chun replied with a slight shake of his head. Our mission at Burial Peak is to provide logistical support for the funerals. The battle has only just begun, and not many will perish just yet. There is no need to rush. Follow me. Understood, Ning brother. In the floating pagoda Demon Valley, the sounds of battle reverberated incessantly, filled with various martial techniques and spiritual energies. The Six Peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already engaged, yet all were striving to distance themselves towards a certain heavenly dome, for figures confronted one another in mid-air. The mere hint of their aura was sufficient to drain the color from the faces of the attending cultivators. Who might I be? Ah, it is you three sects. The Grand Elder's gaze fell upon the leaders of the three demonic sects above the heavenly dome, followed by a cold chuckle. Three mere peak saints. Yet you dare to pressure me? Do you even consider if you are worthy? Very well. There is no need to inquire about your hidden instigator. Once I have slain you, I shall search your souls. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the half-emperor enveloped the entire heavenly dome, descending upon the three leaders of the Shang sect. Just a half-emperor. One might mistake you for having ascended to the imperial realm. The leader of the Shang sect scoffed. Today, I shall test your might. What fear does a half-emperor invoke? With those words, he turned to Bloodsoul and the Lord of the Lost Heart Cliff. The three exchanged a glance, then dispersed, surrounding the Grand Elder in a triangular formation. Grand Elder, I hope you will appreciate the grand gift we have prepared for you. Bloodsoul chuckled hoarsely, his eyes gleaming red as he gripped the skeletal staff tightly, fixating on the Grand Elder in the distance. As he spoke, he forcefully thrust the staff skyward. Boom! In that moment, a beam of blood-red light erupted from the periphery of the floating pagoda Demon Valley, as if intending to imprison the entire valley itself. This corpse soul blood fiend array has specifically refined the entire floating pagoda Demon Valley as the core, encasing you within its confines. Coupled with a three-peak Saints offensive. Even if you are a half-emperor, today you shall meet your demise here. The voice of Blood Soul was hoarse, accompanied by a continuous sneer. The corpse soul blood fiend formation? You, old fool, have actually mastered this forbidden technique? Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. A glimmer of pride flashed in Blood Soul's eyes. This corpse soul blood fiend formation is impenetrable. Yet, at that moment, before Blood Soul could finish his sentence, he suddenly appeared as though he had seen a ghost. What has come over Blood Soul? Both the Lord of the Fiend Shadow Sect and the Master of the Desolate Cliff frowned at Blood Soul's strange demeanor. Blood Soul remained silent, fixated on the distance. The two, still frowning, turned to look as well. In the next instant, their expressions changed dramatically. What is this? Chapter 67. Customers taking the initiative to visit. Is this a stroke of luck? In the heavens above, as the Blood Soul's corpse soul blood fiend array began to operate, a striking crimson beam surged skyward, forming a cage. To their astonishment, they discovered that this cage was far from impenetrable. Rather, it was riddled with gaps. There should have been 4 streams of corpse, soul, blood fiend energy soaring from the periphery of the floating pagoda Demon Valley, converging from the 4 cardinal directions to ensnare the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet now, only the eastern direction exhibited a solitary surge of corpse, soul, blood fiend energy, while the other 3 directions remained utterly devoid of response. What on earth? Blood Soul, where's your array? The master of the Blood Fiend sect furrowed his brow, his expression instantly heavy with concern. Though he often boasted of being unafraid of a half-emperor, that confidence was contingent upon the existence of Blood Soul's corpse, soul, blood fiend array. But now, the array's gone? Could have been stolen? Ha ha! Nearby, the Grand Elder mocked. I thought you were formidable, but it seems you are merely a novice, attempting to trap me with a half-baked corpse, soul, blood fiend array? How utterly laughable! You are the one lacking skill. The corpse, soul, blood fiend array is the culmination of my life's work. Blood Soul retorted angrily, his frustration palpable. He resolutely attempted to activate the formation once more, yet his fingers, almost smoking from the effort, produced not a ripple in the array. Blood Soul, you can't possibly be serious. Even the master of the Blood Fiend sect and the Lord of the Desolate Cliff cast bewildered glances at him. Impossible. My corpse soul blood fiend array is flawless. There cannot be any issue. Even if there were a problem, it would not originate from me. Blood Soul was in a state of agitation, and with a sudden tremor of his skeletal staff, an image materialized. Let me see what is truly happening here. As his voice fell, a vision appeared. Within the image, a youth clad in dark robes stood in the precise location where Blood Soul had meticulously concealed the corpses, tirelessly burying the meticulously crafted corpse souls with a gleaming shovel, seemingly invigorated by the task. Blood Soul, master of the Blood Fiend sect, Lord of the Desolate Cliff. What in the world? How could a mere disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect discover the hidden realm of my corpse souls? Furthermore, that place is suffused with an intense aura of death. Even an ordinary disciple should hesitate to enter, let alone a void-level practitioner. Yet this one appears unaffected, even assaulting my corpse souls. Blood Soul, what is happening? Both men stared in astonishment at Blood Soul. Blood Soul's lips twitched. How in the world would he know what was happening? Who could have anticipated that in this remote wilderness, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect would eschew combat to instead wield a shovel and bury corpses? That rascal. What? As the familiar figure came into view, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this the young one who had greeted the sect master? Could it be that the sect master had anticipated this? The realization sparked a brighter glimmer in the Grand Elder's eyes. Indeed, the sect master was formidable, and this young lad was certainly not to be underestimated. Without this corpse soul blood fiend array, I shall see what other means you three saints possess." With that declaration, the Grand Elder unleashed the overwhelming might of a half-emperor, channeling his demonic powers and charging fiercely at the three saints. How infuriating! This young man must perish. Blood Soul's expression darkened significantly. A meticulously orchestrated scheme had been thwarted by a mere disciple of the heavenly demon sect. The more he pondered, the more distressed he became, prompting him to summon a blood soul that surged towards the cloaked youth. In an instant, the heavens trembled as the might of the half-emperor erupted, compelling the three saints to barely manage their defense. Meanwhile, Ningchen was still engaged in burying the dead. "Almost done. Just 2 more, and this area will be complete," he murmured. Suddenly, a wave of sanguine energy surged violently from behind him. In the blink of an eye, Ningchen reacted, spinning around to hurl the morning oblivion, piercing through the bloody aura. Simultaneously, the supreme demonic technique surged within him, rapidly mobilizing over 100 spiritual veins to draw forth the golden spiritual energy from his dantian. In the next moment, he moved like a specter, executing a swift thunder god technique to appear the location where he had thrown morning oblivion. Grasping the morning oblivion in one hand, he summoned demonic energy and struck down upon the sanguine aura. Heavenly demon mystic palm. Boom! In an instant, the bloody aura was forcefully slammed into the ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion. "Huh, Brother Ning?" Not far away, several disciples of the morning sect heard the commotion and hurriedly turned to approach. "Stay back," Ningchen shouted, warning them not to hinder his efforts. He then focused on the sanguine aura, realizing it was indeed a blood soul. It appeared I have disrupted someone else's plans. Upon recognizing the blood soul, Ningchen understood the situation, but did a mere blood soul think it could kill him? Did it not know that he was a bane to all souls? Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured a pitch-black Swona, playing the earthly morning melody while wielding morning oblivion, charging towards the blood soul. Brother Ning is so powerful, and that melody he plays is truly formidable. Observing from a distance, the disciples of the morning sect obediently remained in place, not daring to move. Soon, under the suppression of the earthly morning melody, the blood soul was cleaved through by Ningchen's strike. "Let us go." Ningchen stowed away the Swona and glanced towards the Pagoda Demon Valley. Now that the adversary was aware of his interference, a battle must surely be underway within the valley. Pagoda Demon Valley. Boom! The might of the half-emperor continues to intensify. Even the 3 pinnacle sages, when united, find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. After all, the presence of an emperor's title signifies an inherent disparity in strength. You too, hold on a little longer. I possess a method to mend the corpse soul blood fiend array. Blood Soul Z abruptly surged away from the epicenter of battle, and then a myriad of souls emerged from the manifest soul banner in his hand. Meanwhile, upon entering the Pagoda Valley, Ningchen's eyes sparkled with delight at this sight. Could it be that upon arrival, a client would come to him unbidden? Such fortuitous occurrences are indeed rare. Chapter 68. The Call of the Souls. Amidst the heavens above the floating Pagoda Demon Valley, the banner of countless souls was abruptly thrust into the ground, its form expanding to an immense size. Towering several dozen meters, ethereal wisps of spirits began to emerge from within. Since the corpses and souls were insufficient, I shall gather souls on the spot. A cacophony of ghostly wails erupted. Countless spirits surged towards the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, who were engaged in battle with the 3 sections. How dare you? Witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Just as he moved, 2 figures stepped in front of him. "Do not rush, Elder. We shall contend with you." The leaders of the Shadow Phantom sect and the Heartless Cliff stepped forward, their expressions grave as they shouted towards the Blood Soul Master, who was still brandishing the banner of souls. "Blood Soul Master, haste. We cannot hold him off for long." With a chilling smile, Blood Soul Master waved the banner. "Fear not. They are but trifling pests. As long as that old fool does not interfere, I shall be undisturbed while wielding the banner." The leaders nodded, then summoned the full might of their saintly powers. "Since you insist on courting death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The Grand Elder glanced down at the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, who were being ruthlessly attacked by the Blood Souls and abandoned any thoughts of rescue. Exchanging the lives of a few disciples for the lives of two peak saints was a worthy trade. Now that the Blood Soul Master was preoccupied, it was the perfect moment to strike down these two. Boom! In the next instant, the Grand Elder charged forth with the terrifying might of a semi-emperor. Upon witnessing this, the leaders of the Shadow Phantom sect and the Heartless Cliff did not dare to be negligent. They swiftly channeled all their saintly powers to defend against the assault. Meanwhile, within the floating pagoda Demon Valley, as the Blood Soul Master summoned the Blood Soul Banner, innumerable Blood Souls drifted forth, launching a counterattack against the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The sounds of battle erupted incessantly. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who had previously held some advantage, began to falter. The Blood Souls were particularly sinister. They not only evaded ordinary blades and weapons, but also emitted anguished wails that inflicted mental harm upon the cultivators. The clamor of combat continued. At this moment, within a certain area of the floating pagoda Demon Valley, a familiar figure was engaged in combat with the disciples of the three demonic sections. Suddenly, a Blood Soul launched a fierce attack from behind, and simultaneously, a warning from a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Peak rang out. Junior brother Zhou Yuan, be cautious. The figure was none other than Zhou Yuan, who had recently joined the inner sect of the Heavenly Demon Peak. Upon hearing the warning from his senior, his expression shifted, his youthful vitality surging within him. He unleashed a powerful fist towards the disciples of the three demonic sects, sending them flying. He then swiftly turned to confront the approaching Blood Soul. However, that Blood Soul moved with such swiftness that, despite his dedicated cultivation at Tianma Peak during this time, he had only managed to reach the fourth star of the Condensation Dan realm. He was not like his brother, the youth. Brother Ning, it seems this holy sun shall meet his end here today. I hope that when the time comes, you will be the one to bury me. For I trust your methods. As Zhou Yuan murmured, the Blood Soul had already charged right before him. At such close proximity, he could even see the grotesque visage of the Blood Soul, and despair filled his eyes. In the end, this despair transformed into a resolute will. Brother Ning, when I have perished, you must inherit our youthful aspirations. Swish! At that moment, a sound of something piercing the air resonated. Immediately thereafter, a dark object seemed to pierce through the chest of the Blood Soul, forcefully pinning it against a city wall. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Then he heard a somewhat familiar voice call out. Brother Zhou, did you call for me? Ning. Brother Ning? Upon hearing Ning Chen's voice, Zhou Yuan instantly reacted, joy illuminating his gaze as he looked forward, spotting the young man clad in dark robes with a handsome countenance appearing before him. Ah, I am saved. He exhaled in relief. Of course, you must be saved. After all, this youthful aspiration must be inherited by you, for I can no longer do so. Ning Chen helped Zhou Yuan to his feet, smiling as he asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, Zhou Yuan replied, shaking his head. Roar! Just then the Blood Soul, which had been pierced by the Zongju, let out a furious roar, managing to break free from its bonds and charge towards the two once more. Brother Ning, be careful. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against it. Zhou Yuan hastily warned. Ordinary attacks are ineffective? Observing the Blood Soul, which remained unscathed despite being penetrated by Zongju, Ning Chen furrowed his brow and nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Then, he raised his hand to summon back Zongju, replacing it with a dark Suona, beginning to play the funeral melody. The power of the melody enveloped Zongju, and with a single step, he moved with unparalleled speed, instantly appearing before the Blood Soul, and struck once more, penetrating its chest. Brother Ning, attacking it with a shovel, is futile. Zhou Yuan attempted to explain upon witnessing this scene, but abruptly fell silent, for he suddenly noticed that as Ning Chen's shovel pierced the Blood Soul's chest, it emitted a sound of agony, and its form began to dim, soon dissipating from existence. Hiss! So powerful! Is he Ning Chen from Zongxing Peak? Even though the Peak Master had invited him, he still refused to join Tianma Peak, choosing instead to remain at Zongxing Peak. How formidable! Not far away, many disciples of Tianma Peak witnessed this scene, their expressions revealing a mix of solemnity and astonishment. This disciple from Zhongxing Peak is remarkably strong, as Ning Chun subdued the blood soul with a single strike. It transformed into a surge of burial essence, flowing into the burial god coffin, and a wisp of spiritual energy replenished itself into Ning Chun's dantian. Though the clients in this state of lingering souls offer only a meager supply of funerary essence. After all, their physical forms are no more. Every little bit accumulates. Brother Zhou, you should rest well. I shall attend to my duties. Ning Chun patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder and cast a glance at the formidable Wanhan banner, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could seize that object, the clients gradually delivered to their final resting place would surely experience considerable enhancement. Alas, the banner was held by one of the three great sect leaders, a formidable sage-level expert beyond his reach. However, while the Wanhan banner eluded his grasp, the blood souls drifting from it were fair game for his entombment. He chuckled at the thought, invigorated with purpose, and activated the ghostly shadow step as he made his way toward the heart of the floating pagoda Demon Valley. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, confronted with the relentless assaults of a half-emperor-level adversary, the leaders of the Shaing sect and the Sang-Xian Cliff were forced to retreat repeatedly, anxiously urging the Blood Soul child not far away. Blood Soul child, are you not ready yet? Hee, soon, the Blood Soul child cackled, shaking the colossal Wanhan banner, and then rasped, Wanhan, claim their lives. Chapter 69. Gratitude for the opportunity bestowed by the senior as Blood Soulsy swayed the 10,000 souls banner. His hoarse voice resonated through the air, causing the heavens and the earth to transform in hue, shrouded in a dark crimson pallor. Suddenly, a brilliant red light burst forth from the banner, and countless vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions erupted from it, hurtling towards the demonic pagoda valley. In that fleeting moment, many disciples of the celestial demon sect were consumed by despair. Cackle, flee, despair. The more hopeless you become, the easier it is for me to forge your souls. Blood Soulsy croaked with a sinister laugh. Yet at that instant, a resounding note from Swona pierced the darkness, akin to a ray of dawn breaking through. Is that a Swona? Blood Soulsy paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his murky eyes. In such dire circumstances, someone not only remained, but dared to play the Swona? Who could it be? His gaze searched the surroundings. Soon, he beheld a young man clad in dark robes. Striding through the air, a pitch-black Swona poised at his lips. As he played, a funeral song reverberated throughout the demonic pagoda valley. Is this the power of music? Blood Soulsy furrowed his brow, puzzled by the intentions of this celestial demon disciple. The more he observed, the more familiar the young figure became. In the next moment, his expression shifted. Isn't this the little brat who thwarted my plans? What does this scoundrel intend to do? As the funeral melody echoed, the denizens of the valley paused, bewildered. Who is that? What is he doing? The disciples of the three major demon sects exchanged glances, equally perplexed. The disciples of the celestial demon sect furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with incredulity. What business does a disciple from the funeral peak have here? Isn't he eager enough to meet his demise? However, just as these thoughts crossed their minds, the young man in dark robes took a step forward, unleashing the funeral tune. What? A funeral disciple at the Breaking Sea stage? At this sight, many disciples of the celestial demon sect's expressions shifted dramatically, their pupils constricting. That is Senior Brother Ning Chun from Funeral Peak. Quickly, some recognized the identity of the young man in dark robes. Ning Chun. Could it be the same Ning Chun who shone brightly in the recent intersect competition? Wasn't he recently at the condensed dance stage? How has he so swiftly ascended to the Breaking Sea stage? What astonishing talent! What does Senior Brother Ning Chun intend to accomplish? As the disciples of the celestial demon sect pondered, the funeral melody echoed on. The countless blood souls that had been surging towards them suddenly appeared as if bound by an unseen force, frozen in place, unable to move. Could this be due to Senior Brother Ning Chun? In an instant, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the celestial demon sect disciples, their expressions growing ever more captivating. How is this possible? How could the trivial techniques of a mere sea realm novice possibly influence the blood souls within my myriad soul banner? In the heavens above, seeing Ning Chen once again thwart his plans, the expression of blood soul master darkened considerably, and the myriad soul banner trembled with renewed vigor. Countless malevolent spirits surged forth from the banner like a tidal wave, rushing toward Ning Chen below. Ning Chen, be cautious, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect hastily called out. Yet their warning was short-lived. They soon realized that, in the face of the oncoming malevolent spirits, not only did Ning Chen exhibit no fear, but his face was also alight with excitement. Excitement? As the disciples of the heavenly demon sect pondered in confusion, Ning Chen gazed at the countless sinister blood souls in the sky, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Haha, splendid. Ning Chen's supreme demonic art surged within him, spiritual energy coursing through his being. He took a deep breath, placed the deathly swana to his lips, and began to play the melody of the heavenly burial. The first movement, Eternal Tranquility of Souls. Although he had already invoked it once, that time it had merely been to confront a sea realm specter. Now, however, he faced the remnants of souls contained within the myriad soul banner of a saint-level powerhouse, and he could not afford to be careless. Boom! As Ning Chen played the Eternal Tranquility of Souls, a tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens, and an enormous, pitch-black coffin materialized from the sky, cleaving through the clouds as it descended toward the malevolent spirits charging at Ning Chen. A coffin descending from the heavens. Is this the method of Brother Ning Chen? What extraordinary power is this? Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were filled with disbelief. They had never encountered such a display within their sect. Simultaneously, this commotion drew the attention of the three individuals engaged in fierce combat. The Grand Elder was the first to cease his actions, directing his gaze toward the coffin. Upon seeing this, the leader of the Shadow sect and the Lord of the Heartless Cliff also turned their attention. However, in the next moment, the Grand Elder's howling palm wind unexpectedly struck the Lord of the Heartless Cliff squarely in the chest. Puff! The Lord of the Heartless Cliff spat blood and was sent flying, his complexion pale and his aura waning. You lack martial ethics and have resorted to a sneak attack. The leader of the Shadow sect supported the staggered Lord of the Heartless Cliff, his expression shifting to one of fury as he glared at the Grand Elder. I am the Grand Elder of the demon sect. Who needs martial ethics? The Grand Elder replied with a sinister smile. He then turned his gaze toward the coffin not far away. That little fellow is indeed extraordinary. I wonder what his relationship is with the sect leader. Blood Soul Master, are you still not ready? The leader of the Shadow sect bellowed at the Blood Soul Master, who was still fiddling with the myriad soul banner. With the Lord of the Heartless Cliff having been ambushed, he was already at a disadvantage. And now, left alone, he could not possibly withstand the Grand Elder's might for long. Soon, it was merely a reckless youth of the sea realm attempting to subdue the blood souls crafted from my myriad of souls with a mere coffin. How utterly presumptuous. The Blood Soul Master let out a cold snort. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, he was suddenly struck by the sight of chains emerging from the meticulously forged blood souls, binding them firmly in place. Immediately thereafter, the young man in dark robes set aside his swana, and a faint smile graced his lips as he uttered a single word. Subdue! In the next instant, the pitch-black coffin in the heavens descended with an imposing force. In an instant, all those blood souls were drawn into the coffin, and as its lid closed, the Blood Soul Master felt an irrevocable severance of his connection with those souls. What? How could this be? How could a mere practitioner of the sea realm possibly subdue my blood souls? At that moment, the Blood Soul Master could no longer remain composed. His countenance shifted dramatically. How could such a trivial sea realm cultivator possess such bizarre capabilities? Could it be that these methods were imparted by an emperor himself? Simultaneously, as the Blood Soul Master was consumed by rage, he noticed the young man in dark robes, who had stored away his swana, directing a smile towards him. Thank you, esteemed senior, for the opportunity bestowed upon me. Chapter 70. Senior, there is someone behind you. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words and witnessing his beaming expression, A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within Shui Hanzi. This young man is exceedingly insufferable. Within the depths of the floating pagoda Demon Valley, as the disciples of the heavenly demon sect beheld the complete annihilation of all blood souls by their senior brother Ningchun, a wave of relief washed over them, akin to the sensation of having narrowly escaped death. Senior brother Ningchun is exceptionally formidable. We are truly fortunate to have him here. Otherwise, our fate today would have been dire. Amid their gratitude, they cast reverent glances at the young man clad in dark robes who floated effortlessly through the air. You dare repeatedly thwart my plans. Shui Hanzi's voice thundered from the heavens, his gaze fixed intensely upon Ningchun. This young man persistently opposed him at every turn. I have not disrupted your good fortune, esteemed senior. Rather, I am assisting you, Ningchun replied, his demeanor calm in the face of Shui Hanzi's fury. Assisting? Shui Hanzi's brow furrowed in disbelief. This myriad of souls within the Wandering Souls banner, as you have seen, contains countless vengeful spirits. As a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, I am a mortuary attendant, assisting you in laying these souls to rest. There is no need for thanks, Ningchun said with a cheerful smile. You dare. At these words, Shui Hanzi's rage intensified. Do you even comprehend what the Wandering Souls banner represents? Each of these blood souls has been meticulously refined by me. To dispose of them so carelessly renders my years of effort meaningless. Ningchun pondered for a moment before responding, merely a jest. You seek death. Upon hearing this, Shui Hanzi could no longer contain the fury surging within him. The formidable might of a saint erupted in an instant, disregarding the Wandering Souls banner as he set it aside, preparing to retaliate against Ningchun. Ah! The Grand Elder? Just then, Ningchun feigned an expression of grave concern as he glanced behind Shui Hanzi, then bellowed, Grand Elder, do not come to my aid. First, eliminate those two saints. What? Shui Hanzi's expression morphed in shock. Could it be that the Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect had swiftly dealt with the Master of the Shadow Sect and the Lord of the Heartless Cliff? Instinctively, he turned to look, for he dared not gamble on whether this young man was merely playing tricks. Should he gamble and lose? Facing a half-emperor level ambush would leave him gravely injured, if not dead. However, as Shui Hanzi turned, he found only emptiness behind him. Under the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Demon Sect's elder, the Master of the Shadow Sect, and his companion were already in full retreat. How infuriating! To think he would dare deceive me. Realizing he had been tricked, Shui Hanzi's expression darkened. After glancing at the retreating figures, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to attack the young man. Only by reclaiming those blood souls could he hope to turn the tide. Seeking death, Shui Hanzi whirled around, only to discover that the young man in dark robes had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Shui Hanzi's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto a distant, violent figure. He certainly escapes swiftly, but alas, the disparity in strength renders speed futile. As Blood's soul stepped into the void, he instantly chased after his target. The moment he turned to glance back, Ningchun showed no hesitation, channeling all his energy into the supreme demonic technique. Golden spiritual energy surged within his dantian, and employing the ghostly shadow step, he dashed towards the outskirts of the Buddhist Demon Valley. Should a sage-level expert wish to strike him, failing to flee in advance could lead to instant annihilation. Before long, Ningchun had burst forth from the Buddhist Demon Valley, sprinting into the depths of the forest beyond. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the space beside him, and a menacing blood soul lunged through, aiming directly for Ningchun's chest. In an instant, a pitch-black swana manifested in Ningchun's hand. As the sound of the swana resonated, the ferocious blood soul momentarily lost focus, granting Ningchun the opportunity to surge forward several hundred meters. This swana possesses an intriguing quality. Could it possibly restrain my blood soul? In the next moment, Blood Soul emerged from the rift, squinting as he observed the Blood Soul immobilized by the swana, a slight arch of his brow revealing his surprise. This young man is indeed remarkable. If I could obtain that swana, it might further enhance my Blood Soul. With that thought, Blood Soul hesitated no longer. The might of a sage erupted instantaneously, descending upon the fleeing figure ahead. In an instant, Ning Chen's escape was abruptly halted, as an invisible pressure akin to a colossal mountain bore down upon him from the heavens. Despite his fervent efforts employing the ghostly shadow step, he found himself unable to move even a single inch. Flee! Why do you not continue to flee? Blood Soul landed before Ning Chen, a cold sneer escaping his lips. The overwhelming might of a sage seemed poised to crush Ning Chen entirely, yet he stubbornly clung to his resolve. Oh, his physical resilience is indeed impressive, far surpassing that of an ordinary sea-breaking realm expert. Observing this, Blood Soul was taken aback, shaking his head slightly before raising his hand. A gnarled grip, resembling an eagle's talon, descending upon Ning Chen's head. However, this is where it ends. As the words left his lips, the power of the sage surged forth, intent on crushing Ning Chen's skull. Yet, at that moment, Blood Soul noticed Ning Chen, whom he had firmly grasped, forcefully lifting his head, revealing a lack of fear on his face, instead adorned with a manic smile. I have awaited this moment. What? Blood Soul was momentarily stunned, soon noticing a brilliant crimson glimmer flashing in Ning Chen's eyes, an instinctual warning surging through him that something was amiss. No longer hesitating, he tightened his grip. Yet, in an instant, the red gleam in Ning Chen's eyes flickered, and Blood Soul sensed the space around him beginning to ripple, the environment transforming around him. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings morphed into a realm drenched in sanguine hues. Ning Chen appeared not far away, creating a space of his own. To think you possess such abilities. It seems you are indeed extraordinary. Blood Soul glanced around, then fixed his gaze upon Ning Chen. Merely a change of location before your demise, a futile struggle. Ning Chen remained silent, yet a sense of relief washed over him. It appeared that his suspicions had proven correct. The burial god realm served not only as a place for cultivation, but also as a means of confrontation. Since it was a method for combat, it should be capable of drawing enemies into its depths. Senior, you have someone behind you, Ning Chen suddenly remarked with a grin, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Huh, do you think you could deceive me, old man? Do you take me for a fool? Such tricks may work once, but not twice. Blood Soul scoffed dismissively. However, almost in the next instant, a figure in a red dress appeared behind him like a specter. Chapter 71. Ning Chen's Speculation. The identity of the female demon as the presence behind him materialized. Blood Soul was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly turned, and upon seeing the enchanting figure in a crimson dress, he felt as though he had encountered a specter. His pupils constricted, and his complexion paled, almost instinctively exclaiming, Luo. Boom! In the next instant, Blood Soul was violently hurled away. Almost instantly, the enchanting figure in red conjured an ice sword, appearing before Blood Soul in a single stride, thrusting the blade towards him. To Blood Soul, it appeared not as a single strike, but as an onslaught of countless sword intents. It's over. I'm finished. How could Luo Changwu be here? Despair filled Blood Soul's eyes as he recognized the insurmountable gap between himself and Luo Changwu. This woman was not only a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, but a true sovereign. At this moment, Blood Soul was engulfed in terror. What connection did that young man have with Luo Changwu? Why had the demon Empress materialized within his own spatial domain? No. If she is here, then the demon sect must also be present. Suddenly, a frenzied thought crossed Blood Soul's mind. If that is the case, then the entire demon sect shall pay the price. Gritting his teeth, he crushed the jade pendant in his grasp, resolutely facing the overwhelming sword intent. How powerful! The leader of the Blood Soul sect, at the saint stage, found himself utterly defenseless against this predecessor. Not far away, within the god burial domain, Ning Chen watched in astonishment. The female demon was one of his trump cards. Due to the first drop of blood from the female demon, Ning Chen had activated the god burial domain, allowing her to enter. If the domain could engage the enemy, he could simply draw his adversary into this realm, letting them contend with the female demon. Wouldn't that suffice? However, his sole concern was whether the female demon could withstand her opponent. After all, her strength had always been an enigma. Yet, it now appeared that her power exceeded even that of a saint. This meant her prowess was at least that of a half-emperor or even higher. The female demon's status within the demon sect was likely exceedingly elevated, at least that of a supreme elder. Yet, could she possibly be the sect leader? Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind. The female demon's true identity could very well be that of the sect leader, given her mysterious and formidable presence. However, he speculated that if she were indeed the leader of a sect, she would hardly have the leisure to indulge in a game of hidden identities with him. The interests of a sect leader would not be so trifling. Moreover, he had heard that the sect leader of the demon sect was notoriously bloodthirsty. If she were truly the sect leader, she would not permit him to treat her this way. She must be a being of supreme elder caliber. Yet, the sect leader's identity remained dubious. It appeared he would need to find an opportune moment to test the female demon. At that moment, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Blood Soul was decisively slain by the female demon's sword, a saint falling so effortlessly. Impressive. A flicker of gravity flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and he immediately approached. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. It seems you have been waiting for me?" Ning Chen expressed this because he noticed that the moment the domain of the god of burial was unleashed, the female demon had already appeared within it. Even faster than he, the caster, could enter. "Is that so?" Luo Changwu lifted her icy gaze and looked over, then replied nonchalantly. "You claim this space has nothing to do with you, yet you are a deceiver." Ahem. Ning Chun coughed awkwardly. He understood that as soon as the domain of the god of burial was activated, the female demon would certainly realize that this space was connected to him. However, he felt that exposing this fact was far less critical than preserving his life. "Senior, this old wretch has sullied your sword. Allow me to drag him out and bury him for you." Ning Chen glanced at the lifeless corpse of Blood Soul, a surge of fervor flashing in his eyes. This was a formidable being of the sage realm. If he could bury it, how significantly would his power increase? Clang! Yet just as Ning Chen drew near, an icy sword radiating cold light obstructed his path. "Senior?" Ning Chen looked on with eager eyes. "You cannot bury him." Luo Changwu offered no further explanation, merely stating this with indifference. "I cannot bury him?" Ning Chen furrowed his brow. With the god of burial's coffin present, how could he not bury anything? Yet, he found himself unable to refute the female demon's words, watching helplessly as she collected the corpse of Blood Soul. "Well, it is what it is. At least I have buried quite a number of Blood Souls myself, which is a considerable gain." "Senior," Ning Chen wished to say something further, but at that moment, Luo Changwu's delicate brows furrowed, and in the next instant, she vanished from the domain of the god of burial. Truly a woman of elusive presence. Observing this, Ning Chen shook his head, not in a hurry to leave, and began to sequentially enter the remnants of souls suppressed within the god of burial's coffin. After all, time flowed differently within the domain of the god of burial compared to the outside world. He had ample time to proceed at his own pace. Sighing, gazing at the amassed burial essence within the god of burial's coffin, Ning Chen's eyes gradually gleamed with anticipation. Meanwhile, at the heavenly demon sect, three powerful presences of the Emperor realm quietly descended. The heavenly demon Empress has gone to the floating pagoda Demon Valley. This is indeed a prime opportunity for our righteous alliance to eradicate evil. "Two of you, make haste," one of the Emperor realm experts instructed the others nearby. "Understood." The two nodded slightly. One of them expressed some concern. "Is the heavenly demon Empress truly absent from the heavenly demon sect?" "Certainly." The alliance leader stated that the Blood Soul shattered the life token, indicating he encountered the heavenly demon Empress in the floating pagoda Demon Valley. "Enough idle talk. Let us strike swiftly," the leading Emperor realm expert coldly commanded. "Is that so? Then who? Is she?" "She?" Suddenly, before them, a figure in a red dress appeared, captivating their attention. Dressed in a flowing red gown, her beauty was unparalleled. It was none other than the heavenly demon Empress. Luo Changwu. Chapter 72. Luo Changwu's decisive strike against the three emperors. The celestial demon Empress? Luo Changwu. How could you be here? As the enchanting figure clad in a crimson dress materialized before the three esteemed emperors, their expressions shifted dramatically. revealing profound gravity and astonishment in their eyes. If this Empress is not within the celestial demon sect, where else could she possibly be? Luo Chongwu's exquisite gaze rested coldly upon the trio, her lips parting slightly as she spoke with chilling detachment. The Heavenly One sect, the Xinfeng sect, and the Pure Yang sect. Indeed, I had suspected that these three demonic sects possessed such audacity. It appears they have the backing of the Righteous Alliance. Upon sensing the overwhelming might of the Emperor, the three righteous emperors felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Though they were all at the Emperor's level, disparities existed even among them. Even if they united their strengths, they would remain no match for the celestial demon Empress. Thoughts of combat never even crossed their minds. We must retreat. The intelligence was erroneous. The celestial demon Empress never even set foot in the floating pagoda Demon Valley. That scoundrel, Blood Soul, what a deceitful trickster. In this moment, the three righteous emperors cursed inwardly as they fled, lamenting the ancestors of Blood Soul for generations. Blood Soul, buried beneath the 9 springs, felt equally wronged. He had merely pursued Ning Chun into the floating pagoda Demon Valley, only to be ensnared in a spatial rift, where the celestial demon Empress made her appearance. Who could have known it was a realm meant for lovers? Since she had arrived, there would be no escape. However, in the next instant, as Luo Chongwu's indifferent voice echoed, snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, enveloping the entire celestial demon mountain range. The temperature plummeted, transforming the area into a frigid wasteland. This is the Empress's realm of extreme ice. Run. Only upon witnessing this spectacle did the three righteous emperors realize the gravity of the situation. They attempted to plunge into the void to escape, but it was already too late. The entire space had been shrouded by Luo Chongwu's imperial might, resembling a colossal prison of ice that ensnared them. At that moment, as snowflakes fell upon them, their bodies were swiftly encased in frost. What? The pupils of the three righteous emperors constricted in despair. In the floating pagoda Demon Valley, within the realm of the god of burials, as Ning Chun dispatched the blood souls one by one, the life force within the burial coffin was replenished with dense spiritual energy flowing into Ning Chen's dantian, causing his aura to gradually ascend. I have reached the 6th star of the sea-breaking realm. Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. To have advanced 3 minor realms in a single breath is astonishing, especially considering that it has not yet been an hour since my last breakthrough. The thrill of growing stronger through burial is simply exquisite. Moreover, this time, the clients cannot be considered high quality. They are merely remnants of souls, hardly even half a client. If the entombed were complete corpses and souls, the enhancement would surely be even greater. It should be time to exit. Let me calculate the time. The Grand Elder should have dealt with the 2 formidable leaders of the demonic sects by now. With a wave of Ning Chen's hand, the domain of the god of burial gradually dissipated, and he once again entered a state of recuperation. It seems that he would have to wait another 7 days for the female demon leader to instruct him in his cultivation. Just as he emerged from the domain of the god of burial, he noticed a throng of individuals in the dense forest, all disciples of the celestial demon sect, searching for his presence. Look, senior brother Ning Chun is over there. At that moment, a disciple spotted Ning Chun and promptly led a group towards him. Upon realizing that Ning Chun was completely unharmed, the disciples were taken aback, for they had witnessed the blood soul pursuing him and had not expected him to not only escape but also remain unscathed. Are you all right, Ning Chun? At this moment, the Grand Elder descended from the heavens, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Ning Chun. I'm fine, Ning Chun replied with a slight shake of his head. What about the blood soul? The Grand Elder glanced around, but found no signs of battle, nor could he sense the aura of the blood soul. It was slain by a mysterious powerful being, Ning Chun replied honestly. A mysterious powerful being? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed further, and he narrowed his eyes, inquiring what kind of powerful being. A woman in a red dress, Ning Chun stated plainly, keen to gauge the Grand Elder's reaction to infer the true identity of the female demon leader. If she truly was the leader of the celestial demon sect, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be familiar with her. Indeed, She is the leader. The Grand Elder was taken aback, although he maintained a facade of calm. Internally, he was astounded. It seemed that the leader had intervened to save this young man, traveling such a distance for his sake. Did the leader hold him in such high regard? Could it be that this young man was extraordinary? With this thought, the Grand Elder's expression grew increasingly grave as he sensed Ning Chen's aura. In the next moment, a tempest surged within him. He recalled that this young man had only been at the second star of the sea-breaking realm upon his arrival at the peak of burial life, yet now he had astonishingly reached the sixth star of the sea-breaking realm. In just a few days, he had ascended several minor realms. Was his cultivation as effortless as quenching thirst? He truly was remarkable. However, why did he not directly state it was the leader? Suddenly, the Grand Elder understood. With so many eyes and ears around, perhaps he wished to conceal his connection with the leader. Heh, I am indeed astute, the Grand Elder mused, a knowing smile gracing his face as he comprehended the situation. He then stroked his long beard, adopting a serious demeanor, and said earnestly, "A mysterious, powerful being has intervened. It seems I must report this matter to the leader." Upon hearing this, Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that my guess was incorrect? He quickly shook his head and asked the Grand Elder, "Grand Elder, may I inquire if the turmoil within the floating demon's valley has been resolved?" Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded. Then, what the two saint-level powerhouses? Ning Ten inquired eagerly. The female demon leader had not allowed him to bury the blood soul. Surely, he could bury the other two saint-level powerhouses instead. Only two peak saints, yet they have already been subdued by this old man. The Grand Elder let out a cold snort. As for the corpses, they have been dealt with by me. Ning Chun sighed softly. It is to be expected. The bodies of powerful saints are treasures in themselves. How could they be entrusted to the disciples of burial life? Alas! He shook his head and then led the disciples of burial life peak towards the Demon Pagoda Valley. However, this time, they would not bury the bodies on the spot, but rather place them in ancient coffins to bring back to burial life peak. This was also part of their mission. After all, these individuals had just perished, and their cultivated essence could still be refined by burial life peak. Ning Chun was not in a hurry. There was no harm in burying them upon their return. Soon, he, accompanied by several disciples of burial life peak, emerged from the Demon Valley, dragging hundreds of coffins behind them. Had it not been for his deployment of the heaven and earth burial life melody, which thwarted the plans of Blood Soul, the losses for the celestial demon sect would have been even more severe. Consequently, on the return journey, the gazes of the disciples of the celestial demon sect towards Ning Chun grew increasingly filled with reverence. Chapter 73. The female demoness seeks to personally reward Ning Chun a few days later. Upon the return of the heavenly demon sect's members from their expedition to the floating Pagoda Demon Valley, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted them. What had transpired here? The entire heavenly demon mountain range appeared to be ensconced in ice, an oppressive chill permeating the air as if they had stepped into an Arctic realm. This was evidently the handiwork of the sect master. Clearly, upon our departure from the heavenly demon sect, someone had attempted to take action against it, only to be thwarted by the sect master. The elder, stroking his long beard, explained to the gathered disciples, "Ah, this is indeed the sect master's strategy. Our sect master is truly a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, exhibiting remarkable prowess." The disciples looked upon him with a mixture of awe and reverence upon hearing the elder's words. Ice. Observing the glacial expanse, Ning Chun furrowed his brow, reminded of a certain female demoness clad in a crimson gown, yet radiating an aura of frigid detachment. Considering the journey they had undertaken, it would take another day or two for the cooling of the god burial domain to subside, allowing him to seek out the female demoness. During these past few days, he had endeavored to probe into her identity, but alas, he had gleaned no useful insights from the elder. It seemed her identity was more closely aligned with the reclusive Supreme Elders. The elder scoffed. "Is this the extent of the trials you present to me? Very well. We have arrived at the heavenly demon sect. Each of you shall report back, while I first confer with the sect master." With a nod to the disciples from various peaks, the elder turned and departed. "Ning Chun, we shall also return to report." said an inner disciple of the heavenly demon Peak, bowing respectfully to Ning Chun, who was burdened by a procession of coffins. Ning, do visit the heavenly demon Peak to cultivate. Yuan waved his hand in farewell. Certainly, Ning Chun replied with a smile. As he indeed had the opportunity to cultivate at the heavenly demon Peak, he merely had not found the time recently. There was no rush, as he could always return when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Ning Chun, we must also return to report. In a brief moment, the disciples from the other 5 peaks bowed to Ning Chun, filled with gratitude and respect for him due to his soul-stirring burial melody, which had ensured their safe return. Though they were part of a demonic sect, they held a deep reverence for the powerful. Very well, let us also return to report, Ning Chun said, dragging a multitude of coffins as he addressed several disciples from the Burial Life Peak. Yes, Ning Chun, they replied. Upon their arrival at the Burial Life Peak, they discovered that Gu Xian was not present. Thus, Ning Chun entrusted the pile of coffins to Elder Sun for refining and returning to their essence before retreating to his secluded courtyard to consolidate his cultivation. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon Sect's main hall, when the Elder arrived to report, he found the 7 peak masters gathered within, and the striking figure in the crimson gown stood out prominently among them. Elder, you have returned, the 7 peak masters remarked. The master of the heavenly demon Peak furrowing his brow in a solemn tone. It seems our predictions were indeed correct. These individuals have been waiting for the Lady Empress to act before turning their attention towards our heavenly demon sect. However, it is rather peculiar. The sect leader has been present within the sect all along, so how could those fellows take action? This is indeed a point of confusion for the 7 peak masters. Perhaps the old man knows the reason, as the sect leader has truly ventured into the floating pagoda Demon Valley. The Grand Elder mused inwardly, pondering which force has acted against our heavenly demon sect. The Heavenly One sect, the Shinfeng Gate, of the Pure Yang sect, replied the Sword Demon Peak Master. 3 righteous forces? I never expected that the 3 great demon sects would collude with these righteous forces, acting like dogs for them. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy. It is likely not merely these 3 righteous forces, but rather the righteous alliance behind them. Gu Xian slightly shook his head, and then, with a hint of glee, remarked, who would have thought that, due to erroneous intelligence, they would lose 3 ordinary emperors, truly deserved. The imperial realm can be divided into ordinary emperor, spiritual emperor, mysterious emperor, and great emperor. The 3 powerful figures from the righteous forces that day were indeed ordinary emperors. By the way, Grand Elder, what transpired in the floating pagoda Demon Valley? The heavenly demon Peak Master inquired curiously. I was just about to report to the sect leader. The Grand Elder responded, offering a respectful nod to the figure in the red dress within the Grand Hall. Luo Changwu parted her crimson lips, her voice cool and clear. Speak. Sect leader, is like this. The Grand Elder began to recount the events that transpired within the floating pagoda Demon Valley to Luo Changwu. What? The one who turned the tide is that Ning Chun boy? Upon hearing that the key figure was indeed Ning Chun, Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with excitement. Indeed, were it not for Ning Chun's mournful melody, our heavenly demon sect would have suffered grave losses. Moreover, had he not buried the corpse of the blood soul in advance, I might not have resolved the 3 great saints so effortlessly, the Grand Elder affirmed with a nod. My burial life peak has struck gold. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Gu Xian's expression grew ever more animated, unable to contain his laughter, while the other peak masters cast envious glances in his direction. Sect leader, this time, Ning Chun has indeed rendered great service. I believe he deserves a reward. No need. However, Luo Changwu shook her head. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the boy Ning Chun had somehow offended the sect leader. Yet, the Grand Elder had already seen through all. There's truly no need for your rewards. The sect leader will personally reward that Ning Chun boy in the heavenly spirit realm, in a place suffused with ethereal energy. Within the Grand Hall, an elderly man with white hair furrowed his brows. This man was the leader of the Righteous Alliance, the great emperor of the rightful heavens. At this moment, He was gazing intensely at the individual reporting below. Are you saying that the heavenly demon Empress has not left the heavenly demon sect at all, and that the 3 ordinary emperors sent forth have all been slain? Reporting to the alliance leader, it indeed appears to be the case. Upon hearing this, the great emperor of the rightful heavens was filled with confusion. He had clearly instructed those 3 individuals to only shatter their life tokens after ensuring they had encountered the heavenly demon Empress. Yet they had indeed crushed their life tokens. Yet, the Empress of the celestial demon did not depart from the celestial demon sect. It would be an exaggeration to claim that the 3 major demonic sects had turned against her, for their members had perished. I shall ascertain what truly transpired within the floating pagoda Demon Valley. After the messenger departed, the sovereign murmured to himself, I undertake this endeavor for the greater good of the world and for the welfare of the beings in the celestial spirit realm. Naught shall impede my resolve. 2 days later, Ning Chun concluded the day's burial rites and returned to his humble abode. Upon reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that the demon burial grounds were soon to commence, and the god-burying domain had cooled down and was ready to be reopened, providing an opportune moment for the female demon leader to impart her wisdom upon his cultivation. After all, the adversaries in the demon burial grounds were none other than the true disciples of the 6 great peaks, and it remained uncertain whether his current strength would suffice to contend for clients among them. However, as he pushed open the door to his courtyard and activated the god-burying domain, he beheld a captivating figure in a crimson dress already seated within, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. The moonlight illuminated her form, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment, Ning Chun found himself utterly entranced. How exquisite! Chapter 74. Enlightenment tea, what did you say? As Ning Chen's murmurs echoed, in the moonlit courtyard, a stunning figure clad in a crimson dress set down her teacup, her indifferent gaze landing upon him. When the formidable and aloof eyes of the female demon lord fell upon him, Ning Chun cleared his throat and said, Senior, what I meant was, the moonlight is truly beautiful. Boring. Luo Shangwu glanced at him with disinterest, then averted her gaze. However, Ning Chen's voice suddenly resonated once more. Indeed, the moonlight is exquisite, but I believe you are even more beautiful. Upon hearing this, Luo Shangwu paused for a moment, then looked up again to find the handsome young man in dark attire smiling at her. Flatterer, she scoffed softly, then took a delicate sip of her tea, as if nothing had happened. Heaven and earth bear witness, I am no flatterer, Ning Chun responded cheerfully. Sweet words are always appreciated by any woman. One cannot mistake her apparent indifference for disinterest. After all, women are creatures of contradiction. Stop the banter. Are you not coming over? Luo Shangwu cast a mild glance in his direction, then motioned for Ning Chun to take a seat across from her. Senior, I'm coming. Ning Chun hurriedly approached and plopped down right beside the female demon lord. The unique fragrance that emanated from her enveloped him. Indeed, beautiful women often carry an enchanting scent that can uplift one's spirits. Noticing Ning Chen's lack of decorum as he sat beside her, Luo Shangwu furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, I instructed you to sit across from me. Oh, right. Ning Chun acknowledged verbally, yet his body remained unmoved. He then reached for the teapot, preparing to indulge in the tea brewed by the demon lord. Senior, would you like some more? Before he could proceed, a jade cup appeared out of thin air, followed by the cold, clear voice of the demon lord. Use this. Oh. Compared to sipping tea cup by cup, Ning Chun preferred the exhilarating sensation of gulping it down. As he poured himself a cup and prepared to drink, he hesitated. Senior, you haven't added anything strange to this tea, have you? If it has peculiar effects like last time, I want to take responsibility. Upon hearing Ning Chen's mumblings and recalling his antics from days prior, Luo Shangwu couldn't help but clench her silver teeth, letting out a cold hum as she spoke in a frosty tone. This is enlightenment tea. Enlightenment. What kind of tea is that? Ning Chen was taken aback. An unremarkable tea that can enhance your comprehension, Luo Shangwu replied nonchalantly. Tea that enhances comprehension. Ning Chun was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself that the demon lord's tea had far too many effects. Aren't you seeking my guidance in your cultivation? Luo Shangwu set down her teacup, her beautiful eyes lightly resting on him. What? Do you refuse? Of course not. As soon as the words were uttered, Ning Chun swiftly consumed the cup of tea in one gulp. The voice of the female demoness echoed once more, reminding him, "This tea can aid in your enlightenment. But remember to act according to your capacity. Do not indulge excessively." After finishing one cup, Ning Chun playfully remarked, "Senior, are you worried about me? What do you think? I believe you should be." Lo Changwu shot a disapproving glance at this shameless fellow and fell silent. Ning Chun, with a satisfied smile, cast a triumphant look at the female demoness and continued to down cup after cup. Lo Changwu's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Ning Chun as he consumed the tea of enlightenment. Her elegant brows gradually furrowed, her expression turning serious. This fellow's comprehension was remarkably strong. Most would struggle to drink a second cup after one, as their understanding would suffice with just that. Yet this man, he had already downed an entire pot of enlightenment tea and appeared as if he could consume another. One could only describe him with 4 words. Comprehension, astonishing, no, wait, perhaps just adequate, mediocre at best. What fine tea, Ning Chun remarked, setting down his cup, a look of longing still on his face. With the pot of tea consumed, he could distinctly feel a sense of clarity and enhanced memory. Upon entering that space, Lo Changwu straightforwardly stated, "So, senior?" Ning Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a flash of red light sparked in his eyes, and the space around them began to shift, leading them to the familiar realm of the god of burial. Oh no, the god's burial domain. It was a rather intriguing space. As they arrived once again in the god's burial domain, Lo Changwu surveyed the surroundings and remarked meaningfully, "I wonder where it truly originated and what caused its existence." Upon hearing this, Ning Chun's expression became somewhat unnatural. He recognized that her words were a reminder of the last time he had deceived her by claiming ignorance about the origin of this space. What a woman with a grudge, senior. Actually, last time, he began to explain, but the female demoness interrupted with a cold snort. "I do not wish to hear it." With that, she tossed her hair back, gracefully stepping forward, her exquisite figure swaying beneath her flowing red dress. Seeing this, Ning Chun felt a sense of relief and hurriedly followed her. Sometimes, not explaining was indeed the best explanation. Soon, Lo Changwu led Ning Chun into the trials within the god's burial domain. "You have broken through? Achieved the 6th star of the ocean-breaking realm?" Upon witnessing Ning Chun's rapid ascension in just a few days, a look of astonishment flashed in Lo Changwu's beautiful eyes. "Just adequate, mediocre at best," Ning Chun replied with a proud smile. However, after uttering this, the female demoness did not speak to him for an extended period, leaving Ning Chun to mutter to himself, "It was just one line I took from you, you stingy woman." As the trial within the enigmatic realm of the burial concluded, Ning Chun absorbed the ethereal energies entirely before rising to approach the graceful silhouette clad in red, seated with her back to him. "Senior," he inquired, "might you impart your martial arts knowledge to me?" With anticipation, Ning Chun rubbed his hands together, exhilarated by the prospect of gaining wisdom from the formidable enchantress. "Ahem, do not misunderstand. What I seek to acquire is the martial technique, not her physical form. After all, such a thing cannot be obtained without effort. How could it be called free when I have exerted myself?" Upon hearing Ning Chun's voice, Luo Changwu gracefully stood and turned to meet his gaze. Suddenly, a sword gleaming with cold radiance materialized in her hand. Gently caressing the blade, she spoke with an air of calm authority. "I shall teach you a sword technique." "Just one technique?" Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, men are often insatiable in their desires. Hearing this, Luo Changwu regarded him with a penetrating glance and then directed the sword towards him, her voice unwavering as she asked, "What is the essence of martial arts?" "To kill," Ning Chun replied candidly. Yet, the subsequent words of the enchantress caused his expression to shift, prompting him to regard the sword technique with newfound seriousness. Chapter 75, The Demonic Woman's Dowry? If one sword can slay, why draw a second? As Luo Changwu's voice faded, Ning Chun could distinctly perceive a chilling sword intent emanating from the blade directed at him, as if it could take a life without needing to strike. Such formidable presence. Regaining his composure, Ning Chun, intrigued by the words of the demonic woman, could not help but inquire, "Esteemed senior, what is the name of this sword technique?" Luo Changwu sheathed her sword, cradling it gently, and replied nonchalantly, "It is called one sword to seal the throat. One sword to seal the throat." Truly impressive. Ning Chen nodded slightly, then scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling, "Senior, since it is a sword technique, must it not require a sword? I seem to be without one." He resolved to embrace his fate with boldness. "Do you not possess the burial of the Absolute?" Luo Changwu remarked coolly. Indeed, the burial of the Absolute was bestowed by the demonic woman. Ning Chun retrieved the weapon, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Senior, what grade of spiritual weapon is the burial of the Absolute?" "It imparts a sensation as if it could rival all spiritual weapons. It is inherently capable of rivaling all spiritual weapons." Luo Changwu glanced at the gleaming shovel in his hand. "Pray, elaborate, esteemed senior." Ning Chen implored humbly. "The burial of the Absolute is rather unique. It does not possess a distinct tier classification. The greater the strength of its wielder, the stronger it becomes," Luo Changwu's serene voice echoed. Though her explanation was succinct, it left Ning Chun astounded. Did this imply that the burial of the Absolute had no limits, capable of unleashing infinite potential? This is indeed a remarkable treasure. At that moment, Luo Changwu's melodious voice resonated once more. The execution of the sword technique does not rely solely on whether a sword is used, but rather on one's own sword intent. If one's sword intent is sufficiently strong, anything can serve as a sword, even a wisp of spiritual energy or a leaf. Sword intent, you say? Ning Chun found some wisdom in this, then smiled broadly at Luo Changwu, extending his hands. "If that is the case, esteemed senior, since you possess such strength, your sword intent must also be formidable. Why not bestow this sword in your embrace upon me?" Luo Changwu. 3 dark lines appeared on her forehead. It seemed she had underestimated the audacity of this fellow. Scram. All right, subsequently, under the tutelage of the demonic woman, Ning Chun commenced his training in one sword to seal the throat. With a clatter, Luo Changwu handed the sword she had been cradling to Ning Chun. "You're giving it to me?" Observing the icy blade, which still carried a hint of the demonic woman's delicate fragrance, Ning Chun suddenly felt an impulse to seize it and flee. "Luo Changwu, I intend for you to comprehend the sword intent contained within. The first step in forging a sword is to concentrate your own sword intent." She patiently elucidated for Ning Chun, for had it been anyone else, they would have been struck down long ago. "Oh, I see." Ning Chen's understanding dawned, and he promptly seated himself cross-legged, placing the cold sword upon his lap, attempting to sense the sword intent within. "This sword seems rather extraordinary." Ning Chun assessed the blade in his hand. "What is the name of this sword?" "Esteemed senior?" "Living Ashes." It is quite fitting with my funeral." Ning Chun unexpectedly cast a glance at the ember of ash, murmuring softly. Soon after, he shook his head and began to grasp the sword intent within the female demon's sword. After a while, he realized that merely resting it on his thigh hindered his ability to truly feel the essence of the sword intent. Thus, he embraced the sword in his arms, emulating the female demon's approach. Observing this scene, Luo Changwu furrowed her delicate brows and parted her crimson lips, yet ultimately chose silence. At this moment, as Ning Chun cradled the ember of ash, he began to sense the sword intent contained within. The effects of the enlightenment tea gradually manifested, significantly enhancing Ning Chen's comprehension, allowing him to perceive even the slightest nuances of the sword intent. Soon, an array of sword intents emanated from the ember of ash, each one piercing through Ning Chen's dantian like countless needles, causing him to frown deeply and grit his teeth, enduring the pain. This was a manifestation of the condensing sword intent. "Hold on." Meanwhile, the ethereal voice of Luo Changwu echoed in his ears. Ning Chun tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth and nodding resolutely, allowing the piercing cold sword intent to assail his dantian. After a brief interlude, boundless cold sword intent surged within his dantian, the agony akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. Ning Chun suspected that this was linked to the female demon's powerful sword intent. Sensing another's sword intent might not be as excruciating. Nevertheless, despite the suffering, if he were to attain complete enlightenment, the condensed sword intent would undoubtedly be formidable. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through. Following this, Ning Chun felt a delicate, icy hand, seemingly devoid of bone, resting near his lower abdomen, causing his body to instinctively tremble. This position was exceedingly stimulating. "Don't move," came Luo Shangwu's cool voice. In an instant, Ning Chun could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from that jade-like hand, as if the icy sword intent within his dantian was no longer so agonizing. She is assisting me in condensing the sword intent? Ning Chun quickly comprehended, momentarily disregarding the inexplicably stimulating sensation of that soft touch. He then focused his mind and began to operate the supreme magic formula to absorb the streams of sword intent. Before long, as the sword intent condensed, vivid images began to materialize before Ning Chen's eyes. In these images, a little girl clad in a red dress practiced swordplay. Though youthful, she possessed an enchanting beauty from an early age. This is the female demon? Ning Chen instantly recognized her. The scenes shifted rapidly, revealing a middle-aged man appearing to teach the young demoness how to wield a sword. Presumably, this was her father, and the final image froze on the moment he bestowed upon her the sword known as the Ember of Ash. Moments later, when the sword intent within Ning Chen's dantian stabilized and the piercing pain subsided, the female demon finally rose and withdrew her slender jade hand. "Senior, this sword, was it given to you by your father?" Ning Chan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the images he had just witnessed. Indeed, Luo Shang's dance seemed to suggest that she was not surprised he could perceive the imagery within the sword's intent. She merely nodded slightly and then spoke with a hint of detachment. "My father said, this is my dowry." Dowry? Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Just moments ago, he had audaciously proclaimed his desire for the female demon to bestow this sword upon him, which, did that not imply he was asking the female demon for her dowry? A wave of embarrassment washed over Ning Chun as he scratched his head awkwardly, hastily offering the smoldering ember to her. The female demon accepted the sword, casting a glance at the flustered Ning Chun, her exquisite face seemingly adorned with a triumphant smile, as if to challenge him further. "Since that is the case, do you still desire it?" Chapter 76. A month later, accompany me for 7 days. "Never leave my side, do you still want it?" Upon hearing the words of the formidable woman before him, and gazing at the ember she seemed poised to offer, Ning Chen momentarily froze. Observing his daze, Luo Changwu let out a victorious humph, prepared to retract the ember. However, at that moment, a large hand suddenly reached out for the ember sword, followed by Ning Chen's light-hearted laughter. "Yes, of course I want it. Since you, senior, are offering it to me, why would I refuse?" At these words, Luo Changwu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her beautiful eyes, as she seemed utterly unprepared for Ning Chen's response. It was only when Ning Chen's hand touched the ember that the sword's fierce protective intent surged toward him, prompting her to react with a cold huff, dissipating the protective sword intent. Nevertheless, a force still erupted from the sword, gently propelling Ning Chen away. Then, Luo Changwu's frosty voice rang out. "What a fanciful thought. Clearly, it was you, senior, who asked first." Ning Chun rubbed his backside, rising from the ground while muttering softly, "Senior, your reaction is so intense. Could it be that you are shy? What did you say?" Luo Changwu's tone seemed to take on a hint of urgency as she lifted her cold, captivating gaze. "Ahem. Nothing." Ning Chun quickly shook his head and fell silent, wary of provoking this woman into a wrathful state. With his sword intent already coalesced, Ning Chun began to diligently cultivate according to the sword technique Luo Changwu had provided, continuing until the god burial domain was on the verge of dissipating before he concluded his training. "Senior, how does this sword strike to seal the throat fare?" Holding the burial oblivion, the fierce sword intent gradually faded. Compared to a strike to seal the throat, it resembled more of a shovel's thrust. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Luo Changwu halted her training, gracefully rising to meet his gaze. However, her lips moved slightly, and before she could utter a word, Ning Chen cheerfully interrupted, "Senior, you needn't say anything. I understand. Just SOSO, passable, right? Yet, Luo Changwu regarded Ning Chun as if he were a fool, offering him a new assessment. Utterly unimpressive. Ning Ten. He had indeed practiced for several hours. How could he be deemed unimpressive? It seemed that before the sword intent of this woman, who had trained since childhood, his own efforts were indeed lacking. However, this sparked Ning Chen's curiosity. What could just so truly signify in the eyes of this formidable woman? Tomorrow would be the trial at the Demon Burial Grounds. Senior, will you be watching? Ning Chen stretched lazily and inquired of the formidable woman. What difference does it make whether I come or not? Luo Changwu replied indifferently, gazing at Ning Chun. Regardless of my presence, you are still required to undergo the trial. Ning Chun pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. If you attend, I might perform better. After all, you are my mentor, and I cannot bring shame to your name. Boring. Luo Changwu crossed her arms gracefully and cast a fleeting glance at Ning Chun before stepping out of the soon-to-fade burial god realm. A woman devoid of compassion. Ning Chen curled his lip and hastily followed her. Upon leaving the burial god realm and returning to the small courtyard, Luo Changwu raised her gaze towards him and inquired, how often can this space be accessed? The burial god realm is exceptionally suitable for cultivation. If I could remain within its confines longer with my innate talent, I might enhance my cultivation further, perhaps even break through to the fourth realm of the supreme devil art. 7 days, Ning Chen replied. Since the female demoness was aware of the connection between the burial god realm and himself, there was no need for secrecy. 7 days? Luo Changwu's brows knitted slightly as she asked, is there any way to shorten the cooldown period? Not at the moment. Ning Chen shook his head and then grinned at the demoness. Perhaps after I strengthen my abilities, I could reduce this cooldown. Luo Changwu's captivating gaze fell upon Ning Chun. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Such brazen words. What I refer to is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You assist me in becoming stronger, and I ensure your satisfaction. Ning Chun coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Satisfaction? The demoness' eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering within. Ahem. Ning Chun quickly clarified, this notion of satisfaction is entirely respectable. Please do not misunderstand, Senior. Luo Changwu snorted coldly, unwilling to engage further. He was a man who thrived on encouragement, shamelessly demanding more. Feel free to request any cultivation resources you desire. Before she could finish, Ning Chen's cheeky voice interrupted. Senior, I would like a pill that can elevate me to the Emperor realm in just one night. At that moment, 3 dark lines appeared on Luo Changwu's forehead. Boom! The next instant, Ning Chun was predictably sent flying. A severed finger landed before him. What is this? Ning Chun stared at the severed finger, momentarily stunned. This severed finger of the blood soul. Even a fallen sage would possess a sacred might that you cannot bury. Luo Changwu's icy voice resonated. Understanding dawned upon Ning Chun. No wonder the demoness had previously told him that he could not bury the blood soul. Yet, why was she so concerned about his burial activities? Did she already know of the existence of the burial god coffin? After all, the demoness had been entombed within it during her feigned death. Ning Chun cast a furtive glance at the demoness, but chose not to speak further. Since he had not pressed for more information, he too refrained from elaborating. A tacit understanding was equally agreeable. Although he could only bury his severed finger, it was still a remnant of a sage. Thank you, Senior. Ning Chun expressed his gratitude to the demoness. The severed finger bore no trace of the saintly power it once possessed. It was evident that Luo Changwu had removed such divine essence herself. As her strength ascends, it is likely she will gradually entrust him with the remaining fragments of the blood soul. At that moment, Luo Changwu's enchanting eyes seemed to waver slightly. If there is something you wish to discuss, please do so. Your hesitation is quite uncharacteristic of you, Ning Chen remarked with a gentle smile as he approached her. Upon hearing his words, Luo Changwu fell silent for a moment before responding. Do you have time a month from now? Oh, are you inviting me, Senior? Ning Chen replied with a beaming smile. Do not speak nonsense. The formidable woman shot Ning Chen a glare, then coldly stated, in a month. I require your company for 7 days, never depart. Chapter 77. The tribulation of emotions, 7 days? Never leaving one's side? Upon hearing the words of the female demon, Ning Chan was momentarily taken aback, sensing an underlying clue. What task could possibly require 7 days, with the stipulation of unwavering proximity? There was something amiss, indeed. It felt highly suspicious. Senior, do you mean? Ning Chan inquired cautiously, his demeanor laced with trepidation. Luo Shangwu's voice was frigid as she maintained her composure. What I mean is that in a month's time, the tribulation of desire for my supreme demonic technique will transform into the tribulation of emotions. The tribulation of emotions? At this revelation, Ning Chan paused, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it possibly pertain to matters of that nature? The insistence on remaining close. Was it because she required his assistance? Yet, what precisely was this tribulation of emotions? He promptly voiced his confusion. However, the female demon did not provide a direct answer. Her gaze lingered ominously upon him. You will understand when the time comes. Ning Chan felt an inexplicable twinge of discomfort in his lower back. As the time approaches the tribulation of emotions, make sure to drink plenty of pure yang tea, she advised with unexpected thoughtfulness. Ning Chan's heart sank. Drink more pure yang tea. Could it be that I am to assist the female demon for 7 consecutive days? Without respite? Alas, my dear lower back, you may not survive this ordeal. There was no time for lamentation over his impending fate. Forget the pure yang tea during the tribulation. He needed it now, immediately. It was not merely a matter of weakness. Rather, the female demon was no ordinary woman. Senior, I trust you won't take advantage of my efforts without compensation? Ning Ten It was one thing to be taken advantage of by the female demon. It was quite another to allow her to exploit him without reciprocity. Exploitation? The female demon raised an eyebrow, her gaze toward Ning Chan tinged with amusement. How could one call the pursuit of knowledge exploitation? At her all-too-familiar words, Ning Chen's lips twitched. Indeed, the boomerang of fate had returned to strike him. Moreover, Luo Shangwu continued, her voice as cold as ever. Since you two have cultivated the supreme demonic technique, you will inevitably face your own tribulation of emotions in the future. Assisting me is, in essence, aiding yourself. Oh, Ning Chan raised an eyebrow at her statement, unable to restrain himself. Are you suggesting that if I help you now, I shall be free from my own tribulation of emotions later? That will not be the case. Then what do you mean by saying it will be beneficial to me? Ning Chen's words trailed off as his gaze fell upon Luo Shangwu, as if he had suddenly grasped an understanding. At that precise moment, Luo Shangwu turned her head. Ning Chen's mind raced, and he became increasingly certain that the female demon implied that when his own tribulation of emotions arrived, she would assist him as well. Thus, by aiding her now, he was essentially helping himself in the future. Isn't it that when he faces the tribulation of emotions, it will be the female demon who lends her strength? Upon contemplating this, and envisioning the enchanting beauty of the female demon, along with the sight of her nearly flawless form swaying upon him, Ning Chen's breath became somewhat rapid. How exhilarating! Ahem! For the sake of my senior, I shall take on this responsibility without hesitation. Ning Chan patted his chest. I will seek you out when the time comes, Luo Changwu said lightly, before turning to leave the small courtyard. The sky was darkening. It was time for her to depart. Senior, shall we simulate how to resolve the tribulation of emotions now? Boom! Ning Chan followed her. But before he could finish his sentence, he was once again sent flying. By the time he rose from the ground, the female demon had long vanished from sight. If he couldn't grasp the preliminary concepts, the female demon's learning abilities must be quite poor, Ning Chan murmured. He then closed the courtyard door, returned to his room, and with a sweeping gesture, a pitch-black coffin materialized before him. Phew! Tomorrow marks the trial at the site of the devil's burial, and the opponents will likely be the true disciples from the 7 Peaks. I wonder how formidable they are. Let us see how much enhancement a single finger from a saint-level powerhouse can bestow upon me. Ning Ten Siket Depli then retrieved the severed finger of the blood soul that the female demon had given him. With a thought, a corner of the coffin's lid was pushed open, revealing a blood-red chaotic scene before him. Subsequently, he placed the severed finger into the coffin. Suddenly, the entire coffin trembled violently. A surge of burial chi and blood rushed into the chaotic blood-red interior. As the coffin absorbed the burial chi and blood, an immense aura of spiritual energy surged into Ning Chen's dantian, merging with his golden spiritual sea. In the next moment, Ning Chen felt his aura beginning to break through. Indeed, it is the severed finger of a saint-level powerhouse, such swift signs of a breakthrough. Noticing the change in his aura, a flicker of joy crossed Ning Chen's eyes. However, he chose not to break through immediately. Instead, he activated the Eye of Rebirth to examine the memories of the blood soul from its lifetime. Oh, the Righteous Path Alliance, Emperor Zheng Tian. As expected, the mastermind behind this is the Righteous Path Alliance. It seems they truly wish for the heavenly demon sect's demise. Surely, they won't strike preemptively, will they? After glimpsing the blood soul's memories, Ning Chen furrowed his brow in concern. Yet he also uncovered another fact. It appeared that the blood soul had some acquaintance with the female demon, though it was swiftly slain by her. However, this was to be expected. The top powerhouses of the heavenly spirit realm undoubtedly know one another. After reviewing the memories, Ning Chen finally settled into a cross-legged position to absorb the immense spiritual energy. It took over an hour for this overwhelming momentum to finally subside. He had reached the peak of the 8th star of the sea-breaking realm. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Merely a severed finger from a saint-level powerhouse had allowed him to break through 2 minor realms, and he was now just a step away from reaching the 9th star of the sea-breaking realm. Excellent. Ning Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the outcome. After all, he was not entombing an entire sage, but merely a severed finger. Suddenly, he noticed an addition on the panel before him. The martial arts available for cultivation now bore a plus sign. Could it be that even a severed finger could grant him access to the martial knowledge of the blood soul during its lifetime? The divine burial coffin truly possessed remarkable capabilities. With a mere thought, Ning Chen began to examine it closely. Advanced Earth-level martial arts, soul control technique. Available for cultivation by practicing this martial art, one can command countless souls, engaging them in battle and guiding them as one sees fit. An advanced Earth-level martial art. Just from the tier of this technique, Ning Chen understood its significance. Soul control, indeed. It perfectly complemented the soul burial melody of heaven and earth. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Should he encounter unreasonable and lingering souls as clients, he would have a grasp of the soul control technique to assist him if they were unresponsive to the Great Ascension burial method. Indeed, the blood soul was a benevolent entity, bestowing both cultivation and martial arts upon him. Ning Chen nodded in satisfaction and promptly began an all-night session to master the soul control technique. Chapter 78. The Trial of the Land of Morning begins. The following day, at the morning peak. Salutations to Brother Ning. Greetings, Brother Ning. As Ning Chen made his entrance into the grand hall of Morning Peak, the disciples bowed in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor and reverence. Since the return of the disciples from the floating pagoda Demon Valley a few days prior, the tales of Ning Chen had spread throughout the entire celestial demon sect. With a single tune from Iswana, he performed a funeral dirge, subduing restless souls within a dark coffin. Most notably, he did not merely quell any ordinary spirit, but rather the blood souls contained within the banner of a revered sage. Even sage-level practitioners of the same realm might find such a task formidable. Yet, Brother Ning effortlessly subdued them with a mere melody. In the eyes of the Morning Peak disciples, he had nearly achieved divine status. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from a distance. Ning Glut, Guxian, having traveled a considerable distance, beamed upon seeing Ning Chen, unable to contain his joy. Initially, he had expected to face derision from the other Peak Masters upon taking charge of Morning Peak under the command of the sect leader. However, to his surprise, Morning Peak had unearthed a gem in the form of Ning Chen. Now, the gazes of the other Peak Masters towards him were tinged with envy. Greetings, Peak Master. Ning Chen responded with a gentle smile. There is no need for such formality. Gu Xian chuckled, stroking his white beard. He patted Ning Chen's shoulder and inquired. Today marks the commencement of the trial in the Land of Morning. Are you prepared, young Ning? Indeed, I have long been ready. Ning Chen nodded slightly. It was truly pitiable for the revered ancestors of the celestial demon sect to rest in such a frigid land of mourning. He harbored no ill intentions. He merely wished to offer them a warmer abode. Indeed, my Dantian is quite warm, he jested. Haha, that will suffice. Come along with me. Gu Xian laughed heartily, then turned to signal Ning Chun to follow. As they walked together, Ning Chun asked Peak Master, "What is the approximate strength of the other true disciples participating in the trial?" Well, Gu Xian pondered for a moment before responding. They are likely at the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm or half a step into the manifestation realm. The pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm or half a step into manifestation. Ning Chun raised an eyebrow. The gap was not vast. After all, he had only been cultivating for a few months and had already bridged much of the divide with these true disciples. His talent seemed commendable, at least reaching a level that could be considered passable. Wait, that's not the phrase of the female demon, is it? Oh no, I've been influenced. Ninglad. There is no need for dismay. With your talent, a year's time will be more than sufficient to catch up to them. Gu Xian reassured with a warm smile. A year? Ning Chun raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon after, the two ascended into the air, making their way towards the site of the trial's commencement. At the celestial demon sect, in the land of mourning, the soil here appeared a char black, exuding faint wisps of dark mist. At its center stood an ancient bronze door towering several dozen feet high. Above the ancient gate, dark chains adorned with archaic runes hung ominously. At that moment, several figures stood before the gate, the 6 esteemed masters, accompanied by their true disciples, both male and female, representing the 6 great peaks. Outside the designated area, numerous disciples of the heavenly demon sect had gathered to witness the spectacle. The upcoming trial at the site of the demonic burial promised to be extraordinarily thrilling. The true disciples of the 6 peaks were already formidable, and this time, the participation of the Zongxing Peak, after many absences, heightened the anticipation, particularly with the rumored involvement of the recently acclaimed Brother Ning Chun. The excitement was palpable, and it seemed that a grand performance was about to unfold. What remained was the arrival of the old rascal, Gu Xian, who was notoriously late. In front of the bronze ancient gate, the master of the heavenly demon peak, arms crossed, took the opportunity to berate Gu Xian in his absence. Beside him stood a young man clad in white, who respectfully bowed before inquiring, "Is it not customary for the Zongxing Peak's trial quotas to be allocated to our heavenly demon peak? Why, then, has a spot been granted to Zongxing this time?" This individual was by Yinchuan, a true disciple of the heavenly demon peak. His brow furrowed as he struggled to conceal his disdain for what he perceived as a waste of a quota. "Yinchuan, I am aware that you intended to enter the demonic burial site alongside your junior sister, but this allocation of quotas has been decreed by the sect leader." "Suppress your discontent," the master of the heavenly demon peak retorted coldly, having seen through by Yinchuan's thoughts. "The sect leader's decree?" By Yinchuan's expression shifted, his irritation dissipating instantly. "It is said that the disciple from Zongxing participating in this trial is no ordinary individual. Do not underestimate him," chimed in Hua Yuexin, the true disciple of the Mingyue Peak, casting a glance at Bai Yinchuan with a playful smile. Bai Yinchuan remained silent, pondering if this supposed exceptional talent could truly emerge from Zongxing Peak. "My esteemed colleagues, I apologize for the wait," echoed a voice, and 2 figures descended from the heavens. It was Brother Ning Chun of Zongxing Peak. Brother Ning Chun is so handsome. As Ning Chun appeared beside Gu Xian, many disciples of the heavenly demon sect could not help but exclaim in admiration. Ning Chun touched his nose, bemused by his newfound fame among the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Simultaneously, the true disciples of the 6 peaks turned their gazes towards the young man before them. Clad in a deep black robe with a swana hanging at his waist, his handsome visage complemented by a warm smile that left the male disciples feeling somewhat inadequate. This disciple from Zongxing Peak possesses undeniable charm. I would like to cultivate with him. Hua Yuexin's eyes sparkled as she gracefully approached. "Greetings. I am Hua Yuexin from Mingyue Peak. Might I inquire your name, junior brother?" "Ning Chun. It is an honor to meet you, Sister Hua," Ning Chun replied courteously. "I wonder if junior brother Ning Chun will be available after the trial?" Hua Yuexin continued, her tone laced with interest. "What matters might you have, sister?" Ning Chun asked, a slight frown creasing his brow. Sister finds junior brother quite appealing and wishes to cultivate together, Hua Yuexin expressed with a playful smile. The enchanting gaze of Hua Yuexin fell upon Ning Chun, who spoke candidly without a hint of hesitation. Beyond her admiration for this junior's striking appearance, there lingered an inexplicable allure he held over her, akin to that of a warm hearth, compelling her to approach with the fervor of a moth drawn to a flame. Upon hearing Hua Yuexin's words, Ning Chen's lips twitched in surprise. With so many people around, how could she express such sentiments so openly? Truly, the ways of the demonic sect were remarkable. Indeed, she was quite similar to the female demon leader. Ning Chun, you are fortunate. Yuexin is considered one of the most formidable disciples of the Mingyue Peak, having also mastered the yin-yang convergence technique, which allows for mutual cultivation, a rather advantageous prospect. The master of Mingyue Peak remarked with a smile. No, thank you. I have no interest in mutual cultivation. I appreciate senior sister Hua's kindness. Ning Chun waved his hand dismissively. For reasons unknown, ever since he engaged in mutual cultivation with the female demon leader, he found himself devoid of any worldly desire towards other women. Very well, Hua Yuexin did not press further, though she felt a twinge of regret. After all, given Ning Chen's remarkable looks, he would undoubtedly stand out among her numerous cultivation partners. Yet it was his irresistible charm that piqued her curiosity the most. Chapter 79. Everything falls into place now that everyone is gathered. The trial of the demon burial can nearly commence. The master of the heavenly demon peak glanced at the heads of the various peaks. When they all nodded in agreement, he approached the ancient bronze door, bound by chains of black iron, and gently knocked, speaking in a solemn tone. I pay my respects to Elders Blood Shadow and Ghost Soul. I am the master of the heavenly demon peak, and I kindly request the two elders to open the site of the demon burial and commence this trial. As the master's words echoed, two figures materialized, exuding a formidable aura of saints. They were the guardians of the demon burial site. The trial was about to begin, and in accordance with the rules, all true disciples entering must register their realms, with only those deemed qualified permitted to enter. The elder Blood Shadow, clad in a blood-red robe, addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor, revealing a blood-colored jade stone in his hand. The peak leaders were not surprised and promptly organized the true disciples of their respective peaks to begin testing. Indeed, the results showed they were at the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm. However, the true disciples from the top three peaks were all half a step into the vastness realm. Ning Chun observed, Bai Yinchuan from Heavenly Demon Peak, Lu Xiao from Sword Demon Peak, and Yixian from Soul Puppet Peak were all at the half-step vastness realm, while the remaining three were at the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm. Ning Chun, it's your turn, the master of the Heavenly Demon Peak said, his gaze fixed upon him. Yes, Ning Chun replied, maintaining his composure as he approached. Though he was merely at the 6 stars of the sea-breaking realm, which was not as impressive as the others, it was still deemed sufficient. Gu Xian held a degree of confidence in Ning Chun, despite being slightly behind now. His talent was undeniable. Within a year, he would surely surpass the true disciples of the 6 major peaks. At that moment, the true disciples of the 6 major peaks turned their attention to the young man clad in dark attire. They had recently emerged from their seclusion and had heard of the exploits of the disciples from the burial peak, yet seeing was believing. They were eager to witness firsthand whether these burial disciples were as formidable as rumored. In the next instant, as Ning Chen's hand made contact with the blood-colored jade stone, it emitted a brilliant red glow. 8 stars of the sea-breaking realm, qualified, Elder Blood Shadow nodded slightly. 8 stars of the sea-breaking realm? The true disciples were momentarily taken aback. Although this junior Ning Chun hailed from the burial peak, his strength was impressive, yet still somewhat lacking in comparison to them. What? 8 stars of the sea-breaking realm? Upon hearing Elder Blood Shadow's proclamation, Gu Xian and the peak leaders' expressions changed dramatically, filled with astonishment as they exclaimed, observing the peak leaders' unusual reactions. Bai Yinchuan and the other true disciples were filled with confusion. Wasn't it just 8 stars of the sea-breaking realm? Surely, the leaders would not react so dramatically. Moreover, all of them were at least at the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm, with 3 even at the half-step vastness realm. Why such a display of shock? 8 stars of the sea-breaking realm. How could it be 8 stars of the sea-breaking realm? Gu Xian murmured, lost in thought. I recall that just a few days ago, the Grand Elder returned, stating that the young Ningchun had already reached the 6th star of the sea-breaking realm. Yet, how is it possible that within such a brief span, he has ascended to the 8th star? The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Peak was somewhat taken aback. However, it is hardly surprising to achieve a breakthrough in merely 2 or 3 days, and to ascend 2 minor realms in one go. Can this truly be deemed normal? Even the most prodigious talents would struggle to accomplish such feats. At this moment, the gazes of the various peak masters towards Gu Xian were filled with envy and resentment. How could such an extraordinary disciple remain at the burial peak? Could it be true, as rumored within the sect, that Ningchun possesses a penchant for entombing others? What? 2 breakthroughs in just a few days? The surrounding true disciples, including Bai Yinchuan, immediately comprehended the reason behind the peak master's astonishment, gazing at Ningchun as if he were a curiosity. Even for them, achieving a minor realm breakthrough typically requires at least a month. Yet this junior from the burial peak accomplishes it in mere days? Truly monstrous. How unfortunate. At this moment, Hua Yuexin's beautiful eyes sparkled with regret. She felt an increasing sense of loss, pondering how delightful it would be to cultivate alongside Ningchun. Ningchun, how have you achieved this? As Ningchun approached after releasing the blood-red jade stone, Gu Xian could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Ningchun chuckled lightly. It simply came naturally. Presently, Ningchun was not deliberately concealing his prowess. Initially, he harbored concerns about revealing his innate talents within the demonic sect, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. However, upon realizing the female demon's significant status within the sect, his worries dissipated. After all, he was under her protection. The allure of the female demon is truly captivating, so fair and soft. Upon hearing this, the lips of the peak masters and true disciples twitched in disbelief. What a convenient outcome indeed. But could it be that the water you've encountered in these 2 or 3 days is not excessive? The Elder of Blood Shadow cast a scrutinizing glance over Ningchun and his companions, his voice hoarse yet tinged with amusement. Ningchun sensed an oddity in the Elder of Blood Shadow's gaze. Perhaps due to his presence in the demonic sect, he maintained a vigilant demeanor. Enough, the Elder of Blood Shadow declared, turning to the cloaked elder beside him. You Yusha, explain the rules of the demonic burial grounds to these youngsters. Understood. Elder Yusha nodded, addressing the group. The demonic burial grounds serve as the resting place for the formidable figures of our heavenly demon sect throughout the ages. You may seek the sites of their demise and endeavor to comprehend their essences. Should you earn their acknowledgement, you may obtain their legacies. At this, an eager glint flashed in the eyes of the true disciples. If they could acquire such legacies, their strength would surely advance, potentially allowing them to strive for the coveted position of direct disciples in the coming years. But acknowledgement? How troublesome. Ningchun toyed with the necromantic suona, indifferent to the recognition or lack thereof. With a swift motion, he packed it away, intending to bury it as per the ritual. With the capabilities unlocked by the 3rd layer of the divine burial coffin, he could still acquire the inheritance. However, at that moment, the voice of Elder Yusha echoed once more. The land of demonic burial was not devoid of peril. It was fraught with dangers due to the interment of numerous formidable members of the heavenly demon sect, leading to a potent corruption of death energy. Many disciples who ventured inside, even if they managed to escape, would find their 7 souls and 6 spirits diminished, rendering them as imbeciles. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several distinguished disciples shifted noticeably. Bai Yinchuan could not suppress his inquiry. What if one cannot emerge? Cannot emerge? A sinister chuckle escaped Elder Yusha's lips. Those who cannot emerge shall naturally rest in eternal slumber alongside the formidable beings of the heavenly demon sect in the land of demonic burial. Chapter 80. The enchantress did not arrive, but the master did. As Elder Yusha's voice faded, the disciples from several prominent peaks wore solemn expressions. However, they understood that while the risks of the Devil's Grave were significant, so too were the potential rewards. Risk and reward are inextricably linked. Once the disciples had dispelled their doubts, Elders Shui Ying and Yusha prepared to unlock the ancient bronze door leading to the Devil's Grave. As they channeled their demonic energy, both struck the door with a forceful palm. Boom! In an instant, The ancient runes on the chains binding the bronze door radiated a dazzling light, and the dark chains began to fall away, causing the once closed door to swing open of its own accord. Within lay a void of impenetrable darkness, exuding an eerie aura. Very well. The trial commences. All of you may enter, Elder Shui-Ing stated matter-of-factly, casting a glance at the group. The disciples exchanged nods, inhaling deeply before advancing toward the bronze door. Ning Chan surveyed his surroundings, but noticed the absence of the familiar figure in a red dress. It seemed the enchantress truly held no interest in such matters. He shook his head and turned to approach the bronze door. However, upon his entry into the dark chaos, the space around him clearly shifted, indicating that the devil's grave was indeed a realm unto itself. Soon, as the world spun around him, the scenery began to transform. 3 days hence, when the trial concludes, the devil's grave shall open of its own accord. Observing that the disciples had entered, Elders Shui-Ing and Yu Sha shared a hoarse chuckle before their figures dissipated, merging into the depths of the devil's grave, disappearing from sight. The bronze door was once again locked, sealing shut with a heavy clang. Now, we must simply await the outcome, the master of Tianma Peak uttered solemnly. The other peak masters exchanged worried glances. After all, once the devil's grave opened, no one could predict what would unfold within, and each time it had claimed disciples who would forever slumber within its depths. Thus, they could only silently pray that their own disciples would emerge unscathed. Though Ning Chun appears weaker than the other disciples on the surface, I sense he is not as simple as he seems, Gu Xian murmured. For reasons unknown, despite Ning Chun being the weakest among them, he felt an inexplicable confidence in the young man. As to the origin of this confidence, he could not articulate. At that moment, Gu Xian's expression shifted as if he perceived something, and he quickly straightened himself, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Master. Master? The other peak masters, including the master of Tianma Peak, were taken aback, turning to see a stunning figure in a red dress had appeared behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. They immediately bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the master. Indeed, Luo Changwu responded with a slight nod, raising her gaze to regard the tightly sealed bronze door. Master, what brings you here? The master of Tianma Peak inquired cautiously, for such matters should not warrant the attention of the master, a formidable emperor. Am I not permitted to come? Luo Shangwu offered no response. Her beautiful eyes merely lingered upon the lord of the heavenly demon peak. She felt no need to answer, nor dared to. The lord of the heavenly demon peak was drenched in cold sweat, shaking his head repeatedly, for the character of the sect leader was truly inscrutable, capricious in temperament. At this moment, Luo Shangwu paid no heed to the awe-stricken expressions of the prominent peak masters. Instead, she crossed her arms and let her gaze rest lightly upon the ancient bronze gate. Is this the land of demonic burial? As the space ceased to ripple, Ning Chun finally discerned the scene before him. Before him lay a pitch-black expanse, the sky shrouded in gloom. The entire atmosphere thick with a sense of oppression and a pervading aura of death. Erected within this land of demonic burial were numerous tombstones. Each of you shall rely on your own abilities. Bai Yinchuan scoffed, taking the lead into the depths of the land of demonic burial. Lu Xiao Yixian and other true disciples also dispersed, choosing to maintain their distance within this eerie realm, ensuring that they did not interfere with one another, lest they risk having their own insights snatched away. Ningchen, why not join me in forming a team? Hua Yuexin chuckled, glancing towards Ningchen. Upon witnessing his extraordinary talent, her desire for a mutual cultivation partnership intensified. However, when she turned her head, she found that Ningchen had already vanished from sight. In a land of demonic burial, a figure clad in dark garments, with a swana hanging at his waist, emerged. Though numerous tombstones were visible, there seemed to be no trace of any burial energy. As Ning Chun traversed this path, he observed many standing tombstones, yet none indicated the presence of burial energy for enshrining spirits. Clearly, these individuals must have found eternal rest here. Not only had their souls dissipated, but even their physical remains had vanished without a trace, resulting in a complete absence of burial energy. Otherwise, what would they be interring? Air, perhaps? Time is of the essence, Ning Chun murmured to himself. Chapter 81. The dark-clad god of burial wandering in the land of magical interment Ning Chun remained uncertain whether the clients in the land of magical interment would dissipate once those true disciples comprehended their legacies. Therefore, he understood the urgency of his task. He must inter these clients before the disciples grasped their inheritances. Taking a deep breath, a series of burial energies began to manifest in his eyes. He grinned, ready to commence the interment. Observing the streams of burial energy before him, a subtle smile graced his lips as he heard the calls of the clients. In an instant, a glint of cold light appeared, and the burial shovel materialized in his hand. He hoisted it upon his shoulder and set forth in the direction indicated by the burial energy. Before long, at the summit of a hill in the land of magical interment, a young man clad in dark garments appeared. As Ning Chun approached the tomb, an ancient specter emerged, followed by the elder's voice. I'm the 33rd Outer Elder of the Sword Demon Peak. Young one, you have come to comprehend my. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chun interjected, I am Ning Chun, and I humbly request your interment, esteemed elder. The specter of the 33rd Outer Elder momentarily faltered. Am I not already interred? Yet, before he could voice his confusion, 3 life candles were already placed atop his grave, accompanied by the resonant burial melody. A black coffin descended, allowing the elder to find eternal rest in a new abode. Subsequently, a stream of burial energy surged into the burial god coffin. Replenising Ning Chen Stantian. As the burial energy entered the coffin, Ning Chun sensed something amiss. The energy from this client of Sword Demon Peak seemed insufficient. Why is there so little burial energy? He pondered, furrowing his brow. To be interred in this land of magical interment clearly indicated that the individual was formidable, a powerful figure within the heavenly demon sect. Yet, this client possessed only a meager amount of burial energy. He was incomplete. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Chun arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps the elder had perished long ago. He murmured to himself, shaking his head, and then hoisted the burial shovel once more, following the guidance of the burial energy towards the next client. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The myriad restless souls in the land of magical interment were aware that a dark-clad god of burial had arrived. They had barely begun to utter a word when they heard the god of burial's invitation. Please, esteemed elders, allow me to inter you. Followed swiftly by the placement of 3 life candles upon their graves. The process was astonishingly swift, leaving them no time to react. In the next moment, they transitioned from one burial site to another. As Ning Chun traversed the land of magical interment with the burial shovel, he gradually discerned a peculiar pattern. The buried powerful figures of the demonic sect were incomplete, providing only scant burial energy. How strange, Ning Chun murmured, shaking his head again. Yet, despite the scarcity, it was still better than having none at all. At this moment, in a certain place within the land of the demonic burial, by Yinchuan, a true disciple of the heavenly demon Peak, furrowed his brow, exhibiting a countenance of grave concern. For 2 consecutive days, he had failed to discern even a single opportunity. His frustration was palpable. If it were merely due to his lack of talent that impeded his resonance with the esteemed predecessors of the demonic sect interred here, thus preventing their acknowledgement, he would not be so disheartened. After all, it would stem from his own limitations, and he could hardly blame anyone else. However, what truly vexed him was that the reason for his 2 days of fruitless endeavor lay in the fact that he had yet to encounter any of the resonating predecessors of the demonic sect. The tomb stood in eerie silence, as if some had truly perished beyond reach. Cursed be this fate. Bai Yinchuan could not suppress a curse. Suddenly, from the dark woods surrounding him, sounds seemed to emerge, and Bai Yinchuan instantly became alert. He channeled his spiritual energy, manifesting a presence akin to a half-step into the myriad realms, and charged toward the source of the noise. However, upon breaking free from the thicket, he found 5 figures gazing at him, equally bewildered. What brings you here? Upon seeing the 5 true disciples of the Peaks, a flicker of confusion crossed Bai Yinchuan's eyes. This land of the demonic burial was a personal trial. Forming alliances offered no advantage whatsoever. I wonder how many opportunities Brother Bai has discovered? Hua Yuexin lifted her beautiful eyes to regard Bai Yinchuan. Well, Bai Yinchuan slightly furrowed his brow and replied coldly, I have found 5 opportunities. Although one eluded me, when venturing outside, one must maintain their dignity. Oh, 5? Upon hearing this, Hua Yuexin and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Observing their reaction, Bai Yinchuan's heart sank. Had he perhaps reported too few? Yet, in the next moment, he heard Hua Yuexin exclaim with admiration, as expected of Brother Bai, to uncover 5 opportunities. Beside them, Lu Xiao, Yi Xian, and the others could not help but express their astonishment as well. Bai Yinchuan was taken aback, having intentionally minimized his report. How many opportunities did you all find? How many predecessors' acknowledgments did you receive? He inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this question, Hua Yuexin and the others displayed expressions of embarrassment. Please do not mock Brother Bai. In truth, over the past 2 days, we have not secured even a single opportunity. Lu Xiao sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. The other true disciples, including Hua Yuexin and Yi Xian, mirrored his sentiment of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinchuan's lips twitched as a sudden thought struck him. He swallowed hard and tentatively proposed, could it be that the reason you all have not found a single opportunity, nor garnered the acknowledgement of a predecessor from the demonic sect, is because you have not encountered any of our predecessors at all? At this, the true disciples of the various peaks nodded in bitter agreement. In recent days, we have been searching for the esteemed seniors of the land of demonic burials. Yet it appears that these venerable souls, like wisps of consciousness, have utterly dissipated. No matter how fervently we call out, there is no response. It seems as though they have perished completely. Bai Yinchuan's lips twitched slightly. It turns out that he is not the only one encountering such a predicament. Indeed, it appears to be the plight of all. Clearly, something has gone awry in this land of demonic burials. Furthermore, it seems that before each tomb, there are 3 flickering candles burning brightly. At this moment, Hua Yuexin appeared to have a sudden realization. Her words prompted the others to recall that they had indeed observed these burning candles at the tombs they had encountered. Candles! Bai Yinchuan furrowed his brow, recalling something he had previously overlooked. Candles, he murmured, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from this detail. Yet abruptly, his gaze shifted to a point not far away, and his expression changed drastically. Bai Shixian, what troubles you? The nearby disciples, witnessing his sudden reaction, were momentarily taken aback and followed his line of sight. There, not far off, stood a young man clad in dark garments, expertly planting 3 life candles before a tomb with a burial shovel in hand. Life? Candles? In an instant, the expressions of the group turned remarkably vivid. Ning Ten confronts Bai Yinchuan. Is that the disciple of Ning Chun from Burial Life Peak? Did he place those 3 candles? As the young man clad in dark garments skillfully positioned the 3 life candles before the tomb, the expressions of several prominent disciples shifted noticeably, instantly recalling the scene they had witnessed. Those candles, were they indeed the handiwork of Ning Chun? Could it be that the reason they could not find an opportunity was that Ning Chun had already seized it for himself? His crafty 6th. Bai Yinchuan's lips twitched in irritation as he inhaled deeply and promptly soared towards that location. Observing this, the other prominent disciples hastily followed suit. At this moment, Ning Chun had completed the burial, adeptly placing 3 life candles for his client. However, just as he rose, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching from behind. Upon turning, he beheld the 6 prominent disciples. Ning Chun, what are you doing? Bai Yinchuan inquired, his brow furrowed and voice icy. I am merely paying my respects to the esteemed ancestors of the heavenly demon sect, who rest here in tranquility. It is indeed a pity. I thought it appropriate to offer them some incense. Would you like a few candles as well? Ning Chun replied with a cheerful smile, addressing those in the sky. Is it not reasonable for a disciple of Burial Life Peak to carry life candles? Upon hearing this, the prominent disciples found themselves at a loss for a counterargument. How could it merely be that simple? Bai Yinchuan snorted coldly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Ning Chun. I ask you, is the disappearance of the remnants of our esteemed ancestors from the demon burial grounds in any way related to you? Perhaps, Ning Chun mused with the life candles. The remnants of these ancestors can find liberation and enter the cycle of rebirth. Does that not seem quite logical? As his words resonated, the expressions of the prominent disciples shifted dramatically. You. Bai Yinchuan's countenance darkened, his glare fixed upon Ning Chun. You have allowed the remnants of our esteemed ancestors to enter the cycle of rebirth. What shall we do now? What shall you do? Ning Chun raised an eyebrow. Did not the peak masters say that once we entered, it would be each to their own ability? As he spoke, a broader smile graced his lips. Moreover, I did not hinder any of you from seeking your own opportunities. With this statement, the prominent disciples were left speechless, implying that their shortcomings were their own fault. And indeed, this was the truth. Enough with your nonsense. You undoubtedly possess opportunities. Hand them over at once. Bai Yinchuan declared with a cold huff, unleashing the aura of a half-step into the myriad realms. In the next moment, he lunged towards Ning Chun with fierce intent. A mere half-step into the myriad realms? Observing this, Ning Chun felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. Just a few days prior, he had practiced the throat-sealing sword technique taught by the female demon leader. This was the perfect opportunity to test his sword intent against Bai Yinchuan. A trivial 8-star break, Sea Realm dares to confront my brilliance? Bai Yinchuan furrowed his brow, instantly feeling a sense of being looked down upon. Subsequently, the heart method of the Sky Demon Peak began to operate, and the spiritual energy surged, transforming into streams of black light that enveloped his entire being. This was the embodiment of the Sky Demon. Not far away, several prominent disciples observed with cold indifference. Upon witnessing the black aura surrounding Bai Yinchuan, they could not help but frown. It seemed that Bai Yinchuan was indeed serious. Was it necessary for a mere 8-star breaking Sea Realm cultivator to exert such effort? Yi Xian snorted disdainfully. Junior brother Ning Chun, I admire your courage, but let me remind you, while bravery is commendable, strength holds far greater importance. As Bai Yinchuan's words fell, the black light surged around him, his power coalescing in his fists, and he launched a punch towards Ning Chun. Ning Chun remained silent as the golden spiritual sea within his dantian surged, his momentum suddenly amplifying. The blood-red light of the blood demon blade enveloped his fist, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided. Bai Yinchuan staggered backward, retreating several dozen steps, while Ning Chun merely took a few steps back. You are a body refinement cultivator. Bai Yinchuan's expression changed dramatically at this scene. Even the other prominent disciples nearby were momentarily taken aback. The physical strength of an 8-star breaking Sea Realm cultivator surpassed that of Bai Yinchuan. A half-step into the all-manifestation realm? Such formidable physical prowess. Witnessing this, Hua Yuexin's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she licked her red lips. The physical strength of a half-step all-manifestation realm? Nothing extraordinary. Ning Chun cast a faint glance at Bai Yinchuan, thinking to himself, did you believe that during this time, the female demon had been serving her various nourishing teas without substance? How could the physique of a mere half-step all-manifestation cultivator compare to him? You. Bai Yinchuan's face turned an alarming shade. However, before he could finish a sentence, Ning Chen's figure suddenly appeared before him like a specter, thrusting a chilling gleam towards him. The sheer sharpness of that intent effortlessly pierced through his Sky Demon embodiment. What was this, a shovel? Upon recognizing the object in Ning Chen's hand, Bai Yinchuan's pupils constricted sharply. A shovel could unleash such potent sword intent? At that moment, a sharp pain surged through his chest. He lowered his head abruptly, his expression changing in an instant. The sword intent had not only breached his Sky Demon embodiment, but had even cut through his clothing and skin, causing blood to seep forth, accompanied by a stinging sensation. Such formidable sword intent, it must be noted that in the form of the Sky Demon embodiment, his physical strength and defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Yet, Ning Chen's sword, or rather, his shovel, easily shattered his prideful Sky Demon embodiment. Clang! Clang! As the sound of swords rang out incessantly, Ning Chun moved with remarkable speed, the sword intent atop the burial blade, growing increasingly ferocious. However, it was unfortunate that he had not practiced the sword to seal the throat technique for long, and there indeed existed a certain gap in realms between him and Bai Yinchuan. Thus, he could not achieve the throat-sealing strike. Nevertheless, if they were of the same realm, Ning Chun was confident in his ability to execute a throat-sealing strike on Bai Yinchuan. It must be said that the female demon's sword techniques and sword intent were truly formidable. with only the sword intent and techniques taught by the female demon. Ning Chun effortlessly subdued by Yin Chuan, who was 2 minor realms above him. Moreover, he had yet to employ other means. This is junior brother Ning Chun truly this formidable? Upon witnessing by Yin Chuan's utter inability to resist, the expressions of several true disciples turned grave. No one anticipated that Ning Chun, seemingly the weakest among them, could so easily overpower the strongest. Boom! Another strike was unleashed, the sword intent sharp and fierce. Bai Yinchuan was sent flying, his body marred by numerous sword marks, his celestial demon form completely eradicated by Ning Chun. Wait! Steadying himself, Bai Yinchuan shouted, just as another strike from Ning Chun was about to land. I concede. Junior brother Ning Chun. Concede? One can only concede in a competition. But this is not a contest. Ning Chun furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, akin to a predator eyeing a vulnerable prey. However, at that moment, from a tomb in the land of the demon burial, a soul imbued with terrifying death energy surged toward Bai Yinchuan, instantly engulfing him whole. Chapter 83. Blood Vengeance of the Ancestor. My destiny to defy the blood soul. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the expressions of the distinguished talents present shifted dramatically. Their eyes filled with terror, as the malevolent spirit, steeped in the essence of death, enveloped Bai Yinchuan entirely, a piercing scream erupted from him, as if his very soul were being relentlessly drawn from his body. The wails gradually diminished, and the shroud of deathly energy dissipated, resembling the spirit retreating into a tomb. In the next moment, Bai Yinchuan's lifeless form plummeted from the heavens, and not a single soul dared to catch him. The eerie spirit exuded an unsettling aura, rendering everyone hesitant to act. His soul had been utterly drained. Yi Xian's gaze reflected profound shock. As a true disciple of the soul puppet peak, he immediately recognized that Bai Yinchuan's soul was entirely consumed, no longer existing. What? His soul has been drained? At this revelation, the faces of Lu Xiao, Hua Yuexin, and the other true disciples shifted dramatically, fear flickering in their eyes. The loss of a soul left behind a mere shell, akin to death itself. Was a true disciple thus dead? In an instant, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the remaining true disciples. Yi Xian, without further hesitation, retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and crushed it with force. However, there was no reaction whatsoever. Observing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, shattering this jade slip would facilitate an escape from this cursed burial ground, albeit with the cost of forfeiting future entry. Yet, with death looming, future consequences seemed trivial. What was happening? How could it have failed? The other true disciples followed suit, shattering their jade slips, yet nothing occurred. Meanwhile, Ning Chun cast a silent glance at the lifeless form of Bai Yinchuan. As a dedicated mortuary attendant, he believed in providing equal respect to every client, and Bai Yinchuan was no exception. He possessed a jade slip given by the ancient sage, but upon witnessing the other's futile attempts, he began to surmise the underlying truth. Indeed, the demonic realm was perilous. Ning Chun sighed. Do not bother. This space has long been sealed by the 2 elders, the Blood Shadow and the Ghostly Shah. Even if you were to shatter 100 jade slips, it would be in vain, he remarked, casting a casual glance at the other true disciples. What? Sealed by the 2 elders? The true disciples were momentarily taken aback. Ning Chun, what do you know? Hua Yuexin inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. The other disciples, too, focused intently on Ning Chun, having recognized that he was no ordinary disciple of the burial peak from the moment he subdued Bai Yinchuan. Ning Chun remained silent, or rather, he had no desire to divulge further information to them. From the very beginning, he sensed an unusual intensity in the gazes of the 2 elders, Blood Shadow and Ghostly Evil. Upon entering the domain and witnessing the burial of numerous formidable members of the celestial demon sect, he noted their remarkably feeble vitality, which raised his suspicions. Now, having observed the terrifying specter of death consuming Bai Yinchuan's soul, a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. The 2 elders had guarded this necropolis for many years, likely nurturing souls. It was highly probable that a former leader of the celestial demon sect had perished here, manipulating the 2 guardians to assist in devouring the residual souls of the powerful. thus explaining the meager vitality of those interred by Ning Chun. This would account for the fallen challengers who had entered the necropolis, some of whom were devoid of souls, their essences consumed. If he dared to appear so brazenly, it signified that his plan was nearing fruition. Ning Chun murmured, his brow furrowing in realization. None would escape. Boom! At the moment his words fell, a colossal skeletal hand erupted from a tomb within the necropolis, lunging towards him. Simultaneously, from other graves, several skeletal hands emanating deathly energy surged towards the esteemed disciples. Their speed, leaving no room for reaction, swiftly ensnaring them. A raspy voice of confusion suddenly echoed. A skeletal figure materialized, surrounded by a potent aura of spiritual power. And upon closer inspection, grotesque human faces were imprinted upon its form. Notably, one face on its chest appeared eerily familiar to the trapped disciples. It was by Yinchuan. His soul had evidently been consumed by the very skeleton before them. At that moment, the skeletal entity gazed at its own skeletal hand, which was empty, as if grasping at a mere remnant. Then, it lifted its gaze towards the youth clad in dark robes above. Such speed! In the instant this skeletal hand attacked, Ning Chun, with keen perception, activated his ghostly shadow step, evading the grasp in a flash. Which generation of the celestial demon sect do you belong to? Ning Ten inquired, regarding the skeletal figure with a composed demeanor. Oh, you can discern my identity? A chilling, aged voice emanated from the skeletal being, its gaze turning ominously towards Ning Chun. No wonder Blood Shadow and ghostly evil spoke of you as the strongest among this batch of blood offerings. Blood offerings. The complexion of the esteemed disciples paled at this revelation, while Ning Chun remained unfazed, having surmised that the necropolis was inherently steeped in treachery. I am the 10th leader of the celestial demon sect, the blood-vengeful ancestor. Now that my blood soul has reached its zenith, I am in dire need of a fresh corporeal form. Haha, let you become my vessel. With the sinister words of the blood-vengeful ancestor resonating, the atmosphere thickened with foreboding. As I gazed upon the skeletal figure, the imprint upon its bony visage revealed faces contorted in anguish, while countless blood souls surged around it, infiltrating its hollow form. Then, the power of the blood souls began to manifest. The blood-vengeful ancestor? While not among the most formidable leaders of the celestial demon sect, his prowess certainly reached the saintly realm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others, tightly grasped by the skeletal hand, shifted dramatically. It seemed they were doomed. Moreover, even if the celestial demon sect were to discover their plight, it was unlikely they would seek vengeance on their behalf. After all, they were merely a few true disciples, a sacrifice deemed worthwhile for the return of an ancestor. You just mentioned the power of blood souls? However, at that moment, a voice tinged with amusement echoed from Ning Chun, as he slowly withdrew a pitch-black swana from his waist. I beg your pardon, but I am the bane of blood souls. Chapter 84. What a coincidence, senior. As Ning Chun toyed with the pitch-black swana, the blood vengeance ancestor was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. It is merely a swana. What is there for me to fear? However, before the words could fully escape his lips, a haunting melody resonated through the air. The blood vengeance ancestor could distinctly feel the power of his blood soul being suppressed, causing his expression to shift, and the smirk on his face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. This lad's swana is rather peculiar. The first melody seemed to lack a certain potency. Furrowing his brow, Ning Chun set the swana aside. The blood vengeance ancestor had consumed a substantial number of lingering souls in the realm of the demon burial. The first melody alone might not suffice to subdue him. It appeared that he would need to invoke the second melody. Yet, the second melody demanded an exceptionally high level of soul intensity. As for soul intensity, my current power is indeed insufficient, but I could perhaps borrow a bit for now. Ning Chun murmured, his gaze suddenly fixed upon the blood vengeance ancestor. Without the slightest hesitation, he shifted the tune. The original soul-conquering melody now brimmed with a sense of slaughter, with one hand playing the swana and the other raised toward the blood vengeance ancestor. He invoked the soul control technique. In that instant, the blood vengeance ancestor felt the very essence of the souls he had devoured begin to slip away from him. What? The blood vengeance ancestor's face paled. He had never anticipated that the souls he had refined and consumed could be forcibly drawn away by this young man. As a trickle of soul power flowed into Ning Chun, he inhaled deeply and stepped into the sky, his figure hovering above the heavens, his dark robe billowing in the surge of his own aura. Soon after, the funeral melody resonated across the firmament, the heavenly burial melody, the 10 halls in unison. As the murmurs within his heart faded, the entire demon burial realm was filled with the sound of the suona, accompanied by the faint strains of other instruments. Flutes, pipa, eru, guzheng, and so on, harmonizing beautifully with the melody he played. Look quickly. What is that behind Ning Chun? Meanwhile, the 5 trapped true disciples suddenly changed their expressions, as if they had discovered something, gazing in terror at what lay behind Ning Chun. To their astonishment, several towering, pitch-black figures had materialized behind him, each clutching a different instrument, totaling exactly 10. This is the true disciples' pupils constricted. Don't you think these 10 figures resemble our junior brother Ning Chun? Suddenly, Huiwei Xian's incredulous voice pierced the air. What? At her words, Yi Xian and the others turned pale. Though the faces of the 10 shadowy figures were obscured, their clothing and forms were nearly indistinguishable from Ning Chun's. This was indeed the second melody of the heavenly burial melody, the 10 halls in unison. As the second melody played, Ning Chun transformed into the 10 halls of Yama, ready to subdue all souls in heaven and earth. Thus, there arises a heightened expectation of one's own spiritual strength. If Ning Chun's soul were sufficiently robust, the 10 halls of Yama would not merely extend for several dozen zhang. They could reach thousands, even tens of thousands of zhang, standing majestically between heaven and earth. What? Why? Am I unable to move? At this moment, the blood vengeance ancestor, under the simultaneous resonance of the 10 halls, found his body utterly immobilized. Simultaneously, as Ning Chun's voice resonated, the melody of his suona abruptly ceased. The 10 halls, which had taken form behind him, also halted their actions and directed a powerful palm strike towards the blood vengeance ancestor. Boom! Instantly, as that palm descended, the blood vengeance ancestor's complexion changed drastically. Being a being of blood and soul, all his means had already been suppressed by the funeral melody, leaving him devoid of any capacity for resistance. And he was swiftly subdued. How formidable! Witnessing this scene, the expressions of several prominent disciples transformed, their eyes wide with profound astonishment. As the heavens returned to tranquility, Ning Chun sheathed his suona and appeared poised to approach the subdued blood vengeance ancestor. Yet at that moment, everything around him seemed to come to a standstill. The expressions of the disciples remained frozen in a state of bewilderment, their bodies seemingly caught in the grip of time itself. What is happening? Observing the spectacle, Ning Chun found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze darting around with heightened vigilance. Could it be that there are still dangers lurking in this cursed burial ground? Just then, suddenly, the very fabric of space before him was torn asunder, and a figure in a red dress materialized before his eyes. Upon recognizing the figure, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Chun's face. Senior, what brings you here? The striking figure that had torn through the space before him was none other than the enchantress. How peculiar! Had she not claimed she would not come? Yet here she was. Truly, a woman of contradictory intentions, Ning Chun silently mused. Luo Changwu disregarded his words, instead raising her beautiful eyes to gaze upon the remnant soul of the blood vengeance ancestor, now subdued by Ning Chun's 10 halls. A flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze. Although the cursed burial ground, once sealed, rendered the outside world oblivious to its happenings, who was she? With her cultivation, perceiving the events within was effortless. Moreover, she had left behind certain means on this individual. Yet, she had not anticipated that he could employ his own methods to subdue the blood vengeance ancestor. You have reached the second melody? Luo Changwu's gaze fell upon Ning Chun. The earthly burial melody was considered a forbidden martial art within the demon sound sect. Countless prodigies had emerged from its ranks, yet none had managed to comprehend it. Yet, to her astonishment, this fellow had grasped the second burial melody in less than a month. Ning Chun smiled and nodded. Senior, what do you think? Just passable, mediocre at best. Luo Changwu snorted disdainfully. Regarding this evaluation, Ning Chun had long grown accustomed to it. He teasingly glanced at the female demon. "Senior, did you not say you wouldn't come?" "I merely passed by," Luo Shangwu replied coldly. "Is that so?" Ning Chun smiled ambiguously, then chuckled lightly, "Indeed, just passing by," and fortuitously sensing the danger within the demonic burial grounds, then conveniently tearing through space to rescue me. Ah, such is fate. Upon hearing this, Luo Shangwu lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing at him with an icy demeanor, remaining silent. Cough. Ning Chun felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, clearing his throat softly and choosing to remain silent, lest a certain woman become enraged and unsheath her sword against him. "Senior, how should we handle this blood feud ancestor? After all, he was the former sect leader. Should we report this to the headmaster?" He cleared his throat again, attempting to divert the conversation. However, with a sudden clang, the female demon in a crimson dress abruptly drew her ember sword, swinging it towards him. Chapter 85. Senior, is this not akin to the murder of your husband? Senior, please wait. As the blade hovered perilously close to his throat, Ning Chun finally reacted and hastily called out to the female demon lord. Indeed, she was a demon lord. A mere jest provoked her to unsheath her sword and strike. Who could withstand such fury? However, as Ning Chun's words fell, Luo Shangwu's sword descended without a hint of hesitation, its speed seemingly accelerating. Ning Chun exclaimed, "Senior, although we lack the formal title of husband and wife, we do share a marital bond in essence. This is akin to the murder of your husband." Upon hearing this, the demon lord's demeanor momentarily faltered, and she shot Ning Chun a fierce glare. Silence. With that command, her sword had already struck him. Yet, to his astonishment, the anticipated pain did not manifest. It felt as though the blade had passed through him, landing elsewhere. Somewhere, Ning Chun was taken aback and abruptly glanced down, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's still there. Observing his small gesture, Luo Shangwu shot him an exasperated look. What was this fool thinking? Suddenly, a piercing wail resonated within Ning Chun's body, followed by a manifestation of dark energy that materialized into an aged figure. The blood vengeance ancestor? When did it infiltrate my body? Upon seeing the shadowy visage of the elder, Ning Chun's expression shifted, confusion flickering in his eyes. Hadn't he just suppressed this blood vengeance ancestor with his 10 halls convergence? How could it have entered his body? This is one of its tactics. Though you subdued 90% of its blood soul, a mere 10% desperately infiltrated your body. Luo Shangwu's voice, devoid of emotion, interrupted his thoughts. At that moment, the remnant soul of the blood vengeance ancestor bore a grotesque sword mark, clearly indicating that her earlier strike was not aimed at Ning Chun, but rather at the blood vengeance ancestor within him. A mere 10% entered my body? Ning Chun furrowed his brow upon hearing the demon lord's words. Indeed, experience prevails. One must remain vigilant in the realm of demons. Despite his caution, he had nearly fallen victim to this blood vengeance ancestor's ploy. Thank you, Senior. I am fortunate you happened to pass by and intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Ning Chun bowed to the demon lord in her crimson robes, deliberately emphasizing the word happened. Luo Shangwu recognized his jest and shot him a disapproving glare. I am the 10th leader of the heavenly demon sect, and you are. The blood vengeance ancestor halted its wailing, fear evident in its gaze as it looked towards Luo Shangwu. It could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the woman in red. Even at its peak, it would not stand a chance against her. Luo Shangwu merely regarded it with an indifferent stare. Since you have appeared here, fellow cultivator, it seems you may also belong to my heavenly demon sect. Why not assist me in seizing the body of this young man? After all, exchanging a mere disciple for an esteemed ancestor would be quite. However, before the blood vengeance ancestor could finish his words, a flash of sword light suddenly pierced through the air in an instant. A fragment of the blood vengeance ancestor's lingering soul was severed, extinguished under the razor-sharp intent of the blade. Witnessing this scene, Ning Chun could not help but lament. At least leave me a little. He was, after all, a prime client. Nevertheless, seeing the decisive demeanor of the female demon lord, It appeared that he held some importance in her eyes. With this thought, a smirk crept across Ning Chen's lips, filled with a hint of pride. Then, with a chuckle, he said, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall serve you diligently for the 7 days following the month." Yet, just as his words fell, a delicate jade foot unexpectedly emerged from beneath the crimson skirt, and with a swift kick, he was sent sprawling. "Speak nonsense." Luo Changwu shot Ning Chen a fierce glare before hastily turning to depart. As her figure vanished into the void, the surrounding stillness resumed its former state. This woman, to be honest, she must be feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Ning Chen rubbed his backside and muttered as he stood up. Ning Chen, Junior Disciple. Meanwhile, Hua Yuexin and the other true disciples regained their senses, looking around in confusion. At this moment, they noticed that aside from Ning Chen, the Blood Vengeance ancestor had completely vanished. Where is the Blood Vengeance ancestor? I have subdued him. Ning Chen waved his sleeve. Even though he had nearly been possessed moments ago, he merely brushed off his sleeve, stating nonchalantly, "Just a bit of dirt on my sleeve." What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hua Yuexin and the other true disciples shifted dramatically. Were they not all disciples of the true legacy? How could he have subdued him? Did we lack even the slightest ability to resist? There is no need for such astonishment. Ning Chen grinned as he bore the weight of the funeral rites. The Blood Vengeance ancestor was already a dead man. As the one conducting the funeral, is it not reasonable for me to subdue him? Hearing this, the faces of the several true disciples twitched. Is this even a coherent statement? At this moment, outside the land of demonic burial. Master, what is this? Upon seeing the figure in the flowing crimson dress emerge suddenly from the void, the various peak masters were momentarily stunned. Luo Changwu paid little heed to them, casting a fleeting glance at the tightly shut ancient bronze door of the demonic burial ground. Her voice, devoid of emotion, echoed chillingly. "You, ghostly evil blood shadow. Get out here now." The peak masters dared not breathe, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura that caused cold sweat to cascade down their backs. Yet, without a doubt, they sensed a hint of righteous fury in their master's icy, emotionless tone. Is the master angry? As Luo Changwu's words lingered in the air. Upon the ancient bronze gate, 2 exceedingly chaotic auras emerged, followed closely by the appearances of the 2 guardian elders, Blood Shadow and Ghost Sha. "Greetings, master," they exclaimed, their expressions fraught with anxiety. "We are unaware of why you have summoned us." They hurriedly bowed towards the figure clad in a flowing red dress. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, a thunderous sound erupted. The terrifying imperial aura manifested, instantly subduing the 2 elders. Even though these guardians were formidable beings of the Saint Realm, in the presence of Luo Changwu's overwhelming imperial might, they found themselves utterly incapable of resistance, firmly pinned to the ground. Meanwhile, the several peak masters nearby dared not utter a word, entirely bewildered by the unfolding events. Master, Blood Shadow and Ghost Sha's faces paled dramatically. Should they speak or remain silent? Luo Changwu's icy voice resonated. "You dare to secretly revive the blood feud without informing me. The master? Do you regard this emperor as insignificant?" At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 86. I am a disciple of the burial sect. Governing the deceased. Is that not perfectly normal? What? Are they secretly resurrecting the Blood Vengeance ancestor? Upon hearing Luo Changwu's words, the expressions of the several peak masters changed drastically. Their eyes filled with terror, completely unprepared for the audacity of the 2 guarding elders, Blood Shadow and Ghostly Sha, to undertake such a grave act. Most critically, they dared to do so without informing the sect leader. Is this not courting death? Sect leader, we are doing this for the benefit of the heavenly demon sect. The 2 elders, Blood Shadow and Ghostly Sha, trembled, hastily stammering their explanation. Is that so? Luo Changwu let out a cold laugh, and without further ado, raised her palm and struck towards the 2. Boom! Under the terrifying pressure, the 2 guarding elders immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, their vitality waning. "I shall not kill you, but instead confine you within the heavenly demon blood prison for reflection." Once the enchanting figure in the red dress departed with the severely injured elders, the Peak Masters finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with profound dread. They had not anticipated that these two elders would commit such a dereliction of duty. The heavenly demon Peak Master could not help but shake his head. If they had secretly resurrected a powerful figure from the demon sect, it could have been a boon for the entire sect. Yet these two chose not to report to the sect leader. Who knows what their intentions were in resurrecting the former leader? Is this not inviting disaster? Wait a moment. If that is the case, does it not mean that within the burial ground? Gu Xian quickly reacted, his face changing dramatically as he fixed his gaze on the tightly shut bronze ancient door and hurriedly exclaimed, "Quickly, open the burial ground and release those young ones." Useless. The heavenly demon Peak Master sighed, shaking his head slightly. Once the burial ground is closed, it can only be opened after 3 days. It has only been 2.5 days. Whether they live or die is left to fate. Hearing this, Gu Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. Their burial peak had finally produced such a prodigious disciple, and it would be a tragedy if he were to perish like this. Finally, after half a day, the 3-day deadline arrived. As the bronze ancient door slowly opened, Gu Xian anxiously looked over, along with the other Peak Masters. After all, nurturing a true disciple is no easy feat. To see one fall like this will be a loss for any peak. Soon, as the ancient door opened, a young man clad in dark attire, with a swana hanging at his waist, emerged. However, he bore a coffin on his back, exuding an eerie sense of oppression. Ning Chen, you're unharmed. Upon seeing Ning Chen unscathed, Gu Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but when he noticed the coffin on his back, he froze momentarily. Astonished, "You brought the ancestor buried in the burial ground out?" Simultaneously, the other Peak Masters also saw that the true disciples from various peaks emerged unscathed, and they too breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that they were thwarted by the sect leader? Otherwise, even if they are indeed true disciples, they should not have escaped the clutches of the blood vengeance ancestor. Whereas by Yinchuan, the lord of the heavenly demon, Peak furrowed his brow, glancing behind the few individuals. Yet he did not detect the presence of Bai Yinchuan. That lad is named Yinchuan, not invisible. Here I am. Ning Chen set down the coffin he had been carrying on his back and opened it, revealing Bai Yinchuan lying within, his expression serene. This was not a divine burial coffin, but merely an ordinary one. After all, as a disciple of the burial life Peak, carrying a rebirth candle and a burial coffin was standard practice. What? The lord of the heavenly demon, Peak's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily stepped forward to examine the body, only to find that it had long since lost its vitality, with even the soul having dissipated, leaving only a lifeless shell. What on earth happened? Even though the heavenly demon Peak is the foremost peak of the heavenly demon sect, losing a true disciple was a painful blow. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, a true disciple would undoubtedly become a sage within a millennium. Reporting to the Peak Master, the situation is as follows. Immediately, the true disciples recounted the events that transpired in the demon burial land. When they spoke of the blood vengeance ancestors' intent to devour souls for resurrection, a sense of trepidation enveloped them. After all, that being was an ancestor of their sect. Should he be resurrected, he would far surpass a handful of true disciples. We are aware of this matter. There is no need to elaborate further. The lord of the heavenly demon Peak waved his hand, eager to understand why, under the blood vengeance ancestor's intervention, only his disciples perished. Could it be that the true disciples of the heavenly demon Peak are the strongest, and the blood vengeance ancestor solely coveted by Yinchuan's soul? While this was indeed the case, the subsequent words from Hua Yuexin delivered a resounding blow to the lord of the heavenly demon Peak. For, after the blood vengeance ancestor devoured senior brother Bai's soul, he had yet to make a move against us when he was subdued by junior brother Ning Chen. As she uttered this, Hua Yuexin and the other true disciples felt a touch of absurdity. Upon her declaration, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Then, in an instant, the astonished gazes of the Peak Masters converged upon Ning Chen. You mean to say that Ning Chen managed to subdue the blood vengeance ancestor? The Peak Masters were struck with disbelief. It is known that even though the blood vengeance ancestor had been dead for countless years, his soul remained formidable. Yet, The two elders, Blood Shadow and Demon Fiend, had secretly fed him souls. How could a mere fledgling at the sea-breaking realm possibly subdue such a being? After all, even by Yinchuan, a half-step into the myriad phases realm had fallen to the blood vengeance ancestor's hand. How could someone of a lower realm accomplish such a feat unscathed? This is quite unreasonable. There is no need for such astonishment, esteemed peak masters. I am a disciple of burial life, governing the deceased. Is that not rather normal? Ningchen casually cast a glance at the bewildered peak masters, chuckling lightly. The peak masters were momentarily taken aback. You are indeed a disciple of burial life, but you are not the deity of life and death. Precisely. It is entirely normal for a disciple of burial life to govern the deceased. Oh dear. This is all standard procedure. At this moment, Gu Xian's grin stretched nearly from ear to ear, unable to contain his delight. Every time he witnessed the extraordinary feats of that young scoundrel Ningchen, he couldn't help but exclaim that Zhongxing Peak had truly struck gold. Observing Gu Xian's smug demeanor, the leaders of several peaks could only grimace in dismay. This old rascal had once again outdone himself. Their gazes inadvertently flicked towards their own esteemed disciples, leaving Hua Yuexin, Yi Xian, and the other true disciples feeling utterly aggrieved. Ningchen was a prodigy beyond compare, a standard they simply could not measure up to. The Lord of Tianma Peak, expressing his regret for failing to rescue Brother Bai, was met with Ningchen's approach. With the ancient coffin once more slung over his shoulder, Ningchen bowed respectfully before the Tianma Peak Master and continued, "Therefore, why not entrust Brother Bai to me? I shall lay him to rest with the dignity he deserves." After a moment's hesitation, the Tianma Peak Master finally nodded. "Very well. However, we must first return the remains of Yinchuan to Tianma Peak. Once that is settled, I will ensure he is delivered to Zhongxing Peak." Upon hearing this, Ningchen's eyes sparkled with joy, having acquired a premium clientele. Chapter 87. The Resentment of the Enchantress. The matter concerning the land of mourning has settled. Due to the influence of the blood vengeance ancestor, the true disciples who participated in this trial returned empty-handed. Having failed to comprehend a single inheritance, it appeared as though everyone had ventured into the depths of the water with a bamboo basket. Yet in truth, one individual emerged with abundant gains. Several days later, the remains of Bai Yinchuan, duly processed, were delivered to the heavenly Demon Peak. In the secluded depths of the Burial Life Peak, Ningchen deftly laid Bai Yinchuan to rest, then skillfully lit 3 rebirth candles. He subsequently sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the rich spiritual energy that surged into his dantian. Moments later, his aura surged dramatically, elevating him to the 9th star of the sea-breaking realm. Slowly, Ningchen opened his tightly shut eyes and exhaled deeply. Had it been before, entering a half-step manifestation powerhouse would have undoubtedly propelled him several minor realms higher. However now, the disparity between himself and a half-step manifestation was negligible, if not entirely absent. He also discerned that as one progressed, the rate of ascension slowed considerably. This was, after all, a natural occurrence. The path of cultivation invariably becomes more arduous with each step forward. At that moment, a sudden illumination appeared before him, revealing a prompt regarding the 3rd level of the God Burial Coffin, which allowed the acquisition of martial arts from the client's past life. Ningchen raised his gaze to examine it. High-level profound martial arts. Heavenly Demon Incarnation can be cultivated. The Heavenly Demon Incarnation? Ningchen raised an eyebrow. He had witnessed Bai Yinchuan wield this technique, which, although he had swiftly countered, did not imply its weakness. Rather, it was a testament to the strength of his own sword intent. There was no denying it. His sword intent was inherited from the Enchantress. How could it not be formidable? Acquiring more martial arts related to physical enhancement would be beneficial. I shall devote the next few days to learning extensively in the scripture repository. Ningchen murmured to himself. After all, he had a grueling 7-day battle scheduled with the Enchantress in a month's time. Gaining more knowledge to fortify his physical prowess would undoubtedly prevent him from being at a disadvantage. Furthermore, not only should he focus on martial arts that strengthen the body, but he should also stock up on potent elixirs. His dignity as a man was at stake in this battle. Whether he could subdue the Enchantress would hinge upon those crucial 7 days. It was not merely about suppression, rather, it was about dominion. Upon comprehending the heavenly demon incarnation, Ning Chun's visible panel reappeared. Name, Ning Chun, realm, ninth star of the sea-breaking realm. Cultivation method, supreme demon decision, great accomplishment in transcending mortality. Martial arts, heaven and earth burial life melody. Heavenly demon incarnation, etc. Burial techniques. Eyes of rebirth, domain of the god of burial. Current levels unlocked, 3-9. Burial vitality, 25-100. The god burial coffin's requirements for burial vitality had escalated significantly. Observing the panel, Ning Chun furrowed his brow. Indeed, higher demands indicated that the functionalities available for unlocking in the future would be more formidable. Ning Chun could only console himself with this notion. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this time, Ning Chun diligently occupied himself with interring individuals at Burial Life Peak, while simultaneously monitoring the tasks associated with the peak. After all, the quality of clients dispatched from Burial Life Peak had begun to lag behind his cultivation pace. He needed to seek out superior clients. Yet after searching for an extended period, the tasks of the Burial Peak are truly beyond description. For my current self, they appear rather feeble. In response, Gu Xian remarked, "What can I say? You, young man, are exceedingly overqualified. It is quite a feat for ordinary disciples of burial to reach the condensation of Dan's stage, and even those with decent talent struggle. Yet here you are, already at the breaking C stage." To this, Ning Chun merely waved his hand and earnestly replied, "Peak Master, you are mistaken. I am on the verge of the myriad form stage." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian's lips twitched, and after forcing out the words prodigy, he fell silent. However, before departing the peak, Gu Xian offered a suggestion. Given his unique circumstances, though he was a disciple of Burial Peak, he had already surpassed many of the true disciples from other peaks. Therefore, he could readily undertake the sect missions within the Heavenly Demon sect. Ning Chun found some merit in this and planned to cultivate tonight before setting out the following day. As night fell, after several days of diligent practice, he finally reached the pinnacle of the breaking C stage. In his small courtyard, Ning Chun let out a long sigh, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. He was but a step away from the myriad form stage. He pondered, uncertain what to focus on for this next stage. Previously, when he encountered difficulties in his cultivation, he could consult his youthful brother, but now, he feared his progress had already outstripped Zhou Yuan by considerable margins, rendering any inquiries to Zhou Yuan futile. The myriad form stage would allow him to condense his law, avatar, and attack with his entire being. At that moment, a melodious and icy female voice suddenly echoed from beyond the courtyard. "Huh." Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Ning Chun gradually rose and walked outside, only to find a figure in a flowing red dress seated in his courtyard, sipping tea. "Senior, when did you arrive?" Ning Chun had long grown accustomed to the elusive presence of the female demon. Luo Shangwu did not respond to his question. Instead, she sipped her tea and cast a casual glance at the celestial restoration stone chain he wore, which appeared as a bracelet but was, in fact, a chain for his ankle. "You seem quite fond of that celestial restoration stone chain." "Of course, it was a gift from you, senior." Ning Chun replied with a cheeky smile, his words dripping with flattery. Luo Shangwu regarded him coolly and unflinchingly exposed his true thoughts, sneering, "I suspect it's merely because it aids your cultivation." Ning Chun, caught off guard, chuckled and promptly sat beside the female demon, deftly pouring himself a cup of tea. "What brings you here, senior?" "I haven't seen you around these past few days, as I've been immersed in my training and entombing." "It has been 7 days," Luo Shangwu suddenly stated. 7 days? Hearing this, Ning Chun paused in his action of lifting the teacup, looking at the female demon with confusion. "Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Upon hearing Ning Chun's words, Luo Shangwu's elegant brows furrowed, her captivating eyes fixed intently upon him. Yet, Ning Chun continued to feign ignorance, maintaining a look of bewilderment, as if he comprehended nothing. Luo Shangwu had just bitten her silver teeth and spoke. "Isn't your space supposed to have a 7-day cooldown? Now that the 7 days have passed, why have you not opened that space?" They had previously agreed that every 7 days, when the god burial domain was activated, Ning Chun would open it, allowing them both to enter and cultivate. Yet, despite the fact that the 7 days had elapsed, this fellow had not shown up at all. She waited for an hour, but he did not appear. After 2 hours, this infuriating man still had not arrived. By the 3rd hour, her patience began to wane. It was not that she yearned to see anyone. She merely wished to cultivate. After all, half an hour within that space equated to a full 6 hours in the outside world. Thus, she had come. Yet, this man before her feigned ignorance? Chapter 88. Tomorrow, come to Tiamat Peak to seek me. Oh, it appears that the esteemed senior has entered the couple's space. Upon hearing Luo Changwu's words, Ning Chun exhibited a look of sudden enlightenment, slapping his thigh. Quite soft. Ahem, that was the wrong thigh. Under the impending gaze of the female demon, who seemed poised to strike, Ning Chun discreetly withdrew his hand from her long leg. Ahem, senior, since you wish to enter the couple's space, you could have mentioned it sooner. The couple's space? Upon hearing Ning Chun's remark, Luo Changwu paused momentarily, her delicate brows knitting together, her icy gaze instantly fixating on Ning Chun with an air of danger. As the perilous gaze of the female demon fell upon him, Ning Chun finally realized his slip of the tongue. Moreover, you were actually aware of what I was saying earlier. You were merely teasing me, weren't you? At that moment, the cold voice of the female demon resonated once more. Ahem, senior, is that really the case? Ning Chun coughed lightly, attempting to resist her scrutiny. The female demon dismissed his feeble struggle, raising her foot from beneath her crimson skirt to deliver a swift kick to his rear. Moments later, Ning Chun managed to open the realm known as the Grave of Gods, which was, in essence, the couple's space. Senior, what shall we practice today? Ning Chun rubbed his backside and turned to the female demon. Swordsmanship. Luo Changwu replied nonchalantly. Again, with the sword practice? Ning Chun frowned, subsequently retrieving the Grave of Oblivion, preparing to train as usual. However, the cold voice of the female demon interrupted him once more. No, this time, I shall train with you. Train with me? Ning Chun was taken aback. Yet, before he could respond, the female demon unsheathed her dowry and unleashed a fierce onslaught of sword intent upon Ning Chun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ning Chun dared not be careless. He swiftly brandished the Grave of Oblivion to defend himself. The female demon's sword intent was formidable, her movements graceful and ethereal, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon. She was a vision of beauty, yet Ning Chun had no opportunity to admire her exquisite form. The power of her sword was overwhelming. The pressure was all-consuming. Under her relentless assault, Ning Chun could only passively defend himself, entirely devoid of any chance to counterattack. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Even if Luo Changwu did not exert her full power, Ning Chun was far from capable of withstanding her assault. Before long, he found himself defeated beneath the female demon's blade, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Ning Chun harbored serious doubts that the female demon was exacting retribution for his earlier jesting. After all, this woman was known to hold grudges. Senior, does your father know that you are wielding your dowry to strike at others? Ning Chun cast a sidelong glance at Luo Changwu. Clang! The sword intent manifested. A blade pressed against Ning Chun's throat. Silence, and furthermore, our sword practice concludes here for today. The female demon regarded Ning Chun coolly, and after sheathed her sword, she turned to sit aside and meditate. Moreover, your sword intent remains quite unsatisfactory. The voice of the female demon echoed once more. Upon hearing those words, Ning Chun's temper flared, and with a swift motion, he sprang to his feet. The sword intent he had diligently cultivated for many days was rudely dismissed by the female demon, which left him feeling quite indignant. Surely, it should at least be regarded as passable, wouldn't one think? But wait. When did passable become an acceptable evaluation? At least in the eyes of this female demon, it seems so. Senior, let us go again. Hearing Ning Chun's defiant voice, Luo Changwu cast a calm glance in his direction before drawing her sword. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the realm of the god of burial resonated with the clash of sword intents. You have lost. Again. 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 After a considerable time, Ning Chun lay on the ground, drenched in sweat. He was utterly outmatched. This female demon was not merely formidable, she was beyond human. He hadn't even come close, while she hadn't broken a sweat. With a clang, the female demon tossed her dowry towards him. Startled, Ning Chen hurriedly caught it, the sword emanating a unique fragrance belonging to its master. Then, her cool voice echoed, "Your sword intent should be on the verge of a breakthrough." On the verge of a breakthrough? Ning Chen was taken aback, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes. It appeared that his suffering had not been in vain. Any progress was indeed a positive development. "Senior, what level is my current sword intent?" he inquired, cradling the sword. "It has reached the threshold of advancement to the next level," Luo Changwu replied softly. The threshold of advancement? Ning Chen was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such classifications for sword intent. He promptly sought further enlightenment. "Senior, how are these levels categorized?" Luo Changwu elucidated. "There are 7 major realms: threshold of advancement, entry into the hall, integration of understanding, perfect mastery, pinnacle achievement, return to simplicity, and divine transformation." "I see," Ning Chen exclaimed in realization. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the female demon. "May I inquire about your own realm, senior?" Luo Changwu glanced at him, chose silence, and turned to meditate. If she chooses not to speak, so be it, Ning Chen thought, pouting slightly. Embracing the fragrant sword, he began to grasp its intent, striving to transcend his own limitations and reach the entry into the hall realm. Moments later, as the temporal space began to dissipate, Ning Chen felt his sword intent surge dramatically, as though he had entered a grand hall filled with the essence of swordsmanship, where he could distinctly sense the deepening of his sword intent. "Is this the entry into the hall realm?" A glimmer of joy sparkled in Ning Chen's eyes as he stepped forward to return the ember sword to the female demon. "Senior, your dowry." Upon hearing this, 3 dark lines appeared on Luo Changwu's forehead, and she suddenly regretted revealing the origins of Ember sword to this fellow, whose dowry can be passed around so freely. Soon, the surrounding realm of the deities dissipated. The two returned to the small courtyard. Ning Chen drank the demoness tea with gusto. After all, one must take advantage of such an opportunity. Luo Changwu cast a fleeting glance at him, too indifferent to engage. She stood up, preparing to leave. "Allow me to see you off," Ning Chen offered upon noticing her departure. However, at that moment, the demoness abruptly halted, turned, and met his gaze. "You are approaching the realm of myriad phenomena, are you not? In this realm, one must condense their own Dharma manifestation. Yet I presume you are unaware of how to do so. Furthermore, the Dharma manifestation is crucial on the path of cultivation and should not be carelessly formed. Tomorrow, come to the Heavenly Demon Peak to find me." Chapter 89, The Tower of All Creations. "Tomorrow, come to the Demon Peak to find me." "Yes, esteemed elder." Upon hearing the words of the female demon lord, a glimmer of joy flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. The female demon lord's cultivation level surpassed his by countless degrees. Having her guide him in condensing his own Dharma manifestation would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than his solitary comprehension. "By the way, esteemed elder, when shall I come to the Demon Peak to see you?" Just as the female demon lord was about to depart, Ning Chen seemed to recall something and hurriedly pursued her with his inquiry. "Whenever you come, I shall meet you." As Luo Changwu's voice faded, her elegant figure in the red dress vanished without a trace. Coincidentally, he also needed to visit the Demon Peak the next day to undertake a more formidable mission, so there was no conflict in his schedule. Watching the female demon lord depart, Ning Chen made his preparations and then strolled towards the small creek outside the courtyard, intending to wash up and retire for the night. "Greetings, Sect Master." In the dead of night, at the demon sect's main hall, the Grand Elder appeared, reverently bowing to the figure in the red dress above. Just moments prior, he had been earnestly studying the newly published illustrations of the heavenly spirit realm, or rather, he had been diligently cultivating. Upon receiving the sect master's transmission, he immediately set aside his practice and rushed to the main hall of the Demon Peak. "I wonder what the sect master seeks from me." The Grand Elder cast a puzzled glance at Luo Changwu. "Starting tomorrow, we shall reopen the Tower of All Creations." In the hall, Luo Changwu's icy voice resonated. Reopen? The Tower of All Creations?" At these words, the Grand Elder momentarily froze. a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Sect Master, the Tower of all creations have been closed for decades. Why would we open it again? Within the confines of the Demon Peak lies a tower, known as the Tower of all creations, consisting of 9 levels, each filled with various spirits of Dharma manifestations and their essences. The cultivators who enter may strive to comprehend and attain their own Dharma manifestations. However, due to the immense resource expenditure and the fact that most disciples were unable to grasp the totems within, resulting in wasted resources, the demon sect had closed the tower several decades ago. Unexpectedly, the sect master now wishes to reopen this costly endeavor. A sudden thought struck the Grand Elder, and he blurted out, could it be because of Ning? What Ning? Before the words could fully escape his lips, Luo Changwu's indifferent and cold gaze fell upon the Grand Elder. Instantly, cold sweat cascaded down the Grand Elder's back as he sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Ha ha. Sect Master, I have said nothing. Ha ha. Go attend to your duties. In the hall, Luo Changwu waved her hand dismissively. Yes. The Grand Elder dared not inquire further and promptly withdrew to carry out her orders, his mind swirling with questions about the nature of their relationship. Just what connection did that lad Ning Chun have with the sect master that compelled her to reopen the entire tower of all creations for him? Alas, this was beyond the Grand Elder's contemplation. Shaking his head, he decided that rather than waste time pondering, he should immerse himself in the study of more illustrations to enrich his cultivation knowledge. The following early morning, Ning Chun set out early. Since the female demoness indicated she would meet him at her convenience, he believed his timely arrival would not be in vain. Half an hour later, Ning Chun appeared at Tianma Peak. Upon his arrival, numerous disciples of Tianma Peak cast curious glances in his direction, scrutinizing him, particularly due to his striking appearance. Clad in a deep black robe, with a swana hanging at his waist, he would have perhaps carried the god burial coffin on his back had his strength been sufficient. It is Ning Chun from Zhongxing Peak. It is said that his prowess is now on par with the true disciples of the major peaks. Soon, a disciple recognized Ning Chun's identity, regarding him with awe. Presently, Ning Chun had garnered a modest reputation among the disciples of the Tianma sect, and combined with his distinctive attire, it was only natural for him to be recognized. As he entered Tianma Peak, his gaze swept the surroundings, seemingly in search of a familiar figure clad in red. Did not the demoness say she would meet him whenever he arrived? Surely, she would not still be in a deep slumber? Ning Chun mumbled as he scanned the area. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed out of nowhere. Come to the bamboo grove in the west. Senior? Upon hearing the demoness' voice, Ning Chun paused momentarily, looking around, only to realize the voice did not emanate from his surroundings, but rather resonated within his mind. This must be a form of secretive communication. I shall seize this opportunity. Determined, Ning Chun made his way towards the bamboo grove in the west of Tianma Peak. Tianma Peak, not only the most significant peak of the Tianma sect, but also its main peak, is rich in spiritual energy, and its geographical expanse far exceeds that of Zhongxing Peak. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the client Ning Chun had been eagerly awaiting. As he continued westward, the disciples of Tianma Peak became increasingly scarce, until finally, not a single figure remained in sight, though the spiritual energy grew ever more potent. Soon, a grove of bamboo came into view. This must be the secluded retreat of the demoness. Otherwise, the abundance of spiritual energy would surely attract disciples for cultivation. Ning Chun murmured to himself and stepped into the bamboo grove. The bamboo stood tall and lush, robust and flourishing. Within the grove lay a courtyard where the demoness, adorned in her flowing red gown, leisurely sipped tea. Senior, I have arrived, Ning Chun greeted, approaching her and plopping down beside her, deftly pouring himself a cup of tea. A splendid day begins with enjoying the demoness tea. Truly, the brew prepared by a senior is exquisite. Is it fragrant? Luo Changwu's gaze fell lightly upon Ning Chun, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of playful mockery, her red lips parting slightly. Is this merely plain water? Ning Chun. Ah. He gave a thumbs up. Even plain water brewed by a senior is remarkably fragrant. She truly is a senior of distinction. Such flattery. Lo Shangwu's gaze, somewhat disinterested, withdrew from Ning Chun. She had anticipated witnessing his embarrassment, but underestimated his audacity. Senior, when shall we consolidate the Dharma body of the myriad realms? Ning Chun, Unfazed and sipping on plain water, thought to himself that anything free, even plain water, was a delight. Now, replied Lo Shanwu, rising gracefully and stepping lightly toward the depths of the bamboo grove. Follow me, she commanded. Upon hearing this, Ningchen eagerly trailed behind her, silently admiring the graceful figure clad in red. He mused, indeed, this is well-deserved, after enduring the torment inflicted by the female demon yesterday. It is only natural to unwind and relax. Before long, the two traversed through a dense bamboo forest and arrived at a deeper section, where they were greeted by the sight of a towering celestial edifice, a magnificent structure with 9 levels reaching towards the heavens. Chapter 90. Entering the tower with the female demon lord. Is it not reasonable? Senior, what is this? Ning Chun gazed in surprise, not expecting to discover a towering structure hidden within the bamboo grove, the Tower of All Things. Luo Shangwu offered no elaborate explanation, nor mentioned that this tower had remained dormant for decades. She merely introduced the name of the celestial tower before leading the way inside. Ning Chun hastily followed suit. As the tower door creaked open, an ancient aura enveloped them. While Luo Shangwu was shielded by her spiritual energy, Ning Chun was not so fortunate, being thoroughly engulfed in dust. Cough, cough. Senior, this tower seems rather antiquated. How long has it been since it was last opened? He queried, brushing off the dust and surveying his surroundings. With their entrance, the door of the Tower of All Things closed behind them. Not long after, Luo Shangwu shook her head slightly. This is the Tower of All Things, comprising 9 levels. Each level houses various spiritual manifestations and their respective essences. You may attempt to comprehend and awaken your own spiritual manifestation. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen nodded slightly. However, as he turned to look, he noticed the female demon lord steadfastly by his side, never straying an inch away. Oh, Senior, are you going to accompany me? Ning Chen paused, initially believing that she would leave him to his own devices after guiding him into the tower, for mentor may lead one to the door. But the journey of cultivation rests upon the individual. Is it not permissible? Luo Shangwu regarded him with a calm expression. Cough. Of course it is, Ning Chen replied, shaking his head and refraining from further commentary. He then directed his gaze toward the first level of the Tower of All Things, where intricate formations were in motion, illuminating the walls with a radiant glow. Upon the walls, various patterns became discernible. Is this a beast? The tiger's subduing manifestation, when cultivated, can greatly enhance one's destructive capabilities. With this manifestation, a single claw can shatter mountains. The divine phoenix manifestation, when realized, can significantly augment one's speed, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Ning Chun murmured, his brow furrowing slightly as he studied the totems on the first level, seemingly unsatisfied. Beside him, Luo Shangwu crossed her arms, observing the earnest youth scrutinizing the totems on the tower walls. A glimmer of light flickered in her beautiful eyes. Could he truly grasp the essence of the totems with just a glance? This young man's talent is indeed remarkable. Or perhaps not. Just barely adequate, nothing extraordinary. Indeed, what Ning Chen muttered was not the inscribed words, but rather the insights he gleaned from the totems. After a thorough examination, he finally withdrew his gaze and addressed Luo Shanwu. Senior, the spiritual manifestations on this first level do not seem particularly suited to me. Then let us proceed to the second level, she replied, tossing her hair back and gracefully stepping toward the next tier. Ning Chun followed suit. Meanwhile, moments prior, at the Demon Peak, an explosive sound reverberated through the air as Ning Chun and Luo Shangwu entered the Tower of All Things. An inexplicable force erupted from the western side of the Demon Peak, as the aura of the entire Tianma Peak was consumed at a visibly rapid pace. Many disciples and elders in secluded cultivation were taken aback, raising their eyes in disbelief. Where has our spiritual energy gone? In the blink of an eye, the entire Tianma Peak was completely drained of its spiritual essence, leaving the disciples in a state of utter confusion. Has the peak ceased to channel spiritual energy? The Grand Elder, sensing the absence of energy, shook his head solemnly and murmured, I wonder how many layers of the young Ning Chun can comprehend. Alas, is what it is. I shall cultivate. He sighed, for even in the absence of spiritual energy, he possessed the chart of enchanting women, which allowed for an alternative form of cultivation. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianma Peak noticed the dazzling light erupting from the towering pagoda in the bamboo forest to the west. A once-sealed edifice, now astonishingly reopened. Is that the Wanxiang Transformation Tower? Was it not sealed decades ago? Whispers circulated among the crowd, for this tower was notoriously resource-intensive. And although it contained various totems, few could attain sudden enlightenment. It was known that only the most gifted true disciples could reach the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm, and if even they struggled to gain insight, one could only imagine the difficulty of comprehending those totems. Yet, unexpectedly, it had reopened. A sense of bewilderment swept through the disciples who were familiar with the tower's history. Who is the one daring to enter? One disciple timidly inquired. I believe I just saw Brother Ning Chun from the Zongxing Peak heading that way, came a voice from the crowd. What? Brother Ning Chun? The one entering the tower is Brother Ning Chun? This revelation caused a shift in the expressions of those nearby. Haha, it's Brother Ning. He is indeed the Holy Sun's younger brother. Boomed the laughter of Xian Yuan from within the throng. Is Brother Ning Chun? Upon hearing this, many of the more attractive female disciples began to contemplate opportunities to approach Brother Ning Chun for discussions on dual cultivation. It was said that understanding a totem could lead to its manifestation, and one wondered what kind of Brother Ning Chun would comprehend. Curiosity filled the air as the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a magnificent of the tiger emerged, towering 100 feet tall. What manner of is this? The crowd pondered. Yet, before they could delve into their inquiries, a phoenix cry resounded, and another totem manifested. 2. Indeed, given Brother Ning Chen's extraordinary talent, it is reasonable for him to attain insight into 2. The crowd gasped, attempting to reassure themselves. However, in the next moment, a cacophony erupted. With the Wanxiang Transformation Tower reverberating, numerous totems materialized, and at that moment, the disciples of Tianma Peak could no longer maintain their composure. Is this even reasonable? Chapter 91. The true intentions of the Enchantress at the Tower of Transformation. The two had ascended to the 8th level of the Tower of Transformation. Having gained so many insights, have you yet to resolve which manifestation to consolidate? Luo Changwu followed closely behind Ning Chun, observing him with a tranquil gaze. Ning Chun shook his head. None of these resonate with my aspirations, nor do they suit my essence. Ultimately, he deemed the manifestations inscribed within these totems to be too feeble. Such avarice, Luo Changwu remarked, casting a glance at him. Then it seems, Senior, you two are quite greedy. Ning Chun chuckled in response. Indeed, Luo Changwu's brows knitted slightly. For the strong are often greedy. Without that ambition, one cannot ascend to greatness, Ning Chun elaborated. The pursuit of strength itself is a form of greed, is it not? Oomph. Luo Changwu refrained from retorting, crossing her arms and coldly declaring, Do not say I did not forewarn you, though you have yet to consolidate a manifestation. There lies within these totems a vast reservoir of power. Should you grasp too much, your consciousness may shatter. Are you concerned for my well-being, Senior? Ning Chun inquired with a playful glint in his eyes regarding the figure in the crimson dress. Luo Changwu's brows furrowed further. He was indeed a brazen character, a quintessential example of someone who flourishes with a mere hint of encouragement. Shameless, she retorted coolly. I appreciate your praise, Senior, Ning Chun replied with a hearty laugh, then directed his gaze back to the myriad of totemic manifestations. Rest assured, Senior, I possess my own discernment. My consciousness can accommodate much. For reasons unknown, he felt an unprecedented expansiveness within his consciousness today, akin to an endless ocean. Upon hearing this, Luo Changwu lapsed into silence, quietly observing the earnest individual before her. She was well aware of the capacity of Ning Chen's consciousness, having just witnessed him consume an entire jug of water. That water, by the way, had another name, the waters of spiritual awareness. Before long, after Ning Chun had perused all the totemic manifestations on the 8th level, he made his way to the 9th level. However, upon their arrival, they found the 9th level utterly devoid of substance. Nothing? Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback. Luo Changwu explained nonchalantly, since the Tower of Transformation was forged, even some of the most favored disciples have only managed to reach the 6th level. None have ever set foot on the 7th or 8th levels. You are the first. Oh, does that imply I am unparalleled, both in the past and the future? Ning Chun inquired, raising an eyebrow and grinning. Mediocre at best, Luo Changwu replied coldly. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Ning Chen seemed to have been awaiting her remark, as he then proceeded to a vacant area on the 9th level. Hearing his words, Luo Changwu regarded him with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Ning Chen sat cross-legged on the 9th level, beginning to reflect on the various manifestations he had comprehended within the Tower Transformation. If he were to choose, it would undoubtedly be from the 8th level, regarded as the most formidable among the numerous manifestations within the entire tower. The thunderous law manifestation of the 9 heavens. The law manifestation of the burning sky and ashen world. Or perhaps, the purifying lotus law manifestation? Suddenly, Ning Chen's murmurs came to an abrupt halt, as if a thought had struck him. He lifted his gaze towards the distant Luo Shanwu. Senior, what level did you reach upon entering the vast transformation tower? Luo Shanwu's cool voice resonated, laced with a hint of amusement. Who told you that one must enter the vast transformation tower to consolidate their own law manifestation? But senior, why did you bring me into the vast transformation tower then? Ning Chen instinctively began, yet soon found himself frozen in place. A flicker of joy crossing his eyes. He understood. He comprehended the good intentions of the female demon lord. Without further hesitation, he activated the supreme demon technique, channeling all his spiritual energy to begin consolidating his own law manifestation. In an instant, the accumulated power of the law manifestation within his consciousness surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Ning Chen entirely. Indeed, it was effective. Witnessing the scene, a gleam of joy sparkled in Ning Chen's eyes. His conjecture had proven correct. The reason the female demon lord had brought him into the vast transformation tower was not to have him consolidate the totemic law manifestations within, but rather to allow him to comprehend and absorb the power of the law manifestation therein, so as to consolidate his own law manifestation. Though the law manifestations within the vast transformation tower were formidable, they ultimately belonged to others and were inherently incompatible with oneself. Only the law manifestation one consolidates personally is the strongest. So then, what shall my law manifestation be? Ning Chen exhaled deeply, entering a meditative state. I have it, he murmured, beginning to consolidate his own law manifestation. Not one to be outdone, Luo Shanwu. Observing the figure completely immersed in the process of consolidating his own law manifestation, let out a cold snort, narrowing her beautiful eyes as her gaze fell upon him. What sort of law manifestation does he intend to consolidate? Meanwhile, outside the tower, the vast transformation tower? Why has it opened again? An ancient figure materialized in the skies, and the onlookers from the heavenly demon peak turned to see their peak's master. Who has entered the tower? The disciples of the heavenly demon peak replied, It should be Brother Ning Chen from the burial life peak. That lad again? The master of the heavenly demon peak was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the manifested totemic law manifestation, stroking his long beard and sighing, only that boy could be so monstrous. Boom! At that moment, around the towering edifice standing between heaven and earth, a thunderous roar erupted as lightning coiled around the entire structure, akin to divine retribution descending upon the world, countless flashes of lightning forming phantoms. Is this the 9th heaven thunder law manifestation of the 8th level? The master of the heavenly demon peak's eyes widened in disbelief. Ning Chen has reached the 8th level? Before he could ponder further, an intense heat emerged, and amidst the once tumultuous sea of thunder, a blazing inferno ignited, rending mountains and rivers asunder. The law manifestation of the burning sky and ashen world. The master of Tianma Peak's pupils constricted suddenly. But soon his gaze was drawn to a singular azure lotus blooming amidst the fiery abyss. The pure lotus of the worldly realm? That young scoundrel Ning Chen not only ascended to the 8th tier, but has also comprehended all 3 grand manifestations of this tier. The master of Tianma Peak was utterly astonished. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Damn, I must compete with that old wretch Gu Xian for this talent. How could the burial life peak possess such an extraordinary disciple? Brother Ning Chen has already entered the 8th tier? Has he even grasped the 3 grand manifestations of the 8th tier? Upon hearing their leader's words, the members of Tianma Peak were left in utter disbelief. Their curiosity piqued as they glanced towards the towering spire, not far away. Which of the 3 grand manifestations will Brother Ning Chen choose? However, at that moment, the heavens above the myriad phenomena tower suddenly darkened. It was as if something were about to emerge, causing even the very fabric of reality to tremble. Chapter 92. The funeral book's death edict. This sudden shift drew the attention of the Lord of the heavenly demon Peak and all the assembled disciples. As the world dimmed, a shadowy ancient tome, measuring several dozen zhang in height and cloaked in darkness, materialized before their eyes. Was that a book? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Yet, before they could ponder further, the imposing black tome began to turn its pages of its own accord. Subsequently, characters began to soar forth from its pages, descending upon the myriad manifestations before them. The onlookers beheld the letters as they emerged, each a solitary character, death. Or rather, the tome contained but a single word, that being the character for death. As the words settled upon the various manifestations, they shattered into nothingness in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. So many instances of death, effortlessly obliterating the remaining manifestations. What formidable manifestations they were. This was not a manifestation derived from the myriad transformation tower. Could it be that it was the manifestation conjured by that young lad, Ning Chun? The Lord of the heavenly demon Peak's expression became remarkably vivid. A self-formed manifestation. This lad is indeed a genius. Myriad transformation tower, 9th level. The funeral book's death edict. This is my manifestation. Ning Chun exhaled deeply, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. His manifestation was a dark, ancient tome inscribed solely with the character for death, aptly named the funeral book's death edict. Once his manifestation unfolded, with each strike he delivered, the tome would cast a death edict upon the targeted cultivator. When the edicts accumulated to a certain degree, dependent on the opponent's cultivation level, Ning Chun could grasp the funeral book and declare their death sentence. This was his unique manifestation. It perfectly suited his role as the harbinger of death. Elder, do you see my manifestation? Ning Chun intended to share this with the female demon lord, only to discover she had vanished without a trace. Truly a woman who appeared and disappeared like a specter. He shook his head, beginning to calm his breath. The moment his manifestation coalesced, his cultivation finally reached the myriad transformation realm. Could it be that I am indeed a genius? In less than half a year, I have broken through to the myriad transformation realm. Ning Chun found himself murmuring, feeling somewhat elated, but he quickly steadied his mind. No, I must not become overly proud. This is merely a modest achievement, nothing more. Yes, indeed. He slowly rose and made his way toward the tower's exit. As he departed, within the void of the 9th level, a certain voyeuristic woman, having overheard him appropriating her catchphrase, furrowed her brows and let out a cold snort before disappearing from sight. Upon exiting the tower, Ning Chun discovered a throng gathered outside, all gazing at him in astonishment, while an elderly figure among them regarded him with eyes that seemed to hunger for him. The Lord of the heavenly demon Peak? What brings you all here instead of cultivating? Ning Chun questioned, perplexed. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's lips twitched in disbelief. The spiritual energy has been entirely siphoned away by your vast transformation tower. What shall we cultivate with? Young Ning Chun, did you just condense your own? The voice of the Lord of Tianma Peak trembled slightly as he cast a glance over. Ning Chun nodded in affirmation. At this revelation, silence enveloped the surroundings. Among the crowd, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Has Brother Ning reached the realm of vast transformation? What does that make my condensation of Dan realm? I distinctly recall Brother Ning's initial cultivation being inferior to mine. Have I missed something? Oh no, my young brother truly is on the path to becoming a great emperor. It's fine. As long as Brother Ning possesses the demeanor of an emperor, being a young lad is all that matters. You, my friend, are indeed a prodigy. The Lord of Tianma Peak patted Ning Chun's shoulder, unable to suppress a sigh. Just about average, nothing too remarkable, Ning Chun replied with a smile. Why does that sound so familiar? The Lord of Tianma Peak paused, furrowing his brow, and then inquired with curiosity, by the way, who brought you to the vast transformation tower? It was me. Ning Chun began to answer, but before he could finish, the Grand Elder descended from the heavens. Winking at Ning Chun, there was no helping it. He had just been comfortably observing the diagram of enchanting women while cultivating, only to be pushed forward by the sect leader to take the blame. Receiving a signal from the Grand Elder, Ning Chun hesitated for a moment before responding. It was the Grand Elder. So was the Grand Elder, the Lord of Tianma Peak realized. At this moment, Ningchen turned to the Lord of Tianma Peak, recalling his second purpose for visiting Tianma Peak. I would like to inquire, where is the task hall of Tianma Peak? I wish to undertake a sect mission. You wish to accept a mission? Upon hearing this, the Lord of Tianma Peak frowned and cast a scrutinizing glance at Ningchen. Our sect does not engage in missions that bury people. It's all right. Ningchen slightly shook his head. It's all right, missions involving killing are no different. Chapter 93. The Nine Nether Soul Tomb. Soon, Ningchen, guided by the master of Tianma Peak, arrived at the mission hall of Tianma Peak. Upon witnessing the array of tasks available, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, as the foremost peak of the Tianma sect, its missions far surpassed those of the Burial Life Peak. Without delay, he began to meticulously observe and select sect tasks. At this point, mission points had become somewhat inconsequential to him. The tasks of the Tianma sect primarily offer opportunities to exchange for cultivation techniques, elixirs, martial arts, and qualifications to enter sacred training grounds, all of which he could easily acquire from the female demon lord without cost. Suddenly, Ningchen's attention was captured by a particular mission. His gaze fell upon it. Exploration task. The Nine Nether Soul Tomb, one of the 10 most perilous realms in the Tianling world. It is said to be the mausoleum of a great emperor, housing countless treasures and opportunities. However, due to its danger, the odds of survival are exceedingly slim, with countless cultivators having perished within. The task requirements were simple: to search for new and useful information, which would be deemed a success. As he read the details, Ningchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more perilous the location, the greater the number of cultivators who had met their demise therein, making it, in his view, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Moreover, it was rumored to be the emperor's tomb. However, to think of burying an emperor was beyond his current capabilities. After all, that was a figure of immense power. Even in death, their abilities could transcend the heavens. Yet, should he encounter some cultivators who had perished within the Nine Nether Soul Tomb, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor for him. After all, those daring enough to enter such a realm would not possess lowly cultivation themselves. This is it, Ningchen thought, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, grasped the ancient scroll detailing the task, and proceeded toward the task registration desk. "Elder, may I trouble you to register this task?" he inquired, handing over the scroll. This is the Nine Nether Soul Tomb exploration task?" The elder of Tianma Peak's expression shifted upon receiving the scroll. He stared at Ningchen in astonishment. This task has been posted for 3 months without a single person daring to accept it. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Indeed, Ningchen nodded resolutely. Name? Seeing Ningchen's persistence, the elder refrained from further persuasion. Ningchen. You're Ningchen? The elder paused momentarily, scrutinizing Ningchen before nodding in acknowledgement. He completed the registration and handed over the task token. This task has a time limit of 1 month, with a guaranteed reward of 30,000 task points. He glanced at Ningchen and added a reminder. Furthermore, there are no penalties for withdrawing midway. Thank you, Elder, Ningchen replied, accepting the task token and turning to leave. To dare take on the Nine Nether Soul Tomb task, this lad from Burial Life Peak is truly audacious. Compared to the true disciples of Tianma Peak, he possesses a boldness they lack. Observing Ningchen's departing figure, the elder of Tianma Peak shook his head with a sigh. Upon exiting the mission hall, Ningchen did not rush to leave Tianma Peak, but instead made his way toward the training square of Tianma Peak. After reminiscing with Zhou Yuan and pointing out some shortcomings in his cultivation, Ningchen took advantage of the abundant spiritual energy at Tianma Peak to solidify his foundational cultivation in the Wanxiang realm. Establishing a robust foundation is the essence of cultivation. As the supreme demonic technique of Ningchen circulated, over 200 channels of spiritual energy erupted within him, instantly seizing the meager amount of spiritual energy that had just been restored. This left the disciples of Tianma Peak nearby in a state of bewilderment. Zhou Yuan, who had just prepared to cultivate, twitched his lips, thinking, Brother Ning is not here to guide, but rather to plunder. As dusk approached, Ningchen finally stretched and descended the mountain, heading towards the small courtyard on Zhongxing Peak. Upon pushing open the wooden door of the small courtyard, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure in a red dress, seemingly waiting for quite some time. "Senior, what brings you here?" Ning Chun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that elusive figure in red. He was filled with doubt. Whose home is this? How did the female demoness return faster than him? How? I can come. Of course you can. Before the female demoness could speak, Ning Chun interrupted her, plopping down beside her with a cheerful grin. Senior, why did you arrive so quickly today? Senior, you must see my... As he spoke, he was eager to showcase his. Luo Changwu initially intended to refuse, as she had already seen it once, but upon witnessing Ning Chen's excitement and eagerness to show her, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She changed her mind. Let me see. All right. Ning Chen nodded and proceeded to demonstrate his for the female demoness, feeling that he need not hold back entirely. Given their unique relationship, the Zongshu Death Edict is quite fitting for you. After observing, Luo Changwu nodded slightly. What do you think? Not bad. Luo Changwu continued to nod. Not bad. However, upon hearing this, Ning Chun felt as though he had received an astonishingly rare compliment from the female demoness. He widened his eyes, staring at her in the red dress. So, Senior, you're capable of more than just saying passable or so-so. Seeing his astonished expression, Luo Changwu was momentarily taken aback, then bit her silver teeth and shot him a glare. Go to hell. Boom. In the next moment, Ning Chun sprang to his feet. Elated, it appeared that the strength of his was commendable, as it had elicited such praise from the female demoness. By the way, Senior, at that moment, Ning Chun recalled something. There is something I need to inform you about. What matter? Luo Changwu looked at him with an unfriendly expression. I've taken on a sect mission and may need to leave the sect tomorrow. However, rest assured, Senior, every 7 days when the couple space opens, I will invite you in, ensuring our rendezvous is not delayed. Ning Chun replied with a smile. Rendezvous? Luo Changwu cast him a sharp glare before coldly inquiring. What about the promise you made to me? Rest assured, Senior, Ning Chun replied confidently. There is still ample time before our month-long agreement. I shall certainly return in due course. After all, I have my part to play. He patted his chest emphatically. Upon hearing his declaration of involvement, Luo Changwu shot him several more disapproving looks before asking in a frosty tone, What task have you taken on? Chapter 94. The Beast Gifted by the Sorceress Departure. The Nine Nether Soul Tomb. Upon hearing the sorceress's inquiry, Ning Chun candidly recounted the task he had accepted. The Nine Nether Soul Tomb? At the mention of this, Luo Changwu's delicate brows furrowed, and she regarded Ning Chun with a cold gaze. Are you courting death? Senior, is the Nine Nether Soul Tomb truly that perilous? Ning Chun inquired, sensing the gravity of her words. Although the task description indicated that the Nine Nether Soul Tomb was among the 10 most dangerous places in the celestial spirit realm, the ominous nature of it remained abstract to him. However, witnessing even the sorceress's apprehension prompted him to take it seriously. Indeed, Luo Changwu replied icily. Her enchanting eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Ning Chun. Do not think that as a newly ascended minor cultivator, you will fare better than even a higher realm void practitioner entering there. It is a matter of life and death. Such peril? Ning Chen's expression grew even more solemn. He then turned to the sorceress clad in crimson, unable to suppress his curiosity. Then, Senior, what are the odds of your survival within the Nine Nether Soul Tomb? In response, Luo Changwu crossed her arms and smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. The expression on her face suggested that she had ventured in casually. Ning Chun pondered to himself. If only he could accompany her, his fears would surely dissipate, though he doubted she would join him. At that moment, Luo Changwu's gaze lingered upon him, seemingly awaiting his response, yet he remained silent. Finally, she broke the stillness. Do you truly intend to enter the Nine Nether Soul Tomb? After a moment of hesitation, Ning Chen notet resolutely. To grow stronger, one must embrace certain risks. Seeing his determination, Luo Changwu refrained from further objections. After a brief contemplation, she spoke with her characteristic coolness. The reason the Nine Nether Soul Tomb claims so many cultivators lies not only in the peculiarities of its secret realm, but more so in the Mist of Bewilderment. The Mist of Bewilderment? Ning Chen echoed, momentarily taken aback. Senior, please elaborate. The Mist of Bewilderment can ensnare a cultivator's mind, inducing illusions. Once lost within it, a soul may find itself eternally entombed, and the reality of the situation is far more complex than it appears, Luo Shangwu elucidated. Ise, Ning Ten replied, his demeanor growing somber. The mist of bewilderment seemed insidious, and a single misstep could lead him to ruin. I possess a pot of tea that will render you impervious to the mist of bewilderment, the sorceress stated unexpectedly. Really? Ning Ten responded, astonished. Is your tea truly that miraculous? The capabilities of the sorceress's tea seemed rather extraordinary. Without hesitation, he bowed respectfully and implored, please bestow upon me your tea, and I shall serve you diligently in return. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed dramatically. The gleaming blade of the frost-fire sword pressed against Ning Chen's throat, as the female demon lord coldly regarded him. She then retracted her dowry, stating, the pot of tea requires 7 days to brew, and the 9 Nether Soul Tomb lies in the westernmost region of the celestial spirit realm. Should we depart tomorrow? Even if you're a practitioner of the 10,000 forms realm, it will take 7 days for you to arrive. When the 7 days have elapsed, and I have prepared the tea, you shall unlock the spatial realm, and I will bestow it upon you. Thank you, esteemed senior, Ning Chen replied, his attention entirely fixated on the tea, oblivious to the fact that the demon lord had somewhat strayed off course in her speech. However, he pondered aloud, even if I fly with all my might, it will still require 7 days? I hope I won't be unable to return in time. He then looked earnestly at Luo Changwu, asserting, Senior, please do not misunderstand. I'm utterly unconcerned about what may transpire over those 7 days. I simply feel that your assistance has been so substantial that I cannot bear to witness you suffer the tribulations of human desires for an entire week. Luo Changwu shot him a disdainful glare, remarking, before we depart tomorrow, come to the bamboo forest of Tianma Peak. I shall gift you a flying spirit beast. Thank you, esteemed senior. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ning Chen's eyes as he expressed his gratitude to Luo Changwu. What is the meaning of taking advantage of soft meals? This is what it truly means. The demon lord lingered in the courtyard until the later hours of the night before departing, while Ning Chen retired early. Though he muttered to himself before sleep, lamenting that he had kindly offered the demon lord a place to stay, only to be met with her unfeeling refusal. What a cold-hearted woman. The following day, after organizing his belongings, Ning Chen first ventured to the bamboo grove of Tianma Peak. Senior? Senior? He called out several times, yet received no response from the demon lord. At that moment, within the bamboo forest, shadows flitted about. As Ning Chen approached, he spotted a roughly 2 to 3 meter-sized, azure-hued, feathered sparrow gazing at him with wide eyes, appearing harmless. Is this the flying spirit beast prepared by the senior for me? I believe it's called the Qingming Xianke. I wonder what tier it is, Ning Chen mused softly as he moved closer. As he approached, the Qingming Xianke approached him as well, showing no signs of wariness and instead nuzzling against him, as if it sensed a familiar scent. Is it the aura of the demon lord? Ning Chen pondered, gently stroking the bird's head. This Qingming Xianke, despite its unknown tier, would certainly be swifter than his own flight, and its size was just right, accommodating at most 2 individuals without drawing attention. It is time to set off. He exhaled deeply, patting the Qingming swan's body. The creature immediately understood his intentions, crouching down and spreading its wings. Thank you for the gifted spirit beast, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave now. Ning Chen called out towards the bamboo forest, then leapt onto the back of the azure mystic sparrow. With a melodious chirp, the azure mystic sparrow flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind that surged upwards, vanishing into the clouds above. Meanwhile, within the bamboo grove, a figure in a crimson dress appeared, silently observing the departing silhouette. Chapter 95. Moonlit City. The 9 Nether Soul Tomb lies at the far western edge of the celestial spirit realm. Even with the assistance of the gifted Azure Phoenix, it would take 5 days to reach. Nonetheless, Ning Chen harbored no intention of making a direct journey. After all, the cooling period for the couple's space had not yet concluded, and the tea brewed by the enchanting sorceress was still not ready. Thus, he chose to remain patient. As the Azure Phoenix soared through the skies, Ning Chen sat cross-legged upon its back, diligently cultivating, making the most of every moment available for practice. Before long, 4 days had elapsed. Above the firmament, fierce winds howled. Calculating the time, he realized that only 1 day remained until he would arrive at the location of the 9 Nether Soul Tomb. Seated upon the back of the Azure Phoenix, Ning Chen retrieved a scroll made of ancient sheepskin from his storage ring. This scroll contained a detailed map of the celestial spirit realm, an invaluable treasure in its own right. Naturally, this precious item was not his. He had discovered it among the feathers of the Azure Phoenix, presumably prepared by the sorceress for his journey. Was there a city before the 9 Nether Soul tomb? Ning Chun's gaze fell upon the ancient map, and as he examined the markings, his brow arched in curiosity. The map was meticulously detailed, with numerous locations clearly annotated. For instance, the Moonlit City, marked as a significant stop for nearly all cultivators heading to the 9 Nether Soul tomb. Consequently, the city held a wealth of information regarding the tomb. Moonlit City, then? Very well. I shall take refuge there first and await the completion of the sorceress's tea. Ning Chun murmured to himself, having made up his mind. He stowed the sheepskin scroll and could not help but express his gratitude. The sorceress had indeed been a tremendous help. This map she provided was akin to an ultimate guide, exceptionally comprehensive. To what extent, you ask? It even indicated which in a Moonlit City offered the best value for money. What a kind-hearted individual the sorceress turned out to be. One would hardly expect such benevolence to exist within the demon sect. With a sigh of admiration, Ning Chun signaled the Azure Phoenix to descend. Soon, the Azure Phoenix landed in a grove not far from Moonlit City, a request made by Ning Chun himself. He refrained from entering the city directly, primarily because the Azure Phoenix, being a rare flying spirit beast, could attract unwanted attention if ridden into the town. Better to avoid potential troubles where possible. Stay here and await my signal, Ning Chun instructed as he dismounted and affectionately patted the creature's head. The Azure Phoenix understood his command and nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Ning Chun set off towards Moonlit City, unconcerned for the Azure Phoenix's safety. Although he had yet to ascertain the beast's rank, its speed was remarkable. As he approached the city, he was greeted by a throng of cultivators of the city gate. At that moment, 2 imposing men, bare-chested and wielding bloody blades, were eyeing the crowd of would-be entrants. The night is fast approaching, one of them bellowed. Those wishing to enter the city should hasten. If night falls, a beast tide may erupt. Don't say I didn't warn you. Now entering the city requires a payment of 100,000 spirit coins. 100,000 spirit coins? Upon hearing this, many cultivators furrowed their brows, but after glancing at the menacing expressions of the 2 enforcers, they ultimately chose to pay the fee to avert disaster. At that moment, a young man clad in a robe of deep black suddenly emerged from the crowd, striding purposefully toward the city. Halt! The entrance fee is 100,000 spirit coins. One of the burly men, wielding a bloodied blade, immediately blocked his path. The young man in the black robe cast a fleeting glance at him. The brute, believing the young man had not heard clearly, scowled, his features contorted, and pressed the bloodied blade against the young man's shoulder, reiterating, the entrance fee is 100,000. Those who refuse to pay shall die. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a glint of cold light flashed. Before the brute could react, he felt an excruciating pain in his chest and looked down in horror to discover 2 gaping, bloody wounds had appeared. You! He stared incredulously at the young man in black, who now brandished a gleaming shovel, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The brute was taken aback, feeling a mix of outrage and disbelief. This fellow had stabbed him not once, but twice, once in the left chest and once in the right. Was he so fearful that he would not perish? What? You dare kill my brother? Upon witnessing this scene, the other brute's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he swung his bloody blade toward the young man. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, a pitch-black object suddenly pierced the night, violently impaling the brute's body and pinning him against the city wall. Then, as the young man in black raised his hand, the impaling object swiftly returned to him, carrying the brute's lifeless form. The surrounding cultivators, upon recognizing the razor-sharp implement, felt their pupils constrict. It was a shovel. Ning Chun effortlessly extracted the shovel, known as Zongju, from the corpse and stowed it away in his storage ring. Then, dragging the lifeless body of the brute, he made his way toward the interior of the Moonlit City. How powerful! It was only after Ning Chun's figure vanished into the city that the crowd of cultivators finally came to their senses. Those 2 brutes were formidable practitioners of the sea-opening realm, yet they had been instantaneously slain by the youth in black, dressed in black, with a swana hanging at his waist and wielding a shovel as his weapon. What a curious combination. Was he a prodigy from a certain sect? In that moment, everyone was filled with curiosity regarding the identity of the young man in the deep black robe. Meanwhile, Ning Chun had dragged the two corpses to the inn marked on the map by the female demoness, intending to settle there and gather information about the 9 Nether Soul tomb. The Wind and Rain Inn, Ning Chun murmured before proceeding to drag the two corpses inside. Greetings, esteemed guest. Would you like to stay? The innkeeper promptly approached with enthusiasm, seemingly indifferent to the two corpses in Ning Chen's grasp, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Oh, aren't those the brothers Wang, Ian Wang heir? Relying on his modest skills, he brazenly attempted to extort entrance fees at the gates of Moonlit City, and now, alas, he has met his demise. This fellow is no ordinary companion. I sense an overwhelming aura of the deceased emanating from him. He is a formidable individual, one best left undisturbed. Within the inn, as some patrons witnessed this scene unfold, they began to murmur among themselves, their gazes toward Ning Chun growing increasingly wary. Unfazed by the surrounding whispers, Ning Chun remained composed. Having buried countless clients, he naturally bore the essence of many departed souls. He then addressed the innkeeper with a nonchalant tone. Yes, I would like a room. Please follow me, esteemed guest, the innkeeper replied, maintaining his cordial demeanor. Before long, the innkeeper led Ning Chun to a room on the 2nd floor and collected the lodging fee. The charge was indeed reasonable. However, Ning Chun had a lingering suspicion that this was related to his peculiar circumstance of arriving with two corpses. Otherwise, the price would likely have been considerably higher. Chapter 96. Is the female demoness jealous? Pushing open the door, he carelessly tossed aside 2 lifeless bodies, then turned to close the door behind him. Approaching the bed, he tidied up briefly before abandoning all else and commencing his cultivation. After several hours of practice, he finally exhaled a deep breath, ensuring that there were no abnormalities around him before he walked over to the 2 corpses. He searched their bodies for a moment, quickly retrieving 2 storage rings that appeared in his embrace. Upon sensing their contents, he found merely a few 100,000 spirit coins and some ordinary spirit herbs, nothing of substantial value. His assessment of them was that they were 2 impoverished souls. Subsequently, after pocketing this unexpected fortune, he waved his hand, summoning a pitch-black ancient coffin into the room. He opened the coffin and skillfully pushed the 2 bodies inside. There was no soil for burial, so he simply allowed the coffin of the god of burial to consume them. After all, the effect would be the same. Soon, the 2 massive corpses transformed into burial essence, and the spiritual energy surged back into Ning Chen's dantian. Still at the 3rd level, Ning Chun felt the replenishing spiritual energy within his dantian and narrowed his eyes. Then a panel materialized before him, visible only to himself. Name, Ning Chun. Realm, 1 star of the myriad manifestations realm. Cultivation method, supreme demon art, great accomplishment of the transcendence realm. Martial arts, heaven and earth burial melody, celestial demon avatar, burial book death edict, etc. Burial method divine powers, eye of rebirth, domain of the god of burial. Current open layers, 39 layers. Burial essence, 35,100. Upon entering the 3rd layer, the accumulation of burial essence was evidently slowing down. Was the coffin of the god of burial, like himself, becoming somewhat selective about its clientele? Ning Chun murmured to himself. His curiosity about the 4th layer's capabilities and the divine powers he could comprehend upon unlocking it grew. He realized he needed to bury some quality clients. Shaking his head, he waved his hand again, stowing away the coffin, and resumed his cultivation. Until deep into the night, Ning Chun was awakened by the raucous sounds of a fierce scuffle between a man and a woman next door, which seemed to escalate in intensity. The soundproofing was inadequate. Shaking his head, he lost interest in cultivation and approached the window to gaze outside. It was indeed late at night, yet Moonlight City was ablaze with lights. Particularly, the inn in front of him was brightly illuminated from his vantage point. He could see the lively scene within. It was an inn filled with revelry, where music and dance reigned, and he could vaguely discern numerous graceful figures swaying to the rhythm. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, Ning Chun was taken aback. He recalled the map provided by the female demoness had annotations regarding this inn. He promptly retrieved the map from his storage ring and opened it. Sure enough, there was an annotation, but the description was completely at odds with what he was observing. The female demoness had marked it as Feng Yuan, a place of extreme malevolence within Moonlight City, devours men whole, approach with caution. 3 bright red exclamation marks stood out prominently. This place is deemed extremely malevolent? Is this what they call devouring without regurgitating the bones? Observing the brilliantly lit surroundings and the graceful figures dancing, accompanied by melodious whispers, Ning Chun felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was unmistakably a brothel. Could it be that the female demon lord, wishing to avoid visiting such an establishment herself, had marked it on the map? Ning Ten pondered. Yet, this should not be the case. Although he often jested about murdering his husband, he was aware that, in the eyes of the female demon lord, he was likely not worthy of her attention. It was improbable she would exhibit such overt jealousy. This seemed illogical. Perhaps the Feng Yuan is indeed a place that consumes without spitting out bones. After all, once consumed, how could bones ever be regurgitated? Ning Chun gently shook his head. In truth, even without her marking, he would not venture there. He was a man of integrity. How could he engage in such sordid affairs? Moreover, if one were to consider it, those women of the night could not possibly compare to the beauty and form of the female demon lord. Sai, cultivation. Ning Ten ithalet gepli. Just as he was about to circulate his supreme demonic technique to block out all distractions and prepare for focused cultivation, a series of thunderous roars erupted. Even his bed trembled in the wake of the commotion. Is my neighbor truly that vigorous? Initially, Ning Chen assumed the noise stemmed from a quarrel between the neighboring couple, but upon listening closely, he realized the disturbance did not originate from the adjacent room. What could be happening? With a sense of curiosity, Ning Chen opened the door and descended the stairs. What is going on outside? Upon seeing the inquirer was the ruthless individual who had slain Ian Wang Air, the innkeeper was too startled to respond, and a middle-aged diner nearby spoke first. This friend is visiting Moonlit City for the first time, I presume? Ning Chen did not reply, directing a calm gaze at the corpulent middle-aged patron. The diner, feeling unease under Ning Chen's scrutiny, instinctively displayed a flicker of fear. Although the aura of death that Ning Chun had absorbed from numerous clients could not corrode him, it had amalgamated within him, resulting in an intangible miasma of death surrounding him. Thus, even a mere ordinary gaze was sufficient to impose the weight of death upon cultivators of lesser strength. Much like how animals fear a butcher, this individual is not ordinary. He must have taken many lives, likely a practitioner of the demonic sect. The middle-aged diner's heart trembled, yet he suppressed his fear and explained. Surrounding Moonlit City are the 10,000 great mountains, teeming with countless beasts, hence when night falls. These creatures emerge en masse, a phenomenon we refer to as a beast tide. A beast tide? Ning Chun raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Having buried so many clients, predominantly cultivators, he had yet to attempt burying a beast. Logically speaking, all beings are clients. With the sound of Swona, all can be interred. These beasts could certainly be considered clients as well. However, he wondered, how would burying a beast differ from burying a cultivator? Contemplating this, Ning Chun felt an irresistible urge to experiment. He would try it out without delay. In the next moment, Ning Chun turned and strode towards the entrance of the inn. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted, reminiscent of an earthquake, as the ground trembled beneath the advancing beast tide. At that moment, atop the walls of Moonlit Night City, several figures clad in white appeared, their gazes fixed upon the surging horde below, each eye reflecting a flicker of fervent intensity. Master, the beast tide has fully mobilized. When shall we make our move? Inquired a woman in a blue dress, bowing slightly to the elderly man with white hair beside her. Be patient, the elder replied, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Our mission at the beast-taming sect is to capture some of these demonic creatures and drive out the beast kings from the 10,000 great mountains. Should we succeed in taming those kings, we shall become the vanguard in our assault on the heavenly demon sect, thereby contributing to the welfare of this realm. It was evident that they were members of the Righteous Path's beast-taming sect. Yes, Master, the woman in blue nodded slightly, her gaze returning to the beast tide below. However, she suddenly seemed to notice something, her expression shifting. Master, there's a person among the beast tide. Chapter 97. The Burial Vitality of the Beastly Client Master. Look, There is a person amidst the beast tide. Upon hearing the words of the woman in the blue dress, the elderly man with flowing white hair furrowed his brow and immediately turned his gaze in that direction. The disciples of the Beast Master sect beside him also looked over. To their astonishment, a young figure clad in dark garments had appeared before the moonlit city, a black swana hanging at his waist, facing the oncoming beast tide as if he had no intention of retreating. Foolishness. Observing this scene from atop the city wall, the white-haired elder could not help but sneer. Do you think you can withstand the assault of the beast tide with mere flesh? Absurd. Pay it no mind. He waved his hand slightly and then addressed the blue-dressed woman and her companions. Loner, prepare yourselves to descend with me and subdue the beasts. Yes, master. The disciples of the Beast Master sect nodded in agreement. Loner cast a glance at the young man below, intending to withdraw her gaze, but in the next moment, her pupils constricted. Boom! Just then, the beast tide, surging like a flood, charged forth. As the leading beast caught sight of an unsuspecting human cultivator standing in their path, it let out a deafening roar and lunged directly at him. Crash! In the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. The bull-like beast collided forcefully with the dark-clad youth. Yet the anticipated scene of it being crushed into a pulp did not materialize. Instead, the bull-like beast's body seemed to strike against an impenetrable wall, instantly turning into a heap of flesh. What? On the city wall? Loner stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Even the white-haired elder, who had initially diverted his gaze, and the other disciples of the Beast Master sect were taken aback. The physical prowess of a beast was already superior to that of a human cultivator, and the armored bull was particularly renowned for its strength among beasts. How could it be reduced to mere mush with such a collision? This armored bull was a third-tier beast. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Beasts are categorized into 6 tiers, corresponding to the first 6 realms of cultivators. When beasts reach the reincarnation realm, they can assume human form and match cultivators in power. As the disciples of the Beastmaster sect were still in shock, they heard the young man in black mumble to himself. This beast's physical strength seems rather unimpressive. Just passable, mediocre even. Upon hearing this, the corners of the disciples' mouths twitched. Clearly, it was his own physical prowess that was extraordinary. How could he dismiss it as merely passable and mediocre? At this moment, Ning Chen's gaze fell upon the beast tide, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had not anticipated that after merely consuming a few pots of the female demon's strength-enhancing tea, his physical body would now far surpass that of a 4th-tier beast. Subsequently, Ning Chen's hand descended upon the remains of the pulverized armored bull, and to the astonishment of the Beast Master sect members on the city wall, the remnants of the bull were instantly refined. What? Demonic. Demonic power? This is demonic power. He is a practitioner of the demonic sect. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man with white hair changed his expression. Devil sect cultivators. At this remark, Loner and the other disciples of the Beastmaster sect exhibited a flicker of hostility in their eyes. The practitioners of the righteous and demonic paths in the heavenly spirit realm had always been at odds. In that moment, however, Ning Chun was not employing any demonic techniques. Rather, he was merely concealing the god-slaying coffin within his palm, entombing the iron-armored bull within it. As the iron-armored bull was interred within the coffin, a rich and potent burial essence surged into the god-slaying coffin, subsequently replenishing Ning Chen's dantian with spiritual energy. The spiritual energy replenished by the demon beasts was evidently far less than that obtained from practitioners of the same realm. Upon sensing this replenishing energy, Ning Chun furrowed his brow slightly, but soon made a new discovery. As the spiritual energy entered his body, his blood surged, and he immediately felt a tautness in his muscles. Could it be that although the replenishing energy was scant, it could nonetheless strengthen my physical form? With this thought, a look of astonishment flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. On the path of cultivation, while spiritual energy is undeniably crucial, the strength of the physical body holds equal importance. Some practitioners who have honed their physical forms to perfection can even defeat opponents of the same realm without relying on spiritual energy solely through their physical prowess. He chuckled to himself. Could the entombment of demon beasts enhance my physical strength? A smile crept across Ning Chen's lips as his gaze towards the tide of beasts grew increasingly fervent. With so many demon beasts at his disposal, to what heights could his physical strength be elevated? Just in time to present a grand surprise to the female demon lord at the end of the month. At this moment, as Ning Chen's gaze swept over, the myriad demon beasts in the tide clearly exhibited signs of fear. Demonic cultivators. How could there be practitioners of the devil's sect in this moonlit city? Elana furrowed her brows, a look of disdain flashing in her eyes. Being rooted in the righteous path, her mind had been filled with the doctrines of righteousness. In her view, those of the demonic path deserved death. And practitioners of the devil's sect were nothing more than ruthless individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Master, what should we do? She turned to the old man with white hair. Do not rush, he replied, shaking his head. A mere demonic cultivator cannot stir much trouble. Our immediate priority is to subdue these demon beasts and bring them back to the sect. However, before he could finish his sentence, a series of anguished howls from the demon beasts erupted. Master, look quickly. That demonic cultivator is slaughtering the demon beasts. Suddenly, a disciple of the Beast Master sect exclaimed in shock. The expressions of the old man and Yulaner changed dramatically as they turned to see that the young man clad in black had actively plunged into the tide of beasts. Wielding a gleaming black shovel, he navigated through the throng, and wherever he went, the demon beasts wailed, blood flowing incessantly, each one losing its vitality. Then, as his hand landed upon the corpse of a demon beast, an eerie blood light manifested, and the body was instantly refined. Accompanied by the influx of burial essence from the demon beasts, Ning Shan could distinctly feel that, aside from the enhancement of his physical form, all of his other senses were also being elevated. It seems that the beastly clients are not merely focused on enhancing their physical forms. Perhaps the current low level of the god burial coffin has yet to reveal its other functionalities. Ning Shan murmured softly, eager to delve deeper into his exploration. However, at that moment, a voice filled with profound fury erupted from nearby, a venerable elder commanding him to cease. Glancing over, Ning Shan beheld a white-haired elder accompanied by a woman in a blue dress and several white-clad cultivators leaping down from the city wall. Yet, he merely cast a fleeting glance, choosing to disregard them as he plunged further into the tide of beasts. Did this old man think he would simply obey his command? What a jest! Even the female tyrant could not compel him to halt. Chapter 98. The Disparity Among Cultivators Seeking Death. Upon noticing that Ning Chun completely disregarded his words, the elderly man with white hair flashed a hint of anger in his eyes. As an inner elder of the second-rate beast control sect, how could a mere cultivator from the demonic path dare to dismiss him? Moreover, allowing him to continue slaughtering the beasts would render their efforts futile, wouldn't it? Boom! In an instant, the white-haired elder unleashed his aura. A powerful presence characteristic of a cultivator at the realm of myriad phenomena erupted. He then stepped forward, launching a palm strike towards Ning Chun, who was amidst the beast tide. Whoosh! The gale generated by the palm wind held fiercely. Ning Ten, who was in the process of refining a demonic beast, swiftly activated his ghostly shadow step, narrowly evading the strike. The palm, laden with the force of the gale, crashed into the throng of beasts, instantly reducing several to mere mush. A cultivator at the realm of myriad phenomena, observing the devastation wrought by that single strike, Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. Not only was the white-haired elder a cultivator of the myriad phenomena realm, but his strength had also reached a 3-star level, surpassing Ning Chen by 2 minor realms. Nevertheless, Ning Chen felt no fear as he approached the remains of the beast that had been obliterated. He began to activate the god burial coffin within his palm. Thank you, he said, smiling at the elderly man as he performed the burial rite. Indeed, practitioners of the demonic path resort to despicable means. The white-haired elder narrowed his eyes upon witnessing Ning Chen's methods. Oh, is your ability to crush these beasts into mush somehow more noble? Ning Chen retorted without reservation. You, the elder faltered, gritting his yellowed teeth. Sharp-tongued, Ning Chen chuckled lightly. Far better than your yellowed smile. You, the elder's face darkened, veins bulging, completely taken aback by the audacity of this youth. Indeed, a practitioner of the demonic path, full of insidious tactics. Seeking death, the elder raised his palm once more, launching a fierce attack at Ning Chun. Seeing this, while continuing the burial, Ning Chun also raised a palm, channeling the supreme demonic technique. As over 200 spiritual veins within him surged to provide an overwhelming flow of spiritual energy to his hand, he then retaliated with a palm strike of his own, heavenly demon mystic palm. The demonic energy surged forth, forming a violent gust. The two strikes collided, and the terrifying force instantly sent the surrounding beasts flying. The white-haired elder stumbled back several steps. Upon witnessing Ning Chun standing firm like a rock amidst such a powerful palm wind, his expression turned grave, and he stammered, "You are also a cultivator of the myriad phenomena realm?" "What? Myriad phenomena realm?" As these words escaped his lips, Yelaner and several disciples of the beast control sect nearby turned pale with shock. This demonic cultivator appeared younger than them, yet his cultivation level far surpassed theirs. The myriad phenomena realm, even their esteemed senior sister Yi, who was favored by Elder Qing Xian, had only recently broken through to the sea-breaking realm a few days ago. The faces of the beast control sect disciples shifted as they marveled. He is a cultivator of the demonic path. Yelaner gritted her silver teeth, seeking to justify herself. The practitioners of the demonic sect are known for their gruesome methods, consuming human blood and flesh to enhance their cultivation. Is it not entirely reasonable that I cannot compete with them? Moreover, cultivating in such a manner results in merely superficial levels of mastery. Sister Yi does possess some truth in her words. Nearby, several members of the Beastmaster sect nodded in agreement. It seems I shall use you for practice. After witnessing the funeral of those beastly clients and feeling the surging spiritual energy within his dantian, Ning Chen's gaze fell upon Elder Qing Xian, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Merely a star in the boundless realm. How can an old man like me fear you? Having discerned Ning Chen's capabilities, Elder Qing Xian snorted coldly. This fellow had just withstood his palm strike without flinching, likely due to his formidable physique. It would suffice to avoid direct confrontation. This young man possesses considerable cultivation and is undoubtedly one of the elite disciples of the demonic sect. Should I succeed in defeating him, I might earn some rewards within the righteous alliance. In an instant, the two unleashed their formidable auras characteristic of the boundless realm. With a cold smirk, Elder Qing Xian launched another palm strike towards Ning Chun. Upon seeing Ning Chun respond with a similar strike, his smirk deepened, but suddenly he changed tactics, revealing a sharp dagger-like spiritual weapon from his palm. However, he soon noticed that Ning Chun had drawn forth an even larger and sharper spade. Despicable wretch! Elder Qing Xian cursed under his breath, forced to evade the blade's edge. Before long, the battle outside Moonlight City caught the attention of the cultivators within, with figures filling the city walls. Is that Elder Qing Xian of the Beastmaster sect? Has this old man returned to hunt beasts once more? Hush, speak quietly. The Beastmaster sect has now allied with the Righteous Alliance, and cannot be trifled with. Speaking of the Righteous Alliance, a sense of trepidation filled the eyes of the cultivators. The Righteous Alliance is a coalition of several righteous sects, currently gaining momentum and seemingly on the verge of becoming the foremost power in the heavenly spirit realm, making it a force one cannot afford to offend. Who is the individual battling Elder Qing Xian? That dark aura, could it be the demonic sect techniques? Is he a practitioner of the demonic sect? At such a young age, he has already reached the boundless realm? Could he possibly be a direct disciple of a top-tier demonic sect? As the gazes of the crowd settled upon the young man clad in dark robes engaging Elder Qing Xian, they were taken aback. Boom! Outside the city. As the aura of the boundless realm continued to erupt, Elder Qing Xian found himself drenched in sweat, increasingly aware that this demonic practitioner was no ordinary foe. This young man, who had initially been on the defensive, was now shifting to an aggressive stance. Is this fellow using me for practice? Elder Qing Xuan's expression darkened. Yet, he found himself powerless against Ning Chun. The young man's movements were peculiar, his strength far exceeding that of a mere star in the boundless realm. And even his spade was exceptionally strange. Though it appeared to be a spade, it emanated an unparalleled sword intent. Strange. This young man is truly extraordinary. Clang. Just then, accompanied by a resonating sword sound, Ning Chun, like a wraith, seized the fleeting moment of Elder Qing Xuan's distraction and suddenly appeared before him, thrusting the spade directly towards his chest. Despite the multitude of offensive strategies, Ning Chen still favored his heartfelt assault, simple and direct. In an instant, the robes of Elder Qing Xian were rent asunder, and the chilling gleam of the shovel had already penetrated his chest. The searing pain jolted him back to reality, forcing him to retreat hastily. Only after establishing a safe distance did he exhale in relief, though a grotesque wound marred his chest, blood gushing forth. Had his reaction been a moment slower, Ning Chen's shovel would have surely pierced through his heart. Damn, this young man possesses an extraordinary wealth of combat experience. Who on earth is he? Elder Qing Xian muttered curses under his breath. Ning Chen thought to himself, I am not one to be trifled with by the female demon. How could this be? He was clearly of a lower cultivation realm than my master, yet he manages to gain the upper hand. Yilan gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She then retrieved a flute from her bosom and commanded the other disciples, quickly, play the melody to summon the beasts and assist our master. Chapter 99. It must come to an end, yes, Sister Yi. Upon hearing Yilaner's words, the disciples of the beast control sect beside her promptly retrieved their jade flutes, placing them to their lips to produce the enchanting melodies of beast mastery. The sound resonated, hum, hum, as the notes from the jade flutes echoed. The previously cowering tide of beasts, seemingly responding to a summons, had their eyes transformed into a deep crimson. Overcoming their fear, they emitted a series of roars and charged towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen immediately sensed the anomaly among the ferocious beasts, furrowing his brow as his gaze fell upon Yilaner and her fellow disciples. Could the flute's melody truly sway the minds of these creatures, thereby controlling their actions? Ning Chen murmured to himself, quickly deciphering the beast control sect's methods. He then took a step back, drawing the swana from his waist. Harnessing the power of musical artistry, he realized that the melodies of the beast control sect were but one of the myriad paths of sound. Thus, he resolved to counter their melody with his own. As the swana's notes erupted, they shattered the sound waves of the flutes, surging forth like a tidal wave, obliterating the sonic assault. Roar! The tide of beasts, which had surged towards Ning Chen, found the crimson in their eyes dissipating. Upon recognizing that their target was the harbinger of doom, they abruptly halted, their expressions filled with terror. The entire horde of beasts regained their senses. What? He can disrupt our melody? The expressions of several disciples from the beast control sect shifted dramatically. Again, Yilaner, gripping her jade flute, her eyes aflame with determination, attempted to continue. However, to her astonishment, she found the flute incapable of producing any sound. He not only interrupted our melody, but even rendered the flute silent. The other disciples tested their flutes as well, their faces paling in realization. You possess musical prowess? When Elder Qing Xian witnessed this scene, his brow furrowed as a sudden realization struck him, and his expression transformed. You are a true disciple of the Demon Sound sect? The mention of the Demon Sound sect sent shockwaves through the gathered cultivators atop the city walls, their expressions shifting to one of deep apprehension as they regarded Ning Chen. With formidable strength, mastery over musical arts, and affiliation with the demonic sect, he was undoubtedly a true disciple of the Demon Sound sect. As a disciple of the Demon Sound sect, there will be no mercy extended to you. A glint of coldness flickered in Elder Qing Xian's eyes as he remarked, surely, you do not believe that the abilities of the beast control sect are limited to merely commanding beasts? As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Elder Qing Xian. His garments tore apart, revealing a physique that had transformed from frail to muscular, his skin shimmering with a golden hue, and his body covered in a lush coat of hair, resembling a small mountain. Roar! With a deep growl, a colossal phantom of a golden ape materialized behind Elder Qing Xian, towering several dozen feet in height. This was the heart technique of the beast control sect. It is said that cultivating this heart method allows one to choose and master an exceptionally powerful beast as their own spirit companion. Upon reaching the realm of myriad manifestations, one can even manifest it as their own avatar, wielding astonishing power. The fusion of man and beast enables the absorption of the strength possessed by the commanded beast. On the city wall, it did not take long for a cultivator to discern the origin of Elder Qingshan's technique, immediately adopting a grave expression. Allow me to demonstrate the transcendent ape avatar. The beastly form of Elder Qingshan turned its gaze towards Ning Chun. Human beast? Upon witnessing Elder Qingshan's appearance, Ning Chun frowned, feeling a wave of revulsion. You scoundrel! Hearing this, Elder Qingshan's lips twitched, anger flashing in his eyes. This is the unity of man and beast. Unity of man and beast. You are the true aberration. However, his urgency only prompted Ning Chun to respond nonchalantly with a smile. There is no difference. Brat, you seek death. Elder Qingshan bellowed, clenching his fist and hurling a punch towards Ning Chun from a distance. Simultaneously, the towering transcendent ape avatar behind him also tightened its fist and struck at Ning Chun. This was the avatar attack of a cultivator at the myriad manifestations realm. The colossal fist of the transcendent ape thundered down upon Ning Chun. Boom! In response, a dark aura enveloped Ning Chun as he summoned his demonic transformation, shrouding himself in layers of black mist akin to a suit of armor. He then clenched his fist and retaliated against the mountain-like strike. You are oblivious to your own mortality. Even if your physical form is strong, can it rival the might of my transcendent ape? Elder Qingshan scoffed, his entire being surging with spiritual energy. An even more formidable aura infused into the transcendent ape avatar, amplifying its power exponentially. Under the shadow of the mountainous figure, Ning Chun appeared diminutive. Simultaneously, their fists collided with a resounding crash. Boom! The deafening roar echoed through the heavens. In the next moment, Ning Chun was sent reeling backward several dozen meters. Indeed, after summoning his avatar, he was no match for his master. Witnessing this, Yi Lan'er and the others exchanged glances filled with relief and joy. However, when Elder Qingshan observed Ning Chun retreating, he felt no joy. Rather, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. To withstand a punch from the transcendent ape avatar and only be pushed back a few dozen meters? How could his physical form be so resilient? Crack! Crack! At that moment, a faint sound of cracking caught Elder Qingshan's attention. He frowned, his pupils dilating as he beheld a small fissure appearing on the fist of his transcendent ape avatar, where it had struck Ning Chun. How could this be? Elder Qingshan's expression shifted drastically. Interesting, come again. Not far away, Ning Chun steadied himself, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. The golden spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth, and grasping his sword, he proactively advanced towards Elder Qingshan. In an instant, a sharp sword intent radiated from his blade. How is it that a mere spade possesses such a sword-like intent? Witnessing this scene, the cultivators atop the city wall were momentarily taken aback, soon followed by a wave of confusion. It seemed that the true disciple of the Demon Sound sect had only recently attained the boundless realm, yet had not had the opportunity to cultivate the boundless Dharma manifestation. Otherwise, why would he not employ it? Indeed, there is merit to that argument. However, it is a pity, for the most crucial aspect of a cultivator in the boundless realm is the Dharma manifestation. Before its application, the true disciple of the Demon Sound sect could suppress Elder Qingshan, who was at the 3-star level of the boundless realm, with his 1-star cultivation. Alas, once the Dharma manifestation is unleashed, the tides of battle would gradually shift against him. Surrounding cultivators could only sigh in resignation. At this moment, outside the city, the two combatants had exchanged over 100 blows. Boom! With a punch from Elder Qingshan, utilizing the heavenly ape Dharma manifestation, Ning Chun was sent reeling back several dozen meters, yet he managed to leave another imprint of sword intent upon the Elder's manifestation. However, this time, Ning Chun chose not to charge forward again. Instead, he merely smiled at Elder Qingshan. What are you smiling about? Seeing Ning Chun's grin, an unsettling premonition arose within Elder Qingshan. It is time to conclude this, Ning Chun remarked with a light laugh. Indeed, it is time to conclude. Elder Qingshan scoffed, preparing to subdue Ning Chun directly. But just then, Ning Chun's voice resonated once more, momentarily catching him off guard. Chapter 100. The Funeral Book and the Death Decree. The God of Death on a moonlit night. You just mentioned that this is the union of human and demon. Is that correct? Ning Chun's gaze, laden with meaning, fell upon Elder Qingshan. It is the union of man and beast. Elder Qingshan's lips twitched in response. They are essentially the same. Ning Chun smiled dismissively. The crux lies in the fact that this celestial ape Dharma form is an embodiment of your innate demonic beast. While the form can endure most attacks, your true self will inevitably suffer to some degree as well. Elder Qing Xian frowned, seemingly taken aback that Ning Chun had discerned this so swiftly. He sneered coldly, "What of it? With your power, do you truly believe you can breach the defenses of my celestial ape Dharma form? Such foolish aspirations. Is that so?" Suddenly, he leaped into the air. Attempting to flee, Elder Qing Xian bellowed, and the colossal celestial ape Dharma form immediately extended its massive hand to swat at Ning Chun. However, at that very moment, thick dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the moonlight. Soon after, a massive entity emerged, seemingly intent on blotting out the sun, instantly sending the celestial ape Dharma form reeling. What is happening? Elder Qing Xian steadied himself, furrowing his brow, fixated intently on the colossal figure within the clouds. What on earth is that? Meanwhile, atop the walls of moonlit city, the gazes of the gathered cultivators were likewise riveted. As the clouds dispersed and moonlight shone once more, they beheld that the colossal entity was, astonishingly, an ancient tome, pitch black in hue. A book? Everyone, including Elder Qing Xian, was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Ning Chun stood poised in the void, the moonlight illuminating his black attire, rendering him remarkably ethereal. He then raised one hand, and the massive ancient book transformed into a streak of light, appearing in his grasp. Beneath the moonlight, Ning Chun held the funeral book in one hand while gripping the funeral severance in the other, his gaze calmly fixed upon Elder Qing Xian. At this juncture, within his purview, countless characters for death began to manifest densely around Elder Qing Xian. Each of his recent assaults had inscribed a word of death. As these inscriptions accumulated, the death decree was poised to descend. "You may now embrace death." Under the veil of night, Ning Chen's indifferent words resonated, akin to a reaper pronouncing judgment beneath the moonlight. As his voice faded in an instant, countless characters of death coalesced, appearing before all, including Elder Qing Xian. Boom! A terrifying aura of death erupted, as the myriad characters converged into an enormous blood-red character of death, descending upon Elder Qing Xian. "What? This is a character of death?" Elder Qing Xian's expression shifted, and he summoned his spiritual energy, clenching his fists in an attempt to shatter the blood-colored character. Boom! Yet, as he struck, his fist seemed to pass right through the character of death. "What?" Elder Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback, but before he could react, a figure appeared before him like a wraith. With an expression of indifference, one hand grasped the burial tome while the other wielded the burial blade, raised high, poised to strike down upon his head. In that instant, Elder Qing Xian perceived a transformation in the young man clad in black. The shovel in his hand morphed into a scythe of death. "Death! The Grim Reaper!" The elder's horrified voice abruptly ceased